turn it on, leave it on with Sean and RJ right here on The Fan.
6.9 to go. In it comes to Ethan Morton. He's going to dribble this one out. And the second verse is the same as the first. UConn repeats as national champions. The third team to repeat in the last 50 years. 75-60 the final.
There's the call on Westwood One. That is how we start the Tolo Tuesday edition of Sean and RJ here on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. Good morning, Metroplex. Sean Sharif, Ralph James Choppy. We got Peyton and Rai in the back. We are live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. And Ryan said we could start off the show in honor of the Eclipse with the lights off.
This is greatness. This should be the new thing.
This improves my morale.
Yeah.
Big time.
This improves everything.
Because they come in here and they blast all these lights, but meanwhile the light guy and Pepe get to sit in the back.
Yeah, they're sitting in darkness. Their eyes are dilating properly at a normal pace.
Yeah.
And ours are just like, oh, here we go. It's noon.
Is that why you guys have hats on?
Basically.
That bright?
Yeah. Have you tried? Come sit in here without them and look at you. Or look at the screen up there, and you're looking basically right underneath them.
No, I just don't want to brush my hair at 4:30 in the morning.
Oh, it looks good.
What does?
When it's brushed.
Oh, yeah. Thank you.
I saw it this weekend.
Excellent. For 10 minutes. Yep. It was a 10-minute cameo by Peyton Russell. It was back-to-back for UConn over Purdue. Second half, you could have shut this thing off early.
You could have. It's been the way of their last two tournament runs. They haven't played an important second half in forever. And, here they are. They just kept coming at you with different guys all night. Like Spencer was all over the floor, and Newton was fantastic, and Castle had his moments, and it was just a destruction again. Like this is now 12 straight wins by 13 or more in the tournament. It's crazy.
Sounds like Dan Hurley's formula, as he said after the game. Let's get NBA players, try not to damage their stock too much by having them play totally unselfish basketball. I can't tell on their team who is the go-to and who is the outright NBA star. Again, I'm not watching them during the regular season. You are, much, much, much more about them, even though I am the show tournament bracket champion again here on 105.3 The Fan. And that is a credit to Dan Hurley's coaching, what he's selling, and the style. I can't tell who the absolute go-to is. They beat you by committee, but they still want to send these guys off to the pros.
So, Tankathon has Stephen Castle going 6th to Toronto, and then Klingon going 7th to Memphis. Klingon didn't have a great game at all. He didn't do much. He got in foul trouble, and it looked like they were just using him as a screener for half the game. Jonathan Givany, he's got Klingon as the number one player on their team for the draft. I don't know. I don't know. Like in today's NBA, if a 7'2" guy he can shoot a little bit, but I don't know how that's going to work. They're not. They're really, really good, and they've been tremendous all year, and they've been the best team for the most part all season long, outside of a stretch where they had some injuries. And they really, in the last two seasons, only lose Big East games. I think they lost to Kansas this year, and I don't think Klingon played in that game. So, they really have just dominated college basketball in a sport that is built for parity. The tournament, by design, makes you lose. The transfer portal, by design, makes you lose. The one-and-done aspect, losing guys. They lost 5 of their 8 top scorers from last year's team. They come back, and they're probably better this year. It's crazy.
They lost to Kansas, Creighton, and Seton Hall.
Yes.
Seton Hall, unranked. Kansas and Creighton 5 and 15.
Yeah, and the Creighton obviously it was a road game in conference. And then Kansas is an out-of-conference game, and Kansas was a really good team to start the year. They had really good players. They had NBA guys on their team. And then UConn was not as clicking on all cylinders as they are today. This is just a great program right now, and they've got 6 championships in 26 years.
And it still feels like they don't get their due in terms of being thrown up there immediately with Carolina, Duke, Kansas, these other programs. And UConn, been there since the Calhoun days. 6 national championships, and it's Kentucky. You still throw them up there. You don't do that with Connecticut.
No, because in everybody's world, your definition of legends stops at a certain point. Like, you stop allowing new people into the club at a certain point. For whatever reason, that's just the way it is. And I think UConn, because they didn't really get this run started until 1999, they don't get that credit. They I don't know that they ever will. But like, if you go back and you look at like the number of national championships that they have, you know, how many more do they have than Kansas? Kansas has what? They're back to 1952. If you want to go to Wilt's time, so they only have 4, but they're considered a blue blood, and they've got 4 since 52. Well, UConn has 6 since 99. Like, who's the blue blood?
The nut job, the psycho, the back-to-back champ, Dan Hurley, on how his team made this tournament look so easy.
Well, you know, you get NBA level talent that just happen to be just great team guys. You know, just guys that don't care who gets the credit. They make the commitment to the defensive end. They make the commitment to making all the hustle plays and the effort plays on the backboard. You know, and then they're meticulous with the preparation for each opponent. And on a day and a half prep, to prepare for that team, they followed Luke's game plan to a T, and it was masterful.
I thought yesterday during the show I was going to root for Purdue. I found myself during the game absolutely rooting for Purdue, mainly because of this guy.
Oh, his act worse then.
Like, even at the end doing the whole coaching to the final buzzer thing, like they need to just keep a camera on him.
Yeah.
They really do. I need to see his Fitbit rates afterwards. And he's a punk. He is a freaking punk. When he went at Zach Edey to go talk trash to this college kid over a legitimate screen that was set, he went out on the floor. And then at the end, with game in hand, he steps on the floor to push his player into better defensive position. He's a lunatic. It pisses me off that he's not going to be thrown up into the upper echelon. It ticks me off that he won back-to-back. It ticks me off that he has this dominant team. I can't stand him. He's reached Kim Mulkey levels for me.
Yeah, well, I mean, like, Mulkey's hateable at a completely different level. Hurley is like, he's just a lunatic. And that
well, and Mulkey's not.
She's got
she's kind of off the floor more.
Yeah, and plus, I guess she dresses like Liberace. It's just weird. At least Dan Hurley dresses like, in a suit.
Puts on a suit.
Yeah, he puts on a suit. I just thought his tough guy act wears thin.
Even his brother. I'm putting the hate on the whole family. I'll find something about the dad soon. Yesterday, Bobby went on the CBS set and he's like, "Yeah, we all have our game day rituals. I just don't eat. I don't eat on game day. I need to starve myself to feel the satisfaction of when I achieve."
Yeah, from what I remember, because Danny's dad was like this, legendary high school coach in New Jersey. He was kind of a nut. He kind of had the same demeanor. He's kind of a nut too. It's just they are so good, and if they weren't any good, you wouldn't care. But they are good, and it's like somebody just needs to he needs his comeuppance at some point. Like, he needs to lose bad. And he needs to have a stretch like they missed the tournament, and he needs to have a meltdown.
Well, fans try to fight him, but the problem is he's willing to fight back.
He is. He's willing to fight back.
He told that one, "Come here, you'll get hurt." And those Hurleys will scrap.
They will.
That's a family you don't want to fight.
No, and I want to know, I do want to know. So, what did Bobby do to Danny? What did he do to hurt him so bad? Because he is taking his vengeance out on everybody else.
He does have vengeance.
He has vengeance to take out. Bobby must have just did something to him to make him want to go in the room and cry and say, "I'm going to set the world on fire." And he is setting the building on fire right now. That's what he's doing. It's wild.
877-881-1053 is the Frankel and Frankel injury attorney text line to hit us up on DFW Sports Station, live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. Bobby will be joining us in 20 minutes. I think we have to talk about everybody's Eclipse experience at 6 o'clock. 6 o'clock to go ahead and start off the show. People in tears. Charles Barkley making fun of all of us. Your own experience of the once-in-a-lifetime event at 6 o'clock. But we got to talk about the Rangers and Stros. Man, this thing got out of hand quickly, and so did the hail with the storms that came last night in the Metroplex. It's a Tolo Tuesday edition of Sean and RJ, just getting started on The Fan.
Coming up in the next.
Field. Back goes Garcia on the track at the wall. It's gone. A 3-run homer for Caratini. It's his first of the year, and the Astros lead 10-5.
Eric Nadel not too happy on the home of the Rangers last night. You got this at 7 before the national championship started at when? I know I tweeted, can you please, for the love of sleep, tip this game off? Please start this thing. Was it 8:45? Did we get to 8:45?
No, it was around 8:30, about 8:30-ish that it really got started. But it was later and later and later and later.
8:14, I tweeted, please start this game. So, yeah, it had to be right after.
We're about 8:30 it started, and it was maybe a little bit before. It was just too late. It's just too late. I mean, we're talking about 9:30 on the East Coast, which is what, half the population in the country is on the East Coast, is in the Eastern time zone.
And for Connecticut.
And for UConn and Purdue.
Yeah.
But they say, well, the game was in Arizona, so, that's 6:20 out there. Like, could they have not made 5:20 work?
Well, I switched on over to the start of basketball, and then I'm like, whoa, what happened to the Rangers lead? And Choppy texted us, Rangers are getting blown out now. They were up 5-2 in this game. They were up 5-2, and then what happened?
What happened is, the Astros bullpen came in the game, and they apparently are the second coming. They went into after the first two games of this series.
Yes.
The Astros bullpen had an ERA over 7 for the year. In the last 12 and a third innings of this series, the Houston bullpen allowed 5 hits and 1 run.
Wow.
And that was in the 9th inning off Hader on Sunday.
And this is also the debut being ruined for the Fort Worth native Blair Henley. Like, in the first inning, the umpire got to, I think, both. Got to Heaney. He got squeezed on a Kyle Tucker third strike. It was an awful call. Ranger Tolos were ticked off that there were more missed calls. Andrew Heaney was clearly frustrated. He was rattled. Their starter spiraled, and the Astros still recovered. Blair Henley getting rocked. Growing up, his favorite player was Rafael Palmeiro.
Ooh.
So props to him. He was a diehard Rangers fan. He got destroyed. He got taken out, but they still have Jordan. Man.
Yeah, he's a monster. I don't know how he got the ball fair the other night. The ball that was inside. He was able to keep that fair. Very, very Barry Bonds of him.
Man, that one he hit, he is Bonds, at least against us. Holy crap. I mean, I remember last year in the postseason, you could not get him out. And he hit one yesterday. You know what, Pepe? I want to hear it. I want to hear the description of it. Jordan hit one yesterday, and there was no movement in right field. It was just a laser.
Just turn around.
Out of there. Do we have that, Peyton? Okay, my bad. I thought I saw it on the cut sheets. Ryan with these lights off. I can't read.
That's because you don't have a light here on your microphone. I do. This is all illuminated for me right here.
Yes.
My entire cut sheet's very illuminated.
Illumination.
Look at this. I got a little glow, a little red hue on my face.
I thought the Rangers were in charge of this early on. They were going to take the series, instead end up with the split. Here's the Jordan shot.
And Alvarez hits one out of here. Wow. That ball is sailing way back into the lower deck. A good 15 to 18 rows up in straightaway right. A booming home run for Jordan Alvarez. It's his 4th of the year, and he's made it a 5-4 game. The Astros are back to within a run.
Yeah, I was hoping for a crack of the bat.
Yeah.
There wasn't any crack of the bat.
Yeah.
That's no Nelly Cruz. Still the greatest bat crack I ever hear. That we played.
Which one?
I mean, any of them in the 2011 playoffs in the ALCS. Anyone in that series, the Nelly Cruz bat crack.
What is Major League Baseball doing? The Rangers and Astros open a 3-game series in Houston on Friday. So they're going to play 7 of their 13 games against each other in the first 2.5 weeks of the season.
Yeah, that'll happen. That's not uncommon. My issue with the schedule this year for the Rangers is that they don't play the Houston Astros after the first week of August. Like, to me, you're the 2 best teams in the division. And Houston has been the best team in the division over the last, decade. The Rangers just won the World Series. Now, I know the schedule comes out in the middle of last year. So when the schedule came out, they didn't know the Rangers won the World Series. They didn't know the Rangers won the West. But you should play your division at the end of the year. You shouldn't be having random games with Arizona in the last week of the season or whoever it is. And to not play your division rival in the last 2 months of the season, I think is a miss.
It's where the NFL tries to line up the divisions.
They try. Remember, they didn't for a while, and now they do. And that in the last 15 years they have. but there was a time where they did, and everybody complained about it. And I think everybody should be complaining about this, because if you go to the end of the Rangers schedule, and yes, they do play the AL West at the very, very end, because they end the season with with Seattle, Oakland, and LA, those final 9. But prior to that, they have a 3-game set with Toronto. They have a 4-game set with Seattle, fine, but then a 2-game set with Arizona. They play the Yankees mixed in there, all in the month of September. So it's like, all right, you're not really doing a service to your fans because you're not playing the AL West almost exclusively in the final month.
Fromber was scratched because of elbow soreness in this start. Verlander apparently woke up feeling well a day after throwing 65 pitches with his right shoulder inflammation. A story that has taken over Major League Baseball, which we'll get to in a little bit, is all the arm injuries, and now Valdez, the latest for the armpit.
Yep, and it's bad for the sport. It's just bad for the sport where you have all these pitchers getting hurt, when you have all these elbow injuries, and it's all the same. It's either a flexor strain or the elbow, or the UCL. And it's bad. It's very, very bad. You've got so much money on the disabled list or the injured list, whatever they call it. You have so many great pitchers that are unavailable right now. It brings parity to the sport. Okay, there you go. That's the one. The only good thing about it is it brings parity, because now there's no top dog. But that's bad, because that's not what you want. You don't want parity that way. You want parity when they're actual real, not when it's injuries.
And speaking of injuries, Justin Foscue, the Rangers sent this on over, and I was like, this guy. I had to reread it 3 times, and I'm like, there's no way that this happened this fast. Justin Foscue already on the 10-day with an oblique, so he's hurt.
Yep, that stinks, because he just got here, literally just got here, and now right on the DL. Like, this team can't stay healthy. It's just bad luck, and this goes to show you how hard it is to win World Series championships. I mean, you've got to have injury luck to be able to win. Last year, everybody got healthy at the end of the year. Outside of DeGrom. Everybody else got healthy at the end of the year last year. Even Scherzer tried at the end. He had that the teres major injury. Even he tried. But it's right now, they've had a bad string of injuries.
You don't need to adjust your computer with the contrast and the brightness. We are starting off the show in honor of the Eclipse, but I pushed back the Eclipse talk till 6 o'clock. So that we can maybe have one more segment to honor it with the lights off, as Bobby Roberto Belt is going to join us.
I love it.
So I want everyone's, maybe we should just do it till 7:20.
We should just open with the Eclipse, the entire show, open each segment with it, and that way the lights will stay off, because we'll have a way to talk about it.
Bobby's already coming in, having a contrarian Belt.
What, you don't like the lights off?
Yeah, Mr. walking in at 6 o'clock.
No, I don't, because the lights actually wake you up. That's the whole point of the lights.
Shut up. You don't get a say. 877-881-10.
Right. My name's not on the show. I forgot.
Some of us have been up for 90 minutes already.
What a stupid-ass take. I know.
Or 2 hours. I've been up for 2 hours almost.
I know. He walks in at 6.
Yeah.
What are you guys doing?
I just woke up 30 minutes ago. I still have crushes in my eyes. Well, we've been up for 2 hours.
877-881-1053 in order to hit us up with the Frankel Injury Attorney Hotline. I want everyone's Eclipse experience, where you're rolling your eyes at all. You're calling everyone losers like Charles Barkley, and no one can match the enthusiasm of Kerrville, Texas. The Eclipse with the lights off for one more segment, please. Rye. Next on The Fan.
If you're a new Turn it on, leave it on with Sean and RJ right here on The Fan.
The lunatic is on the grass. Remembering games.
I am stunned. I am stunned. Peyton.
What?
Well,
This is fantastic.
What led you to this? How did you know about this?
Ryan. I'll give it to him. It was Ryan. Yeah.
What did he say?
He said, you should come back with Eclipse by Pink Floyd. I was like, all right.
This is the greatest, arguably the greatest album of all time. My favorite. It's fantastic.
Bobby,
I love you.
Are you proud of Ryan for this?
Sure, but I mean, I've come to expect that Ryan has an understanding of things like this. It'd be more impressive if, like, Peyton pulled this out on his own.
Of course he does. He's a musician.
Yeah.
So I wanted to hear everyone's Eclipse experience. Ralph James Choppy, you were by far the most excited about it. You had your Star Trek app out yesterday, lining up all the different planets. Take us through your experience.
We I went out and I was like, all right, I'm gonna take the dog for a walk during the eclipse. But I'd gone out in the backyard. I was like, all right, look at the clouds.
And the lights are off in honor of the eclipse per Rai here in the studio.
Checking
lights are out for totality.
Checking the checking the cloud cover.
Every time someone said totality yesterday, I had to laugh. I'm like, really? Can we come up with a different name?
Checking the cloud cover, like, oh man, please, give us a little bit here. Like, give me a moment here. We can actually watch this thing. And it cooperated. Like, occasionally, the cloud would come over and you wouldn't be able to see it, and sometimes it would come over and you'd be able to see it like perfectly clear without the goggles on, right? Just looking through the clouds.
Yeah, like 12:15, something like that. The sun came out.
Yeah. So we got in the front yard, and there's some people on the other roof across the house, across the street, doing doing a roofing inspection or whatever. And a few of my neighbors were out front. They were out front with their kids or just by themselves. My neighbor across the street, crazy cat dude, guy who keeps the cat in the freezer after he passed away. He busted out his welding mask, which what I had done in high school. When I was in high school was the last time we saw a lunar eclipse like this. Put the welding mask on, and that way, well, it's the same thing as the goggles, right? So you could see through it, and it made it the colors pop so much more. So
you guys all took welding in high school?
It was just a shop class, right? And then they had welding masks in it, but yeah, I did take welding at some point. So we're getting ready, and we're like, man, it's getting kind of like eerily colorful out here, right? It's getting a little bit dim. And then it starts to like get to with like 2 or 3 minutes to go, and now it's like a minute before. And we saw this like weird wave kind of like go on the ground. It looked like we were going through clouds. It was very strange. It was like, what is going on here? And then it starts to go dark, and then about a quarter mile away, there's a school, half mile away, and you can hear the kids screaming. You can just hear them yelling and chanting and cheering, and it's going nuts. And it was, you look up, and then you're able to look up and look at it, and it's probably not a good idea to look up and look at it without the goggles. But you see the diamond ring kind of thing, right?
What were the little red marks on the outside? That the calcium, the little red dots, little red marks on like the outside.
So on the one side,
did you see red at all?
You may be looking at it too closely.
It's not a lot of the pictures and stuff like that.
Yeah, you mean on the photos and stuff?
No, when I was looking at it.
I didn't notice that.
Hey, did you see?
I saw like a ring around like the very edge, but that was the only red that I saw.
That's the diamond. They call it the diamond ring. They call it the diamond ring look.
I didn't even look at the thing, like, other than in pictures. I looked at it because all I cared about was seeing how dark it was. So I didn't even bother looking up at the thing.
So did you go outside?
Yeah, I was outside. I was filming the thing, but I didn't even bother looking up.
Why would you not look up?
Because the eclipse part of it wasn't what I was interested in. Like, I wasn't interested in what it looked like up there. I was interested in what it looked like here.
Well, as Charles Barkley said, you don't have to play it yet. We've seen darkness before.
Not at 2 o'clock in the afternoon.
Yeah, but you've seen darkness before. What you haven't seen is the sun blocked out. That was the main attraction. You didn't even look.
No.
Why do you have,
I told you.
I
told you yesterday morning. I told you yesterday morning. I didn't care about looking directly at it. I cared about how dark it was.
You're the Skip Bayless of science. You're just trying to be a contrarian.
Okay, so the
I didn't even look up once. I'm going to be able to.
No, I looked up earlier before it blocked out. But when it blocked out, I didn't bother looking up one time.
That's the point.
No, what was the point was how it was dark. Nobody
and
cared.
that was because of that.
But I didn't care about up there. I cared about the actual atmosphere looking dark.
The Franklin injury attorneys fan text. There's two different stories on the red dot. Some are saying it's solar flares. Others are saying it was Mars.
Oh.
That'd be cool if it was Mars. That'd be really, really cool. I know you could definitely see Mars at times, depending on where it is.
Yeah.
But I thought the whole experience was, I'll never forget it. It was pretty badass. Like we were all, even like I said, even my crusty neighbor, who I love to death, but he is a cantankerous SOB. Bobby Knight would find him unlikable at times. He was genuinely like, this is like, I could die in peace tomorrow. And like, this was very cool.
Die in peace tomorrow. And Bassick, speaking of cantankerous, they sent him outside with the black napkins on.
Yeah, he was outside with his cell phone. He was doing live reports, and he was like, I thought this was going to be stupid. This is pretty cool.
Yeah.
And apparently Dawson said he went outside and like literally laid in the grass out here to watch it, and then he came back upstairs to do crosstalk. But they actually started crosstalk on time. One of the other shows actually came back on time.
Wow.
So that they could actually take in the eclipse. I mean, it looked like this when you look at the fan cam.
Yeah, I mean, all my streetlights came on.
Oh, really? How'd the dog react?
He was whiny. He was like right before it. He was like, and I was like, that's what usually the sound he makes when he's getting anxious. Like he's gonna go see other dogs or he's gonna go see other people, and we're not letting him go up there. He was doing a lot of that, and then when it got dark, he just like looked around and like just laid down. Weird, very weird.
I went home. Ollie was playing upstairs, and I was like, all right, at about 1:30, I'm going to turn on all the news coverage. That made me roll my eyes to a great degree, which we'll get to in a second. But when it started, so then my phone and Amanda's phone are blowing up from the parents and the in-laws. Please don't take any chances. Please, it's not worth it. Don't go outside with the baby. Don't go outside 8 months pregnant. And my wife, she wasn't like dying to go ahead and experience the whole thing anyway. But when it started getting dark, I was like, we all have to go outside. We all have to go outside as a family. We have to go ahead. There was one humongous party and gathering in the neighborhood. But we went outside on the front step, looked up, and it was freaking cool. I mean, there's just no way to deny it. It was very cool. Then when it started moving off a little bit, we're like, okay, run inside the house, get the paper clips, get the red ribbon, get the red ribbon that all the mijos and mijas told us about. Then we ran back inside, and Ollie's like, where's the moon? I want to go outside. I want to go look at it. But we didn't have any glasses or anything like that, but it was badass, no doubt about it. Pepe, what'd you do? You said you were thinking about just napping.
Yeah, I thought about it. Then 1 o'clock got here, and I was like, you know what? I'm just going to do it. Mackenzie, my girlfriend, went out there and laid towels on the ground. She was laying down and looking at it. She was more excited about it than me. But
did you guys have glasses?
We had glasses. So we were out there from like 1:20 to about 1:50 looking at it and just waiting. I mean, it was really, really cool. I mean, just to go darkness like that and then back to brightness. And then I guess the neighbors 2 or 3 doors down shot off fireworks. Thought it was a good time to shoot off fireworks.
And how many freaking people took off of work?
Oh my God!
Because Peyton, you said you got home in record time.
It was like me, because like when I drive here, and then there's no rain like this morning, but when I drive into work, it's 30 minutes usually. There's no one on the streets. It was like that going back. It was like COVID all over again.
Yeah, I felt like March 12th, 2020. There was nobody on the road. Like it was empty. Sarah was like worried about doing her route, that it was going to be just slammed down to Fort Worth, like south of Fort Worth.
Yeah, there were all these traffic concerns.
Yeah, and then she was like, "There's nobody on the road." Like I would have felt like an idiot if I took off work because it was such an easy day. But yeah, like there was a lot of everybody in my neighborhood was basically off work or working from home that day.
All right, Oscar, what was it like for you?
It was great. I mean, the whole atmosphere of like everything going dark, since that's what actually matters, Sean. That was cool. And like, the darker it started getting, you started hearing like birds tweeting and like chirping and everything else. And like all these animals, like we kept seeing ducks, like we were over by the Riverwalk and Flower Mound. Well, these ducks started like coming out of the woodwork and looked like they were totally confused by things. So that was cool. That was awesome. What was not awesome was the losers.
Oh,
let's be honest.
Oh my The
losers on the rooftop there in Flower Mound that I was standing next to, who, as it went dark, started going, "Ow! Woo! Yeah!" Like you were cutting out the lights at a freaking Led Zeppelin concert just before the band comes on. Losers. They clap when the airplane lands too, don't they? Like, those are those
hang
people.
on. In fairness, you can get away with that today.
Yeah, now you can.
Fairness.
Unless it's an Airbus. If it's an Airbus, you're still a loser.
You're still
But
a
Boeing
loser.
for
Boeing,
sure.
You definitely have to
The
clap.
cheering and the treating it like it's like a sporting event. Stop it. Just take it in. You can talk about it and go ooh or ah. You start like hooping and hollering and cheering like as it cuts out dark. That was stupid.
I think if you let out oh man, that's awesome. Like that's okay. Yeah,
a round of applause with like
a round of applause.
Ow!
Okay, yeah, we're talking different.
That's irritating because there were several people behind me doing it. And I was just going, shut the hell up.
That didn't irritate me. What I rolled my eyes at was like all the crying and all the tears. You know, it like when Barack Obama went into office, people had that type of reaction. Like we finally the moment of unification that people talked about in this 4 minutes, I was like, really? Like this is, if we had more eclipses, like the world would be a better place. We'd all be together. But all the crying and all the tears and all the breakdowns, I was like, good grief, give me a break. Are you kidding me? And then Charles Barkley had to go ahead and try to rain on our parade last night even more during the championship.
Well, y'all, some of them losers standing outside watching that today. They're not losers. Yes, they are.
It doesn't happen often.
Hey, we've all seen darkness before. Stop it.
No, not in the daylight.
Come on, man.
Come on, Chuckster. Don't hate on the Eclipse. So you're not a fan. You're not a fan of the
Well, I'm not going to sit outside like an idiot and wait on the darkness.
Did you not wait on your
I could have waited. It's going to be dark when we go outside.
Can I?
Could you imagine being in an airplane while this thing's going on?
Bobby, was it you who brought up, what if like scientists or people didn't see this coming? Like imagine just randomly during a day this happens and you think the world is ending. I can't remember which one of you guys brought that up.
I had mentioned like just back in the day, like years ago,
1400s.
before you understood what you were doing.
You're on Columbus's ship, and all of a sudden you're like, wait a second.
Yeah.
Why is it dark at 2 o'clock? We really are at the end of the earth.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, if
It
you
is
didn't
flat.
know what was happening,
Yeah.
like back in the day, I would imagine that would feel like, oh yeah, okay, here comes God. That's
Especially
what
with an
this is.
earthquake 2 days ago in New York. Like you have the earthquake 2 days earlier, then all of a sudden the whole world goes dark. I mean, this is how, like, okay, now fire and brimstone.
When do we get all the reports of injuries and people suing the sun and a lawsuit against the moon? When do we get all the blindness?
I mean, there's a lot of people that said they had headaches yesterday.
Oh, really?
I have one
I
right
did.
now, right here.
Well, we
right
need
in
to
the
turn
front.
on the lights in here then.
No, it's I don't know what it is. It's been happening since yesterday. It's right there.
Frontal lobe?
It's like, I don't know what it is. It's right over my left eye, and it just feels like this straight line.
Did
going
anyone
up.
have a moment to yourself where you're like, oh no, I'm staring a little bit too much? I'm feeling something. Were you a little bit worried about your eyes whatsoever if you took the glasses off to look up, which Bobby did not?
I'm sure I looked at it longer than a optometrist would recommend, but I didn't feel like I was in any danger at any point because I was smart enough. I'm not.
I was smart enough, but it hurts really bad right above my eye right now.
It does hurt right above my eye.
Yeah, when the clouds went over, because I could see it through the glasses, I took my glasses off. I was like, oh, I can look at it. I looked at it right as I think it was the waning crescent or whatever that was right there. I saw through the clouds, and then when the clouds were going away, I was like, all right, I got to put the glasses back on because I had a headache from 9 a.m. to about 4 p.m. yesterday.
Yeah, it was awesome. Once in a lifetime, awesome. I don't know if it was going to bring me to tears, but fantastic. Hopefully, everyone got to experience it. What I did experience and I did not like was the hail. I got pummeled and destroyed already. The new house. Car's not in the garage because there's still boxes in there. Worst damage, 13, 14 years. Oh my gosh, it was bad. And I had Tolos hitting me up saying, you're about to get hammered. And I was like, no, Monday night, I don't drink. And they're like, no, wait till 5 minutes. And they were absolutely correct. Tolo D saying, get ready because this is just the first of 3. This is happening again today and again tomorrow. Pepe, did you get in Rockwall? That's where the map showed our area.
I did not see or feel any hail. I didn't hear anything, but I mean, the storm, from 9 o'clock on, it was really bad. And this morning, oh my goodness, it was awful. I think I was going 55 the whole way here. It was really bad.
Oh, this morning was awful?
It was really bad. Like, as soon as I got on the highway, it was just a downpour.
Really?
Yes.
I think it ain't rain this morning.
Well, he gets here earlier than us.
That's true. That's true. No, we had a little bit, very small. We had a little bit of hail last night. Not as bad as it was a couple weeks ago where I had the roof damage. But, I mean, our cars are outside, and they're getting pummeled left and right.
Yes.
It's that time of year.
And, man, those hail evaluators, they come out quick. I already got Tolo, John Ramsey. You didn't even stop by?
Yep.
Like, they sniff it.
Yep, they sniff it out.
They sniff the dents.
They sniff it out, man. I had guys putting just stuff in your door.
Yeah.
Yeah, just put it like in the slit of your door, and hell yeah, I got hail dent repair.
Did the men end up beating the women? Where are you taking Zach Edey? Draymond Green goes after another foreigner, and how much does Kentucky throw towards Dan Hurley? We recap the national championship next on Sean and RJ 105 through the Fan.
Let's get you over to the greatness of Diamonds Direct. You ready to make this spring one to remember? It's that time of year. The annual spring sales event, 20% off virtually everything in the showroom. So whether you're in the midst of wedding planning and shopping for bands or picking out your next fashion jewelry, must-haves from Diamonds Direct, you could save an extra 20% this weekend now through April 21st. All bridal and fashion favorites at Diamonds Direct are on sale with an extra 20%.
And that is not all. Right now, when you make an appointment to shop, you can also get $100 off your purchase. Go see your favorite diamond expert. Save even more at Diamonds Direct's annual spring sale. Don't miss these incredible offers right now at Diamonds Direct's annual spring sale. Get an incredible 20% off now. Tell them Sean and RJ sent you. Shop or make an appointment in store or online. It's now through April 21st. All bridal and fashion favorites at Diamonds Direct. They're on sale. DiamondsDirect.com.
state-of-the-art weight loss. That's soda. Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org. And brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Johnson with a left-hand dribble, top of the key. Hands it to Newton. Newton lobbing it to Johnson again! He's got springs in the shoes, leaping over the rim, flushing it home, 47-34, UConn by 13.
UConn goes back-to-back. That was the call on Westwood 1, and Dan Hurley gets to celebrate again. They win 75-60 over Purdue. Good morning, Metroplex. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, and Bobby Belt. We are now adjusted after paying homage to the Eclipse live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube with the lights back on. Bobby, what did you think of the historic run that ended last night with a title?
I mean, look, UConn has. There's a reason why. I mean, last year? I think we all had a different champion last year when we made our brackets. This year, 3 of us had the same champ, and even Peyton had them in the title, even though he didn't have them winning. And so, I mean, it felt like all along this is exactly where everybody assumed it was heading, and it's great. It's historic. You appreciate it, but it does kind of come to the end, and you're just a little sucks when it's that predictable. That it's just they're going to run through it. Even Purdue, who was really good throughout the entire tournament, can't keep it within single digits. They get run by 15 points. So they're a fantastic team, but man, I'll be happy if Dan Hurley never has success in any form ever again.
You don't like him either?
No. Oh my gosh. He is
what is
so
it about
hateable.
Him?
Just in general, the energy that's coming off of him, is
it worse than Sirianni?
Yes.
See, his face is not as bad as
Sirianni's face is. It's like Sirianni is like Eli face. And
Eli's dumb face, and Sirianni is douche
but it's that
face.
Just that whiny thing. Last night, Dan Hurley, when Zach Edey tipped in a ball and they thought it should have been offensive goaltending, he started like punching himself in his head. I'm like, what the hell are you doing, you psycho? He's weird. He's super aggressive. He's talking trash. It's like I can't even. I don't know. It's the way he pitches fits. It's like, you ever seen Caillou?
No.
Okay, Caillou. It's like Caillou grew up and became Dan Hurley.
Yeah,
I want to know where he fell on the technical foul leaderboard for coaches throughout the year. Or did he get all his rescinded like Luka?
Man, they call a ton of technical fouls on coaches in college basketball. I would not be surprised if he didn't have 30 over the course of the year. He's a good recruiter. He's tireless. You could tell he doesn't stop. He's one of these guys that may burn out at 55 and just retire.
He dropped the retirement little thing in the post.
It would not surprise me if he didn't retire early because he does have – there's an endless motor to him. But it's tiresome too. It's like, okay, dude, we get it. We get it. You want to talk about – I don't know. I have no idea how tall he is. But you want to – I mean, he is the epitome. If he was 5'8", he's the epitome of Napoleon syndrome or Napoleon complex, whatever it's called. Because he has such this internal drive because his brother was so much better than him at college to just prove that he is the best Hurley out there. It's great. I've never seen anything like it. This guy is a menace.
He's a lunatic. He is a menace. Absolutely. He went after Zach Edey. He went and shoved he got on the floor and shoved one of his players into position. And people are like, can this guy not get a technical foul? Is there no possible way? But he celebrates back-to-back, and now the question is, how much money will the Kentucky Wildcats be throwing his way?
Well, Kentucky says they saved $33 million by having Cal leave because of the money they were going to spend, and then there's a buyout involved with that too. So they got money, and from what I heard yesterday, remember where I was asking, what's Kentucky's budget? I don't know what Kentucky's budget is. Turns out it's about the same as UConn's. About $24 million is what they spent on basketball last year. That's NIL money. That is travel. That's recruiting expenses. I mean, facilities, everything. So, I mean, they've got about the same resource that UConn does, and they may be able to boost that. I have no idea. It's all about what NIL money they come to him with. If they come to him and say, hey, we'll give you a $10 million NIL budget. I mean, okay. The most places have about, like Cal's get like $6 million for NIL at Arkansas. It's a lot. Most come with $3 or $4 million a year. And if they come to him and say, we'll give you 10, I mean, he may go. But I think he also fits UConn. UConn's so hateable. To me, they are at least, right? They're just so, they're up there, they're up in the Northeast. All their fans look alike. They all, my gosh, I just can't stand them. They all wear the same. I've never seen a fan base more unilaterally wear their tank top with no shirt underneath it at a basketball game.
Yeah, you hate the jersey look. Tank top / jersey look.
Yeah, I just, it's just douchey. It's just.
Yeah, but that's like made for you.
Yeah,
you don't. Okay, you're like Mr. Fake Bodybuilder, sun's out, guns out. You wear, John Stockton shorts, but you hate the arms and the chest being shown off. Why?
I don't like the tank top look.
Sense.
I don't like the tank top look. I think tank top, it's like nobody wants to see your nipples. Nobody wants to see your armpits.
I mean, except Peyton's.
I don't want to see your armpits, man. Like, I don't want to know if you shave your armpits or you don't. I don't want to see it. I don't like it at the gym. I don't like tank top dude at the gym. I don't like tank top dude anywhere. I'm just not a fan of it. And especially on a basketball jersey. If you're a fan, what are you doing? Like, first of all, half of UConn's team, the players, wear T-shirts under their jersey.
Yeah.
Strange, very strange. There's got to be a quote. There has to be a limit on that.
Yeah.
You can't have that many guys wearing tank tops with shirts underneath it as a basketball team.
Dan Hurley sucks, that's for sure.
Yeah.
I've never thought of UConn themselves as like hateable though. Am I wrong?
No.
Like, I mean, there are definitely programs and fan bases that I think have been like, oh my gosh, they're super irritating. UConn doesn't bug me at all.
No.
I think it's Gino bleeding over to the men's game. Plus,
UConn women hateable because of Gino.
I also don't like they write Connecticut on their jersey. You're UConn. Come on. Nobody wants to see that oddly placed C in the back half of the jersey.
All right, let's
Connecticut. No, come on now.
I was very happy for Zach Edey, who balled out. It looked like in the beginning, just like Caitlin Clark, he was going to be dominant.
I mean, he did quit.
Draymond going after another foreigner.
Gather the foreigners.
Gather the foreigners. Draymond Green went on social media and said, "Job well done, 35. You did your job tonight." It was him that made Edey quit with about 19 minutes to go in the second half. There was a turnover, and I saw Edey's body language walking back. He was done. Now, rewatch the game from that point on. Who was number 35, and what did he do? When I go and look at the picture of him, all I remember is that he was in foul trouble. That's what I remember.
Samson Johnson is number 35. Okay.
Yeah.
Samson Johnson is number 35. He, first of all, fouled out in 5 minutes of game action.
He played 5 minutes?
He played 5 minutes.
Freaking
change the game, baby.
See, Draymond is one of these guys I automatically give the cerebral pass to because he's such a terrible offensive player. All he can do is pass. And I'm like, okay, well, Draymond must see the game and be an X's and O's genius. Well, pretty much everything he said on his podcast and everything about basketball, I've never been blown away by, and this obviously ranks at the top of the list. This guy made Zach Edey quit in the game.
He didn't make Zach Edey quit. In fact, he wasn't even in the game with 19 minutes to go. Klingon was in the game at that point. He wasn't even in the game with 19 minutes left. He didn't check into the game until like the 16-minute mark.
I think, what I think you see there is Draymond watching that game and going, who do I see in this game that most resembles me? Oh, somebody who got thrown out of a game after 5 minutes. There we go. That's the guy that made the impact.
You were going somewhere else with
that's
that.
Him right there. No, I was not going there. That's it right there. Look, Draymond ultimately at this point of his career has become a lesser Marcus Morris. That's his whole bit.
Lesser
Marcus Morris.
By the way, I'm drafting Edey.
He's a force, man.
He's going to have some type of impact, I believe, in the NBA. He's got some offensive moves.
Dude, if this was 1990, there's no question who the number one pick in the draft is.
Yeah, but him being a second rounder to me, like that has to be old news, right? I'm definitely taking him over Bronny. I know that, but
right.
I love his attitude. And I think he's got some game. He's athletic. He's conditioned. He definitely staying on the floor out there for minutes. I would take him in the first round somewhere.
He probably, I think at this point, will get drafted in the first round. Shoot, man. I mean,
would you take Edey or Lively?
Lively.
Man, you said that with
disgust
in your face.
No, like with zero question. Like Edey is a factor of he's big. Like, I mean, he does have skill, but ultimately he's big. Like, Lively is built athletically for where the NBA is going.
I agree. I mean, Lively has zero offensive game compared to Edey.
Edey also seems to get winded after about 4 minutes.
No.
Dude,
yes, his legs get
he's out there playing.
He missed 33 seconds of game action heading into the final.
Yeah, I know, but when you watch, he will get he tends to get winded pretty quick.
Then how's he out there staying on the floor?
Because he takes off about 4 minutes at a time.
This is why you finished in last place.
No, it's not.
Last 3 games, 38, 39, 40. That's 4 games and 39 minutes.
You didn't see like around the 10-minute mark last night how it's like, I'm not even going to jump up to try to block that shot.
Yeah, I mean, look, he
was winded.
He will
fast.
flail because he's 7'4". I mean, he will flail a little bit. But, I mean, look, Donovan Clingan was the best post defender in the country this year. I mean, probably outside of Zach Edey. And Zach, what was the stat that you showed, Bobby?
It was from Synergy. They said that Donovan Clingan had allowed 5 baskets on post-ups all year long, and Zach Edey had 4 in the first 8 minutes.
What?
Donovan Clingan had allowed 5 baskets on post-ups all year, and Edey had 4 in the first 8 minutes.
Yeah.
5?
Yeah.
Yep.
The guy was like one of the best defensive centers in the game.
Wow.
And Zach Edey made him look like he'd never played the position before. I can't stand the dude. I don't like his face. I don't like the way his eyes look when he looks up. It's like, how are you looking up at the rim? You're 7'4". What is the free throw line? Yeah. His eyes rolling up in the back of his head. It bothers me. It's like, dude, you're looking at the rim. You just have this private pile look when he's about to go and shoot up the entire platoon.
Using leadership, using his body.
Okay, it just bothers me. And give the guy his due. The guy is amazing. He's an amazing player. Like, at least at college.
Sure, at the college level.
I have no idea.
He can be Eric Crouch. That's fine.
Yeah, he may be the worst NBA prospect you've ever seen.
Eric
in the
Crouch?
college game, he's fantastic.
I just went, who's the first college star that couldn't make it at the pro level? That was football. But he's Chris Mem if you want basketball. That's who he is.
I did want basketball. Thank you. 8-7. I'm trying to. He's Jack Leiter. That's what he is.
Yeah. I mean, Jack Leiter would have to get to the pros.
877-881-1053 is the Franklin Franco Injury Attorney Hotline. You want Dak to the Raiders or Shannon Sharp and Ocho on Sean and RJ? Which one do you want, Choppy?
Let's do Shannon Sharp.
All right, Shannon Sharp and Ocho call out the morning show next on 105.3 The Fan.
Fan segment here brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine is the #1 Chevy dealer in the world. More new Silverados than anyone else. Go see them today or visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's ride, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
Good morning, Metroplex. Shout out to the 6 a.m. club. Sean, RJ, and Roberto as our Cowboys insider. We got Peyton and Rai in the back. We are live on the Fan Can Twitch and YouTube. Thanks for checking us out, listening, watching. You are appreciated. So the very popular podcast, The Nightcap, with Shannon Sharp and Ocho. How many does Shannon do? So he does one where he sits down on the couch and interviews people one-on-one, and then he has a separate one with Ocho?
Yeah, I think that's Shay, right? Shay is the one on the couch. He had Cat Williams on there and others. And then the one with...
He said that he made as much money or more off the Cat Williams interview than he did playing. Did you see that?
I didn't see that, but if it gets enough downloads...
That's still...
Playing?
What was... You have to go look. He played for 15 years, man.
Google that for me and just make sure that I got that actually correct, that he said he made as much off that than his playing career.
He had to make at least, 20, 30 million playing, even back then in the 90s?
Yes.
Yeah. Had to.
Yeah.
That would be surprising. But I think, I read like one of Rogan's biggest downloaded shows was Cat. Wild. Cat's a nut, man. Cat will say anything to anyone at any time, and he has receipts on he's got dirt on everybody.
Yeah. So Shannon and Ocho got a hold of our Micah Parsons story, saying that Micah wearing thin with some in the Cowboys organization, and they reacted to it on the Nightcap.
When you turn on the film, the stats are what it is. Right. Who he is and what he is as a player, it's already set in stone. You can't change that. Whether you don't like the way he is personally or whatever people are saying, oh, he's wearing thin. Fuck wearing thin.
Think about it, Ocho. You didn't hear nothing in the first year. You didn't hear nothing in the second year. You didn't hear anything in the third year. Oh, now it's time for the man that's up for an extension.
Now we got problems. Now we have problems. Now he's wearing thin. No, he's not.
Well, you didn't hear anything in the first year because, you don't know the person. You don't establish relationships. By the way, this stuff happens. These talks happen anytime contracts are up, in my experience. Guess what's going to happen? Now, I know the company thinks that your contract is up before mine, but mine is the one that's actually up. But they're going to sit there and pick me apart. I'm going to say, well, we got these ratings and we're at double-digit figures and we got this following and we lead in downloads and we lead in this and we lead in that, and they're going to say a bunch of things to counter it, in order to negotiate.
Right.
Now, the Cowboys are not doing this because these people that I spoke with are just making comments in conversation. These things go back weeks and definitely go back even months. But for people to be offended, they're trying to go ahead and take down your value, even if that was the case, it does happen.
Yeah.
At least in my experience, every time a contract expires.
Well, and like I said this yesterday. I know somebody who in the NFL, worked in the NFL for a team, and his only job was to find dirt on players to bring the value of their contracts down. That was his only job. And every team had one. I had counterparts of the teams, and I would ask them what they knew about these players, if they had any information on them. They would use former FBI guys to dig up dirt on them. You don't think it's surprising when things get covered up in the league, when players do something wrong and then there's no tape.
Yeah.
Oh, there's no video.
But if someone starts off working here at the station, unless you're a real jackass, we're probably not going to get to know you. It wasn't until the other day, Saturday, when it really became obvious to me that Ryan was an undercover jerk.
Really?
I never knew that until we were in a social setting. I never knew that he cursed like a sailor and drank like one too. I didn't know any of these things, but it takes time. I'm kidding, by the way.
Some of the stuff he said about women was really offensive.
No, that's you.
Oh, sorry. That's
but
right.
it takes a while. You know, you gotta work with Pepe for a long time. So, year one, they weren't saying any of this stuff. Okay. So that is Ocho and Shannon reacting part one. And then part two, Jerry has a history of this.
I mean, because when we look at it, if I'm not mistaken, he released Emmett. He released Larry Allen. I think Troy retired, or maybe he released him before he retired.
Right.
Same thing with Mike. So all this notion about, Jerry loves his stars, check and see what he did with them.
Boy, it's a business, boy. It will always be that, no matter who you are. Now, when you can play him when you're young, that's a different ball game. It's a different story. What have you done? What have you done for me lately?
Okay, so Shannon is an idiot.
I like Shannon, but this is some of his
105-3 to fan.
Emmett was done here.
Yes.
Emmett won it out. Remember, Diamond surrounded by trash.
And let's be fair.
Michael Irvin was medically retired. Troy
got his 80th concussion.
Was done.
Yeah.
That was not any sort, they held on too long with Troy, probably.
And why?
And then Larry Allen, I think, was just a cap move.
Go ask Emmett, Michael, Dion, everyone basically except for Aikman about Jerry.
Shan Sharif.
Not that Aikman's gonna crap on Jerry, but they all take up for Jerry.
They do. Now they all say Jerry in part made me rich.
Yeah.
That's one of the lines they'll use.
But Michael and Jerry talk like father-son.
Of course they did. Of course.
And Dion won't say anything. Even when I was doing those Monday night shows with Dion, I would fight with him about Jerry. And I'm like, they haven't won anything. I thought you were a winner. You wouldn't stand for not winning for 25 years, but he won't say a negative about Jerry.
He won't say a negative about him. And look, I mean, Jerry's not a bad owner from the standpoint of the players genuinely like him. That's the mark of a decent boss, right? Is when they generally like you.
Oh yeah,
they like working for you.
For everything we've discussed recently, Micah and Jerry get along great.
Yeah,
they get along really, really well.
Jerry the owner and Jerry the GM. Now you can have a different discussion on that one. Those are two different people.
There's just this mindset from some media and some players about negativity and negative coverage. And yesterday at 8 o'clock, I was talking about Trayvon Diggs slid in the DMs, and I thought we had a good, productive conversation. Maybe Trayvon doesn't see it that way, but he hit me up. And the very last thing he said was, I'm not with having underlying hate towards one of my guys. We work hard, go out of our way to feed our families. Just would appreciate if you keep the negativity away. We trying to win championships. This not reality TV. Trayvon, yes, it is. Ask Jerry if it's reality TV. You are in a reality show.
He has a reality show.
Diggs?
Jerry.
Oh.
His owner literally has a reality show.
That's right. And this whole thing is very soft Gen Z to me of just keep the negativity away. When we fail and we get humiliated and embarrassed in round one, do you really have to be critical? You really have to be. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. We have to take all the crap on the fan text and Twitch and the articles and the insults. It's part of it. That's the way it is. But this whole, we want to be the new media, and we're just not going to say anything negative. When it's good, we talk about the good. When it's bad, we talk about the bad. We're not picking apart a dynasty here. We're not picking on a three-peat here. You are, every single year, a letdown. You are a perennial letdown. Your football team, looked upon by many as maybe the biggest underachiever in the entire sport. You haven't won jack squat to meet the standard of what's supposed to be the Dallas Cowboys for 20-25 years. So get all that, oh my God, just keep it all away, please. Stop being so negative. Stop being so soft. Seriously, stop being so soft. But I think it's a little bit of a generational thing. But even some media members Mike Florio hit me up this morning, and he's saying, I'm fascinated that this is coming from the team's flagship. And I wrote back to Mike.
Yeah, I don't understand that at all. What does that have anything to do with it?
I'm living in bizarro world.
This is bizarre. I don't understand what the flagship has anything to do with the story. If the story is the story, that's the story.
And that is a credit to Jerry Jones. This is not DC when I worked there when Snyder was there. This type of reporting or topics probably don't happen because you're getting a message sent down. Stop talking negative about the football team. You're the flagship. You're not supposed to do that. Man, Jerry Jones gets journalism. Like, Jerry Jones doesn't interfere, and that is maybe the number one thing I respect about him in terms of doing this job. It's not the winning. It's not the championships. It's the freedom to talk about it. And I told Florio, you of all people, you're shocked and surprised. You think our job is not to make the Cowboys go undefeated. That would be my ultimate wish. If the Dallas Cowboys every year went undefeated, I'd be living in a mansion. I'd be living the life. I really would. I'd have 4 speckles of hail hit my house, and I'd just get a new one after last night.
You probably have an impact-resistant roof. You don't even know it.
So that's why I say back to Florio and some of these reporters in town. Like,
it's very odd.
It's very odd. I don't call you out for not being able to say anything negative about the team. I don't want to trust that person. You have 2 options as a listener. You can want the person you're listening to tell you the truth, good and bad. Or you can want the person that you're listening to just dress it all up. I, as a sports fan, want to hear the good and the bad. You may just want to hear the positive. That's fine. That's your prerogative. But
it's like
I don't have any respect for the person who just dresses it up all the time. And when you're not allowed to say the negative, you should chill. You should really chill because we don't call you out because that comes with your job. I'm not going to drop names. I'm not going to sit there and play drops. Don't do it, Pepe. But, man, you know that you're not allowed to say negative things, and you're sitting there barking about this? Come on, man. Stop.
I don't understand the notion, though, that because the flagship, you have to act in a certain different way and you can't report certain I never understood that at all.
In certain cities, that's true.
Yes.
It's not true.
With certain teams.
It's not true.
With certain teams. With certain teams.
Like if James Dolan ran a radio network, I guarantee you they're not talking. Dan Snyder. They're not talking about their teams like we have done the Cowboys this offseason.
Yeah, I mean, look, and there are some teams in town that do have a rabbit-ear mentality to them. And the Cowboys aren't one of them.
Well, they know everything, but they don't react to everything. They know everything that's being said.
The Cowboys?
Yes.
Yeah, no, they don't. But they don't come to us and say, "Oh, you can't say that or that, or that," or get mad that you do.
But I think Cuban is way more sensitive.
Cuban is so sensitive.
He's the most sensitive of the big 3 owners. Like Mark Cuban will probably never come on this radio station again because of Bassick. Probably. And you say something about Mark, he gets in his feels about it. Jerry will come on here. I think it is the harshest offseason of killing them that I've had, along with you, Choppy. But I think Jerry will come on here for the first time and act like, God, it's such a treat to be on with you guys. What a fantastic day. He knows, though, everything that's being said, and I know for a fact a couple of things that have bothered him, a lot that have been said on this station. But he'll come on and be a professional.
And not because we hear a complaint from them, but you'll just hear from somebody like, oh, yeah, they did love that you guys said that.
Yeah.
But we don't hear from them because they don't meddle like that.
Rangers end up getting blown out by the armpit. How do we fix the biggest problem in Major League Baseball next?
Well, I got my letter yesterday. Got it in the mail. The property tax letter. Oh. The envelope. I got it in the mail. And let me tell you, the first number is different than last year's first number. That's a problem. That's a problem for Ownwell. And, signing up, going through the entire process was so simple. Did it in 3 minutes. So now that I finally have my letter, I'm able to protest my property tax. I'm going to walk you through the entire process that I go through to be able to get this property tax down to a fair amount. I don't mind paying it, right? It's my duty. Got to pay it. Got to support the kids, the school systems and everything. But I don't want to pay more than I should be paying. And a lot of us are paying more than we should be paying. I signed up in less than 3 minutes. Less than 3 minutes, and now the process to fix my property taxes, their own technology that they use an amazing combination of local experts and this cutting-edge technology to have you start saving money with no upfront costs. 86% of us will save on our property taxes this year simply by using Ownwell. Save money on your property taxes with Ownwell. Sign up less than 3 minutes. Start your protest today. Ownwell.com. That's OWNWELL.com.
Hey, miss anything? Turn it on, leave it on with Sean and RJ right here on The Fan.
The 0-2 swung on, and that's looped down the right field line. That is in there all the way to the corner. One run is home. Altuve being held at third. It's a double for Alvarez, and he has tied up this ball game at 5.
Well, I thought the Rangers were about to take the series. Then things got out of control in 2 innings. 3 for the Astros in the 4th, 3 for the Armpit in the 5th, and they end up evening things with the Rangers yesterday on this radio station. We are your home for Rangers baseball. This is Sean, RJ, and Bobby. Houston doubles us up 10-5.
Yeah, way to jinx that yesterday, Sean, by saying they had wrapped up the series. That was really reckless on your part.
I'll never believe that a series ends on Sunday again.
But man, this one, you go the last 3 games of that series without hitting a home run. The Rangers do. I mean, it was no extra base hits either of the last 2 games, right? And so, I mean, it was just,
which is crazy with the way they scored early on in chasing Henley, the Fort Worth native, making his debut in place of Valdez.
Yeah, that 5 came quick.
Yeah, no, I mean, it was really quick. You're up 5-2 after the first. That's a game you should in all likelihood win, especially with Texas's offense. But bats will get going. I'm sure of it. It's just one of those things where right now there's a little bit of a power outage.
Justin Foscue, 10-day oblique, already hurt after just coming up.
Apparently oblique is like, a lot of times that's like a month injury.
It could be a while.
So that's
especially
great.
If it's the front side or the back side when you swing it, a lot of that depends on it, and it's a bad injury. I mean, I've seen guys been missing more than 1 month.
They
easy
can't catch a break.
Oblique. No, they can't.
They cannot catch an injury break. This is it. Like pitching staff. Now it had been pitchers all off season. And now you get to now we're getting into this, and now it's starting to be positional guys that are just getting dinged up, and it's like, man, they cannot catch a break with these injuries.
You thought they could bludgeon their way with the pitchers being out, but now you get Young out, and now you're losing guys all over the place. Your depth is gone, or some of it's gone. The most disappointing thing to me about the last 2 games of this series, it's the fact that the Astros bullpen seemed to right itself, and the Astros bullpen was pretty bad going in. After the first 2 games of this series, the Astros bullpen for the year had an ERA well over 7, like almost last in the league. And in the last 12 1/3 innings of this series, they went 1 run and 5 hits. The Astros bullpen did in the last 12 1/3 innings. The only run was in the 9th inning off Hader on Sunday. Like that's tough, because this is a bullpen that you should absolutely get to right now.
Fromber scratched from the start, and yesterday, Choppy, this really took over the sport with Justin Verlander and others addressing all the pitching injuries.
All the pitching injuries that have happened throughout Major League Baseball, and the Players Union is after this. The MLBPA is talking about the pitch clock, which, okay, yeah, like there's, and Garrett Cole said this yesterday, there's not enough information to know if the pitch clock has any impact on it, for the good or the bad. Now, MLB will use, just like the NFL uses their data on turf. Wow, there's no increase. The MLB has the same data on pitcher injuries. There's no more injuries to pitchers based off of the pitch clock. All right, okay, then what is it? Is it the pitch clock? I'm sure the pitch clock has something to do with it. I'm sure the fact that the pitchers are trying to spin the ball more than ever and throw the ball harder than ever has something to do with it too. And I'm sure that the lack of sticky stuff has something to do with it, because you now grip the ball harder. And when you grip the ball harder, you put more stress on your body. All right, Tyler Glasnow talked about this. This is Tyler Glasnow. This was a couple years ago. All right, so I went back and found this.
Was that before or after I had dinner with him?
I think this was around the same time, because he was hurt, right? He was suffering. He was with Tommy John. So this is probably before, because this is just after he found out that he had Tommy John. Your best friend, Tyler Glasnow, talking about why he thinks he got hurt. Again, we are talking, this is a 2 to 2.5 year ago clip.
In the past, my substance of choice is sunscreen and rosin. Like, just nothing egregious, something to where I can get a grip on the ball so it doesn't feel dusty. But 2 starts ago against the Nationals, I went cold turkey, nothing. And before that start, I remember when all this stuff came out, I was talking to people and talking to doctors, and they were like, the thing that maybe MLB doesn't realize, or that players don't realize, is like, what is the injury, like, what is the prevention of, like, maybe it'll add to injuries. And in my mind, I was like, that sounds dumb. That sounds like an excuse a player would use to make sure he can use sticky stuff. But I threw to the Nationals with nothing. I don't use sticky stuff I don't use spider tack. I don't need more spin. I have huge hands. I spin the ball fine. I want grip. I did well against the Nationals, probably one of the best starts I had all year. I woke up the next day and was like, I am sore in places that I didn't even know I had muscles in. Like, I felt completely different. I switched my fastball grip and my curveball grip. I've thrown it the same way for however many years I've played baseball. I had to put my fastball deeper into my hand and grip it way harder.
And that caused soreness. In a related story, the next start, ruptured UCL Tommy John.
Wow.
I think that's a major part of it. And now baseball doesn't want them to use sticky stuff because it's an unfair advantage to the pitcher. Everyone's blaming Trevor Bauer for this because he's the one that first pointed out, hey, guys, the reason why the Astros are pitching like this is because they're all using sticky stuff. This is cheating, and you're not supposed to use it. If baseball really wants to end this, they should stop this. And here we go. Everybody's got injuries.
Verlander was great about this yesterday, too. He said, I think the biggest thing, style of pitching has changed. Everyone's throwing the ball as hard as they possibly can and spinning the ball as hard as they possibly can. It's a double-edged sword. How do you tell someone not to do that when they're capable of throwing 100? And he said, kind of after the pandemic, it changed his mentality. I got to get swings and misses. I can't pitch the location because guys can now reach out to the other end of the plate and still take me deep to the opposite field. So the power numbers were going up. So I got to sit there and get swings and misses and not pitch like Greg Maddux, and that causes more stress.
Yeah, the only way to do that without throwing gas, like gas, I mean, you've got to be able to pitch inside. And you got to be able to back guys off the plate and have them, be a little bit fearful of you. But it's a tough spot for MLB to be in. What do you want them to do? Like, they're not going to stop throwing as hard as they can. That's the whole point. Like, they're going to do that.
Verlander said he was talking with Scherzer about like incentivizing guys to go longer into games.
Okay, great. Yeah, if you go 8 innings, incentivize that. But the problem is it's the way teams are built now. Like, you won't even, Bassick with his high 80s, low 90s pitch.
Low 80s, high 80s.
I don't know. I don't know that like he's looked at because he was looked at. There was a time he was looked at as like a first round prospect. I don't know in today's world that he would be because of his lack of a lot. I don't know that. I mean, certainly not Greg Maddux. Greg Maddux, who a guy who could pitch to all 4 quadrants of the plate, like in a 4D manner. I don't even know if Greg Maddux makes the league today.
Shane Bieber, Strider, Cole. Feels like the whole Marlins staff has been wiped out already with the injuries.
Yeah, you have a Cy Young winner in Sandy Alcantara, done. Cy Young winner in Garrett Cole, we don't know. Bieber, gone. The strikeout guy, Strider, from last year, gone.
Ohtani, DeGrom, Robbie Ray, McClanahan, Beeler, Giolito, Dustin May, they were already gone.
We're waiting to see about Valdez. Like, I mean, it's everywhere.
Yeah, we are. And, I think this would be Strider's second Tommy John, too. He's 25, 26. You have a second one already. We are in it is a pandemic of sorts in the sport. But what do? You have to, first of all, you have to be able to figure out exactly what the root problem is. Is it the pitch clock? I think the pitch clock is, will tire you out, and that could force you to do bad things and, have bad mechanics. That could lead to injuries. I also think it's the lack of sticky stuff and the fact they're throwing so hard. It's not one thing. It's not just one thing.
No, it's just not one thing. Odyssey Initiative. 877.
What's your one thing?
877-881-1053. What is your solution? Someone like John Smoltz. It'd be great to have him on to hear his thoughts about this. But he's banned by a lot of the Tolos. Maybe we'll see him next week when we do the show on the road at the Celebrity Classic in Las Colinas. 877-881-1053 for your dissection and your solutions. Ralph James starting to get us also geared up for the Masters. What are some of these Masters storylines out here?
All right, so they've got the Masters this week at Augusta National, and of course, I've always been interested in the final round, the final tournament before the Masters, which was the Texas Open. Akshay won it. Akshay, I think it's
I love him.
Yeah.
He's awesome.
So he was the final entrant. He had never won on the PGA Tour before. It's a great story. He's a young kid, so he winds up making it. But look, Bryson DeChambeau, He wants to clean up golf. Taylor Gooch being and moaning about not being in it. Hey, guys, you left. I don't want to hear it. I fully supported your right to leave the PGA Tour and go to LIV. I thought you were getting undue criticism that had no founding to it because they were throwing money your way. The moment you took that money, you forfeited your right to complain about the format. John Rahm, I don't want to hear about you wanting to play 72 holes. You left. Bryson DeChambeau, you're complaining about the fact that the splinted tours is not good for the game. You left. You left. What do you?
I can't live.
You're part of it. I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear it. It's Rory. It's his 16th Masters. Still looking for his first. Tiger is playing, looking to make a cut, and we have got now. There was
because he's never missed the cut here, right?
I think he missed it last time, right? Did he not miss it? Or he had to opt out of it because of an injury. We had a couple, two people trying to sell fake tickets for $20,000 to the Masters. They got arrested. That was kind of cool to see.
What?
Yeah, like these passes.
Matt Pittman.
There's a $17,000 per ticket free food booth that you can go to, and it's all for you. All 4 days. It's $17,000. It's $4,000 a day. But we got the Masters, and it gets going on Thursday.
Now, when did you go, and did you try to enter a lottery again? You went to a Thursday?
I went
or a Wednesday?
No, I went to a Monday. I went to the practice round, and that was 2019. That was the year Tiger won. It was great. It was epic. And if you're going, it's 6 hours of being in the moment because they do not allow you to bring your cell phone in.
Oh.
And you're doing an amazing thing. You're
Bobby,
watching.
if I gave you Saturday, Sunday passes, would you go?
No, I would not.
You're not
going.
going.
You know what I would do? I would bring him in studio and I'd light him on fire in front of Chad.
You're not going necessarily for like the golf. The golf's great, but it's hard.
You know why they don't let you bring cell phones in? Because cell phones didn't exist in 1950 when all of their
Right.
policies,
That's basically it.
including on people,
Yeah,
and human
I know,
beings,
right.
existed.
But it is cool, like just to go in there. You're kind of lost at time. Like you're like, oh, I got to find out what time it is. I got to. Oh, where am I meeting? You follow the tee sheet to follow golfers, but you don't know what time it is, so you don't know where they should be. But you're actually watching it, and you're not on your phone.
But
It's kinda
Bob, you
cool.
seriously wouldn't go?
Oh, no, I have zero interest.
Would you go to the Colonial, the Byron Nelson?
Sure.
All right, or the Masters was here.
No.
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 Okay.
I mean, we can go down the detailed list of reasons why I would never go step foot at the Masters.
No, we don't have to. I think we've alluded to it plenty. All right, there it is. Everything we think you need to know on a Tolo Tuesday here on Sean, RJ, and Bobby. Thanks for turning it on, leaving it on 105.3 The Fan. Did the women end up beating the men? The women are definitely not going to be playing with the men, and apparently LeBron James is not going to be playing with the Dallas Mavericks. We have the Expressway with Ask Reddit. We are commercial free after this on 105.3 The Fan. But don't be Hurtado free. You need to go ahead and hit up the barbecue that has taken over North Texas, whether it's for a Tolo wedding that Brandon Hurtado just executed, whether it's for a Tolo Rangers game with their 2 locations out there at the ballpark, or whether it's for a Tolo lunch or dinner with their 3 brick and mortars, including the new one in Mansfield. You got to make Hurtado your spot for the best Mexique around. Beef ribs, bacon burnt ends, prime brisket. Not everyone serves prime brisket. Pork spare ribs, the turkey, house-made sausage, 2 different types, pulled pork, smoked fried quail, probably the most underrated meat that there is, in my opinion, and chicken quarters, along with all the different sides. They got the burgers, they got the Big Papa, they got the chop sandwich combos, Mexican cornbread, burrito tacos, the best tacos in DFW, brisket tostadas, my wife's favorite, or the Texas Twinkies, my number one. Head on over to Hurtado with all the locations, or HurtadoBBQ.com.
Way right now on the Fan, and it's brought to you by the On-Time Experts.
6.9 to go. In it comes to Ethan Morton. He's going to dribble this one out. And the second verse is the same as the first. UConn repeats as national champions. The third team to repeat in the last 50 years. 75-60 the final.
UConn wins and goes back to back. How would you grade out this tournament in terms of the entertainment value? What grade would you give it?
I thought early on it was pretty good. The Final Four, the fact that you had the two top teams in it, that's good. The fact that you got to the final, that was good. I mean, probably B.
Yeah.
Wasn't bad. I don't think it was bad. I thought, like last year's tournament when you had FAU and San Diego State, Miami in there. That's a lot of no names.
C. I thought a lot of the opening round games were boring. And that's where
Thursday was.
That's where the tournament is made for me in a lot of ways, is the first two rounds and how exciting that is. And then obviously, the makeup of everything else that goes down past that. But to me, no. I'm disappointed we didn't get to see Houston go further, not just because of my bracket. I'm just disappointed we didn't get the opportunity to see Houston match up against UConn or get, some of these matchups a little bit further on. And like I said, the first round, because we had a lot of blowouts, a lot of games that just weren't that competitive.
The Thursday, so it's always if the early Thursday has three blowouts, three great games on the early Thursday, you think, oh my God, that's the way it is with the whole tournament. This way, it was the opposite. You had 3-4 bad games on Thursday. You had one upset the first day was BYU. And then Fridays where you had your upsets. The good news about this tournament is that you had a lot of the good teams in it in the Sweet 16. You got a lot of quality teams that made it to the Sweet 16. And then that continued on the Elite Eight. So there was a lot of good games. I
mean, to me, the only game that's going to stand out that's a lot. It feels like a lot of tournaments we have 3 or 4 games that are oh my gosh, there was this game. The only one that stands out to me is that was the game was Oakland, Kentucky in the first round. That was it. That's the only game that I think has any sort of relevance.
Yale, Auburn.
Past this year, it's the only one that has relevance. I don't think we're going to talk about Yale, Auburn in a year. In a year, we'll remember Oakland and Kentucky, but that's why to me it was just very average.
Yeah, I'd say B+, 214 Greaves, B+, A17, A-. I mean, you got the two best teams out of the whole season. The two best teams won the final. That's what matters.
Here's what I really want to know from the Tolos. Did you win your bracket? What did you win? And if you lost, was there some type of unique fantasy football punishment? That's all I care about. Did you win? How much did you win? And what is the punishment if you came in last place, like Bobby Belt? 877-881-1053. 877-881-1053. Franklin Franco Injury Attorney Hotline. And now we have the ratings that have been coming in. Men versus women.
First of all, South Carolina, Iowa. That was the women's national championship game. It was the most bet game in women's basketball history. This is according to ESPN Bet, Caesars Bet, MGM, DraftKings, FanDuel. The most bet game, took in 20% more than the game on Friday, Iowa UConn, 22% more money. So from that perspective, 155% and 205% compared to last year's. So more than almost triple last year's. Now, from a ratings perspective,
give this to Bob.
TV ratings,
slowly.
Yeah. Okay, I can't wait for this, Chop. Tell me about the primetime start time that was on broadcast television versus the cable broadcast at 9:30 Eastern.
That's crazy.
Please give me these ratings.
18.7 million. 18.7 million. You know my biggest issue with this?
Iowa, South Carolina got 18.7 million.
18. I never thought I would say that. I never thought those words would come out of my mouth.
Which means by the old rating system, that's 10 million.
You have other people like me who appreciate greatness. It doesn't matter that they're women. That you just appreciate Caitlin Clark being Steph Curry, and you identify greatness and acknowledge it.
Just like you acknowledged Messi for about 4 games, and then we stopped watching soccer again.
Yeah, and that's what's going to happen to me with this.
Yeah, you'll never watch women's college basketball again.
Watching South Carolina, there was nothing entertaining about watching South Carolina, who had the undefeated championship team. There was no great player. They had a 6'7" girl who was crushing and killing. Unless you have a game like Caitlin Clark or Vince Carter somehow emerges, no, I won't be watching women's basketball until that point.
Wow, misogynist.
I do wonder, what percentage of the 18.7 million were men. Just like guys like you just watching it, not watching it with your daughter or for your daughter or supporting your child or whatever that were just guys.
Well, my daughter was with me, Chop.
Yeah, it's true.
Yeah.
It's true. It's very true. In the womb, just there, you had your hand over the belly the entire game, just trying to palm it.
Yeah,
the whole time.
Still
I do wonder
couldn't palm that for me.
If it was a lot, if it was 40%, I think that bodes well for the future. If it wasn't, then I don't know.
So that made it 18.7 million. Bobby made it the most watched basketball game, men's or women's, college or pro, in 5 years.
Yeah,
in 5 years.
In 5 years,
and it wasn't even like a great game in the second half. And it's the most bet women's college game ever.
The most bet women's college game ever. Peaked at 24 million. It beat every non-football and Olympic sporting event since 2019. That includes every World Series game and every NBA Finals game and every Masters and everything.
Take that, Kerry Strug.
Yeah, the funny thing is, like, the NC State Duke Elite Eight game beat every NBA Finals and World Series game from last year too. Ratings are up now. The women were on like the ESPN ABC.
Yeah, people are watching on Twitch.
They'll get a little bit of a boost from that. And if that's just the way it is. They are going to triple what the men got last night.
You think?
Yeah, because I mean, look, it was on TNT, TBS, True TV. They don't have a built-in audience. Like
triple?
Yeah, he said triple the other day.
I think
you think that'll be a 6 million number.
I mean, it might be 10. Maybe they'll double. It might be 10.
I think 6 million is light.
It's going to kill it. I think it's going to kill it. Last year's men got 15 million on CBS. And that was kind of a blowout too. Not a blowout, but it was a double-digit game.
I mean, they beat them by 30. It was a massive blowout.
What, last year?
San Diego State and
I think it was 30. Was it 30?
Yeah, it was 82-52.
Last year?
Yes.
Why did I think it was like 13? Okay.
You have dementia.
I know. I might. I mean, it's in the family.
Oh, gosh.
Oh, my gosh.
It does.
See, isn't that a good power to have, to be able to
leave the morbid death jokes to Bobby?
It's a good power to have, to be able to throw out at somebody.
But yeah, I think it's gonna at least double what the men got. You're gonna have like ESPN. Even if it was just on ESPN, the women were gonna beat the men. ESPN has a built-in audience. What do you turn TNT on for?
Inside the NBA, and every morning because of it, I see Alyssa Milano. Yeah,
I never turn on TBS unless I'm watching a Seinfeld rerun.
Right.
You're not. It's not. I'm just never on it, and I think that's a problem. And I think so. I don't even know what the men got for the Final Four because they haven't released it. And TBS, I was told by Sports TV Ratings Twitter account yesterday.
Well,
the broadcast entity is responsible for releasing the ratings, and if they don't release it, it's because they don't want you to know.
Oh,
which I think is a mistake. I think they missed out because if they released it. At least that would have drawn attention to the fact that it's on TBS. I think a lot of people didn't even know it's on TBS. Because if it was on CBS, you were going to get a good number. I mean, shoot, the Duke-NC State CBS game got 15 million, an Elite Eight game. Whereas the UConn-Illinois game, which was a better game, or at least for a part of it, until the 30-0 run, that got half, and that was on TBS. So they did a disservice to themselves by not releasing the ratings, I thought. And I can't wait for today when it comes out because I think it barely gets to 10 million.
The men's.
877-881-1053,
the Franklin Franco Injury Attorney Hotline. What did Tolos win, and what is the punishment? Pepe will give that to us momentarily.
I don't want to do anything worse than the golf. That's what I don't want to do.
Worse than the golf? What would you consider worse?
Well, because I mean, I'll be really good at golf. Like I can't wait to just show off.
Okay,
and
that course.
Flex and
you told Choppy, and it lit Choppy's eyes up that someone reached out to maybe get us on this course. Have you followed up? Do you think it's a real possibility?
To the text. I haven't gotten an email. I replied to the text. I was like, "Here's my email," and they never sent anything back.
What is it?
Yeah, I don't know the golf course. It's one in Westlake or something.
Vaquero.
Why is that so great?
Vaquero. To me, it's the best course in town. I haven't played the PGA Frisco, but it's fantastic. You have comfort stations at every 4 holes. There's free alcohol, free food, free everything. You walk on the driving range.
Comfort stations?
Yeah, that's what they call them. You walk on the driving range, and look, there's President Bush. He was out there this one year. Now I don't know if he's still there.
Which one?
The living one, Bobby.
Oh.
He's the one that wasn't in a wheelchair for the last 10 years of his life.
Yeah.
Like the one that plays golf all the time. Even on video right after 9/11, he's playing golf. That one. So, like, it's just amazing. It's to me, my money, it's the best course in town. Again, I haven't played the Frisco one. I'm dying to play. If they want to have me out there, I'd be more than happy to go on out there. But
I don't think they're inviting you out there. I think
why? They invited Derek Holland out there.
Oh, well, I think there's a little difference. I think there's a major difference.
There is. There is.
There's a lot of comma difference.
Oh, there's definitely a comma difference. There's no doubt about that.
A lot of notoriety difference.
There's
I
definitely
think.
that.
Yeah, a lot of professional difference.
A lot of professional difference
in there. I don't know. There's a lot of theory difference.
There's a lot of theory difference.
There is. There's a lot.
Well, one's got a filter.
That's that. You have a very
One's
good filter.
got a filter.
Yeah, well, he got that comma filter. He don't need to have one. It's Tuesday. It's the Expressway. We are commercial free here on Sean, RJ, and Bobby. That means it's time for this could be the most texted segment of the entire week. It's Ask Reddit.
Do you have a question, Kelly?
Yeah, I have a lot of questions. Number one, how dare you?
That's right. It's time for Ask Reddit. We want to hear your responses on the Frankel and Frankel Injury Attorneys text line, as well as the Twitch and the YouTube. You can text us at 877-881-1053, 877-881-1053. Let's start with Sean Sharif, as we always do. And this is one that I think you're primed and ready for, Sean. What parenting trend do you disagree with?
Oh.
I feel like you have a lot of commentary on how people parent.
No, I have commentary on how my wife parents.
Whoa! Oh, yeah, let's dig in. What parenting trend of Amanda's do you disagree with, Sean?
Just giving him whatever he wants. Us arguing, and she said, why are you making him cry? That's what she always says. Why do you make him cry? My son is so sensitive. Now, I'm a sensitive individual. I know this. But my son is like twice as sensitive as I am. So anything could make him cry. You know what his softest cry is now? When he has a humongous sneeze and the snot comes out like this and he feels it, doesn't know what it is. He breaks out crying. Oh, he's terrified.
Scared, yeah.
I was downstairs the other day. I heard this. Ah! I'm sprinting upstairs. I'm like, what is it? What is it? He got snot here.
Oh, yeah, he's scared of tasting it. He's tasted that salty snot before.
He doesn't know what it is.
Part of that.
I don't know what it is. I think it's because he doesn't know what it is, but that can make him cry. So anytime I'm like, Amanda, we have to teach him no. My wife just keeps kicking the can. They're like the Cowboys. She just keeps kicking the discipline can down the road, and she gets mad if I tell him no or have to teach him a lesson. It's, oh, dude, you made him cry. Now you've gone ahead and made him cry. And I'm like, you're creating a monster. You're turning him into a monster. So the Miho, we talked about it the other night with my in-laws over.
Mm-hmm.
And my in-laws, they know how to party it up, especially my father-in-law, who was asking for all the different brown liquors and paid the price the next day. But I was telling right there, I told my in-laws right there how much they spoil their grandson, which that's their job. But mom, crack down a little bit. So I disagree with the spoiling, and don't be afraid. If they're going to tear up and get all sensitive, they got to tear up and get all sensitive.
Yeah,
that's my take.
I think it's just like the refusal to...
I think you're a major spoiler. I can't see you saying no. And I also think that my divorce theory is, you can backhand me.
The divorce makes it tough.
The divorce makes it tough because...
I find that I fight with Sarah about this because, like, I see them... I have them 4 days a month. I don't want them to remember those 4 days as, oh, man,
negative.
I'm dreading these 4 days.
Yes.
So what happens is a lot of times...
them to be dying to come back.
A lot of times the dad... There's the term Disney dad. And that's the divorced dad is like... They give them a lot. And then, like, on the flip side, their mom, like, they always say, Mom is such... She's so mean. But...
She has them all the time.
She has them all the time. But the other thing is, like, she gives them... You know, like a lot of stuff because she deals with them 26 days a month. So she gives in a lot. So instead of making them eat the dinner she cooks, like, okay, let's just go get Chick-fil-A.
Right.
And it's like, all right, well, that's not helping out because now it's like they don't eat anything.
Yeah, same with mine.
So
Awful.
that becomes a problem. And look, I mean, I don't parent the way I would if I was still married to their mom. If I was still married to their mom, I would have parented completely differently. But as it is, I think my biggest parenting thing that I have a problem with is it's just a refusal to let kids fail. We always want our kids to succeed. Yeah, everybody wants their kids to succeed. That's not let them fail. Let them learn how to overcome an obstacle. Let them learn how to fall on their face and pick themselves back up.
Some of the answers on the Twitch. Swaggy Booty says not spanking kids. Tuolo Vader says letting them run around a department store. A lot of people on the fan text are saying giving kids cell phones before high school.
Look, the issue with that is you have, and I've listened to enough Dr. Phil on this to know, you run into two problems. All right, either you give them the cell phone and that creates problems, or you don't give them the cell phone and they're social outcasts. And he goes, you would always rather deal with the problem that comes with the cell phone as opposed to stunting their social development by not giving them one. I was like, okay, it was good enough for me. You're bald and you're a doctor. I'll take your advice.
I'll tell you the one that I hate. It's when kids rage or have outbursts that are really bad, I get it. It angers me to observe it when the parent's approach to it is, let's talk about why you feel that way. Let's talk to it and say, no, tell them to cut that S out first. They're the fact of just well, they're clearly acting out because something is, something is harming them. No, you got to teach them what's acceptable, what's not. That reaction, I don't care what the hell it is not acceptable.
But I tried that with Ollie to crack down and the tough hand, and it never settled him down.
But forget even just the tough hand aspect of it. It's just
Then I really gave the tough hand. The tough hand.
Forget just that aspect of it. I mean, your hand is the same size as his, so I mean, But he goes and whenever there's that sort of issue that crops up, it doesn't have to be a hard, but you do have to set a baseline of you can't behave like that. Even if it's not it has to be communicated. That's not acceptable to act that way. Yes. And there's a lot of parents who won't do that. They'll instead go, your feelings at 5 years old are valid. Tell me why you just, went on the floor and started pounding the floor or whatever.
Pepe, you have any take on this with the single mothers you went out with?
Yeah. Just from perspective, it's the parents that give their kids an iPhone when they're going out to eat, when they're out at dinner. It's they have to learn social skills.
Oh, Peyton.
Let them talk. Don't just give and these aren't these are 5-year-olds. No, these are 12-year-olds. Don't give them an iPad and just let them, sit off in the corner of the booth and not talk to anyone.
Oh,
it annoys me because then it's making noise and it's
that's a must for a 3-year-old. You have to bring an iPad for a 3-year-old or a phone or whatever.
Yes. I saw one the other day. He had to have been 12 or 13, and he was on the iPad playing games while everyone else was eating at dinner.
I wanted to teach him a lesson yesterday with the Eclipse. After we were all outside and looking at the sun and everything and all that, Amanda was like, "All right, I want to put the blinds down." From a Tolo David, shout out.
Free.
And that wasn't Friday. The name is company. Awesome Tolo David. You can go to my socials for it. Wasn't a free shout out. So we put the blinds down, and Ollie goes, "No, I want the blinds up." And I was like, "All right, this is an opportunity." I said, "No, mommy wants them down. This is our house. You live in it. So blinds down. You can go upstairs. The blinds are up." She's like, just let him. I said, "What are you doing?" Every time he knows if he complains the second or third time, he can go ahead and get the way. So that's what's taking place. Ask Reddit. Commercial-free expressway on 105 through the Fan.
Absolutely, and you can let us know your thoughts on the Frankel & Frankel injury attorneys text line, 877-881-1053. RJ Choppy, what is a bullet you dodged?
Oh, I can think of two off the top of my head. One of them is that I went to college before social media.
Yes.
Or camera phones. And I think the other is the actual draft dodge. That they don't do one anymore. Have you seen that video circulating?
No.
Of them doing the Vietnam draft on TV? Could you imagine being 8? So what they did is they took your birthday and they put your birthday up. That was you were the first ones. They had a 365.
Wow.
So your birthday, you're sitting there watching this at 7 o'clock at night on a Tuesday, and all of a sudden they're like, okay, everybody born on April 9th.
Oh.
You are the first ones drafted to Vietnam. Could you imagine not going to bed that night?
So much respect for those with so much more courage and guts than us.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I think it's the actual draft.
The actual draft. Man, Bobby, you go second.
So on a lighter note, but one that I'm thankful for pretty routinely is the fact that my parents relented and decided to name me Robert instead of what they gave me as my middle name. They were going to name me Cameron and call me Cam, and every day that I think about that they were going to do that, I'm like, I'm so grateful you didn't do that because I hate the name.
Cameron's so much cooler.
No, and they were going to call me
But you don't
Cam.
look like a Cam at all.
Cam. And so the only reason why, because my dad's name is Robert, and he was like, that name's a curse, so he refused to name me it. He relented like 3 days early, but still planned on calling me Cam and Cameron, and then he just called me Bobby as soon as I was born, basically. So that's one. The other is a severely drug-addled girlfriend that I was dating at one point.
Yeah, I bet a relationship is number one on these lists. Pepe, do you have one? Biggest bullet dodge? This is a great question.
Yeah, mine is with this job right here. You know, back in the part-time days, I was here for 3 years before I got bumped up to full-time. There were much I was like, I don't know much longer I can. You know, I was going 25, 26 and still part-time. You know, I was running out of insurance, and I was like, do I just quit, you know, and go move somewhere else, go to a smaller market? You know, I ended up staying through it and got the full-time gig. So I think that was a bullet dodge. That I did not quit.
I can't come up with them, but I've said this like 3 times over the past 2 weeks. Like, oh, thank goodness didn't this. Thank goodness didn't that. I can't come up with one right now, but it's a great question.
Some of the answers on the truckwreck.com fan text. 469, getting my ex-wife pregnant. 682, marrying my high school sweetheart. 972, getting the old jab. 214, not getting my first baby mama pregnant twice. Well, a lot of these are just like related to tying yourself in for the long term with the wrong kind of girl.
I put so much thought and emphasis into like major decisions. I don't have like a ton of regret over like big major decisions.
You do.
Overanalyze.
It has to be maddening trying to buy a pair of sneakers with you.
Stuff I don't care about, I don't care.
But like big purchases, like a car,
like a television. Like I need one more TV.
Yeah,
and it's going to be a project. I'm like, you're either a person who paralysis by analysis, or you walk in, you see it, you like it, get it. I have to know I'm getting the best deal.
Mm-hmm.
Is it the best quality? Is it the best value? All that stuff. I need one more TV for the kids' game room.
Oh, like go cheap. Kids' game room. Yeah, go cheap.
Yeah.
Why did you, I know you had it at the last place. Why did you opt for no TV outside this time?
I'm getting one. If my TV guy would ever return my calls, I don't know what's going on with him.
You haven't given him a free shout out yet.
I haven't. I'm not Mike. Mike, I don't know what's going on, but come on now. TR, the Tolo who hates your guts, Choppy, hooked me up with my TV audio guy, and I can't track him down anymore. It's like I got to beg to schedule an appointment. Come on, Mikey.
Peyton Russell.
That'll help. That'll probably help me get a faster appointment right there.
Since we talked about parenting, and you're not a parent yourself, but you've dealt with them, what's something your parents told you as a kid that you now realize was not entirely true?
By the way, that was what his wife did. Man, Kristen, she had a very interesting appearance at my house the other day for the first gathering, and she goes, "Man, I'm surprised you don't have a TV out here." She shamed me. She pool television shamed me.
Should have asked her where the TV is by her pool.
Exactly.
And I was like, well, okay. Anything else you'd like to point out that the house is missing? I'm sorry, it's not up to date. Yeah,
it's fired. This is what happens. She builds up all this energy, negative energy towards me, and then it spills over to other people.
Yeah.
You know? So Peyton Russell, what is something that your parents told you as a kid that now you realize was not entirely true? And let's be careful on what exactly you say here.
My parents swore that if you turn the light on in the front seat of the car, it'll blind you. You know, you'll crash. That's the first thing I thought of.
You mean like the interior light?
The dome light where they tell you that's illegal.
Because I would need to, read something or be on my phone, whatever, and then I'd turn it on, and my mom would say, "Oh, no, turn it on," and she would turn it off and yell at me, and I'm like, "What do you do?" And then I would drive, and I tried it. I was in high school. I was like, "Let's see if this really works." I turned it on, drove fine, perfectly. Mom lied to me.
By the way, that's a very common lie that everybody bought into for some reason. Was that's illegal. You can't have the dome light on.
Yeah.
I mean, other than you'll go blind if you do certain things.
Look at the eclipse, you mean?
Yeah.
Because you did that yesterday without a problem.
If a girl's mean to you, it means she likes you. No, it just means she's a mean person. That's it. That's another one, right? Doesn't mean she likes you. It means she's just mean.
So that was mine was similar. Mine was the one where it's like, well, if they're like mean to you, it's they're jealous or they're insecure themselves. I was like, no, sometimes they just don't like you.
Yeah.
And they think you suck. Like, I don't think half the fan text is jealous of me. I think half the fan text just doesn't like me.
Yes.
Right. You know? So but mom and dad would have told me, that was they're jealous or not my dad. My dad probably would have been like, yeah, you're kind of an S-head. That's probably what my dad would have said.
So this is something your parents always told you but did not turn out to be true.
Not something that they ended up being right about. Where it's like, man, I didn't buy it and it turned out they're right. Something that they told you that ultimately you realized that's not true. Like, for instance, 501 says bad grades stay on your permanent record. 817, I was told if you step on the cracks of a sidewalk, it will rain. 469, you can't shower during lightning. That's something Kristen still tells me that, though, and I Googled it. I was like, that's not right. And I Googled it, and they did say it is possible to, like, get hurt.
I won't take a shower in a thunderstorm.
But I still do it.
I never think about it.
Or sit in a bath.
But it does make me concerned. It does make me concerned now to do it.
I will. Yeah, I will, but I'll tell my family not to. Or also my grandmother, you're sitting too close to the TV. Maybe that will damage your eyes, or don't ever look at the microwave.
That's probably a radiation thing. Yeah. They have the screen in front, so I don't know how much that plays into it at all anymore anyway.
Some of these are going to be interesting because it may clear up some stuff for me. 469, Dad told me it was illegal to drive barefoot. I always heard that too. Is that wrong?
I've always heard it's illegal to drive barefoot.
Yeah.
And you also can't put your foot outside the passenger window like this, even set it on.
It's legal in Texas. You can drive barefoot. I just Googled it.
Really?
Yeah, apparently that's wrong. So that's it. Look, we're fact checking everything today.
I love that.
903, picking blue bonnets is illegal. I've looked this up before. I can't remember if it's illegal or not. Is it illegal in the state of Texas?
This wasn't my parents, but Choppy tells me there's always snakes for the rattlesnakes, the blue bonnet photos. That's always in my mind.
Oh, that's not an urban legend. That's a thing.
Yeah, there's no
no
law against picking blue bonnets either.
I've not heard anyone though. I would have thought over the years someone would have texted us and said, "Yeah, I saw a rattlesnake." But I feel like you lied to put that in my head.
I don't think that's the fan text will agree with you on this one.
Fan text just blew up with the same answer from 5 different people. The waiting 30 minutes to swim after you eat.
Oh, cramps.
That was one that we got a lot growing up.
So is that fake?
Yeah. That one I found out later on was a myth. That's not real at all. All right. We're doing Ask Reddit here on 105 through the Fan. Franklin Injury Attorney's text line, 877-881-1053.
Sex line?
Text line.
I don't know. That was close.
Hello, ladies. Hello. Could be that. Sean Sharif. What expensive product isn't any better than the cheaper variants?
Let me make sure there's no one listening that will cancel me like a few weeks ago.
Because I think in some instances,
sometimes with certain meats, a prime brisket versus a choice brisket. Yes, I think there's a difference because of the fat content. But the steak I cooked the other day, that was a lesser grade beef tenderloin, aka filet.
Tasted like it.
Than if I would have gotten prime or wagyu. So sometimes with certain steaks, the grading of it, I don't think makes a major difference. There's a tremendous difference in cost.
That's a good, because I think at a steakhouse, I do think a $45 steak tastes better than a $15 steak at a Texas Roadhouse or whatever. No offense, Texas Roadhouse tastes good, but I'm just saying.
Good.
Hey, I'm just throwing out an example of that $45 steak does taste better. But when you look at those steakhouses that I see, there's one that's $150. I've eaten one of those before. I'm it doesn't taste $100 difference better to me than that.
Same thing with wine. Obviously, very subjective.
Wine is really hard for me to tell a difference between a $5
it's hard when you don't sip it.
Right.
I sip it.
He chugs.
I did that one time, and it was for attention, Sean. We talked about this.
Medicine.
Oh.
The off-brand
medicine. What's an Aldi? I got allergy pills for $4. And I haven't suffered from Movid since then.
Oh, good.
All right, so the $4 allergy pills, just as good as the $24 allergy pills.
Dude, did you know Z-Quil that people take for
That's
sleep?
Just for sleeping, literally.
Do you know what it is? somebody had told me this. I was like, no way, this is true. And I went and looked it up. It's Benadryl. That is literally what it is. It's Benadryl. And they just they relabel it and push it as, oh, this is a sleep aid, but it's Benadryl is what you're taking.
Oh, heck yeah.
Like if you look up the active ingredient in both, it's the same thing.
So if I have a peanut allergy, I can just take ZQuil and I'll be cured.
Apparently.
Wow.
Like it's the same sort of thing in there. Now I will say there are some things where I think you absolutely, like if I was just to take this to everyday grocery shopping or whatever else, like I think brand name toilet paper is something you need over cheap toilet paper or paper towels. Paper towels is what you can't skimp on. To me, though, I've never understood, like, whenever somebody's like, well, I got to buy, and I'm sure there's health reasons behind it, but in terms of a taste and a quality and everything else, the cheaper milk is the exact same as whatever is super expensive milk. It tastes exactly the same. There's no difference at all. And so when there's like one of these organic ones that's like $8 or whatever, that's nowhere close. Peyton, what's your answer?
So I might get attacked for this, Choppy, you lawn people, but I would go with the lawnmower. And I'm not talking about used ones. I'm just talking about, new ones, but, expensive versus cheaper. It cuts grass. It cuts grass. You don't need I don't know what the price range is, but a $500 one versus, $100 one. It cuts grass. That's all I need. Just give me something that cuts the lawn.
The motor might last more on like a Honda mower versus a whatever.
Craftsman.
Crash was fine brand, but that's it. That's what you're paying for the name.
A bunch of answers on the truckwreck.com fan text 214 bottled water. 619 cereals. 214 Ziploc bags. I don't know about Ziploc bags though, just because I have had those tear easier when I've bought cheaper ones. I don't feel like they stay in there. Got time for one more?
I would say headphones.
Ooh, yeah, I wouldn't. But I'm a snob about the audio quality. Got time for one more real quick?
Real quick.
Okay, Choppy, if you had unlimited money, where would you live?
Texas.
There we go.
But I'd have a house in Montana or Wyoming and Colorado and Arizona.
So you could fake to be JR from...
Why Texas?
I'm here. I don't want to learn a new place. I want to learn a new place. I like it here. There's no taxes. I like it. But I would go to I would have a house like Arizona. Go play some Scottsdale golf.
This is the best.
Colorado.
This is the best big city fit for me in terms of, I can't stand the craziness of New York City.
It's too much.
San Francisco, to me, the downtown was too much. This is spread out. It's not 100 million miles an hour. We have a tremendous skyline. That's why it's a fit for me. It's a big city, but doesn't feel, in my opinion, like a big city.
Yeah, I can feel like I'm still in a small town.
I don't have to deal with traffic hours.
Yeah, I feel like I'm still in a small town.
Yeah.
Where I live, I don't want to go anywhere else.
Yeah, it's Dallas. That's the answer. But I would have a little side house in Denver because I do like Denver a lot.
You would stick with Dallas?
Yeah.
Okay. Expressway, commercial free, right here. You need to get a side house here first.
A house.
A house.
You need to get a house. Imagine he gets a side house for a house.
Maybe I need to get a side mom.
Maybe, maybe
left one.
He'll move to Vegas when Dak Prescott goes to the Raiders. Next on the Fan.
Let's get you over to QC Kinetics. Yeah.
Leave it on with Sean and RJ right here on The Fan.
8 o'clock hour on a post-Eclipse Tuesday.
Hump day.
We'll play you the most excited person in Texas with the Eclipse taking place at 8:20 this morning. Below the bell coming up at 8:40 on your home of America's team. We're also your home of the World Series champs, Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, and our Cowboys insider Bobby Belt with a new Dak Prescott rumor. Take it away, Bob.
Roberto.
You sent this, so don't sigh.
I know, but I hesitate to even. I think Craig Carton is probably the worst individual in media today. Like, just in terms of, like, is he talented? No. Is he a good person? No. Is he a criminal? Yes. And I don't understand why anybody listens to him. He sucks. He's so bad. And the difference between him and Bayless, in a lot of ways, is Bayless very rarely references like, I've been told by sources. Usually it's just him talking.
Yeah.
Carton routinely claims sources that there's zero chance he has.
He was way better on radio. So much.
Why was he so dominant in New York?
It's funny. Perfect time slot because he came over from like a music station.
Because
like
he was a boomer in the morning.
Yeah.
By the way, Craig Carton, FS1 morning television.
But before that, he was doing
San Quentin, doing time up in San Quentin.
Good reference though. He was on like just like a regular music station that also did some talk, right? Just a general talk format.
Yeah.
And then he goes to the sports world, and he was just funny. He had like a comedic background, so he was good with Boomer. But like, this is not a good format for him because he's forced to be overly opinionated. He's not a sports guy. It's like it'd be like me doing that show. It's just like it's not a fit, you know. Like, and I'm more of a sports guy than he is. He's like nothing. He's completely not a sports guy, so it doesn't fit. He's like forcing takes that aren't there, you know, and it's just like, all right, that doesn't work, man.
All right, well, let's get to this clip from convicted felon Craig Carton. Craig Carton on his FS1 show the other day, apparently, and I would love to know where this came from.
Now, this is the same guy who said twice that Jerry is like getting ready to sell.
Which we all thought was lunacy.
Yeah.
Luna. This is Craig Carton the other day on his show talking about how much chatter there is here in Dallas, among us Dallas media, about this rumored Dak Prescott trade to the Raiders.
Well, there's a little smoke in the air out of Dallas, and I'm not talking about the Kansas City Chiefs moving to Dallas because that's not happening, but there's starting to be some rumors down there on Dallas Sports Talk Radio that Dak Prescott is going to be traded. What? And the storyline, and I want to be clear, non-confirmed, this is just kind of fodder on Sports Talk Radio. There are talks that the Dallas Cowboys and the Las Vegas Raiders have had some conversations in which the Raiders would send 4 picks, maybe Gardner Minshew, to Dallas to get the expiring contract of Dak Prescott. I'm not saying there's any truth to it, but there is smoke in Dallas.
What would be the cap hit for that?
I don't know.
Yeah. Why? I'm surprised Carton didn't get mad at someone because none of these people look at a cap hit.
I mean, goodness, how many times have we discussed this trade? Like, I think all of us reported that these details of 4 draft picks, Gardner Minshew. So after looking around a little bit, I couldn't find anybody in Dallas who has talked about this at all. Reported it or even like done it as not even like a G-Bag afternoon segment where it's like, let's come up with fantasy trades for it. That doesn't exist. This apparently came from a USA Today like
incarcerated Bob
blogger. I mean,
incarcerated Craig.
I think they shared a cell together. That wouldn't surprise me.
Bob's right every like 2 years. He hits on something.
I mean, when you throw out literally 1,000 takes, I'm surprised more than one every 1,000 isn't right. Like he hits even a lesser rate than you would expect by just blindly throwing stuff out. But this is apparently a USA Today blog. Okay. where they were just making up fantasy trades, and they suggested this, and Carton somehow gets this in his hands and goes, Dallas Sports Radio is reporting that the Cowboys and Raiders have had talks about 4 draft picks, and I can't find anybody, period, in the market who has taught, like on writing anything else, who has even referenced this USA Today fantasy trade article. I think the last I saw, I went and looked at when it was posted on Facebook by the USA Today blog. I think it had 5 likes, so I don't even know how they found this article. I'm like, oh yeah, here we go.
So I found a hypothetical on Twitter. Dak Prescott goes to the Raiders. The Cowboys get Aiden O'Connell, 2024 picks, number 13, number 44, number 112. 2025, they get a first and a third. 2026, they get a second.
So 2 1s.
2 1s.
And a 2.
A 2. What pick is 44? That's obviously a second, right?
That's 2.
So that's 2 1s, 2 2s, a 3, and whatever number 112 is. That's a damn good haul.
I mean, look, that's a fair trade. 2 1s, 2 2s, 2 3s.
Oh, you're gonna get
if it was real.
It was real, but in all certainty, if the Cowboys, if Dak said, "Hey guys, I want to be traded," and the Cowboys said, "All right, fine, we'll bite," and they come away with 2 1s, 2 2s, and 2 3s, I think most people are like, "All right, you know what?"
Also,
I get it. That's fair.
Yeah, it's more than fair. You're about to see the Tex laugh at that compensation.
Oh no, I thought
saying it's way too much.
Yeah,
Dak would never get that in return. You're about to get that on the Tex. 2 1s, 2 2s, and 2 3s. Yeah, that's a great trade.
Also,
value-wise.
The other thing I love here is that Carton, for some reason, thinks this works like the NBA, where people are interested in acquiring expiring contracts. Like, the Raiders would give all this up to get the expiring contract of Dak Prescott. Like, that's what they're looking for.
Yeah, they'll throw in Aiden O'Connell to make the contracts work.
432 did say, the hype man that yelled, ooh, that is my favorite part of that clip. Start that clip where he first says the trade, and that, I don't know who it is on set.
Chris Arnold.
Yeah.
You just insulted Chris?
No, that's what you did. That's what you threw out Chris's name, not me. But hit the play there where he or play the clip there again where he is clearly just hyping up. I hate this podcast energy that's started.
Is gonna be traded.
It's like whenever Cam Newton, have you seen Cam's podcast? Whenever Cam says anything, he has 2 hype men sitting there on the side who, it's like, let me tell you, the Kansas City Chiefs, I think they're going to win the Super Bowl. Like, you'll get there, and then you guys will go, ooh, ah. Like they're just ad-libbing in the side. They're just the hype man there. But this is why I can't stand Craig Carton. And I honestly think, at some point.
I think he probably is the least credible person on television in those roles right now. He's probably the worst.
Yeah, because Orlovsky doesn't lead a show.
No, I don't take anything Carton says seriously. He's clearly grasping desperately at things.
He took the money and ran.
Or he's believing any Joe Schmo that tells him anything to repeat on TV.
Yeah, he took the money for that show and he's like, all right, I'm making up for lost time while I was
making up for penalties
bars.
He has to pay back for securities fraud.
He is he's taking that $5 million that he's making on that show or whatever it is. And he is like, I'm skipping out on radio because I'm going to get paid today.
I've just never understood why. At what point does somebody like that, do you as and maybe it's different for TV, I don't know. But at what point do you as a TV network say, why would we want this being associated with
because
us?
I think they're trying to get New York City.
Yeah, they thought that he would bring them New York.
They're like, this guy was number 1 in the morning and the afternoons. Let's get the biggest media market and get New Yorkers to tune in.
And I have no idea if he does it. I have no idea what the ratings are for that show. I have no idea if they're getting more subscriptions. No idea.
Yeah,
anyway,
I don't know if they count, how they change the ratings and they count bars differently and stuff like that. I don't know, maybe he gets all of Rikers. Yeah, if they for the one TV
all
that's
the
out
yards,
there,
all the Sing Sing,
out there in the yard,
all the yards,
the yards, Rahway State Prison. It's all you, man.
Anyway, that was us dispelling and clarifying, at least on this show, this station. I don't think we've been talking about the Dak Prescott to the Raiders rumor, but we do have another report having to do with the number 2 pick in the NFC East.
Oh, yeah. Colin Cowherd is putting himself on the line.
Yeah.
Colin Cowherd has put himself on the line. That is that is Sean Sharif's hero, Colin Cowherd.
Formerly.
Yes, formerly.
Before I got shoved aside and saliva spit in my face at a Houston
Man,
bar.
I knew what a fraud he was because at the Super Bowl one year, he on the name tags, it puts my real name, puts Ralph on there. And, I introduced myself, but he picks up my name tag. Like Jim Gray did that one time, and he sees Ralph Chubb, and he goes, I recognize the name. And I'm like, no, you don't. It's not even my name.
No!
It's not even the name I use.
By the way, we are going to have to talk about at some point. We never did talk about how I discovered at Super Bowl. Choppy's friend who told us, he called him Ralph.
Yeah.
And I was like, why you calling him Ralph? And he's like, everybody calls him Ralph. And then Choppy was like, yeah, all my friends call me Ralph. They don't call me RJ.
Yeah.
Which was a stunning revelation.
Yeah, it's just the same as Peyton, having gatherings and not inviting us.
Exactly.
Friends lines being drawn.
It's similar to if I was like, yeah, you guys are the ones that call me Bobby. Everyone in my life calls me Robert.
Yeah.
And you guys were like, what? It was jarring. But Colin Cowherd, who recognized the very
By the way, I haven't heard one person in Dallas somewhere out and about ever call you Ralph. Now, maybe those aren't your real core.
My core friends, they call me Ralph. Or Raph. I'm
going to start calling you Raffy.
Raph. Okay. We're finding out more 14 years in.
So Colin Cowherd is saying that he's hearing a little bit of buzz himself. He says that if the draft took place today, don't listen to the Vegas betting markets on Drake May, the Washington Commanders would take LSU's Jaden Daniels. Now, the last time he weighed in and was like, hey, I'm sourced up here, guys. I know exactly where this is going. He had essentially guaranteed, I think it was the day before the draft, he had guaranteed, he'd said, no more questions. It's done. Just got off a phone call. The San Francisco 49ers will be drafting Mac Jones 3rd overall tomorrow. And it obviously ended up being Trey Lance, who then got traded to the Cowboys because things didn't work out. But
so you just wasted our time for 2 minutes.
No, because I do think he's right now that Jaden Daniels is the guy they prefer.
Well, I think
which I would love.
Merrill Hodge would agree. Our friend from the Super Bowl recently had this to say about Drake May.
Drake May will get you fired. Drake May's the kind of player get you fired. And especially you draft him in the top 5, top 3, he's going to get you fired.
Ooh.
And let's use the process and accuracy. I am not seeing, Malik Willis might be the only guy I could think of that is as erratic as Drake May. It is, I studied him for 2 years, and I am telling you, I have yet to find, actually, I would say probably his best game. I watched every one of his games last year. It's probably the Pitt game. And that was an average football game. His last game, the NC State game, was the most embarrassing display I'd ever seen from a guy who's supposed to be an elite franchise quarterback.
Wow.
I gotta say, if
that was ether.
When it comes down to biggest regrets, the one you've expressed recently is man, we should have hit him with more quarterback.
No, I don't even want to bring it. Honestly, that's an embarrassing moment for us. That interview with us at the Super Bowl with Merrill Hodge, that was embarrassing. Bad work by us, myself included.
Okay, here's the problem. Now he
mainly me.
Yeah, well, I never know if you're going to participate in all the interviews.
He's sure
out.
Maybe Drake May get you fired if he doesn't pan out. Literally, the quarterback New England had last year got the previous coach fired. Okay, so taking a non-quarterback will also get you fired if you don't have a quarterback. The only way to not get fired is to get a quarterback, and the sooner these idiots figure that out, they'll realize it. That's the way to go, because the guy they just had got the coach they just had fired, who, mind you, 2 years ago, universally was known as the greatest coach of all time.
Yeah.
Yet the quarterback he had got him fired. So if the quarterback he had got him fired, why would you go back in another year with the same quarterback who just got the previous coach fired?
Did you guys see him did you guys see the greatest coach of all time, Belichick, at Washington?
No.
Because Steve Belichick's the Washington defense coordinator. He had a little hoodie, this oversized Washington hoodie and a beanie, and was just looking so surly. That's a great photo.
Where are the Texas Rangers in the power rankings today? And Kerrville, Texas, the most excited about yesterday's Eclipse. We'll play the audio on the home of the World Series champs next. But look, what's the...
brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you have been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Here comes the pitch, swung on, and a high fly ball into deep right field. Back goes Garcia on the track at the wall. It's gone. A 3-run homer for Caratini. It's his first of the year, and the Astros lead 10-5.
Things got out of control real quick in 2 innings. If you flipped on over to the national championship start like I did, you went back, you're like, what happened to the 5-2 Rangers lead? It was gone yesterday on this radio station. They split with the armpit and lose 10-5.
Yeah, ironically, as soon as the Astros brought their bullpen in, they just shut everything down. They shut the Rangers down yesterday, and their starter got blowed up.
Fort Worth kid, Texas Rangers diehard, idolize Rafael Palmeiro. Which I was like, really? Man, doesn't it? Is he is he old enough to have Rafi as his favorite player?
I don't know. Let's see here.
Like
Peyton, he was born. Peyton, he was around your age. Do you remember Rafi?
Yeah, played for the Rangers, Orioles too.
No, but do you remember him?
Oh, I don't remember watching him. No.
Yeah, Blair Henley. I'm trying to find his age on here.
I know Chop remembers Rafi.
I remember a lot of things about Rafi. There's a lot of things I would rather forget, but I remember a lot of things about Rafi. I used to love Palmeiro, the player.
Yes.
The banner out in center field. The banner for Rafi was better than the banner for the World Series. It's the World Series banner. The home run banner out in center field. Remember that one? That was like a well done.
Boy, I know we all talk about Griffey was always the prettiest swing, like everybody always talked about. I don't know if anybody ever had a smoother, just easier. He was awesome to watch.
I think he won a Gold Glove playing 16 games at first.
Yep.
Yesterday, that's a joke. Yesterday, Henley's ERA ended up 135.
No, that's higher than my normal when I bowl.
Yeah. Well, you said you're a sucky bowler, right?
I'm terrible. I'm terrible at bowling.
And the second start for Andrew Heaney did not go great. His ERA started off coming in. It was a 1.93. And yesterday was a 7.56. So, not great for Andrew.
No.
He was rattled early,
He was.
I think, by that umpire. He felt like he was getting squeezed. He did get squeezed on one Kyle Tucker, third strike for sure. No doubt about that. But both starting pitchers not good.
By the way, and they talked about this on the broadcast, and I've never seen this before. I can't remember the last time they changed umpiring crews in the middle of a series.
The umpire on Sunday, they said, had the 4th lowest ball strikes report card,
ever.
Period. Ever. Yeah.
Like he got a lot wrong.
Yes.
Yeah.
I think it's like Sean. They thought it was a 3-game series, and they're like, "Oh no, we need another."
And I don't know if they just had to get that crew to another game or what, but it was very, very strange. Like what they brought him this other crew in for one game.
I'll have to remind myself now that you talking baseball, just like you talking hockey or soccer.
Yep.
I used to think you knew something about it. No wonder Corey Majors didn't let you talk about the pastime.
Well, I mean, they don't let me talk about football either on that show. So.
That's right. 877-881-1053. Franklin Franco Injury Attorneys text line. So the Rangers will pick back up against the Oakland Athletics in Arlington. 6:30 pregame. First pitch at 7 o'clock. Where are they in the power rankings?
Well, in the power rankings, let's see. They are up and away. They are up to number 3 in the power rankings. Up 2 spots. They were at number 5. Braves are first. Now, obviously, the Strider injury is a massive blow. But they had a lot of injuries last year too. The Yankees are number 2. They're 9-2. They've got the best record in the sport. The 10th time in history they've won 8 of their first 10. Now 9 of their first 11. So they won the pennant 6 times of those 10. And then obviously the Rangers, series wins of the Cubs, the Rays, and a split with the Astros. The champs are good. That's what it says. The champs are good. So they're number 3.
And I think it feels like we'll have Brett Boone on tomorrow.
Sorry, real quick. Pittsburgh also is tied for the best record in the sport at 9-2 as well.
Wow.
They are up to number 6. Nobody talks about them. Nobody.
Yeah. It feels like we're surviving and even thriving through all the issues early on.
Yeah.
Right now. Would have been awesome to get another series win, but you end up splitting with a formidable foe, usually.
Yeah, it's one of those things where even while they've survived and even thrived, like you said, it still feels like they could be doing more, like offensively right now than they're even with all the injuries, it feels like they should be mashing the ball more than they are. I mean, going 3, it's not often with this lineup that you're going to see them go 3 games without hitting a home run. And I mean, the last 2 without an extra base hit.
Yeah, that's not. It's not troubling that you go 3 games without a home run or 2 without an extra base hit. I mean, it's baseball. You're going to have that. You can go through stretches like that. But this is a team that has a lot of. I mean, they've got strikeout guys, obviously, but they have a lot of dudes that will hit the ball with solid contact. You should be able to get one of the gap every now and then.
And speaking of the scoring, Sandler tweeted last night, the Rangers led baseball last year, scoring 5+ in an inning 27 times. They've now done it 3 times this year, most in Major League Baseball. So there you go.
Yeah, I mean, and that's wild. That's not often that you see that either. I bet you can't find many times that's happened, period, where a team has a 5-run inning and they finish a game without an extra base hit. That doesn't happen very often. But, I mean, they'll put it together. They'll start hitting those home runs.
Give us your Eclipse memory from yesterday and the whole experience. I can see the difference in traffic out here on the roads with everyone taking off of work yesterday. Nobody was excited. There were tears. There was laughter, there was joy, but there was no one more excited than this reporter in Kerrville, Texas, who went nuts when history happened.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Totality, we're in it and we're behind a cloud. But I still want you to appreciate the darkness that we are experiencing. And by the way, our temperature has dropped. We're down to 72 degrees. I can even see a blue spot right there. Come on. We've got 4 minutes. The crowd is willing it. Yes!
Willing?
Just for a minute. Just for a second. But I'll take it. I will take it. Yes! Oh, my God. We got it. We got it.
That would be Bobby's favorite clip of the week. That's like the Dan Hurley version of a news reporter where they're willing it.
They're willing it. No, they're not willing it. The sun and the moon are just moving on their own. That's just something that happens every single day.
Those are the type of people I did roll my eyes at yesterday.
They're willing it.
People crying on the street with tears running down your face for what?
I promise you the crowd is not willing the moon to do that. I promise you that. You know, the planets were also all aligned yesterday. The crowd did not will that.
All right, did you see the other planets? Someone on, I think, Channel 8 said we were going to be able to see all the other planets. I don't know if I saw that.
I didn't
I saw like 3 or 4. You could see it.
You said you didn't look up.
No, I looked.
Got a liar. Got a contrarian liar. Had to lie for attention.
I did this. It's on the video I posted on social media.
Let's see. I took a video. Let me see if I saw.
I swung it across the sky. I didn't look up at the sun because I don't give a damn about the eclipse. I'm not sitting there cheering like the.
Then why were you outside?
Okay.
Then why'd you go out if you don't
Mom
care?
will see you soon. That's why.
Totally unrelatable.
Yeah, that drop never makes sense when you hit it, Peyton. That's like the half the time you hit it.
Talking, Bobby. It's just when you're talking.
My video. I don't see any other planets. Nothing.
Right?
Nothing.
I mean, you have an SE phone now. You have that crappy.
Listen, I'm not going to argue
now.
that the camera annoys me in this way because it constantly goes blurry, focusing in and out.
But did everyone take the shot except for Bobby of the black?
Yes, absolutely.
You did.
Yeah, I took.
I didn't even take it because I'm like, I know that, first off, my camera's not that great, but everyone else is just going to have a better. I just didn't want to, I was trying to be a little bit contrarian in that, and that I wasn't going to post like the picture like the other 8 million people in DFW.
He's been doing this the last 2 days. What is that app you keep using in the studio?
It's called Star Tracker. But yeah, you can see all the planets are still there. Like there's like the sun.
They're all there.
Mercury's right behind it.
Breaking news.
Venus, Neptune, Mars, and Saturn.
Yeah.
And they're all right by Aquarius, which is a constellation, Sean.
So that clip makes Bobby sick. How about one of your people making you sick in Cleveland?
Tony Rizzo.
Oh,
Goomba. Okay. Now, these are my people. And I don't know why my people are always the fake hardos out there, but there is nobody that is more hardo That an
Is
old
hardo
Italian
a
man.
term now?
Yeah, hardo's a term.
All right.
They're the try hard, not the try hard guys, but the
Hard ass.
the no nonsense wannabe hard asses.
Yeah.
They call them hardos, and nobody's more hardo than an old Italian dude. And Tony Rizzo, ESPN Cleveland, does not want to hear about your Eclipse story.
All right, Riz.
Yes.
What are we more excited about today? The home opener or the Eclipse?
Come on. Look, man, I don't mean to be this guy. First of all, the home opener is huge. Guards are 7-2. Don't kid yourself. But if you think the Eclipse is a big deal, if you took off work to look at the Eclipse, I don't think you could work here for us. I don't. Because we want people committed to working, not taking off. I drove downtown. I left early today thinking there'd be a ton of traffic. There was no traffic because all the losers took off to go and watch a solar eclipse. Guess what? It's going to be on the news tonight. Look out your window, okay? I don't see the big deal. I know people, you know what it is? It's an excuse to drink. Let's face it, this is America. You give America an excuse to drink, they're going to take it. That's what it is today. The solar excuse for a drink eclipse.
I heard my dad. That's exactly what my dad would say.
Really?
I don't care. You sleep with your dad. You sleep with your dad. That's what you do. Yeah, so it's like, okay. All right, sleep with your dad. That's fine. That's fine.
Now, is taking off work was a little extreme for this?
People take off work to go play in charity golf events.
People take off work when they mow the lawn. I mean, it happens.
They take off work people take off work for every possible reason. Or you work from home. Or you take an extended lunch break.
Right.
It's 1:40 in the afternoon. You'll go outside of work.
Look, I think a little bit of that was Biddy. I don't know if he's a miserable curmudgeon, but he's like, "Fill me, I got a hot take." And I'll try to go viral here. Talk about the guards and the Eclipse.
The guards.
But it was badass. It was cool. It's obviously becoming nighttime during the day, but looking up and seeing that was cool. Peyton even skipped his nap.
Yep.
Laid down on the grass with his sweetheart. Gavin Dawson doing it here at the radio station as well. It was cool.
I
not bringing me to tears.
It was cool.
Not bringing me to tears. I loved it, though. I thought, I was like, this is so cool, man. And now I'm not going to travel to it. The next one is like in Alaska in like 2030. I'm not going to go. Would you travel to see the Aurora Borealis?
Wow.
Like if I was there, if I was in like Norway, sure, I'll go like make sure like I go at a time where I could see it, but I'm not going to do that.
The latest names being floated around the Cowboys pick. That's next. And below the belt right here on The Fan. But what is next for you today when it comes to...
the #1 Chevy dealer in the world. More Silverados than anyone else. Go see them today or visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's ride, relax, and enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
The great Bobby Belt.
You ruined the morning show.
Don't make me take off my belt. Don't make me
take off my belt. We're not. How would you feel if the Cowboys gave up even more draft capital than just their 4th round pick?
Or what?
More on that in just a second.
What a
Sean.
tease! What a tease!
What a tease! Sorry, I forgot my actual tease. 469-337. I'm kidding. Relax.
Why are you reading text numbers about Basic's favorite texter?
Oh, Basic does love that guy. Over at ESPN, we have a.
What did he say to trigger you so bad?
Nothing. I hate seeing him carpet bomb the text. So
I like it.
Yeah. Well, I mean,
you ruined the morning show.
Let me read Chop's number then. That way he could get it. He can text you directly then. Xavier Babudar? Can't remember how to pronounce his name. I heard it once on the but Chiefsaholic, the Chiefs fan, not the chemist who still.
God.
I was just Googling around. I was trying to see what is the last update we have. It's 2 months old. He went into rehab. That's the last we've heard of it.
Oh, yeah.
There's been no updates on how did 3 people die in his house?
They were never investigated as a homicide, according to what they said.
And have they started any federal investigation on Shohei's guy?
As far as I know, the investigations have started. Like,
No,
right?
I mean a criminal investigation.
Well, yeah, because the feds were the ones that got the bookie. And there's a side story of this with the same federal agents have been investigating. I don't want to name the casino, but a casino, a very new and popular casino, or maybe it's not very popular because it's losing money every day, but a very new casino in Vegas they've been investigating in connection with the same ring, which is how the bookie has been getting his funding. So maybe that's where all this is coming from, is that book.
How about we stop focusing on somebody just having a good time on the 6th floor of a bar like Morgan Wallen.
Oh, yeah.
And let's focus on the real things like the chemist and Shohei. Let's go after those guys. But they did go after Chiefsaholic, that Chiefs super fan who was found out to be a notorious bank robber. That weird story that came out of Kansas City. Kansas City has some weird. The Chiefs fans in general have some bizarre stories coming out of their world. But a judge ordered.
Now he'll be robbing Dallas banks when the Chiefs move here.
Well, he's going to need to be robbing Dallas banks to pay off what he's been ordered to give to that bank teller that he held up with a gun. A judge ordered the Kansas City Chiefs superfan who committed a series of bank robberies to pay $10.8 million to a Bixby, Oklahoma teller who he threatened with a gun in December of 2022. Last Wednesday, a Tulsa County district judge ordered the Chiefs fan to pay Peyton Garcia, the former teller, $3.6 million for inflicting physical harm and emotional distress, and $7.2 million in punitive damages. I've always wondered what happened. Like, that guy clearly doesn't have $10 million to pay this one.
But why paid to the bank teller?
Because it was it's like a civil lawsuit. It's like, yeah, it's one of those things where she was emotional distress and everything else. And so, I mean, you're fearing for your life, whatever else. But I don't understand. Like, that guy doesn't have 10 million. So what happens then? Like, what happens in those instances when somebody's ordered to pay clearly something that's like impossible to get? Like 10. Do they just go, well, you file for bankruptcy?
Ask
or
all
like,
the people that Alex Jones owes.
Has he paid? I have no idea.
I mean,
what do you owe? Like 40 million or more than that?
I mean, if this guy's not allowed to keep the money that he robbed from banks to then pay this woman, I don't know how she's ever going to see that money. I don't know if there's like insurance or something that
Yeah, I
would
used
have
to think
step
back in the day, like, okay, we're going to take every cent you have, or we're going to drain you of every asset. But a long time ago, it just started being the norm of, no, I'm just not going to pay it. And
well, yeah, they can garnish wages and such, but like,
yeah.
You know, if you have a homestead, like that, they can't take your house. If it's your homestead, right? You can't take that. So you have, because you got to be able to live somewhere. They can garnish X amount
But
of wages.
the guts of a bank robber, man. I kind of give him some respect. Like, you're gonna walk in and just play out a movie scene. Like, they're just gonna hand you piles of cash, or you're gonna try to get back towards that safe.
Yep.
And get away with it.
The group that sold 30 million, man. Like, that's. People rob Brinks trucks or armored trucks all the time.
But is that,
or they try to anyway.
Like, is that Stone's like, whoa, that dude is is gutsy, even though it's a bad thing. He's gutsy. Or is it like Tim Hardaway Jr., where it's like a rational confidence to throw up the shot that he does, where it's like, well, that's just stupid. That's you didn't understand how dumb it was to put that shot.
I'm not like giving you too much respect, but like I don't have those guts ever.
Yeah, that's true.
The guts of a cat. Is it a cat burglar?
Yeah, I don't know what a cat burglar is though. Let me look it up. Cat or cap?
Cat, C-A-T. Mock draft roundup over at DallasCowboys.com. They have collected the general mock drafts. Go ahead, Chop.
A cat burglar is a thief who intrudes into homes and steals property. So a regular burglar. Getting their name from the idea that the cats could be quiet and sneaky. That's what it is. So you're tiptoeing
and probably
around.
wearing black, like a black cat. I don't know.
Maybe. So you break into houses with people not noticing you.
Like yesterday would have been a great break-in day with the eclipses, right?
Middle of the day.
Yeah.
Gosh.
I tried to time out. I would have put Ollie down
for a nap
during the 4-minute window.
Would have been great.
Yeah, that's how my mind works.
I remember one of the popular memes that got sent around in the middle of COVID when everybody was wearing their masks except for Choppy was that they were saying
I wore my mask. I followed the rules.
Is that they said like now would be the perfect time to just walk into a store and do that though, because like everybody's expecting that you're going to be wearing a mask. So if you held it up,
could you describe the perpetrator? Well, they were wearing a mask and it was blue.
All right, so it wasn't Aaron Rodgers. Okay, let's try to figure out who it was now. DallasCowboys.com has rounded up the various mock drafts that have been put out in the last week, and the consensus that we've come to is that nobody has a consensus at all. Literally every mock draft that they rounded up, none of the mock drafts picked the same player for the Cowboys. So NFL.com, Lance Zierlein projected Oklahoma offensive tackle Tyler Guyton to the Cowboys. Guyton is a right tackle that like has only played right tackle. So if you were drafting him to play left tackle here, you'd be projecting out a little bit. I'll say this before we go through the rest of these names. I think the likeliest scenario we're heading to right now is that they draft a center and that Tyler Smith is going to play left tackle. I think that's what's happened. And then TJ Bass will play left guard.
Draft a center?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And so that could be Graham Barton from Duke, who, again, I thought he played tackle the last couple of years, but he played center his freshman year, and the NFL is viewing him as a center.
Okay.
So he's played tackle, and he played it well, but his size limitations, like his wingspan and his arm length, a lot of people think he'd be better at center. Big guy, he's like 6'5", he'd be a big center. But Graham Barton, Jackson Powers Johnson from Oregon, those are the kind of names that I think you could see him play at pick 24. But Lance Zierlein says Tyler Guyton. ESPN's Matt Miller, who did a deep mock draft, did the entire draft, said at 24 he's got Georgia offensive tackle Amarius Mims. I don't know. Mims is a right tackle, like Guyton, has played right tackle, not left. Amarius Mims has played very few snaps in college. Like I think it's like a couple hundred. It's not very many at all. It's basically he's started 8 games in his career. But Mims, I just don't know. You hear a little bit of chatter that maybe Mims doesn't interview great, which I know you hate, Chop. Like maybe he's not interviewed great with a few people, like a few different teams, and so I don't know if that's going to affect him at all. He's a freak. He's like 6'8", 340. He's an incredible athlete. I mean, he's like the exact prototype you'd look at and say, oh, if you want a new Tyron Smith, there's the guy right there. So that would make some sense.
Yeah, I got to be honest. I don't know. Like, do you really care what you get out of the interview for an offensive lineman?
Yes. Offensive line, I think most teams is outside of quarterback, the most cerebral position on the field. Because you got to know where blitzers are coming from, in communication, everything else. It's a very heady position to them.
What if I told you that like Orlando Pace didn't know his butt from his elbow and he couldn't interview or give me some other. Mark Colombo was terrible at this or that. Like, but they go out there and they have really nice careers. Like it's like I don't know. Does it really matter?
But I don't think that's true about those guys.
No, I don't think it is. Yeah, I'm just those are the first two.
I mean, you said it about Colombo yourself. I mean, you made that accusation. I certainly didn't. But no, in general,
I would judge Colombo much more on his taste in music and death growls than I would his interview.
I think if you gave an interview where people went, he didn't have the best football IQ. I think that for a lot of teams would rule out a quarterback or an offensive lineman if they didn't have good football IQ. I mean, think about how much Kelsey, like Jason Kelsey, what people talk about him and like the difference that he makes with his football IQ and the different things like the offensive line. That's a very, very like cerebral position. And so to me, yeah, if they come out of that and they go like, and I'm not saying Dallas did. It's something that like you heard coming out of Indy for a few teams.
And aside from being cerebral, like Bobby has told me a couple of times, we won't get into specifics, but he's like, yeah, they talk to this player and they think he's an idiot, and he is an idiot. So.
Like with various players. No, I'm not saying like with Mims specifically.
No,
but
no,
like
just
in
random
general.
players.
Yeah.
So Bobby's like, this guy's an idiot. And it has played out, recently here with someone leaving. But if you can sit down with someone and like they're that not impressive or that dumb in an interview, it's like, okay, there's value here in learning to stay away.
Absolutely. The rest of the names being thrown out here. NFL.com's Chad Reuter says LSU receiver Brian Thomas. Boy, if the Cowboys with everything going on right now, if it was not one of the top 3 receivers to me, Roma Dunze, Malik Neighbors, Marvin Harrison, the guys that we're talking about, I would not be thrilled with Brian Thomas. He's like, a lot of people think he's really, really good. To me, Brian Thomas is that's an athlete. I don't know that he's a receiver.
I mean, look, it is a major position of need, is it not?
Yeah, and he is an athlete, and you'd be projecting out a little bit. But like to me, I just don't see a guy who knows how to play the position. I see a guy that just wins with how fast he is. But you get to the NFL, everybody's fast. Like, I think that's a lot of it. Fox Sports' Rob Rang says Oregon center Jackson Powers Johnson. Again, that was the name we just threw out. That would make a lot of sense. But here was the one that threw me off. CBS Sports, Rick Spielman, former NFL general manager, says Olu Fashanu, the offensive tackle from Penn State, who's considered the first or second offensive lineman in the draft. It's like, well, how does he get all the way to 24? He doesn't. Rick Spielman projects a trade moving up 11 spots with the Raiders. Ooh, maybe this is how they get maybe this is where the Dak trade comes from, right? He says huge trade for the Cowboys. Jerry Jones moves up 11 spots to select Tyron Smith's replacement. It's unknown what Dallas would have to pay to make this move. Rick Spielman loves the fit. You get the second best left tackle, one of the biggest needs on my offensive line, and maybe on my football team. What you would have to give up to move up, I don't think the Cowboys would be willing to do. They're already missing a 4th-round pick. They need all the capital they can get. I think what's much more likely is either they stand and pick at 24, or if they could find somebody to trade back with them, they will do that, I think.
Below the belt every single day here with our Cowboys Insider on your home of America's team. Oh, Mike Florio has just responded to me with an article.
Oh,
yeah. Oh, we'll get to it at 9:20 because we need to talk about the end of the college basketball season. Did you win your bracket? Did you lose your bracket? UConn goes back to back. Don't interrupt John Calipari walking his dogs. And apparently LeBron James is not joining Luka Doncic in DFW. Final hour, Tolo Tuesday edition is next.
Let's get you over to Boomer.
Turn it on, leave it on with Sean and RJ right here on The Fan.
Johnson with a left-hand dribble, top of the key. Hands it to Newton. Newton lobbing it to Johnson again! He's got springs in the shoes, leaping over the rim, flushing it home, 47-34, UConn by 13.
Final hour fist pump time on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, Cowboys insider Bobby Belt as the University of Connecticut. UConn wins their second straight national championship. That was the call from Westwood One. Final hour of a Tolo Tuesday on DFW Sports Station. Mike Florio responding to the Micah Parsons report. I can't believe Micah has not responded. I'm thankful that he is not. But that's coming up at 9:20. Crosstalk with KMC at 9:40. Shout out as I've located finally my TV guy Mike. He called me in the commercial break. He said, "What radio station again?" I said, "Good. We finally tracked you down from 720. Glad you weren't listening then, but appreciate you turning it on, leaving it on, as I have found the TV guy."
You know,
hell yeah.
You say good thing it was listening at 720. He was listening at 720. That's why he called you. Come on, be honest.
I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. But we found him. That's the most important thing.
Tracked him down.
Got to get the kids' TV playroom situation and settled. Got to. I'm trying to determine on this wall. Do I go 2 TVs? I'm trying to be cheap here, or 1 big TV
on the playroom for the kid.
Game. Well, he's up there a lot, and we got to be up there with him. I don't have a TV up there, so I'm like, do I have a kids' TV and our TV, or just 1 big TV? These are these are situations in my life.
Now you are
first world problems.
You're hanging them?
Yes.
Okay.
That's why I got Mike.
Yeah. Is it already like wired into the wall? Like, is there already a pre-wired wall there?
I don't know.
But you'd be able to see it.
That's why I got Mike.
You'd be able to see
there's
the
an
wires.
outlet in the wall.
No, and there's wires coming down already. Yeah, like that's the pre-wired wall.
So let's talk about this national championship. UConn ends up running away. I was really disappointed. I was rooting for Edie big time. I can't stand Dan Hurley. I don't know who I dislike more now between... I can't stand Dan Hurley on the court. I can't stand Kim Mulkey off the court. But Dan Hurley sitting there talking trash to Edie over a screen, stepping on the floor in a blowout, putting his hands on his own defensive players.
Oh, man, he was like Shaka.
Yes,
Shaka was doing the same crap all year, and he did it at Texas, too. It seems like it's gotten worse now that he's at Marquette.
Nonstop.
Hurley doesn't stop with it. He was on the floor. He's like, what? What did I do? What did I do? Oh, yeah, you're all over the court there, dude. Like, chill.
He needs a big Dom or whatever from the Eagles to hold him back, to keep everybody in check.
All right, so 3 repeat champions, right? UConn, Gators, last team 06-07. Who was the other one?
Well, I mean, there's been a lot, but in the last
13 to repeat as champs since
and Duke
85.
Duke was the other one.
Okay.
Right? Remember Leitner back-to-back.
Is this the most 12-0 against the spread in the last 2 seasons, UConn, beating everyone by double digits? Will this be by far the most unknown back-to-back champion in terms of...
Well, they're completely different teams. They're completely different rosters. At least with Florida, there's Joakim Noah.
Yeah.
Right?
Al
and
Horford.
Brewer. I think Corey Brewer was too.
But I'm combining this year and last year.
Yeah.
And talking about the 3 teams that have done it and asking, like, is this going to be the most unknown? Who are the players, Bobby? Bam. UConn back-to-back that jump out.
Klingon.
Yeah, it's
Worf.
Because they're
like Dan Hurley, by far the face of these championships.
For sure.
Like, we know Dukies. We know Gators.
Uh-huh.
I don't really... None of these guys jump out to me.
Well, no, they don't, because there's only 1 year of them each. Like, they're literally back-to-back. They lost 5 of their 8 top scorers from last year.
Wow.
And they went, and they're actually better this year. They have completely dominated everybody. It's one of the most impressive 2-year stretches that we've ever seen. It's as impressive or more than UNLV because they won back-to-back. 2, UNLV won, I think it was their Sweet 16 game by just 2 points in one of those years. So they're doing something that we haven't seen like in years and years and years. And you don't have many back-to-back champs in this thing. You got UCLA teams that did it back in Wooden's days. I mean, it was a completely different era. I mean, Dean never did it. Krzyzewski did it once. Like, come on, we're talking about a legendary program at this point with what they just did.
Isn't this like an example, though, of why the women's game was able to take off this year? And the last 2 years in general, though, is because of stars and like storylines that were carrying over across multiple years instead of this like rapid changeover that the men's game keeps seeing.
Right, but the women's game, first of all, they have a rule. Yeah, I think the rule is you got to be 22 to go in the WNBA draft, where the men don't have that. But second of all, nobody is like rushing to the WNBA because the rookie salary in the WNBA is $70,000.
Yeah,
to $90,000.
Yeah, I'm not saying it's like, well, here's the fix for the men's game. I'm just saying that's an advantage that they have. Like, I wonder. Edie last year, he being National Player of the Year 2 years in a row. If Purdue would have gone on a run last year, and like let's say they won, and then last night they win, like that's a different storyline. Yep. Like, oh, Zach Edey, back-to-back champion. Like we all know Purdue, and like I think that would have carried it more than what Connecticut did.
The difference is that like Caitlin Clark is like this bomb it from 3, which is just more fun than kick it down low and do a hook shot.
Yeah,
even though he is equally or more dominant at what he does, He's just as dominant as she is at what he does.
Hell of a free throw shooter.
Yeah, but it's a different style and it's more of a boring style. Like a lion's share of their points come from inside the paint.
So now everyone's asking. I didn't get the free throw reference. That's why I was staring.
He just shoots a bunch of them. I'm just saying he's a
lot of arc.
He just gets up to the
and he stares down that rim.
That's what I was saying.
I'm like, where's the concentration? Like, wow, what concentration?
He's like, before he gets the ball, he's like looking up at it, and it's just this weird private pile from Full Metal Jacket stare right before he murders everybody. Like it's just this weird psychotic look that he has, and I hate it. I can't stand it. That's one of the reasons I don't like him.
So now everyone is asking, okay, when's Dan Hurley take the Kentucky money? $15 million offered to the UConn coach. Well, the former Kentucky coach, John Calipari, was approached. This was by a reporter
I don't know if it was a reporter or just a person with a cell phone. I don't know.
It was some individual with a cell phone while Calipari was out walking his dogs.
Hey, Coach, you got anything you want to say to your fans? I'm walking my dog right now. Anything right now? You want to say anything to your fans right now?
I'm good. Come on, Paul. Come on. My dog is walking me. Come on.
Okay, so he's pushing a stroller.
Yeah.
He's pushing a dog stroller with the dog on a leash. Who names their dog Paul?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's weird.
Weird, right?
It's like they're like, come on, John.
Hey, Steve.
Yeah.
Go. It's weird. He's like, he only uses biblical names. Like, you got to have
Zacchaeus.
You got to have a gospel. You got to have a gospel named after you in order for me to name you after my dog. It's a very strange name for a dog. But first of all, you're that dude. What are you doing? Like, leave him alone. Like, you're like me walking up to someone. Really
bombarding.
Let him walk his dog. Second of all, like, he already left you. What do you want to do with him? Second of all, John, you cannot be walking your dog in Lexington, Kentucky, and expect nobody to come by and say hi to you,
right?
Or ask you something.
Yeah.
Second of all,
like, wear a hat, bro.
Yeah. Second of all, why are you wearing your Kentucky pullover?
Was it a Kentucky pullover?
Go look at it. The Nike swoosh, the blue. You're wearing like a game day quarter zip. What are you doing?
Yeah.
You can't wear that.
Yeah.
You should give that all away. At least the coach of Oregon State, the football coach, when he went to Michigan State, had the good sense to send it to Goodwill.
Keeping up appearances. Nothing totally confirmed yet. You got to look like, oh, no, nothing. He can't wear Arkansas. He can't do that. He's not Bobby Petrino and just like bail and super. At least waiting for it to be official.
So that's Calipari out walking the dogs.
My
But
gosh.
the subject that I've been wanting to talk about the most this week, actually.
Women's basketball?
No.
Oh.
Bronny James declared for the draft. Here we were hoping he would come to SMU and follow his USC coach. And I had the prop bets from Bet Online. The favorite was Ohio State for Bronny to go to and transfer. Then Oregon. Then Duquesne, then Duke tied with SMU at 7-1. Well, then we were like, okay, if Bronny comes to Dallas, then maybe Dad would come to Dallas and team up with Luka Doncic and finish out his career with the Mavericks and Kyrie and give us that final over-the-top piece. Well, then Bronny declares for the pros. Your instant initial reaction when this news came out. Did you roll your eyes? Did you laugh? Did you say, what an absolute joke? Did you say, good for him? This is going to be awesome. This is going to be cool. How did you react with Bronny James announcing pro?
To be honest with you, I think this is just a test the waters, and he'll go back to college.
Oh.
Because you could do that in college basketball.
Oh.
So you could declare for the draft as long as you don't. There's a certain date. I think now they all have agents anyway.
Yeah.
So there's a certain date where you can decide to go back. So you can go through the draft process. I think you might even be able to go to the combine, if I'm not mistaken. But you can go through the draft process and then go back.
5-3-2 while shooting 36% from the field, 26% from three. And I'm being generous with 5. 4.8 points a game, 2.8 rebounds, 2 assists. He only scored over 10 points 3 times in his freshman season and had 4 0-point games. Now, some people point to his defense, his athleticism. Bob, what did you think?
My first thought, and I mean, if he's got the ability to go back to school and that's what he ends up doing, then that would, maybe he's just trying to see where things are at. That makes sense. But my first thought was, okay, LeBron is just going to play one more year. And that because LeBron's going to play one more year, then he's trying to match up timelines to get that year in to play with him. That's what I thought.
You think, like, LeBron's only going to play one more year?
Like, that's what I'm saying is that him making that decision.
You said LeBron's career will continue.
No, like, I'm thinking LeBron would play next year and then be done.
Why?
Because the idea of, like, that's the only thing that would make sense to me of, like, such an accelerated timeline of, like, get him up here now. Is like, because I'm going to do this one more year. If we want to play together, you need to come out now.
Yeah, Woj here says he's going to enter the draft, maintain his eligibility, and also is still in the transfer portal. So,
yeah, unfortunately, man, I feel I do and I don't feel bad for Bronny because this is such a my dad is making all this happen move. Like, none of it feels or looks deserved whatsoever. So that part of it is a joke. It looks like LeBron is orchestrating this whole thing, and it's like, man, it's like Barkley said, let the kid just go ahead. Now, maybe he is the only way to make Bronny's NBA dream come true, because this is a package deal. All I see is LeBron behind the scenes starting to be the puppet master.
Yeah.
To go ahead and orchestrate, to figure it out, how they're going to end up on the same team.
It's like Giannis getting his brothers to the league. You know, he's just it's the same thing.
Yeah, but his brothers are signed as extra 13th man free agents.
Right. And so that's what he's trying to get Bronny the opportunity. That is what he's doing. But look, I mean, ultimately,
But don't you have to look out for your son sometimes? It's like the little league coach. You're playing your kid as short, and you're forcing your kid as short, or you're forcing your kid as the ace pitcher. And everyone knows, right? Like, you're doing your kid a disservice, because your kid knows, and everyone knows except for Pops. Like, I'm only here because my dad's coaching the team.
Well, yeah, I mean,
I feel bad for him in that respect, Bronny.
I understand that. Like, at the end of the day, most people don't care how they get their dream job. They just care that they got their dream job. Like, and they'll worry about everything else after that. And Bronny was good enough to play Division I college basketball. You know, he didn't just go to USC because of his dad. Right? He was still a top 30 recruit in college basketball. That's a ranking system that's done by people who are completely independent of LeBron.
No one's independent of LeBron in basketball.
And I mean, to be fair, he would score more points than Caitlin Clark in an NBA game. So and people want her in the league.
I want to.
So
What if they played a game of horse, Bronny versus Caitlin Clark? I would watch that.
She would win in 5 letters.
That's why I want to watch
She
it.
would win in 5 letters. Simple.
But I just can't wait to see how high he is drafted. I can't wait to see what this does. He's gonna. I just think
he's absolutely worth the 2. People, the Mavs drafted Satnam Singh.
Would you draft Bronny over Zach Edey?
No.
Yeah.
No.
I'm taking Edey.
If LeBron comes with Bronny,
yeah.
Yes,
I would take Bronny over Edey.
So there it is. The majority of people reacting on my time was like, "Are you kidding me? What an absolute joke! This is ridiculous." And I get it. 877-881-1053, Franklin Franco Injury Attorney Hotline. Does Mike Florio think that I'm an absolute joke after what was said on Friday? Pro Football Talk with the brand new article next on The Fan.
Let's get you over to
Call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
I was wondering why Mike Florio was snooping around last night, as Bobby said, Florio has not hit you up after the Micah story on Friday. And I was like, no, kind of weird. So last night at 7, he texted me, what's this stuff about Micah? And I said, been waiting to hear from you. And I didn't give him anything else because he doesn't tell me
anything.
He doesn't come on with us at the Super Bowl. So I'm definitely not going to tell him a damn thing off the record at this point. He's got to come on the show and not have his wife dismiss me with great prejudice when I have my IG live up walking around Radio Row. So at 6:30 this morning, he texted me and said, you never answered my question. I am fascinated that this is coming from the team's flagship radio station. And that had me and RJ looking at each other like, what is so fascinating about this? Like, I expect a Homer fan to lose their minds and be confused that the home of the Dallas Cowboys could say anything negative or anything that wasn't pro-Cowboy. I understand that, but for Florio to not understand that,
media member,
I don't get it.
To be fair,
for other journalists in town that cover the team not to understand it, I don't get it.
That's baffling.
Devil's advocate, slight defense here.
Okay.
And I don't know that this is what it may be exactly what it sounds like, but
maybe he thinks it's just like so
is it
unusual.
Possible? Is it possible he just means
so unusual?
Because the word he used was fascinated, so it wasn't like questioning it as like an ethic or anything like that. He was just like, I'm fascinated. Like, that's intriguing that you would say it given what you guys are doing. So like maybe he means more intriguing.
Okay.
And so like I don't know what he means by it. It could go either way is all.
Yeah. So then it all made sense because Florio, about an hour ago, just dropped his article, ProFootballTalk.com. If Micah Parsons is wearing thin, the Cowboys should just thicken their skin. Here we go. The Cowboys flagship recently dropped a bombshell regarding the relationship between the team and its best defensive player, if not best overall player, Micah Parsons. Sean Sharif of 105.3 The Fan. Shannon. Pronounced Sean Sharif.
Yeah, you should call him Shannon Sharp.
Sean
Sharp.
The station, on which Cowboys owner Jerry Jones appears twice per week during the year, shared a surprising claim about the relationship between the Cowboys and Parsons. And then he quotes me, blah, blah, blah. Those people smiling or breathing a sigh of relief if Micah was traded would be idiots, frankly, Florio writes. Parsons is a generational talent, a modern-day Lawrence Taylor. The Cowboys need him if they want to get a piece of what Jerry inaccurately calls glory hole. What has Parsons done? He's a little surly and standoffish with the media at times. He has his own podcast. He speaks his mind on X. So what? Has he ever done anything truly problematic? Sure, he took a shot at the coaching after the blowout loss to the Packers. He called the playoff loss embarrassing, and it was. He's criticized the personnel moves the team made in 2023. He's more than good enough to get any team with any sense to put up with it. Do a little research on the stuff the Giants overlooked with Lawrence Taylor. Micah isn't even in that stratosphere of problem. He has been exemplary off the field. He's been incredible on it. He has said some things that are less than ideal, sure, but who cares? Finally, if this is the team's clumsy way of driving down his contract expectations, good luck. And if the Cowboys think he's too much of a pain in the ass to keep around, there are 1 or 2 or 31 other teams that would gladly take the player and everything that goes along with the Micah Parsons experience. Mike Florio.
Should have called it the Micah Parsons Project. But
the Micah Parsons Problem is the nickname, though, from Brian Baldinger.
The MPP.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The MPP.
What do you think about this, Bob?
Bobbert.
So, first off, he's clearly, and look, Micah Parsons is fantastic, but the suggestion that like he's never had problems off the field, it's like, well, okay, well, you're just limiting yourself, Mike, then to talking about Dallas, because there are definitive issues that he did have at Penn State. That, the whole hazing incident, that was something that he dealt with, and I would say that,
and this is no offense to Mike, but this is the difference when you're in the city covering the team. Mike, I mean, with all due respect, Mike, I don't think Mike knows. And you're not going to know unless you are in the city and talk to people who cover the team or work for the team.
This is not something that you would get. I mean, you have to get this from like somebody who is deep embedded in that you wouldn't know if you don't work here. Like, it's not somebody that you would know that Schefter would be getting stuff from, right? Or
I don't know. I don't know who
Schefter's
Schefter's sources are.
Maybe it isn't.
No idea.
It could be.
Well, I mean, Jerry Jones is yours. He's writing you these checks to slander all of his players. Clearly, you know?
I think Florio's overall point, and that's why on Friday I said, are some of these things that annoy some people just like, is Micah Parsons more of an annoyance to some people on the Cowboys than Luka Doncic is to the Mavericks? I don't know. I've been asking, is this just typical diva-esque superstar behavior? Maybe it is. I don't know. I've just heard more things negative about Micah than I've heard about Luka with the Mavs.
I don't know many divas. I'm not around G-Bag enough to be able to really know what the divas are like. But,
hey, 5 o'clock hour, let's go lay in the field. Let's go. Oh, wait, 2 o'clock hour.
No, it's 5 o'clock. Let's go home. That's what it is. Let's go home. 5 o'clock hour. Got pregame coming up here. But I don't know. I don't know what the right answer is here with this, because there's no way to know.
Mike's just trying to be like, he's so great of a player. You shut up and you put up with it.
I mean, generally that does happen in sports.
And to be honest and candid, I do think that's what the Cowboys are going to do. I don't know. I would hope that Jerry, Stephen Jones, and Mike McCarthy hear the same things that I and we hear. I would hope. I don't think it's going to affect them. I don't think Micah Parsons is on the trade block. All right, I'm just telling you some of the annoyance that there is behind the scenes that there has been with him.
Let's say this. People used to reject the idea when it was early on suggested, and I'm not speaking directly to Mike. I'm just talking about let's look at another situation. People used to reject pretty outright the idea that Ezekiel Elliott was a little immature the first few years he was here. I'm here to tell you that, and Zeke may be coming back at some point, whatever else. He grew up a great deal. He was a pro, like the in terms of his practice habits and everything else, he was a big time. But here's the reality of it. The first 3 years Ezekiel Elliott was here in Dallas, he was a pain in the ass for them. They were willing to put up with it, and they liked his work ethic and everything else. But he was absolutely a pain. He caused problems for them that they had to deal with, that they didn't love having to deal with. And so that doesn't mean, even if there are people who are maybe a little frustrated with immaturity or whatever else with Micah, that doesn't mean that it's impossible to turn it around. It doesn't mean that that means they're not willing to put in the time and the work to see it through and see the growth through. But I don't think it's just something you can outright reject as an impossibility, that a 24-year-old with a lot of money and fame might be a little difficult at times. That's not unheard of. That's not a difficult leap to make.
No, and like, look, would it surprise me that
I'm a jackass now. I'm 34 and don't have money.
Yeah.
you think of how much money you'd have if you actually had a house. And
right.
Throw money on the toilet.
Oh my gosh, I certainly wouldn't know $2,000 in taxes because I'd have all those sweet write-offs you guys get.
But imagine, look, it's not. The Cowboys might be the first team that are trying to drive costs down.
The Cowboys are not trying to drive. I'm going to outright reject.
But you keep saying no. But it's kind of, in my opinion, it's kind of reflecting on me when you keep saying that. When you talk about the Jets have a PR hitman, to me that's not separate enough from what I'm talking about here. I truly believe, maybe I'm being taken for a fool. I heard some of this stuff not with the intent on the other side for them to drive down Micah's price. I just want to make that clear, because I think when you bring it up, the Cowboys wouldn't be that it's suggesting that that's their intent.
Oh, no, I don't think that's suggesting that at all.
Well, it is to me.
I don't think. I'm just saying, like, in the grand scheme of things, it's not like crazy to think that somebody would do that. What I'm saying is, even if that was what they're doing, that's not. It's not your job.
Sinister.
What?
It's not sinister. It's not, like if they were doing that.
It's not sinister. That teams do that. And when a reporter gets information, it's not the reporter's job to determine the motivation behind the information they got.
Well,
It's their job to report the information they get.
I think also to determine the accuracy of it.
Right, but I mean, let's just say, for example,
like someone can't just tell. Well, it depends who tells me. If Jerry Jones tells me something, I'm probably going to report it.
Regardless.
If the chef over at the Star tells me something,
then you 2 sources, 3 sources.
Yes.
You get it. But if Stephen Jones says something to one of us, you run with it. You don't ask the motivation behind it. You don't wonder the credibility behind it. It's coming from the horse's mouth. Now, you don't tell who it is.
Yeah.
You don't say who it's from. But yeah, obviously, if it's a cook or housekeeping,
or equipment manager,
or equipment manager, it's like, all right, well, now you got to really figure out the validity behind all this.
Look, here's. I'll just draw an analogy directly to this building and directly to even myself, so that I don't externalize to anyone else and no one can take offense at
I
this.
thought you were going to talk about Micah Bassick in there.
If somebody came up to any one of the people we work with,
How did no one in here laugh with my guys back there? They got my joke. Hey,
yeah, that was good.
Wasn't that good? That's like Micah Bassick.
That was funny. So if you come up to Sean, right, and you were to ask Sean, like, hey, is Bobby a pain in the ass in any sort of ways? You would have lots of answers to give them. Like, and it's not even
many of them starting with yes.
Yeah, I know. That's what I'm saying. You would have. Now, look, Sean and I get along. I know the fan text always likes to chirp in and go like, ooh, why do Bobby and Sean hate each other? But we don't hate each other. We get along. But the reality is, I do things that annoy Sean sometimes. I do things that annoy RJ. I do things that annoy Gavin a lot of times. I do things that, yes, Gavin Spittle. I do things that annoy everybody in this building. No doubt about it. There's something that I promise everybody here could have some sort of feedback about how they think I'm a pain in the ass a little bit. But also at the end of the day, I think they'd be like, no, but generally I get along with Bobby, or like Bobby doesn't do anything. I am generally a pain in the ass, but generally I'm going to look out for everybody. I'm going to, support, and I'm going to be a good teammate and everything else. And so I think that it's not unusual to think that
not on you.
Yeah, exactly. People in the building, an internal war of both things. I think absolutely. There were probably people who were, at least earlier on there were probably people in that building who would have breathed a sigh of relief if Zeke would have been traded after his 3rd year. But and they loved him as a player and they thought he was a good teammate, but they ultimately would have been like, damn, I'm glad we don't have to mess with that anymore.
And if you say building, is the building the players? The players may have a completely different view of the coaching staff.
I think that's just a general.
They have a very different view of the support staff and the front office. I mean,
here's what I'm just trying to say. I'll end it with this. When we're talking about Dak and Lamb and Mike and all that stuff, if a shocking, I do not believe the Dallas Cowboys are actively trying to get rid of or deal Micah Parsons.
They're not, yeah.
But if a blockbuster shockwave came out that Micah was dealt,
not surprised.
I won't be blown away. And that's why I'm saying what I'm saying.
Yeah, I think it's twice as likely that Micah Parsons gets traded before the end of his contract than CD or Dak. And that's not to say it's likely, but I think that would be the least surprising to me.
Yeah, that's all we're saying. Like, it would not, and what I want to deliver to you, the Tolo, is like that information, and you can decide what you want to do with it, but you invest time in us. And I want to sit there and take a lot of these conversations and relay it to you, just so you can maybe tell someone at 4 o'clock happy hour, hey, it's not going to be the most shocking thing. You would hate it, how much you getting back, but it wouldn't be the most shocking thing because you listen to the fan. Crosstalk.
Shan Sharif.
Hey, come on, Shannon. Come on, Shannon. Did Mike Bassick love the Eclipse? Crosstalk with KMC is next. Did you know, I did not know this till a few weeks ago, it is illegal.
Chevrolet in Grapevine is the #1 Chevy dealer in the world. More Silverados than anyone else. Go see them today or visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's ride, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
Crosstalk with the KMC Masterpiece starts now with Kevin Hageman, Mike Bassick, and Corey Majors. What's coming up?
Rangers-Astros series finale. We discuss at 10 why it all went wrong and how we can fix it. Also, how we can fix John Gray at 11 o'clock because he's broken. That's it. That's all we're doing today.
Was the Eclipse cooler than what you thought?
1,000 times cooler than I expected.
Wow. That was super cool.
I set my standards so low that...
You were Team Clouds.
Yeah, I was Team Clouds. I was like, hope that we can't even see it. And then so because the standards were so low and the view here was amazing, it was really cool. Like, we've worked at nights. You guys basically work at night for half your show. It looks different outside. It was just kind of weird to see it go transition that way. It was but it was a lot of fun. So yes, I enjoyed it yesterday. I still see this little crescent right here in this eye because we were looking out and up that way. So
did you see the video of the UFO that was supposedly going through the clouds?
Nope. Did not see it.
Do you
go?
Do you not care about the eclipse at all?
No, the eclipse is cool.
Okay.
No, Bobby said he didn't look up. All he cared about was to see that.
Yeah, I cared about how dark. That's what was so cool. I didn't care about it actually over the sun.
You could do that at night.
But it's not.
It is different.
To see a rapid it's all of a sudden dark and then it come back. That's what's cool. I don't care about the thing up there, and I certainly was not going to be one of those people who sat there and went like, yeah, like people were doing when it went dark.
Mike also said the temperature dropped about 5 degrees.
It did. It did get cooler.
It did get cooler, man.
Yeah.
Mike, did you enjoy it?
It was really cool.
You went down there 4 times?
Yeah.
3 times?
Yeah. And when it was the full eclipse, to take off your glasses and to see that,
I don't think you're supposed to do that.
No, you are. When
totality,
you can't see anything. If you have the glasses on,
I know you can't see.
You can't see anything.
But
so
if you stare at that thing, that's just as it's even more dangerous.
Oh well, I did.
When they overlap.
Yeah, because now your eyes can take it, but you're still getting the UV rays.
Yeah, the rays are coming off all the same. You're still not supposed to.
It was awesome. It was worth it.
You could peek, right? But it's like cleavage. You just peek.
I
you don't
looked
really
at it
stare.
for probably a good 30 seconds straight.
I look at cleavage for a good 30 seconds straight too, though.
Of people you don't know?
Yeah, you just
kind of
peek.
Don't be trophy husband.
It depends.
You know you look. Come on.
For 30 straight seconds, though?
Yeah,
that's a long ass time.
That is a long time.
Sunglasses.
No, I'm not saying you don't look. Just 30
See, that's the thing. It's only
really
safe to look with glasses on.
It's only gotta have glasses on of some kind.
I got caught on Friday.
Oh,
yeah! I was
at the baseball game.
No, it was later. I was at a brewery and
softball game.
Oh dear God,
Sean, I do have an off-air story that I need to share with you.
Oh, but you're gonna tell this one on air? I can't wait to hear the off-air.
Kevin knows the off-air one.
Is this from the newspaper? This
yes,
one's bad.
yeah. No, it was Friday. I just was standing at the brewery and I ordered a beer and she had a very low-cut tank top on. And I was like, yeah, let me get that one. And then she was, taking the card to run the card and everything. And I was just
get a Dos Equis.
I was just it was Oak Highlands. It was Oak Highlands Brewery, local.
Modelo's.
And I was okay. I see where you're going.
Come on, yeah.
And she looked up and I was like, oh crap. And then went on about my business.
There's nothing to feel bad about. She wore that for that reason.
Oh,
okay.
right.
They're working for tips.
Come on.
I'm sorry, what was that?
They're working for tips.
Yeah.
Tips, gotcha.
Come on.
Listen,
just tips.
You know where my fiance used to work. It's like you know what it is.
I don't.
Well, but it's like it's.
Are you not going to tell us?
I need so much more information.
They're working for tips. They're working for tips. It's two mountains.
Oh yeah,
they're working for tips.
So
views.
How did you take it in yesterday?
Well, we cut off our segment a little earlier.
Oh, the disrespect to Danny Green?
Yeah, we had to disrespect
He wasn't
Danny
very
Green.
good either.
Yeah.
Oh, but also
But we'll have him back next Monday for another.
This time, we'll encourage him to be better. And so we could be back on.
Was he tired?
I'm
Hey,
not
he
sure.
said he wanted to play poorly going into the playoffs. So he's doing the same with y'all.
And so we were back on when the eclipse happened, which was cool, except I realized we all wanted to like stand right by the window and look at the eclipse as opposed to talk on the air. So we kind of rotated, and seeing it up here was super cool.
Yeah, there was that moment where the segment had started and Chiafalo and I are just over there stuck up against the window like little Garfield things. It was one of those moments. A lot of people guessing where she worked, so that's interesting.
Guessing.
On
Where
the fan
Sarah
text,
worked?
yeah.
I think he said it on the air before.
He just said it.
Oh,
I figured it out.
that's not it right
Now,
there.
did anyone get emotional?
No.
Emotional
Yeah.
for the eclipse?
Yeah,
It's
what I
the
rolled
sun.
I know what I rolled my eyes at yesterday was like the tears and the unifying moment. Now I can die in peace.
What unified us?
No, see, and it wasn't a unifying moment.
I mean, the
unifying
election's about to
moment.
happen. We're going to be ununified again. So.
Because the solar eclipse was like the Super Bowl halftime show. It felt like a lot of people thought it was great, but then also a lot of people thought it was stupid and overrated. And there weren't very many people who were like, yeah, no, it's solid. They were like, I thought it was great. I think people who think it's great, stupid.
I think most people who were in the path of totality.
Yes.
I think most people who were in that generally came away saying they thought it was cool.
Yeah.
I didn't see many
Very
people who were actually in it say it sucked.
No, I don't think you
I think the eclipse sucks narrative was from people who were like just hearing the attention and not in it.
Yeah, you have to be miserable, and you have to be dug into your previous notion that it was boring and stupid and overhyped.
Yes.
The only people who thought it sucked are the people who thought it was boring, stupid, and overhyped, and then refused to go, oh, wow, that's kind of cool.
Our cat people.
Cat people?
Yeah.
You know, my neighbor, cat guy that keeps the cat in the freezer, right?
Yep.
He busted out the welding mask. We were looking through a welding mask. It was badass. Badass. So cool.
I wish I had glasses, not just black napkins like you.
You look like bootleg Batman.
I was trying to protect my eyes. I heard that you had to protect your eyes.
I like Corey Sandra Bullock reference the most.
Thank you.
That was pretty good.
In that movie, how come they didn't just get Eclipse glasses?
I don't even know the movie. I just know
I don't even know if I've seen it.
the meme.
What's it called?
Yeah, I'm right there with Sean. I never saw the movie.
Box
And
or
you
something?
referenced
I
it?
just remember seeing like
Because a lot of people don't like to watch Sandra Bullock movies.
why?
People crap on her as an actress. They say she's the female Keanu Reeves.
They were in a movie
Nobody
together.
ever saw
I know
Forces
they
of
were,
Nature and Hope Floats.
That movie sucks.
Oh, Hope Floats sucked.
The Proposal.
Like
And
Blindside was.
Speed?
Yeah.
Speed.
Oh.
Speed eclipsed my thoughts going in.
Pun intended.
Pun intended. Did the eclipse your?
Yeah.
Yes, it did.
It was awesome. Yeah. It was fantastic.
I thought it was super cool.
Very cool.
What did you like better, the eclipse or the movie Demolition Man with Sandra Bullock?
I did not see it.
I like when
Watch Demolition Man, dude.
I like
It's
when
great.
Sylvester Stallone needed toilet paper.
Yes.
I
That's my
thought
favorite
Demolition the tag team was better than
You
Demolition.
use the three
Man.
shells.
Ooh, I get that. That makes a lot of sense.
I
to me.
like the Eclipse better than the hail. I got pummeled. I got crushed yesterday with the storm. And
Hold
apparently
on.
it's coming back today and tomorrow.
I didn't even know there was hail.
I feel like you guys
Evil
give Peyton a hard time if he hasn't seen or something or doesn't know Rafael Palmeiro or whatever, something
Yeah.
like that.
Demolition Man
You've
is
never seen
Rafael
Demolition-
Palmeiro of
yeah.
movies.
Is
Yes.
Demolition Man on that list of like
You got to see it, dude.
crimes?
It's great. It's
all
great.
right.
No,
Restaurants
it's
at
it's
Taco
not like an
Bell.
all. It's a really good cult classic. It's Sandra Bullock. It's Wesley Snipes, Sylvester Stallone. It's good.
Yeah, Dennis Leary's in it.
You may
Schneider.
run like Maze, but you hit like.
Yeah, that was not in that movie. That was
Isn't
a
that
different
Face
movie.
Off?
What?
I don't believe it's
Now
Face
Face
Off.
Off was a good movie.
I would say it's
I like-
Face Off
I'm gonna
level.
take her face.
Off. Two
Was
great
that
actors in their
Snipes?
primes.
No, that was
Nicolas Cage and John Travolta.
Oh,
Man, if you ever want to
Man.
see somebody eat all the scenery in a movie, John Travolta's and Nick
You're the
Cage
one
are
that I
having the
want.
most fun.
what does that mean? Eat the scene.
It's my favorite
When you're
part
just
when they
like,
sing that to each other.
Ding! If you've seen Al Pacino like in the last 15 years,
I'm genuinely asking this. I'm curious. What happened last night at Raw? If anything, great.
Missed it.
The Rock got lost in a promo and seemed to forget what the point of what he was saying was for about 10 minutes.
Really?
Yeah.
They do 10 minutes. I've watched a couple
The
of his
opening
viral
segment was 45 minutes long. It felt 45 minutes long, too.
I've watched a couple of the Rock's viral rants, and I'm like, okay, this is going a little long.
Yeah.
Like there's a stumble here. It's going a little bit long.
I thought-
He's great on the microphone.
He is. I just thought last night was way too long at the beginning, and he seemed to get lost. It was really fun. The crowd was super engaged.
Roxanne came out. That was
Yeah,
crazy.
Roxanne Perez. Bunch of NXT people came up. It was fun.
Roxanne? I was trying to think of Roseanne's husband. I couldn't think of
Tom Arnold.
John Goodman?
No, John Goodman.
Well, she was married to Tom Arnold.
She was
in real
really
life.
married to him.
Oh, yeah.
for a
Have you
while.
ever seen King Ralph?
Yes.
Yeah.
Great movie.
Oh, it's so good. King Ralph is so underrated.
Dude, when he
made it sound like
backflips-
that's y'all's favorite movie of all
No
time.
one talks about
when
it.
he
King Ralph is-
backflips the cricket mallet thing, whatever. All
It's like Backdraft. No one talks about Backdraft.
Is John Goodman
I
a
do
criminally
like
underrated
King Ralph.
actor? Because I love him
Oh,
in most
Goodman's
things.
a really good actor.
What other
Very good.
movies?
Ooh.
Big Lebowski.
Big Lebowski he was in.
If you've never seen
the Jamaican bobsled movie,
That was John
Yeah.
Candy, Mike.
View of the Ride.
If you've never seen Cloverfield Lane, I think it's like 10 Cloverfield
Yeah,
Lane.
he's
He
good
is
in that.
excellent in that.
Kong.
The show, what's the where he's the preacher? The Righteous
Righteous
Gemstone.
Oh, yes.
He's
You watch that?
fantastic in
No.
that.
That's it's clever.
I thought
It's
you would
pretty
like
good.
that.
Stop movie quizzing me.
That's a TV show.
I was trying to
You're
help.
trying to movie shame me over
Oh,
here.
I'll movie shame you. You get more song shamed than movie shamed, I feel like.
Yeah.
There's songs you don't know.
I know the songs. I can't title.
Yeah, this is Sean singing every time.
I break news on the station, give all your content. This time.
Let the kid play.
We're back tomorrow. We got a lot of guests tomorrow. I hum the song. I don't know the words all the time. I hum it.
Dane Brugler, you guys just teased him a second ago on
Yeah.
a commercial. Did
Dane
he come on the
Brugler,
show?
he's coming on tomorrow. Get us out. Stop. End it.
Always a welcome sign for this club.
Oh, you making fun of my stutter?
Sports news, insight,
Jackass.
info, opinion with laughs
Stutter
along
problem.
the way. Turn it on, leave it on. You're about to be masterpieced, KNC style, right here on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, where initially part of this segment was going to be about the hot start for the Texas bullpen.
What happened?
It didn't go well yesterday. A lot of things did not go well for the Rangers in the Astros series finale. Good news is you get to start that up again in 4 days. But Reggie, if we can just put out a clip of audio of the Astros unfortunately doing good things yesterday.
Here comes the pitch, swung on, and a high fly ball into deep right field. Back goes Garcia on the track at the wall. It's gone. A 3-run homer for Caratini. It's his first of the year, and the Astros lead 10-5.
It's like a martini without an olive. It's with a carrot.
Isn't their backup catcher?
Yeah.
He rocked our pitcher?
He went deep.
Jeez, man.
Well, if you thought it was going to be easy,
time to panic.
Welcome to reality.
Yeah.
This is not going to be easy.
We might never win again.
I didn't say that. I'm just saying it's going to be difficult to win the division, difficult to make the playoffs again.
Did you know you were in for a long, high-scoring night when not only were the Rangers down 2-0 going into the bottom of the first, but then their first 5 people scored, and were you thinking, here we go? Or did you think, well, surely these will be the only runs of the game for us?
I text the producer after 77 pitches in the first inning combined, and I said, we're going to be here till 11 p.m.
Yeah.
And I really did think that. I just thought after the Rangers scored 5, and then especially after the Astros then scored 2 more in the second inning, I just thought this is going to be one of those 15-14 games where nobody can really figure out how to consistently get the guys out. But obviously, after the first inning was over, that was it for the Rangers. They didn't even get a guy to second base the whole game. After the first inning, there wasn't even a guy who got to second base innings 2 through 9. So there was actually no threat of scoring.
After the first inning, it felt like the player that we appreciated was Jose Urena.
Yeah, let's go ahead and let him start.
And then that's about it, because Heaney was bad, Burke was bad, Garrett Anderson was bad.
You already got that text?
And I was like, he's doing his job. Why are we trying to take him out of the job he's doing? He's doing a great job doing his job.
Because I need a better starter than Heaney.
Michael Lorenzen is coming back soon.
Okay.
He's going to make one more rehab start. Jack Leiter didn't have a good start his last start, but it wasn't a bad start.
Okay.
So
interesting.
You know what? I didn't realize that he was still only 23. He's about to be 24 very soon. But I was looking at Jack Leiter. This is a person to look at. And I'm being honest. Obviously, the second overall pick, you gave him $7 million. He's off to a decent start in AAA. I think he has 15 strikeouts in 8 1/3 innings. He just needs to. He had 3 walks in 3 1/3 innings his last start.
That's where he gives up runs.
He threw too many pitches, right? When you walk 3 guys in 3 innings, you're probably getting deep into counts besides just the 3 walks that you had. But I do think Jack Leiter, I think there's a possibility at the end of the month of April that Jack Leiter's in your starting rotation.
Wow.
And not because you're just throwing him in there going, whatever. I do think that he's pitching well enough to start this year, clean up the location just a little bit. And so to people wondering about whether it's Andrew Heaney, whether it's John Gray, whether it's can Cody Bradford keep this up, you have Michael Lorenzen coming back here pretty soon, within a week. And then I do think Jack Leiter is going to help this team in the month of May. And then you hope that Scherzer's back in the month of May too, later in May. But
it's such a shame for the bullpen too. And we'll talk about this a little bit later. Your stats can swing wildly at this time of the year. But in the first 3 games against Houston, here was what the bullpen did. 9 innings pitched, 1 earned run, 4 hits, 3 walks, 8 strikeouts. They had been tremendous. And I know we talked about how Urena was good, but Grant Anderson, not good. Brock Burke, not good. And that doesn't even get into Andrew Heaney being not good yesterday. I really thought we were going to have the opportunity to focus in on the hot start for the Texas bullpen. That feels kind of irrelevant at the moment. And instead, I look now at a series that 2 days ago you were dominating. And I know it's not an aggregate score or anything like that, but You did win the first 2 games, a combined 17-4, and now you walk away from this series with a split, which it feels disappointing. I don't know if I would have gone into the series saying a split's disappointing, but because of how good the Rangers looked in the first 2 games, this feels hugely disappointing now.
I'm with you in this too, is as you got the word, as we were getting off the air, somewhere between like noon and 3 o'clock, the Astros make the announcement Framber Valdez is not going to be healthy enough to start this game. So now all of a sudden, and hey, congratulations to Blair Henley, a local product from Arlington Heights. He makes the major leagues for the first time. But when you saw a person making their debut versus the Texas Rangers, you're thinking, wow.
And his ERA is now 135.
I saw that the line of the game was minus 125 or minus 135 for Houston when Framber Valdez was starting. I'm just going to assume, I never checked it again, I'm going to assume it went to probably like minus 200 for the Rangers.
Yeah.
Because of you go from all-star Cy Young candidate to major league debut, and so there's a big difference there. So to your point, I thought, well, now the Rangers had a disadvantage, Valdez versus Heaney. Now they have an advantage, Henley versus Heaney.
And they took advantage of that advantage, which is a weird way to say that.
The offense did, yes.
The offense took advantage of that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they did.
Yes, I realized they took advantage of the advantage.
And that's an advantage for them.
Oh, my God. Sure.
And it's positive, if you will.
I think that's a good vantage point to take on it.
I like the way you went after that, man. That's a good one.
But you lost.
You did.
And like I said yesterday, and then I heard Jared Sandler take it last night driving home from the game.
Losers lose.
If you win 6 out of 10 games, if you just keep going 6-4, it doesn't sound fun, but it gets you to 97 wins.
Yeah.
The greatest season in Rangers history would be going 6-4 every 10 games. I know it's not going to happen that way. They're not going to consistently go 6-4 every 10 games if we put it into a package like that. But 6-4 isn't bad. Remember I said before the season started, the only one that I guess they did everything. They didn't exceed on the Houston one. I said, if you can win 2 out of 3 against Chicago, you did that.
Yeah.
And then I said, if you can win 1 in Tampa and then split against Houston, that gets you to 5-5, and I'll be satisfied with that. I'm not going to be happy about it. I'll be satisfied. So the Rangers did one better than what I was hoping for in the first 10 games. And I don't know, I'm going to throw this out to you guys. It does feel a little bit like survival for the Rangers right now. Not offensively, but just can you get through this stretch of April and maybe mid-May until you get Scherzer back? And then Michael Lorenzen, you're hoping can really contribute to this team in some way. And then I am throwing it out there. I do think Jack Leiter in the month of May is going to join this rotation.
Do you view then, because I'm agreeing with what you're saying. Do you view this, and this might be ridiculous because it's tough to sweep a team, 3 games, 4 games, whatever. Do you view this A's series as it's very sweepable, and you left a lot of losses on the table against the A's last year where it looked like you had the opportunity to sweep, or even if you drop 1 out of a 4-game series for a terrible, terrible Oakland team?
Yes, sweeping is hard, but they better win 2 out of 3. You just have to take advantage of this. Right now, Anaheim isn't as bad as I thought they'd be. I still think at the end of the year they're going to lose 90 games. I really do.
Yeah.
But the Oakland Athletics are going to lose 100 games. They just are. That's where they're at in their development of their organization. And so let's make sure that we contribute a lot to their 100 losses.
Yeah, that's it. That's a good idea. Somebody asked me to stop talking on the show, so I'm a cheesy a-hole or something like that. So
that's just
I can only be who I am.
That is.
Now you've effed up my whole day, and I'm not going to talk anymore. And now you screwed Kevin and Mike over. Good job.
Do you think that wasn't Adrian, was it?
Okay. Loves me. She doesn't listen to this show.
Yeah. Okay.
Oh, I mean, and she wouldn't say that about you.
She probably would.
At least not to the text line. She'd send it directly to his phone, right?
Yeah. I am what I am, and that's it. But now you get, like I said, y'all screwed Mike and Kevin over. So now they have to.
Wouldn't our positive opinions of you override that fan text?
No, the fan text is the most important opinion. That's a long storied history of truth right there. And they know. My opinion matters. That's why I text in. So I need to make sure that this person understands how much I appreciate their opinion so that our show can continue to be a dominating force in DFW where we grind 11, 12 ratings.
Can I tell my favorite fan text story ever then?
You're the leader of the show. What do you want us to say? We've been told we shut up when you talk.
Yeah, I got told by a listener.
Who told you that? That texter? I didn't say that.
You do after every show. You're like, Mike, if you interrupt me again, I'm going to sock you one. I'm going to show you what a knuckle sandwich looks like with extra mustard on it.
Mm-hmm. When we filled in for Rage when they got fired before Ben and Skin got here, somebody texted in, and we've been filling in for 3 weeks. And this guy texted in and said, "Who the F are you guys? I'm the biggest fan in the world." That's where we changed it to Tolo. And I listen to this station all the time, blah, blah, blah. They just went on and on about, you suck and blah, 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 blah. And so I just calmly responded. I go, "Well, we've actually been on for 3 weeks, so it doesn't really feel like you're a big fan. You should probably start listening more." And that's just sent it off. And they respond. They're like, "F you, you stupid blah, 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 blah." It was awesome.
Mm-hmm.
So the point is, sometimes people get mad on the fan text.
Nobody's ever gotten mad on the fan text.
I mean, that has definitely...
Nobody has ever done anything like that.
Definitely happened.
So I was looking at this real quick since you talked about Oakland. Tonight in baseball, Cleveland is home against the Chicago White Sox. That's the biggest spread at -215. So just so you know, it's not like
that's a huge
how many runs, whatever. It's in baseball, and it might be that way. But in baseball, it's, hey, we think Cleveland's going to win this game, so you're going to have to bet $215 to win $100 on this game. Now, the other side of it is, hey, man, if you think Chicago White Sox can upset Cleveland tonight, you can bet $100 and we'll give you $215 because we think it's a very underdog situation. The next highest one is Texas is -200 with Evaldi on the mound versus Alex Wood. So if you look at it that way, it doesn't mean the Rangers are going to win, but Vegas is telling you it would be a pretty good upset by the Oakland Athletics to win tonight. So hopefully Evaldi has a good game, and he needs to. Luckily, Urania saved your bullpen. Urania, I gotta keep saying Urania was the one who really saved your pen. In fact, I'll be honest, he probably saved a guy from getting sent down to the minor leagues. If he only goes 2 innings and you have to use, let's just say, Jake Latz and Yuri Rodriguez to finish out that game, you're going to have to send somebody down to the minor leagues to call up a fresh arm. So just in case Nate Evaldi only goes 2 innings or 3 innings and something happens, you're like, we're screwed. We used everybody in the Heaney start, but because Urania was able to pick up 4 innings at the end of the game, he saved somebody their job.
Yeah, and I know, like, where you're looking specifically yesterday with that one too. Cody Bradford did that a little bit too the other night, didn't he? Like we were discussing that very specifically with the John Gray start, where if Cody Bradford isn't good, John Gray might have to go 9 innings just because. Like you sorry, buddy, you just have to do it. Cody Bradford went out there. Can we expect more of that from Cody Bradford, or are we on like a questionable roller coaster with him?
That feels high, right? Yeah. I hope so.
Yeah.
But that feels like a high bar.
And I mean, it obviously did help that the Rangers were pouring on runs in that game. Like that was a huge factor too. Their bats came alive and they were like, "We're ready for you today." And I guess whenever you go up to the plate and you put 5 runs up, you're like, "All right, Andrew Heaney, do your job now." And then he does it and you're like, "Dang it. Whoops. At least you came up with the Creed thing last year."
Okay. Well, I'll cut him some slack then.
He won a World Series for the team.
Well, I'll tell you what. I got to the stadium yesterday about 4 p.m. There was already 3,000 to 5,000 people in line to get in the stadium because of Evan Carter bobblehead.
That's awesome.
The one where Kevin
and they don't open the gates till I believe 5 p.m. Maybe they open them. I think it's 2 hours before game time. They open up the gates.
I believe that is.
And
correct.
so there was already like close to 5,000 people in line an hour before. And then it confused me because when they opened up, I saw, and the people are Tolos, like, "Hey, Mike, Tolo, this and that." And I'm like, they have a bobblehead and they're trying to get out of the stadium. And I'm like, wait, is there like some sort of special autograph line that you guys are in? I'm very confused here. Why are you guys in a line to get out of the stadium or to go back and pick up another bobblehead? I'm confused. And you have to scan out. They'll allow you on, I don't know if this is every night, but on bobblehead night, so you don't have to carry that bobblehead all night long.
Makes sense.
So like if you got there at 5 p.m., get your bobblehead, you have to go inside the stadium, then get in a line to go out of the stadium to then go take your bobblehead to the car to then rescan to get back into the stadium. But then your ticket won't scan as you get another bobblehead.
You could break. You'll forget it like you do your souvenir cup or your nachos. Everybody forgets to take their nachos and go put those up.
Take your nachos to the trash, you mean, or home?
Yeah, well, I mean to the trash.
Okay.
Everybody always forgets. Like, go put it. We all leave it under the seat and just walk off, right? Everybody does that. We should probably be better and more tidy.
Coming up in Baseball Nuggets, which pitcher will get hurt tonight in Major League Baseball?
What the hell?
Probably
Well,
all of them.
how about yesterday, Framber Valdez, and it's elbow soreness. This is amazing. By the way, we do have Justin Verlander. That will be, and Mike likes it. Him talking about
okay, I was like, as a guest,
like the elbow situation happening in baseball.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next.
Try playing fantasy baseball in this world.
Yeah, truly, Mike, that's the biggest struggle of this entire story. Coming up next, March Madness in April, the dominance of UConn on the court and the dominance of the women in the ratings. Next, right here on The Fan.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece on 105 through the Fan is brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org. And it's brought to you by Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first. That's 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. That's Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
6.9 to go. In it comes to Ethan Morton. He's going to dribble this one out. And the second verse is the same as the first. UConn repeats as national champions. The third team to repeat in the last 50 years. 75-60 the final.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105 through the Fan. Can you name the other two teams in the last 50 years?
I do know this. Florida with Corey Brewer, Al Hortford, and Joakim Noah.
That was 06 and 07. Correct.
And Duke.
Correct. In 1991 and 1992.
Beating UNLV in Michigan back when college basketball was good and good players played college basketball.
I think they actually beat Kansas in Michigan, but that UNLV game was in the semifinal.
Oh, that's true.
That was an awesome game, though.
Yep. My guy, Greg Ostertag, was he there? I can't remember.
I don't know about that. Look,
he might have been gone.
I despise UConn basketball, but this team has been amazing. They've been 1 or 2 for most of the year, and they ran over their competition in the NCAA tournament. This feels like a very, very impressive feat, does it not?
Oh, yeah, for sure. Especially since they proved me right as my bracket. I finished 7th in Jared Sandler's bracket.
Nice.
I don't understand why more people don't listen to me when it's bracket discussion time. It's last year I had a perfect bracket. This year, 7th place.
To be fair, though, that's a pretty hefty fall from last year.
That is a tough
you were
one.
Perfect.
Yeah, it was perfect bracket last year, which nobody's ever done except for me. And I guess next year's gonna have to be a bounce back. I'm really gonna have to push forward on this. I collected some good money, so I'm happy about that. That was nice. That was well worth it. But yeah, man, what Connecticut has done in 2 seasons now, and seeing that Hurley has this team focused in a very different manner. You watch their workouts. Did you get a chance to see their behind the scenes stuff on their workouts?
I did not.
It's intense, man. And all he talks about is we run. The best ever. They run, and they were in that mindset of not only do they run the court well, but they're heavy whenever it's the fourth quarter or the end of the second half.
Yeah,
they're heavy, but not like heavy footed. They're heavy in that you are trying to stop them, and they're bigger and stronger than you late in the game. Edie couldn't handle it because he was gassed late in that game.
That is true,
and even early in that game.
Now, this is interesting. I don't know if Reggie's going to try to get this money. From the 972, $50, they said, to anyone that can name 2 players on UConn because they couldn't do it. You can name the players if you like. We just talked about Klingon yesterday. Stephon Castle, obviously.
Those were the 2.
A lot of heat on him.
No.
And then Tristan
Samson
Newton.
Johnson.
Byron Jones.
And then Tristan Newton was the
first.
That was a cornerback, Mike, that the Cowboys drafted.
Yeah, but he had hands of steel.
But this goes to something you and I were talking about before the show, Corey. It's cool for UConn that they went back to back. Obviously, a big achievement, but it's not the same as the women's game in terms of you got the exact same. I know it's team versus team, but the same Angel Reese versus Caitlin Clark matchup. You don't necessarily say, man, you know who Zach Edey's big rival has been all these years? Castle. And I'm glad that they got a chance to play again in the NCAA tournament. I don't think anyone views it like that because you just don't see it that much.
Yeah, Reggie, that was one of the discussion points we had about the girls, about the LSU game, the LSU-Iowa game specifically, was you had skin in the game. You had something invested from the previous year. You were already connected to it, and you were like, hey, I kind of just want to see how round 2 of this goes. Kevin, you know that with boxing and MMA, everybody wants the second fight. It's and then they want the rematch. They want the third. They want the rubber match of all
adjustments
that.
did you
Everybody wants a rubber match to get the totality.
I feel like there was a hitch in there.
Yeah, so that's what. Well, that's just the way I talk.
Yeah, that's right.
So like that was your investment to the tournament specifically was this Caitlin Clark girl and Angel Reese. Like that was the investment. And next year, I don't know. There's no way I know what to be invested in next year for sure with this. Other than I do think UConn will be back in the Elite
They should have a
Eight.
very good team.
They'll be a very good. They will be talented. Here was the one thing I was thinking last night while watching this game, though, Kevin. How many NBA stars was I watching last night?
No, stars or NBA players?
Stars. And there was a time where you felt like you were getting the stars of the NBA in the tournament, and you're not. I don't know, like you're trying to come up with one, right?
I was going to say Castle is
I like
probably
Castle
a lottery pick, but I don't know.
His shots were short last night, and I felt like he could have had more. But yes, I have watched him throughout this tournament. I've been very impressed with him so far. But and I didn't even say superstars. I'm on the level of stars.
And all I was going to give you was I think Castle and Klingon could be lottery picks, but I can't.
They'll be lottery picks, at least if you look at. I looked at mock drafts yesterday.
Yeah, I can't say that they'll be stars.
They're going to be guys like, I know this is maybe not a good comp, like how Jalen Suggs is in Orlando. Jalen Suggs was a really good player for Gonzaga, but he's a role player in the NBA, a really nice starting role player in the NBA. And UConn gives you a couple of really nice starting role players in the NBA.
And the best player in college, like we talked about the other day, he's a fringy second-round pick.
Yeah, I did see where he's going to, I don't know, like it's mock draft time, who knows, but late first, early to mid-second, it looks like where Edie's going to go.
Early to mid-second, I could definitely see. I'll admit, if he goes in the first round, I would be a little surprised.
I'd love to take him as the third center on this team for the Mavericks. Yeah. That'd be awesome to have a body like that to go get some fouls. But that's where this is college basketball right now. If you love team sport, that's what it is. You got a bunch of guys that the better team is going to win. And how many superstars were in this tournament this year?
Well, and I think
so that's the other part of it is like you kind of do root for the team versus the superstar a lot of times, or you're rooting for that superstar to go out there and just dismantle it because they're the best.
And that's what goes into, I think, a lot of the numbers, because I kind of want to talk about the women's tournament in connection with this right now, because whether it's, you just look at the Final Four, Cardosa, Clark, Becker, it does feel like there were like the big time players doing big time things with their teams that will go on to the WNBA and potentially be stars there, or at least go really high in the draft. Because did you see the number for the women's championship game?
$85 billion.
That is too high.
Right. $30 million. It's a Cowboy game.
18.7 million viewers combined. And that is the most watched basketball game since 2019 in the men's championship game.
Wow.
Virginia Tech and Texas. Virginia and Texas Tech.
Got that reversed. Even more.
Jeez. Sorry. Virginia and Texas Tech. And the only other college basketball game to draw higher than that on cable was the 2015 Final Four between Wisconsin and Kentucky. You remember that's when Kentucky was undefeated, I believe, and so people were super stoked.
That was the one we were at, right? Where you got to go hang out with Rolando Blackman?
No.
Okay.
Because
is that Karl Anthony Towns?
That was the Final Four game.
Yeah, but that was not that year because Duke won that championship.
And the twins, they had twins. Did Kentucky have twins?
The Harrison twins?
Yes.
Yeah.
And so 12.3.
And Devin Booker was a roster backup on that team as well.
It seems like he's done okay for himself.
Still should be.
12.3 million
backup star
for Iowa LSU. That was the record for most watched women's basketball game. Broken by the next game, 14.2 million between Iowa and UConn. Broken by the next game, 18.7 million. And with all due respect to South Carolina, they're an amazing team, but the driving force behind this was Caitlin Clark. Like, that's just a fact. And so I don't know what happens with college basketball on the women's side next year in terms of where those numbers settle. But their numbers had been going up.
Here's what I'm confused with. So back in the day, let's just take the 70s, for example, the 1970s. People weren't trying to leave college basketball to go to the NBA because the NBA was crap. Yep. I mean, it was just like, wait, I'm more popular in college. This game is more popular. I'm going to go to the NBA and make some decent money, but there's not tons of money in the NBA. It was not a place where it looked like you were going to be financially set for life at that point, where the NBA was. So Caitlin Clark, in a way, is going to make less money and go to a thing that's not popular at all?
She's not going to make less money. One of the things that we think about NIL deals is like, that's a college thing, but really, if we call it what it is, it's endorsement deals. She's going to carry those endorsement deals with her and then making it WNBA salary. Now, is that going to be a lot more? Clearly, no. But
when
those
people
endorsement
stop
deals
watching her, though, 3 to 4 years from now, are those deals still going to be there? I just think one more year at Iowa where people care about that sport. The college campuses care about that sport.
Sure.
I know being in Lubbock when Cheryl Swoops was there, people cared a lot about women's basketball at Texas Tech. 0% of people care about WNBA basketball in Lubbock, Texas. You know, it's just like, I just think that she'll bring a little bit of her audience to the WNBA for a second or two.
I think when you say second or two, I think it's going to be the whole first year. Does that count?
I don't think I would bet you money that after a while people will go, when's the playoffs or whatever. Like, I don't think they're going to watch the Wings versus the Fever. Is that who she's playing for? Indiana, I think
that's who will draft.
Like, I just don't think after about 10 games or so, people are going to go, gosh, I gotta watch every minute of this Caitlin Clark WNBA experience.
I hear you, but I do think like the endorsement, her brand is already established as an individual, though, and I do think that will carry her endorsements still.
Yeah, and so the Aces are moving to accommodate 8,000 more seats.
And that franchise does super well attendance-wise, like excellently.
Okay, yeah.
I have to admit I'm not familiar with the attendance figures for the other teams offhand.
But yeah, they're like more teams are already preparing for that to go ahead and have more because of the ticket demand they're expecting from Caitlin Clark. And I don't know, again, I don't know if that travels 3 years down the road.
It'll be interesting here. I remember, was it last year, did the Wings make a run in the playoffs, Reggie?
Mm-hmm.
For their playoff games, they had 4,000 people. I remember going, oh, crap. Like, they're only getting in Arlington like 4,300 seats sold for a big playoff game to make the WNBA finals. I do think when Caitlin Clark shows up to Arlington for, I don't even know how many times the Indiana Fever come here per year, but I'm sure that it'll be maybe close to a sellout her first time here.
I think it will be a sellout, yeah.
But I'm just going to give you an example. Me and Ryan Drees went to go see LeBron James play his rookie year and his second year at the American Airlines Center. Wasn't even a big deal. Nobody cared in Dallas Fort Worth. Nobody cared that this young guy named LeBron James was playing in the NBA, and we were shocked that we could get tickets for face value in the lower bowl because we had heard about LeBron James when we were in Akron in 1999 together, and he was a freshman or eighth grader at that point.
Yeah.
And so we're like, hey, let's go see this LeBron James play in person. We've seen him on ESPN. We've seen him play at his high school. And we were like, wow, it's amazing that there are some seats that are somewhat empty. I know the American Airlines Center was really selling out back then because that was the heyday of Dirk and Nash and everything. But it wasn't a big deal that LeBron James had entered the NBA in the city of Dallas.
Now, this is my favorite stat of anything presented by Caitlin Clark, but it also has to do with the ineptitude of the Iowa offense. Caitlin Clark scored more points this season than the Iowa football team has scored during her entire time at the university.
Well, that's because Iowa football is miserable.
Their offense is the worst.
So they
Tim Dwight, though's coming back.
Why didn't they just reach out to her and say, hey, will you come play quarterback for us? I wonder why.
I still wanted Carter Freeman.
She's a basketball
to be
player.
The offensive coordinator for Iowa. I think we can do better. I think he can do better.
Who's the second greatest Iowa? She's the greatest Iowa athlete ever, like at that school.
I would assume.
Who did she beat out?
Ooh, I don't know who the next greatest Iowa athlete is.
It has to be like an offensive lineman, right?
feel
like
that actually
like
is
Iowa has
probably
some offensive lineman.
That
was
actually
good.
probably does feel like a decent guess.
Man, I'm going through a list right now, and I don't recognize very many of these names. Royce Alger.
Never heard of him.
Okay.
Don't get caught up looking at the butter sculptures.
You're going in alphabetical order, though, are you?
Oh no, we're gonna be here
Chuck
forever.
Long. Would you take Chuck Long as a Robert Gallery, the offensive tackle drafted by
sells a lot of furniture?
The guys.
We're the KNC masterpiece.
This is
right
bad,
here,
dude.
George Kittle,
BJ Armstrong.
Okay.
He won titles.
You were really excited about that.
Yeah.
I could only remember he's one of the players. I remember, was that the Bulls?
Yeah.
That BJ was on?
Oh,
Yeah.
George Kittle is coming up on the text
that's what I said.
line.
Would you
Don
take
Nelson.
BJ Armstrong or George Kittle?
Don Nelson.
Oh, okay.
Do you remember him? He's
yes.
coached the Mavericks, Kevin.
I'm very familiar.
Didn't Sam Laporta go there?
We're the
Sam
KNC
Laporta, yeah.
masterpiece.
It was tough.
Right here on 105 through the fan. Coming up next, it's time for Baseball Nuggets with Mike Bassett.
Where are the Rangers in the power rankings? And good news, it was before yesterday's game.
If you're not using Game Time, you're missing the big game.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece on 105 through the Fan is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. They're the #1 Chevy dealer in the world, and they've got more Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105 through the Fan. And right now, it's time for baseball and joke nuggets with Mike Bassett.
All right, power rankings. Here we go. MLB ranked all the MLB teams before yesterday. Their Monday power rankings came out on MLB.com. Number 1, moving up from number 2, the Los Angeles Dodgers. They're cheating. They've played more games than everybody. They're 9-4.
That gives them an advantage.
Because they played in the Korean Korean baseball games against San Diego. So they've played a few more games. So Mookie Betts has 5 home runs, but that's cheating because he's played in more games. All right, they're saying Shohei Ohtani, he is only putting up a 944 OPS, so he needs to pick it up.
That's really good.
Did you guys think at all that because Shohei had this controversy around him that his game might struggle?
Yes, I did.
It hasn't happened. Number 2, previously number 1. A team that I think is now in trouble and having to look for a pitcher in the trade deadline, the Atlanta Braves. I thought Atlanta...
You're still waiting on news for specifically with Strider?
Yeah, guess
you think
what?
he's done for the year?
I think so. He's here. He might have already left here, but obviously he saw Dr. Meister. That's the second opinion everybody goes to. It's kind of cool, like around baseball. I guess the Rangers don't need a second opinion. Like, we got Meister.
Yeah.
All right, your second opinion.
I mean, if that's who everybody goes to for their second opinion, feels like you would stick with that.
Yeah, it will be interesting. The Braves have an awesome lineup. They have okay pitching, but I don't know. It's a weird world where I don't know who's going to be healthy. I literally have no clue who's going to be healthy come July 25th when you're trying to make a whole bunch of trades to improve your team. And it feels like everybody's going to have to because you're going to have at least 1, if not 3 pitchers done for the season by the time you get to July. It's a weird world we're in, and we'll talk about it more in Mike Likes It, but I don't know if pitching's going to matter too much come playoff time. You're just going to be like, these guys are healthy. We got 13 guys who we think their elbow hasn't blown out yet, and we're going to see what happens.
I mean, the Rangers won a World Series that way, essentially. You know, they were like, well, these 2 starters are healthy. That's all we can go with. We have the bats to do it. I guess the real question is, like, do you even want to make trades for pitchers knowing, like, they could blow out
Not
easy?
with the Braves.
Yeah, just with anything else.
And number 3, guess what? They're probably going to miss their ace for the rest of the year. Garrett Cole, the Yankees. The Yankees are off to a great start. I believe they're 9-2 on the year. They've moved up from number 7 to number 3. And this is the world of baseball. Like, literally everybody we're naming has major injuries in their rotation. So I guess the good thing is when you look around baseball, if you start getting worried about the Rangers' injuries, well, everybody has them.
Yeah.
Like, literally, name a good pitcher. They're going to be hurt and probably missing the next 12 to 15 months. Number 4, previously number 5, are Texas Rangers.
Okay. But you said this was before yesterday?
It was before yesterday.
Okay,
it says you really have to feel terrible for Josh Young, who was dealt with a freak injury this time after freak injury last year, now fracturing his wrist. And he is going to miss 2 months now. I don't know if you saw this yesterday, but because Justin Foscue got put on the injured list because of a strained oblique, they had to bring up Davis Wenzel. Great for Davis Wenzel. Wasn't on the 40-man. How do you make room on the 40-man? You put people on the 60-day injured list that you know aren't coming back for 60 days.
Right.
And they put Josh Young on that list. So if you're like, maybe he can come back sooner than thought, they're making sure now he's missing 2 months.
Because Bochy had said last week, maybe only 6 weeks, but I guess
they moved it to 8 to 10. I don't know if you saw this, but the surgery didn't go as planned. It was worse when they opened him up. Did you guys not hear this?
Of course we didn't hear it. Otherwise, we would have known.
Okay, so
every time we hear about a surgery, it's thumbs up. Everything went great.
Well, they fixed it, but they were like, the damage was worse than we thought when we opened it up.
Okay.
And so they were like, now it's more like 8 to 10 weeks they're thinking with Josh Young. Dang. So putting him on the 60-day injured list obviously takes him out until June.
Yeah.
All right, so number 4, Texas Rangers. That's good. Number 5, the Baltimore Orioles. So I still really like them. They're a team so far that hasn't been dealt with a major injury. But they have a lot of good players on their team, and here they say, and Jackson Holiday is tearing it up in AAA Norfolk, so expect him to come up here pretty soon. Yeah. Which means my man Wyatt Langford and Evan Carter, man, let's pick up that pace there. Let's get a nice lead here on that Rookie of the Year stuff.
Can I throw this out there for you? I don't know if this will fit with what you're talking about. Did you see the MLB.com, their early votes for Rookie of the Year thus far?
No.
They put it out this morning. Wyatt Langford is in first place with 24 first place votes. Jackson Holiday is in third with 9 first place votes.
By playing in AAA.
Yeah.
Come on.
And Evan Carter second.
Fine.
Evan Carter second.
I'm voting for Paul Skeens for Rookie of the Year.
Y'all just wait until Sebastian Walcott comes up.
Yeah.
Paul Skeens is 5th, by the way, in National League Rookie of the Year.
I think you have to be in the league.
It's fair.
That's not right.
Fair point.
I guess they're saying, I don't care. Jackson Holiday's still going to win Rookie of the Year at the end of the year. I get that. But if you're voting on, hey, most teams have played about 10 games. Who's the best rookie in baseball? Jackson Holiday. Well, okay, fine. Lash Henderson at Prestonwood Christian's the best rookie. He's a 15-year-old having a great year at Prestonwood Christian. He's Rookie of the Year.
See, it seems like you do get it.
All right. Number 6. I give Lash Henderson too much praise. He's really good, though. But number 6, Philadelphia Phillies, previously number 4. Number 7, I think this is something to look out for because next week this is where the Rangers go, and I don't think people think of this team as a pretty good team. It's the Detroit Tigers. They've moved up from number 20 to number 7. Now,
good coaching.
Riley Green is having a really good year. He was the 3rd overall pick in his draft out of high school. So sometimes a dude doesn't come up and immediately tear it up and we just knock him down. Sure. Sometimes it takes some time, especially when you're 20, 21 years old entering the major leagues, that you might not be Mike Trout. You might not be Ken Griffey Jr. It might take you a little bit of time. I think we're finding that out with Wyatt Langford. As great of a season he had last year, as great as he was in spring training, it's taking him a little bit of time. Guys are really good in the major leagues, and sometimes they can fool you and they can throw pitches that you're just like, hey, guess what? In the SEC, these guys don't come close to what we're seeing at the major leagues.
It's weird seeing him get hits, but being like a singles hitter, you know, because clearly he has pop for days.
Yeah, and guess what? Being there, I get way too excited. Every time he hits the ball and it's like a fly ball, I'm like, there it is, number 1. And then I'm like, meh, fly ball out. But I think he's going to be just fine. Number 8. The Houston Astros. Number 9, the Chicago Cubs. I just wanted to say that real quick, as so far out of your first 3 series, they're saying you've played the 8th and 9th best teams in all of baseball.
And you have a winning record.
And you have a winning record. You're 6-4. I'll go down to the bottom real quick. And number 30, this is where it gets better, the Oakland A's. This is who you're playing now. You've had 3 tough series against 3 good franchises. Yeah. Tampa's not off to the best start. Yeah. They're 5-6. I do think that Tampa's going to play 500 or a hair better.
Yeah.
But I do look at this now. You have a tough schedule after Oakland. It's on the road at Houston, on the road at Detroit, and on the road at Atlanta. I just named you. Those are all top 10 teams in baseball according to these power rankings right now. So you have Oakland here for 3 games. We said it earlier. You don't have to sweep, but you better win the series.
You're right. And I know you're right. Is it wrong that part of me keeps thinking, yes, you do, when you say that? I realize getting a sweep is nothing you can ever take for granted. But every time you say that, I'm like, yes, you do.
And my last nugget on this power ranking is the Angels are tied for first place with you at 6-4. And this power ranking believes in them as much as I do. They have them ranked number 24. So it's like, yeah, they're 6-4. I don't care. And guess what? And it says this, and I agree with this. Hey, guess who the best player in baseball is when he's healthy? Yeah, I'd like to put in another word in that sentence to make it a full sentence.
No, I think you were good, dude.
I understood.
But Mike Trout has 5 home runs. He only has 6 RBIs because he plays on the Angels. But he is the best. It's in a weird way. There's a lot of great players in the game. Sure. There's Acuna. There's Betts. There's obviously Ohtani, who's the 2-way player and stuff. But still, when Mike Trout is healthy, he's the best. It's just a matter of at what point, I hate saying this, but at what point is he going to deal with an injury?
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan. Coming up next, the plan to and importance of getting John Gray back on track. We'll do it next right here on the Fan.
about to be masterpieced, KNC style, right here on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. 877-881-1053, FrankelFirm.com. Text line if you want to get involved. Also want to hear from you on the Twitch and the YouTube. The plan to and importance of getting one specific Rangers pitcher back on track. And I know you might be thinking after yesterday, oh, is it Andrew Heaney? That makes a lot of sense. No,
need Andrew Heaney
we'll
to be
get
back.
to that one probably at another point. For now, if we can fire off cut number 5, this is a positive highlight, but we need to get this pitcher back on track.
And the 1-2 swing and a miss. Fastball on the outside part of the plate gets Abreu. So Gray with a couple of punch-outs here in the second to give him 3 on the night. That's one more than he had in his initial start against the Cubs. Another sign that he's more on here this evening. And that brings up the shortstop, Jeremy Pena.
I guess he would cap out at 3 strikeouts, but so far John Gray has more walks than strikeouts. He has pitched 7 1/3 despite starting twice. It has been a really rough start for John Gray. Is there anything in particular that y'all have seen from John Gray? And then, Mike, I want to ask you specifically some things that can help a pitcher if you buy into this. But what have you seen from Gray so far that is concerning, or do you think that's thrown him off? However you want to describe it.
Inconsistent fastball location.
Is that the same thing we saw last year too, though? And then he didn't have quite the same control over his slider.
Slider was awesome last year. He had one of the best sliders in all baseball.
It was awesome. But what was the reason that he couldn't stay in games very long?
Fastball.
Okay, so that was the same thing that he had last year.
I think the fastball batting average against 346, and last year his slider was 194, and if you qualified for enough pitches on that, he was only one of 7 pitchers in all of baseball that had a batting average against a slider under 200. So it's a wipeout dominating pitch, but you have to set it up. You can't, just like I listened to this, and I do think, I'm going to be honest here, this is a tough word. I do think it's stupid when somebody says, just run motion every play in football. Don't you see the stats?
Yeah.
It works because you're not doing it every time. I get, you're like, well, the defense will tell you. No, guess what? There's not 32 morons as defensive coordinators going, oh, they ran motion again. We had to show them what defense we were in. I mean, they can start disguising it, and you'll see defensive coordinators do a better job of that as the game progresses if the dude's going to run motion on the offensive side every time. So, yes, I need him to get to that slider situation. But to get to that slider situation, he has to be able to command his fastball. And for some reason, I don't know this. This is where radar guns can be also stupid. His fastball says 97, but the hitters don't act like it's 97.
And it's interesting. It is actually already down this year. I want the control thing first. He's thrown 151 pitches so far this year. 83 of them were strikes. That means 83 strikes versus 68 balls. That feels like that is going to work out poorly for you most of the time. But
and then also, the thing is I wish they broke this down. I'm sure they do, like in the clubhouse, like your analytic team. Was it a good strike or a bad strike? Because just for example, I'm just using Brock Burke for example. He threw his first 2 pitches were fastballs for strikes to Yordan Alvarez. Both of them were not executed. He got to 0-2. But they weren't good fastballs. But he did get to 0-2, so they count as good fastballs. But you're like, those are not thrown where he wanted to throw them.
Now, you talked about John Gray's velocity. His fastball sat in the mid-90s in his last start, reached 95.5 miles per hour in the first inning. But it only cracked 94 miles per hour once in the 4th. And it's only 2 starts. But even John Gray talked about the drop in velocity early on. It's 94.3 miles per hour, which is 1.5 miles slower than it was in his first start, which was 1.5 miles slower than it was last year. Now, what I'm hoping, Mike, you can do here is walk me through maybe the difference between a fastball at 97 and a fastball at 94, because that's essentially what you're looking at is potentially a 3 mile per hour drop. I know there's a lot of other things that make a difference too.
So I had no clue you were going to talk about this today. I spent time yesterday talking to David Murphy on the field during batting practice. And we were like, it's really weird that we were actually saying there's no difference between like 92 and 90. The hitter could care less about, oh man, he got up to 92. I'm screwed now. You know, as long as it's the same motion and there's not a lot of deception in it, you're like, I'm fine. 94 to 97 is a little bit of a difference. So you're starting to get to speeds that hitters can become uncomfortable with. Now, last year, John Gray threw that speed, and the hitters weren't uncomfortable against that fastball. So then sometimes that radar gun lies because the hitter's seeing the ball well.
Okay.
For some reason, John Gray, the hitter, does not see deceptiveness with his fastball. Maybe, there can be a whole bunch of things. I'm not making up things here. I don't know about John Gray on the reason why hitters see him well. Maybe he opens up his front side early, his glove side, so that arm is exposed early. So you're seeing the ball out of his hand. You're seeing the ball longer. So there's not deception, because sometimes they'll say, man, I don't see the ball. Hitters will say, I just don't see the ball till it's like halfway there because of his motion, the way that he kind of is deceptive with it. For instance, Cody Bradford is, I want to say 6'6". I'm not exactly sure, but he's a pretty tall dude. Maybe right now Cody Bradford is really deceptive to the hitters because he's only 91, 92, but the hitters are acting like it's 98, 99.
I'm just looking at his heat map right now and the 3D pitches on Savant. A lot of fastballs either in the middle of the plate or up.
So bad strike. Even if it is a strike, bad strike.
And like you want to be low, right, with your fastball. They typically do. It feels like, but I guess I'm trying to figure out with his slider.
Heaney wants to be up all the time with his fastball.
Okay.
He doesn't really. So everybody's a little bit different. For John Gray, to your point, he does throw the ball down the middle too much. Is it east and west that he wants to work? This is where I've even seen John Gray now pitch for 2+ years. When he's at his best, is he edges? Is he what I call east-west, inside-outside, or is he north-south?
Yeah.
So I know Andrew Heaney. He's north-south. He's not east-west. Even though he's that sidearm kind of sling motion, Andrew Heaney, it still has to be a fastball that's going up into the zone or just above the zone. And you even said when we were talking before the show, like Heaney was like those borderline up pitches he wasn't getting, and he has to get those. If he doesn't get those, what does he do? Because he's not an edge guy. He's not an east-west, inside-outside guy. He doesn't have the command to do that. So for John Gray, when I've seen him go good, I just think about his wipeout slider so much that it's like, here it comes, and they can't do anything with it.
And that's the same spot, low and away. So if you're, I guess with your fastball being out over the plate, then you're thinking, oh, if you see that slider, but I mean, if I'm taking advantage of the fastball and never getting to the slider, that's a problem.
Yeah, and so I just think of John Gray and go, your question, what does he need to do? He needs to find edges, whether it's the top-bottom edges or the side-to-side edges. He has to start finding edges with this fastball. Strikes, but quality strikes.
Okay. To go along with that, this is what he said. He felt his arm. He couldn't really get it to where he wanted it to be. So clearly we talk about the impact of where the ball goes when you pitch it and everything. But one of the things that John Gray said is, I couldn't get my arm exactly where I wanted it to be in terms of the motion and in terms of the release. Anything in particular that goes into that? Because he talked a lot about stretching going into it. Like, for example, what he said is with the velo down and maybe his arm not getting to the angle that he wanted. He said, quote, I'm going to stay on that really hard, definitely stretch it out this week so I can get it moving a little bit better. If I get a few extra ticks on my velo, that'd be great. That'd clean it up. And so to do that, he goes, I'm going to have to stretch it out more, throw more long toss, really get after it in the weight room, and some arm bike. And so that is his plan of attack for this.
Okay.
Arm bike.
That's a very physical attack. It's just, where you're like, it's not fun. It's a wear out. It's a wear out situation. Like,
is it helpful though? Did you find it helpful?
For cardio purposes, or maybe for shoulder strength purposes, but
in conditioning,
it sounds like for him, he's off. His timing is off. And I know, I don't know how many people are listening that play golf or how many people, are listening that really pitching's hard. Hitting's really hard to do. if your timing's off, we talked to Mark Teixeira where he's like, man, when my timing was on, when I finally got it, I'm locked in. I'm a tough out. But when my timing's off, I'm done. And it sounds like what John Gray is not being able to find that slot and everything. His timing's off, but he answered it with more of a physical answer than a mechanical answer. So then I'm confused if he's saying I'm not getting the release point I want, I'm not getting this and that. He's like, well, then I'm going to physically overcome it. Yeah, and I don't know if it's a physical thing.
Somebody said from the 817 could sliding over on the mound help the east-west. I will say this.
You can't imagine how crazy it looks to move like 6 inches on the rubber. Like all of a sudden, if you go from the left side to the right side, it's completely different.
It's wild.
They tried to do that with me with the Mets because I pitched from the left side to create an angle as a lefty to create more of an angle. And I'd done that my whole life. And they're like, go to the third base side because we want your ball to run a little bit more, like from inside to a righty to that outside corner. And it was like a whole different world. I gave up on it. I'm like, this isn't for me. I can't throw the ball where I want to. I'm used to throwing it from this angle.
It's wild. It's like bowling too. Once you find, that arrow or that dot that you're aiming for,
don't move off.
Yeah, you stay on that line. Mike, there's one other thing that I noticed in a lot of his pitches. Nothing's lowing in. His changeup is the only thing that's lowing in to a right-handed hitter. Everything is far side to a right-handed hitter and low or up as far as fastballs. So everything's kind of in that in two different areas, and it feels like having a third place to be able to spot the ball would give hitters something else that they have to think about. And maybe he's just trying to find the right arm slot, all these things. He's just like, I just got to trust these two things right now.
He's been a power guy his whole career. That's why he was drafted 3rd overall out of Oklahoma.
And why he said he needed maybe 2 ticks on the radar.
And so it feels like to me, from what you're kind of saying, is he's kind of like, I need more power. And to me, he needs more command. Now, I don't want to jump the gun here, but Justin Verlander talked about this, and we'll get into it later, but he talks about all their teaching from the major leagues down all the way to 10 years old is velocity. It's all that matters. Velocity matters and spin rate matters, and everything else doesn't matter. And to me, a guy like John Gray, he throws hard. 94 should be hard enough. That's not a soft fastball. That's a solid fastball. Baseball Savant says that's above average in the major leagues. Looking at his peak, he's a little bit above average with his fastball velocity at 94.4. That's above average. It's about the command. And I think he's not this bad, right? He's not.
Agreed.
And there was an error made in his game. If the error isn't made, then maybe he's able to pitch a little bit deeper. He still wasn't great.
And that's going to feed into another stat I'm going to give you in a second.
Okay, go ahead.
Well, and this is the biggest thing. When you talked about going deeper into games, I realized the error had an impact on this. But check this out. He's thrown 7 1/3. With 2 outs, he's let 11 people reach base. That is astonishingly bad.
With 2 outs.
With 2 outs.
There are 2 outs, nobody on in that inning that he walked 3 and gave up and couldn't get out of the situation. I think.
Not that a walk's not going to hurt you anyway, like especially a leadoff walk, but that 2 out walk, that can kill you. And it's just 2 starts. And so some of these numbers are going to be exaggerated, but 11 batters reaching base in 2 out scenarios, and he's pitched 7 1/3.
Yeah, I'm just looking to your point, Corey. I'm just trying. I know I'm going back because I'm trying to look. He's only thrown 4 changeups this year.
Yeah, I mean, beautiful too. They're great changeups.
3 to left-handed batters, 1 to a right-handed batter. Curveball, I think. Well, his curveball is a big difference in speed. He's throwing 9 of those. The thing is if you don't have fastball command, it's tough to have command with your other pitches.
It starts everything.
Because in a way, I think for most guys, 90% of pitchers, maybe it's a little bit lower nowadays, maybe it's 80%, you're going to have the best command of your fastball. It's the straightest pitch that you throw. The other ones have more break to them. And so if you're not commanding your fastball, it's tough to say, mix in more curveballs and changeups to even give them a third, fourth look. You're like, I can't even throw the one that's the easiest to throw where I want. So now you're asking me to throw pitches that I'm less comfortable with into locations I want to. And so for John Gray. He's not old. He's 32, but he's getting to the point, non-steroid era. He's getting to the point where at times you can see a little bit of drop off in your just pure velocity. Now, guys have overcome that and stayed there. Obviously, it was weird that Verlander got to throw even harder after he left Detroit and got to Houston. And
I like that you said weird. I agree. It is weird.
But I'm looking at John Gray and his answer, I didn't even hear this answer, but his answer that he said, I need to go into the weight room more.
And stretch.
I don't know if that's like.
I don't feel like Maddox is the one telling him that either.
Answer.
Is Maddox like, hey,
I hope it works out. John Gray knows John Gray way better than I do.
Yes.
But to me, it's about pitching. His stuff is good enough. It's about pitching, not about getting. Maybe he's feeling really tired on the mound, but he didn't say tired. He just feels off, right? He feels off mechanically.
He said arm angle and the velo. I think it's the velo that might be scaring him a little bit more.
I guess it's a different time. And I guess guys worry so much about if I'm not throwing 97, I can't be a good pitcher.
Right.
Or I'm like, you're throwing 94 to 95. It's that the speed is plenty. It's the location. Look, if you went and watched Quick Pitch every day and go watch all the doubles and home runs that are hit for the highlights, go show me the good pitches that are hit for doubles and homers. It's going to be like 1 out of 10 maybe, or that was a good pitch. 9 out of 10, you're like, that was right down the middle.
Go watch Jordan Montgomery through the playoffs last year. It's not like he was overpowering anybody with a 98-mile-an-hour fastball. It was where he put his pitches.
Very fair point. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, this should be an interesting segment. We asked the question, do you let your pets sleep in the bed with you? 877-881-1053. But also, Reggie said he's going to come back with whatever the hell he wants as audio.
That's right.
Let's see if it fits this segment or not. Next on The Fan.
They are
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is also brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org. And it's brought to you by Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first. That's 214-817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. That's Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Here's a line drive to center field, and Frelick won't get it. This could be an inside-the-park home run. L.A. De La Cruz is on his horse, and they are waving him to the house. Here he comes. The throw to the plate, and it is. It is an inside-the-park home run for L.A. De La Cruz.
I think we should start integrating this more. Your random highlight of the day.
He was running so fast.
That was good, dude.
That was impressive.
That was good. What I like about it is that you went with, like you said, I'm going highlight. You know, I'm going with something fun, like a real highlight instead of some random audio, like a dog barking.
I was going to, but then I remembered.
Maybe who let the dogs out, or I had no clue what was about.
That was great, dude. I'm proud of this.
Well, I made the decision before I knew what the segment was.
All right, 877-881-1053, and the Tolos and the Twolos and the Yolos. Y'all let us know if you like this new bit where Reggie plays a random piece of audio for highlights.
Now, to go along with that, do you let your pets sleep in the bed with you? We've had some pet sleeping changes over the last couple months, and I feel bad for our older dog, Bella, because she did nothing wrong.
So be old.
She never did anything
wrong?
wrong?
No, she does stuff wrong.
Oh, okay.
But I mean, in terms of the sleeping situation, she's quiet. She sleeps sometimes on the bed or on a little like blanket right by the bed. But at the beginning of the year, we got a new puppy, Boba Fetch. And
Did you just say Boba Fetch?
He was really looking for us to applaud that
Boba
name.
Fetch. Boba does not abide by such nighttime rules. He says, if your door's open and you're asleep, I can go do whatever the hell I want. And he's a puppy, so he's still learning.
What kind of dog is it again?
Oh, man, I really should know this. It's a husky.
Oh,
I don't know specifically
wow.
what kind of husky.
Is he loud and obnoxious?
He can be loud and obnoxious.
Multicolored tongue.
Does not have appreciation for personal space. So we started putting Boba in his crate at night to help, let's figure this out. But once that happens, then Bella wants to walk around his crate and be like, hey, do you remember you left the dog in here? And so then she makes a ruckus. And so now what my wife has transitioned to is both of them go into their respective kennels at night to sleep. So that way they're not harassing each other or us or whatever. So the puppy has gotten the older dog kicked out of the bed.
Wow. So our situation with Landry, when we first got him, we had a crate and we put a blanket over the top of it because that seemed to be the thing that he liked the most. Yeah. Well, no, it was over it all the time.
Oh, okay.
But that was where he would go, if things got a little too chaotic in the house or if there was noisy or whatever, he would just go. That would be his place to go, his sanctuary.
It's his womb.
Yeah, his womb.
Oh.
Or his palace of solitude, whatever Superman called it.
That's a fortress.
Yeah, exactly. At nights, we started with the little, we'd shut it. But then we got to a point where we just leave it open. And he'd just go in there and lay down and go to sleep. Now we took it out and he has a mat that lays in the living room. But last night, when the lightning came, he also got to a point where now when it starts raining, he goes on the rug. And I'm like, well, you never did this before.
Goes on the rug and does what?
He goes on the rug. He goes number one on the rug. And so now when we know it's going to rain, we slap a diaper on the dog. We're like, sorry, buddy. This is what you're going to have.
Dog diaper?
Dog diaper, yeah. Sorry, bud. I'm not letting you do this in our house while we're trying to sleep.
Did you think you'd be back to changing diapers?
No. I thought I was done with that. Even when my kids have kids, guess what? You're changing this kid's diaper. Or Adrian, come get your grandbaby's diaper.
Yeah.
But last night,
pee diapers aren't bad.
Yeah,
That's
you're right.
true.
It's the blowouts that go up the back that we discussed. But yeah, last night, laying in bed, and Landry's just losing his S in our house, scratching on doors, clacking around on all the floors everywhere, because when it rains, He wants to be anything. I don't know. I have no clue how to fix it. I eventually had to open every door in the house so that he could have free reign to walk into somebody's room if he was nervous to check on them. I guess he was trying to check on Lucy and Carter because it's raining. Never had a dog sleep in my bed. Now I will, Kevin, occasionally come home and you can hear the rattle of his collar, and then he's standing next to the bed staring at me. Like, no, we're good. And on rare...
Nobody was sleeping in your bed just now.
Yeah, and on rare occasions, I have walked in and he is completely caught, 2 paws on the floor, 2 back paws on the bed. And he's staring there like, oh, I was just using your bed to stretch. That's all I'm doing right now. Just stretching out the lower back area, if that's what they call it on a dog.
Mm-hmm.
So but no, dog doesn't sleep in the bed. Dog walks around, might step and poop. I don't want him in the bed. Dog feet, that's gross, right? They walk around outside.
I'm sorry, Corey.
You do look distracted.
I got distracted by something that
Somebody said you were cheesy.
No.
And don't talk anymore.
I think Reggie might be impressed by this. I was looking at our corporate brackets. I looked at the women's bracket I filled out. In the first round, I got 31 of the 32 games right.
Because you went chalk, right?
I did go a lot of chalk. The one I lost was I picked Louisville to beat Middle Tennessee State, and that failed.
Should have listened to Haley Van Lith.
So sorry, Corey. That was just, I thought that was really neat. My bracket fell off.
So basically, you didn't listen to Corey tell this story about
everything that I said.
Yeah, a great story about how he was dealing with this dog, and you were just consumed with your own bracket that nobody cares about.
These are all fair critiques.
Well, you were multitasking?
I did not multitask. I got enveloped by that. I'm sorry, Corey.
We can start the segment over.
That's why I don't do brackets. I don't want to be distracted.
That's right. And notably, Mike, the least distracted on this show.
Yeah.
Is that okay?
He's the one that will guarantee he won't be distracted.
Okay.
The most.
I don't totally know if I agree with that.
You have a dog.
2 dogs.
Oh, yeah, you got the second one. You got the curly Q.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, what's happening, Ranger? I miss him.
How is Ranger?
He's doing fine. He is a faker now of an injury that he doesn't have.
Oh, my God. Did you have to put him on the phantom injured list?
Yeah. He's the Porzingis, and we're going to change his name to Porzingis.
Is it like hind leg? He walks around and he just won't touch it?
Somewhat. Man, if something happens, he's sprinting all over the place, and then he barks at night because he's like, oh, I can't get up the stairs. I'm like, you can get up the stairs just fine. It's like the worst thing we ever did. Since we're talking about dogs in bed, obviously my wife, pediatrician, will say one of the worst things you can do is early on in a baby's life is put that baby in your bed. Oh, the baby's crying. We love the baby. We want to be with the baby.
Gotta
and
put him
then
through boot camp.
Guess what? 6 months into your world, you want that baby to sleep in that crib, and now you've screwed yourself over for a while because that baby believes, obviously, that I'm supposed to be in bed with you guys sleeping. I'm not supposed to be in some crib or in another room. And the dog, Ranger, I do love Ranger, but we now at times have to go downstairs when we're ready for bed and pick him up and walk him up carry him. He's not a big dog, but then if something happens and he needs to run downstairs, I mean, it's a dead sprint.
So he's like Luca, right?
Yeah.
Wow. So your bed is a bad referee call. He's like, oh, I can't go on.
Yeah, so,
I have to stop and complain.
And Gabby's a good dog. We had to take out some of her teeth because she had horrible breath when we got her. And we were like, what's wrong? Took her to the vet, and they're like, well, she has rotted out teeth.
Oh, man.
The only way to fix this problem is not by giving them breath freshening, bones or whatever. It was, we have to take out these, I don't know how many teeth. I'm going to say 5 or 6 teeth that were rotting. And I guess it could have killed the dog because then it can get into the infection, can get into the bloodstream and then kill him. So, pulling teeth wasn't, that wasn't the hardest decision to make, but they're like, hey, you should maybe get an MRI on Ranger. Like, no, guess what? If he can't walk, he can't walk. It's a dog. We're not ACL in this dog. We're not putting him through Tommy John rehab.
The 214, our dog sleeps with us all the time. From the 360, depends on size and shedding. Our dogs don't shed, or at least one of them has never shed, and the other one not really too much. From the 817, with fresh, clean sheets, no dogs. But toward the end of the week, they sleep with us before we wash the sheets again. You wash your sheets every week, Corey?
Yep. That was something that when
Every
I started
other week
sharing
for
a
us.
bed with somebody, I was like, I got to do this more because of her germs. You know,
thought she was
not my germs.
I got you.
My germs are fine. National Pet Day is approaching on April 11th, Kevin.
Ooh, is that
a recent
Thursday?
survey by Mattress Next Day?
He's in Houston. Big ass.
No, this is a different guy. Over half of Americans are sharing their beds with their furry friends. Data in Texas found 74% of people with dogs let their dog sleep in the bed. 57% of people with cats let their cat sleep in the bed with them.
What if you just have furry husbands? And does that count?
What if your husband is a furry?
Your thoughts?
Like a lot of hair on their back and everything. People are weird. They need to stop this fetish crap they have and just be normal.
Oh my gosh.
Gosh, Mike.
What?
You started it, Kevin.
That's
Yeah,
fair.
Oh.
You knew where that was going.
You're a human. Be a human.
I want to see Mike drive by like a furry party and he's just like, you're a human, be a human.
It kind of reminds me of now the gentleman when
Your
he
brain is messed up.
dresses
Fix
up
it.
like a chicken and he's like, you're a chicken, be the chicken.
Yes!
You're a chicken.
Go to therapy.
Eat the feed. Eat the feed.
For the people with the cats, do you decide they sleep in the bed or
Nope.
are they like, we're going to sleep wherever the
Cats
hell
don't
we
care,
feel like
dude.
it?
The only way you can keep a cat from sleeping in your bed is shut the door and leave them outside. And their little paw comes under the door.
Yeah.
You can see it, and they're like, and you're
You
like,
know what?
Shut up, cat.
Our dogs and our younger son are both terrible at that because if the door is shut and I am still sleeping or Jess is still sleeping and the other one of us is out in the living room, he'll just like slowly try to walk towards the door and then he'll turn around and be like bang 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 on the door. I'm like, hey, the door is shut for a reason.
Somebody's
man.
sleeping in there.
He doesn't care.
If the door is locked in our bedroom,
Wake
Lucy
him
will-
up when he's sleeping.
Man, yeah.
Back at you,
Yeah,
Noah.
try that. It doesn't work the same way.
He's all excited. It's like, this is the greatest thing ever.
I hate sleep.
How come you guys don't get it?
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for Gridiron Gravy.
Sure.
What team is the biggest threat to the Chiefs in the AFC? We'll do it next right here in the
Cowboys.
Fan. Not the Cowboys.
Pee diapers aren't bad.
How would you like to earn some extra cash while contributing to a good
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece on 105 through the Fan is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. They're the #1 Chevy dealer in the world, and they've got more Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105 through the Fan. Yesterday, we attempted not running Gridiron in this segment, and people were angry.
I love the masses.
So now we go around the entire NFL and dip into some Gridiron gravy. And let's start with this note. The Renegades of Arlington lost again to the St. Louis Battlehawks. But more importantly than that, the Battlehawks drew more than 40,000 people to their home opener. 40,317 to be specific.
That's impressive. If they do that, they can get up to 9 million.
Where are the Battlehawks?
St. Louis.
In your face, Rams.
Yeah, why don't they have a team in St. Louis?
That team left a bit ago.
Why didn't they just replace it?
I don't know if you just get to, unless you're Cleveland, I don't know if you just get to automatically replace.
Like, they
your
didn't
team.
decide that the team had to go. The owner just picked up and left. So that wasn't the city's fault.
Well, because
especially if the city's going to have to pay for most of the stadium anyway.
This way the NFL can pretend that they really want a team in St. Louis because of their loyal fan base, while being like, yeah, but there's bigger media markets we could go to instead.
Is DFW a 4 now? Is it 4th in the media?
5th. 4th or 5th.
I think it moved up. I think
Sweet.
We're being looked at as the 4th major market here.
Let's go. Mike.
Yes.
Merrill Hodge is with you. He has said that Drake May is, quote, the kind of player that will get you fired, especially if you take him high in the draft. Now, I don't know if your line of logic is exactly the same as Merrill Hodge, but
Merrill Hodge says UNC quarterbacks just can't do it.
He did not specifically.
If he's a shooting guard, he has a chance. No chance as a quarterback from that school.
He said, especially if you draft him in the top 5 or top 3, he's going to get you fired. Do you think? And it looks likely that he will go in the top 3.
The likelihood is there's only going to be one good quarterback out of this draft. 4 to 5 years from now, there's going to be one quarterback who's actually with this franchise starting. So, is it Caleb Williams? The odds are yes. But you hate saying this. I hope it's not true, but Jaden Daniels, Drake May, Bo Nix, Lefty Magoo, Penix, like, they're probably all going to be bust.
That's not against Michael Penix, right?
No, it's fine. He's a good dude. I'm saying, yeah. But most likely, all of these quarterbacks, one of them is going to make it. That's the odds. The other ones are going to become backups or out of the league in 4 to 5 years.
Which is kind of what you're looking at with the 2021 quarterback class.
If 2 of them make it, great. Obviously, the 2020 class would say, look, we tremendously beat the odds. But the odds are you have about a 9 to 10% chance of being a franchise quarterback. And what I think Corey defined it, I'm defining it the way that I think Corey did the other day, is like a guy that stays with your franchise as a starting quarterback for a long period of time.
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't mean you're a Hall of Famer. It just means you're with your franchise as the quarterback for about a decade. And one of these guys is going to make it.
I was looking at CBS for this. After the trade for Stephon Diggs, whether or not that impacts your thoughts, who is the biggest threat to the AFC, the biggest threat to the Chiefs in the AFC? Or if you've got a couple teams that you want to throw out.
I think
Rashee Rice.
I think it's first off, it's the Chiefs themselves.
Fair.
They are the ones that could implode upon themselves, and that would be problematic to them. So, Kevin, number 1, the Chiefs.
Okay.
The Texans
I did not expect that answer.
Yeah.
Well done.
The Texans are on my list as well. Although their threat is probably top 4-ish in that range.
Who would you put ahead of them?
I feel like
Chiefs?
Baltimore.
Okay.
I don't know. I really would have loved to see that Dolphins-Chiefs game not in a 3-degree weather.
Well, that's the Dolphins' fault.
Yeah, I mean, they could have won. Yeah,
I think it is for teams like the Miami Dolphins. They need to have home field advantage in the playoffs, because if not, the guys who play in the warm weather all year seem to really struggle with the cold late in the season.
Bills, Bengals.
Okay.
In no particular order with either of those.
CBS had a very particular order.
Did they say Chiefs?
They did not.
Okay.
They were not thinking outside the box like you. They have the Buffalo Bills as the 5th likely contender to the Chiefs.
Okay.
The Ravens 4th.
Okay.
The Jets 3rd. Good luck with that.
Huh? Oh, because Aaron Rodgers is coming back.
Everything's fixed. The Houston Texans 2nd. And the Cincinnati Bengals as 1st. And that makes logical sense to me. At first, I was surprised to see the Ravens so low, but I do get the feeling that folks are like, last year was your year. That was your shot to take it home, and you didn't do so. So now I don't necessarily have faith in you.
They've had a lot of turnover on their offensive line.
That is true.
And even in their defense, they've had a lot of defensive free agents leave there as well.
And so they have fallen down the list as well. Let's go from that to, in case you wanted to know, and maybe you don't care, the NFL is going to give players 12 new helmets to choose from this year, 8 of which are specifically made for linemen and quarterbacks, as helmet innovation has really taken off. Probably not the most exciting part of the NFL game, but in terms of cutting down on concussions and other injuries like that, the helmet innovation market has been on fire.
You really want to do NCAA talk during Gridiron, don't you? That's exactly what I feel like is happening here, Reggie. Is he's like,
I'm going
to give him a helmet story.
No, I thought that was interesting.
I'm just joking. I don't know how much information they're getting off these helmets now. Like in game action, what information are they getting? Are they saying
they do a lot of laboratory tests, so take that for what?
And I do wonder if they take okay, this guy's wearing this helmet, and they're just kind of jotting down which guys are getting concussions and which guys are not, and which helmets they're wearing. Like those informations have to be coming with it too. And then they got to test it in cold weather so that the Patrick Mahomes helmet break thing doesn't happen again.
Yeah, that was pretty crazy. All right, let's talk about CeeDee Lamb. CeeDee Lamb
holding out.
He says no, allegedly not holding out. Just remember,
he wants to play top golf at that mini camp thing.
Maybe. He was asked what he was up to via the team's official website. Relaxing, chilling, working out, of course. And then he added, winning. I'm looking forward to winning and being out there with my guys and making another run at this thing. So yeah, I'll be in Dallas. This is a negative story, it wouldn't have been on the website. But he said, yeah, I'll be in Dallas.
All right.
Does that assuage your fears of any sort of CeeDee Lamb holdout, or do you look at the history of the Cowboys with this and CeeDee Lamb can be like, well, if I hold out, I'll definitely get exactly what I asked for?
Say all the right things until you have to be somewhere. And then when you have to be somewhere, you say, all right, and don't hold out. Never hold out anymore. Hold in. Hold in is the best option.
Okay.
Hold in is the better option over hold out, because you're there, you're not getting the fines, you're just, I'm not feeling that great today, so I can't practice. Hold in is the way to go now, from now on. And so do it that way. Except for, I guess, Zach Martin last year did say, no, I'm not even coming to Oxnard until we get this thing resolved. So maybe that is, but yeah, I think hold in is the best option for CeeDee Lamb. But say all the right things until you get to the moment where it's time to move on something that they want you to move on.
NFL.com had an article up about the 9 teams that most need to ace the draft. The Cowboys were not on that list, so hooray. But do you kind of view this as, oh yes, the Cowboys do need to ace their draft because they still got a bunch of starting holes?
I mean, when you say ace the draft, are you saying every pick needs to be a starter?
No, but give me 3 starters.
3 starters?
Or 2 starters and a usable rotation player.
If I can get 3 players, I'm feeling pretty good in most drafts. But the Cowboys did it to themselves. They put the pressure on Will McClay. Like this is their fault. But also, is it Will McClay's fault for? It's like if you're right now, there are probably a bunch of drivers for, I don't know, Coca-Cola, Pepsi, Frito-Lay, something like that. And if they're really good at driving and stalking, what's going to happen? You're going to now
Restraining
you're going
order?
to no, not getting it, not stalking, Kevin.
Oh.
Driving and stalking, you're going to get added to your route. So they're going to be like, "You're so good.
Gotcha.
We're going to add more to your route." And you're like, "Awesome." Increase pay, and they're like, "Not really. You really just kind of have to give us the same results. And if you don't, then you're fired." And so it's kind of, that's what Will McClay's situation is. He's been really good at drafting. And they're like, "Look, man, we're not even going to take under consideration anything else. You're good at drafting. We're going to keep doing it." And they're like, "All right, I guess I'll give it a go."
Did you see the latest court case that the Chiefsaholic fan lost? He's still facing up to 50 years in prison after pleading guilty to that string of bank robberies. But one of the bank tellers who he threatened with a gun has won a $10.8 million verdict in Oklahoma. Now, some people will be like, but the guy also has to pay back the money, so how is he ever going to have that money? One of the lawyers said, the point is, two things, well, maybe. He'll never be able to profit from this. So say he writes a book in prison, does a Lifetime or a Hallmark movie, that's an actual quote. Anything he obtains from that will be paid to the creditors. The judge sent a message. You cannot profit from crime.
Wow. Crime doesn't pay. That's what
It
the
does
judge
if you
just
don't
said.
get caught, unfortunately.
I guess. Yes, that is
feel like,
true.
I feel like it's not called crime at that point. It's just called business.
Ooh, deep thoughts.
From
This
the
morning.
432, CD should limp like Mike's dog. You should walk around like, "Oh, you just carry me upstairs."
That's what you should do. Like you said, you hold in. You're like, oh, I just can't practice. It worked for, in a way, it was before the new rules, but it worked for I'm too tired to play in the playoffs guy, DeMarcus Lawrence. I'm burnt out. He's like, well, I can just, if you want to franchise tag me for a second year, I can have this surgery here in August and then be out for the whole year.
We're the KNC Masterpiece.
Am I lying?
Nope. Right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, the chemistry, clutch plays, and commanding presence of Kyrie and Luka. Right here on The Fan.
Miss any show? about to be masterpieced, KNC style, right here on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Let's talk about the chemistry, clutch plays, and commanding presence of Kyrie and Luka. Both the Mavericks and the Stars are in action tonight, but I wanted to actually go ahead and throw to, here's a variety of ones you could go with. Let's go with cut number 8 so we can talk about Kyrie Irving.
Dylan Brooks is in. He's got 5 fouls. So Kai's going to have a go right at him. Wow! Exquisite! Nobody in this game! I want more of those at the end of our audio highlights. Doo-doo. That's how you know it's over. We should do that for Masterpiece of the Week, actually. So Kyrie Irving earned Player of the Week honors. I have to admit, I was stunned to see this. First time in 9 years and the 5th time in his career. I couldn't believe it had been that long for somebody who his skill level is incredible.
I think in a way he's healthy for the first time in 8 years.
This will be his 30th straight game if he plays tonight.
And that's believe. 8 years ago was, I don't even know if he did it, but I remember when he got to 20, they're like, he hasn't done this since 2016. So if you're missing the games that you're missing, it's tough. The other thing too is I think Kyrie's a great player and he has been a great teammate with the Dallas Mavericks, but he's never put out unbelievable numbers. He's put out very good numbers. Don't get me wrong. 20 plus points, 7 plus assists, but he's never had the crazy numbers, especially somewhat in his era where James Harden and Russell Westbrook at his position were putting up triple-double numbers. Right. And it doesn't mean that those guys are better. I'm not suggesting they're better or worse. But the numbers, when you're going for player of a week or, eventually like a player of the month, you're looking at guys that are putting up 30 points, 12 rebounds, or 25-point, close to triple-double situation. So I guess I don't find it that
okay.
Just because
that's fine.
Just because I look at Giannis, you look at who's played in his era, or LeBron, or early on in his career, Kobe, and you're just like, I think Kyrie's been an all-star. He's been a great player, but he's never been a guy that puts up what you'd consider maybe player of the week or player of the month numbers.
Yeah, and I am right there with you. He's kind of the epitome to me of it's not the volume, it's when. Like when do I do my work? And it's the fourth quarter. Now, obviously, for 70 games, it feels like he doesn't do it because or however many injured games he plays. But it's the when do I do it? I do it in the fourth quarter when it matters the most. Y'all need me. That's when I'm getting my points. But to get this is pretty special.
Man, and to the fourth quarter thing, he had 19 points in the fourth quarter against the Rockets, most by a Maverick in the fourth quarter this season. Kyrie and Luka combined for 85 points. But maybe the more important thing than that I kind of wanted to dive in on is the way they walked off the court with their arms wrapped around each other in joy. I realize this was a regular season game, but you looked at the excitement right there. You listen to some of the things that those players are saying, including Luka. And one of the things he said, the chemistry is big, and we're on a roll right now. And then I think it's Daniel Gafford who said, you're kind of starstruck watching both of them at the same time. And then Kyrie said this, which I think is tremendous. When the ball's in my hand, I don't see anybody coming to double. And that gives me my time to be aggressive.
That's insane,
Because if you think about it, that's fine. You're going to go double him and lead to a mismatch with who?
Okay, how many, and you, Mike, Reggie, y'all can help me with this. Who are the best individual one-on-one players? Booker, is he one of them? Is KD one of them? Who are the best?
There's a lot now in the NBA. The NBA is such a one-on-one game.
Yeah. But like he's right. Whenever these situations come up, they're not doubling because Luke is there. You have to deal with the fact that he's there, and they're an unselfish team, and that thing matters too. Reggie's talked about this so many times on guys can get stagnant standing in a quarter just waiting because they're like, man, I'm never getting this ball.
And we've seen that be the downfall of this very Mavericks team at times.
But Kyrie, it's not like Kyrie is out there and once he gets the ball, he's just like, well, it's Kyrie time. He's like, you know what? If the right play is somebody else, I mean, hell, even Luka on that pass to Exum, that was the right play. And then Exum buried it. Took trust from Luka to say, I know Exum can make this shot. But it also took the right decision. Luka is a very good decision maker when it comes to those things. You just have to be the one. Jason Kidd told us, right? I've already made the decision for you. You just have to execute the problem.
And what a quick decision that was, as he went from, well, crap, I guess this is the look we're getting, to wait just a second now.
Yeah.
And then Exum converting. That's
going to be every playoff game down the stretch.
Yeah.
That will be the defense played against the Dallas Mavericks. Dante Exum, or if Maxi Kleber's on the court, they won't guard him. And they're not going to close out on him. They're not going to try to guard them. They're going to, like, every time Luka or Kyrie touch the ball, we're going to double team them. And we're going to double team off of Kleba and or Exum, and we are going to allow them to shoot 100 wide open shots in every game. You have the ability to shoot it 100 times wide open with nobody covering you. That is going to be the defense against the Dallas Mavericks. We've seen it so many times with Luka. We haven't seen it with Luka and Kyrie, but we're already experiencing it here in the second half of the season. That's going to be the defense.
And that's one of the things that Kyrie mentioned that he loves. He goes, it gives my teammates and also myself, when Luka gets doubled, opportunities to attack with numbers on our side. Because one of the things he added was defensive adjustments are predictable. First of all, I love having a player on the team that is like, no, your defensive adjustments to us are predictable. So here is how I'm already counter to the adjustment that you're about to make. And that's very encouraging.
Yeah. And I guess I should say this. Teams won't double early in the game because they don't want Luka and Kyrie to get used to it and the teammates to get used to it. They reserve it for later in the game because they don't want them. The more you see it, the easier it will be to beat. It's kind of like a zone. I mean, NBA teams can destroy zones, and that's why teams don't do it for 48 minutes. They're like,
zones are for cowards.
We're going to somewhat.
Correct.
Yeah. I think that you kind of throw it in there as a change-up and then back out of it and then be like, can we do another change-up later in the game with it? But if we keep doing it, they're going to expose the weaknesses of it. And then also offensive rebounding is usually very easy, or at least easier against zone defense.
The other thing, too, Kevin, the off-court conversations between Kyrie and Luka have been pretty significant. The story about Luka's birthday party and Kyrie's there closing it down with him. Those are the last two guys there. I'm not saying that you have to be buddy-buddy to be successful, but it helps. It lets you know that you're in something with somebody, that you're doing it together. You're not, hey, I'm going this direction, you're going that direction. Y'all are making decisions because y'all know that's what's best for the group. And I think that pays off. And I really do think that Kyrie probably did have a little conversation or maybe some suggestive talks of, you got to be the one that's leading the way on the defensive side too. If you do it, all the guys are going to see your effort, and that's going to spill over. He even said it after the game. What they're doing is spilling over to the guys too, but that defensive part of it is becoming such a huge part. I don't know that Kyrie's the greatest defender, but his effort out there is something that turns into fast break points, a pickoff in a lane. He had a couple of really big plays against Houston defensively too that I thought mattered a lot.
Here's the on the court quote, and then we'll go back off the court again. Maxi Kleber said, I never played NBA 2K, so I don't know if there's a self-created player who does stuff like they do. It's incredible. So even he's suggesting, even if you created the two players to work in combination, he sees this as the best possible version of that. And then from the 903, Kyrie and Luka love each other. Kyrie's the perfect fit, and he's the best possible Luka teammate. I do think that Kyrie is an interesting mix thus far, and that embrace might have really hammered it home of, we fit well together, but also you're good enough to run with me.
Yeah,
you know?
I hope you're right. I hope our listeners are right. We won't know until the playoffs.
I agree.
That's the one thing. As much as we're watching, we have playoff. That's it. Like, that's in the NBA. That's the everything. Either you guys are one of the best combinations in the NBA or you're one of the worst in the world. I'll give you an example. Jaylen Brown and Jason Tatum have won a zillion NBA regular season games together. A zillion.
Yeah.
And then they get to the playoffs, and at times they find themselves with a little bit of a lack of chemistry. Now, they've changed a lot of pieces around the Celtics, and it does look like they're the best team in the NBA. But if it fails again, it doesn't matter how good it looked in the regular season. They're going to say these two guys don't work, and it doesn't work well because in the playoffs, whether they make it all the way to the NBA Finals or not, they have to win the title or it's a bad combination.
One of my really good friends is from New England. He's a hardcore Celtics fan, and he said, I have no idea what this team is going to look like if they don't win the championship. Because you're right. Back to the finals, not good enough. You have to win the championship.
And I do think they are a great combination. I'm not trying to take anything away from Kyrie and Luka, but it's just that if it doesn't work out in the playoffs, there will be questions nationally. There will be questions locally on, is this the right combination?
And then somebody asked, and I think this is fair, are you nervous about matching up in the playoffs in the first round with the Clippers? I'm really not, because of how well the Mavs have been playing, and if you finish in the top 6, gives you a little bit of extra time to hopefully get Lively back.
That's need. That's a real big need.
And if he's back, I feel really good about this team's chances. I'm not saying for sure. I would just have to look at the progression of the playoffs, and I'd automatically take him over OKC or Minnesota. But
is Kawhi back, Leonard? He's not back, is he? Or is he?
I don't believe that he's back. He's missed the last few games.
Yeah, so not yet.
So, I mean, I don't know. And then I hate saying this. I'm going to regret this probably. But, I mean, playoff P stinks in the playoffs.
That is.
Like, he came up with a nickname to almost try to give himself confidence for something that he struggles at. And I'm not saying it's going to be an easy matchup against the Clippers, but I've seen Luka by himself take this thing to 7 games 2 times. He was younger. He's better now than he was, and he has a much better team around him with another star who can take over the game. So if the Mavs play the Clippers, I will pick the Mavs in 6. But if they don't have Lively, I get a little bit worried about them getting more offensive rebounds, finding themselves around the basket a lot easier in the times that Gafford's not in the game.
And Kawhi is out for us as the Suns tonight as well. So as we're getting down to, I think most teams will have about 3 regular season games left after tonight.
So we do need to draft Edey as that third option if Lively gets hurt
if
down
you
the
want
road.
to draft Zach Edey and you can get him with a pick in the second round somehow, then great.
Collect some fouls, score me 10 points.
I support that.
That's all I'm asking for. Kevin, I did have this from StatMuse, the best 5-man lineup since the All-Star break. You discussed this last week, I feel like.
Yes.
Has been Luka, Kyrie, Jones Jr., Washington, and Gafford. I feel like Jones Jr. and PJ Washington, maybe more PJ right now in my mind. I'm feeling like he's like this Swiss Army knife defensive player. Is that guy that you're like, you can go guard a bunch of different positions.
I think he can guard like maybe 4 different
I feel
positions.
like it's 4. And there was a point where I felt like they had him on center, but maybe it was a small center there. But having that is another luxury, but one of those essential pieces that as you're trying to build your team that you got to have. And then again, I think this goes to, they come in and Luka and Kyrie are like, we actually have dudes that can play with us. Just like you said about Luka and Kyrie thinking that again about each other. But they, not only that, but they also can play defense. We got to be there to support them so they can support us on the other end too.
Tomorrow's topic will be, with PJ Washington going back to Charlotte, is April PJ Washington what we're going to get in the playoffs?
Okay. That is
so you're you're a possible championship team. You can possibly win it all if PJ Washington keeps playing the way he's played so far in April.
By the way, did you see that the league did rescind the Luka technical foul from the Houston game? So
we're not close to him getting suspended, though, are we?
3 away now. This
is like the least he's been away ever in his career at this point.
The threshold, I believe, for suspension is 16. This was 14, so now he's back to 13. Interesting note.
I feel like he was 15 by the time we're at spring break every year. Right?
I don't know that to be the case, but I understand.
And then we're trying to resend him because we're afraid he's going to get suspended.
You make a very fair point. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, we're going to talk a little bit more Mavs, but we're going to add this. More likely to take the title at this moment, the Mavs or the Stars?
Rangers.
Not,
They
one of,
already
your,
have
not
their-
one of your options.
No.
We'll do that next right here on The Fan.
Are you
Through the Fan is the Expressway, brought to you by On Time Experts.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan, where we're going to ask the question right here.
Ask it.
More likely to take the title home at this very moment. Is it the Mavs or is it this team right here?
Dallas trying to put him away. Stankoven walks in, pass in front, save. It's loose on the crease, and it's in. Wyatt Johnston gets his 31st of the year. Just 20 years old, but already an impact player. And it's 6 for Dallas.
There is real deal hype behind both of these teams. Fair to say, not just manufactured Metroplex hype. It feels like the hype behind these two teams right now is very real.
Yeah, they're both going to their finals.
In the conference or the whole?
Or Sportle finals?
Championship.
Oh, wow.
The Stanley Cup finals and the NBA finals.
As long as...
Final with no S for Stanley Cup.
Yeah,
people get bent out of shape about that.
I don't care.
Yeah, it's just the Stanley Cup finals.
No.
So what if the Stars match up somehow, meet up with the Avalanche in the playoffs, still going to the final?
And by the way, the somehow would just be in the second round. It's not hard to imagine that
You can
happening.
put an S in it or not, because Colorado is going to weep when we sweep.
I like that. That's pretty good, actually.
No, that would actually be a very tough series, but I think the Stars will win.
Would you say if you put an S in front of Hitmen, that's exactly what you think about the Avalanche?
Hitmen's?
Yep. Good enough. All right. You'll get it. You'll get there.
Oh.
Just don't say it out loud.
Hitsmen's.
Sure. Right now, though.
Be quiet.
No, that's not the Stars. Do you think the Stars are more likely? I know you said both.
I would say yes,
If you
because
had
they're
to
going to
pick
have
one.
home ice advantage throughout their conference.
That is looking very likely at the moment. I would agree with that.
I don't
Corey?
know who won the All-Star game to tell me who has the home ice advantage in the final.
They're not. That is not the way they do that.
You threw this on the end of it just to irritate you.
Gosh. And sometimes I get confused that either you genuinely don't understand or you're just trying to annoy me.
Thanks. That's a compliment.
All right, Corey.
Thanks.
And folks listening at home, frankelfirm.com, 877-881-1053.
I'm like smugly.
More.
It's about 30 minutes too early, but this is usually like around the time that Mike starts this.
Did you say smugly?
Isn't that the dog?
The dog's name.
Yeah.
Remember Smugsy or whatever
Yeah.
from Hanna-Barbera?
Yeah.
It's not smugly, it's Muttley.
Muttley, that's right.
You're just going.
And don't put an S in front of that one either.
Yeah, Smutley is a different one. At this moment,
Stars, I love them, man. Is that what you're asking me? I feel like that was a question you had directed to me
I'm not
about
gonna-
4
I'm not
minutes
gonna
ago.
get broken.
But we kind of got
more likely, if only one of them at this point
Why does he make
is
us do
gonna
this?
take the title.
Stars.
Mavs or Stars?
Hey, which one stinks?
How is that your takeaway?
That's your question. Which one's not making the finals?
Which one can't get it done?
I said which
Yeah.
one's winning the title.
Which one's the Mac Brown
Yeah,
of
which
their
one can't
sport?
win it all because they're not good enough. They're both good enough.
They are good enough. Kevin, why can't we say both?
Why can't?
All right, fine. What kind of betting odds do you want to take on that?
Oh, you have to-
I'll accept your wagers right now, depending on the odds.
That they both win it all?
I'll give you 10-1 that they both win the title.
50-1, and I'm in.
50? See, you don't have any confidence that both these teams are going to win the title?
No, he's just trying to get better odds.
I'm a negotiator.
Yeah, he's negotiating odds here.
I'll give you 20-1.
45-1.
That
He came down.
no, but I went higher up. Our negotiations are complete. We're not finding a
Wow,
middle
look how
ground.
scared you are.
Yep.
All right,
Wuss.
I'll say the Stars if I'm gonna have to. here.
Okay.
And that's because they were in the playoffs last
Wait,
year.
aren't
right?
aren't the Stars better on the road? Am I remembering this correctly? Or at least Ottinger is?
Yes, Ottinger is definitely better on the road.
We were in the playoffs last year.
So make sure our ice is road ice.
They just had the most road points ever in a season, the Stars did. So
They
for them,
at
for
the
them.
moment the goalie is starting to gain some steam into looking like that dude that you're like, okay, now he's at his hottest. Maybe he will be in the playoffs. And if you get that, everybody knows that. If you get the hot goalie in the playoffs, You're the team. So I think that's the thing, but man, the Mavericks, I just feel like the road is a little more difficult in the West to do it, especially with the young teams that have jumped up at the top of the West for sure.
I want to go with the Stars, and then we'll get back to the Mavs in just 1 second. The Stars are trying to win their first division title in 8 years. Obviously, the victory over Colorado positions them excellently to do so. And Pete Bohr, he has been talking about how good this team has been, and he talked about picking up Tanev, and I know obviously Tanev missed a little bit of time, but he said it's the highest level of play he's seen since he's been here. And then you go to your guy, Matt Duchene, who said this is the most dominant regular season team he's ever been on. Now, you brought it up with the NBA, and the NHL is similar actually, you know what? I'm sure all sport is similar. That's great, but you'll probably be defined by the playoffs.
And there's more upsets in the hockey playoffs than there are in NBA
because
playoffs.
of what Corey referenced. If you get the hot goalie,
Yeah.
that'll equalize everything. But that has to be encouraging, right, to see that regular season success. Not to mean it automatically translates, but when he says this is the most dominant regular season team I've ever been on, that feels like a big statement.
I'll be surprised if the Stars aren't at least in the conference finals. And I get that they would have to play Colorado in the second round as long as they beat Luzapeg. But I came up with that on my own.
I know, and I still think it's funny.
Nobody's probably ever
By the way,
said that before.
Luzapeg, believe it or not, it's now won 3 straight after an awful run of hockey.
But I can see the Mavericks losing in the first round. I can see the Mavericks making the NBA Finals. It is tough. I look at the standings for the Mavericks, and I know you're talking Stars and both, but if the Mavericks were in the Eastern Conference, they'd be the 2 seed. Like you talk about Corey, how tough the road is for the Mavs and how it's easier for the Stars. It's not easy, but it's easier for the Stars. You just look at if you threw the Mavs in the Eastern Conference, they would be the 2 seed with home court advantage until you'd play probably the Boston Celtics. So
Would you have any concern about opening up with Philly? Like, because that would be a different Philly team now.
If Joel Embiid is 100% healthy. In fact, if Joel Embiid is 100% ready to go, I will pick them to beat the Bucks in the first round.
Okay.
Because the Bucks they're just not cohesive.
They gave up on their season when they hired Doc Rivers.
Yeah, and so I know that's a different topic, but I look at the Mavs and I go, they can beat the Clippers. And then let's just say the standings stayed exactly the same. I'm going to assume the tiebreaker goes to the Timberwolves because right now the Nuggets and Timberwolves have the same record, but it has, at least on my ESPN standings, the Timberwolves are the 1 seed.
Yeah, that's what I show too.
So they're better than the Timberwolves. I really believe that. And then I'm going to assume play the Nuggets in the conference final.
Yeah.
That would be tough to do.
What about OKC?
They're a young and upcoming team. They're very good. My belief is different than Danny Green. Luke is better than Shea. I think that
I agree with that.
I think that there's no question Luke is a better overall player than Shea Gilgeous. I get that Shea's better defensively, but I still think that Luke is a much better overall player.
By the way, I think Minnesota and Denver play tomorrow.
Okay.
That will actually determine.
That's exciting.
That will determine the tiebreak, in addition to obviously the standings.
I think the Mavs at this point, are the second best team in the Western Conference. Now they need Lively healthy. They need all their guys healthy. Sure. I mean, there's a few guys that could get hurt. I'm like if Josh Green doesn't come back, I hate saying this, I'm fine with Josh Green not coming back. I don't think he's much of a difference maker at all. And it's not that he's a bad NBA player. It's just that you have Derek Jones Jr., you have Jaden Hardy, you have a whole Exum. You have guys to fill in that role. I don't have another Derek Lively / Daniel Gafford. I need those guys for at least 40 of the 48 minutes of a playoff game.
By the way, there's an article on The Ringer if you want to go check it out, and it does point out, because of where they're set, they're still considered a sleeper, but it says the Mavericks are the NBA's most dangerous sleeper team. And I think,
for sure,
depending on the matchup, it almost feels like we're discussing a disappointment if you don't make it to the conference finals. I realize if you get Denver in the second round, maybe you'll change your opinion about that. But don't you think a lot of Stars fans feel the exact same level, if not more, expectation on if this team doesn't make the conference final? That's a disappointment.
I mean, from the from the 4-6-9. They were Western Conference Finals last year and only got better. True. So, yeah, I feel like Stars fans are in that mindset of we added to a team that was very good. We did face a very hot team in the conference final last year, and that stunk whenever they came to our home ice and hit us in the mouth like that.
I'll tell you who the Dallas Mavericks are of the NHL in my mind. The Edmonton Oilers. Because of Connor McDavid.
Okay.
And do you remember how horrible of a start they got off to?
Because they won 15.
Yeah, I just remember asking like Gavin Spittle, like after about, 10 games into the hockey season, like, so they have the best player in the world and they can't win. And now they are in second place in their division. And I could see them making this unbelievable run where you're like, oh, they didn't have the most points at the end of the regular season, but made it to the Stanley Cup Finals. And I would think that would be really cool to play Connor McDavid in a 7-game series. Sure. Like if the Stars were to beat whoever the wild card team they would play, and then I would say play Colorado, but to your point,
then you get Nathan McKinnon.
It could be Winnipeg, and McKinnon is awesome. And then if you got to play Connor McDavid, that would be awesome. And to your point, you'd feel confident because you guys have this Canada thing where Canada struggles to win.
It's been 30 years since Canada's won a Stanley Cup.
That's not just us. That's Canada's fault.
Don't worry about where all those players are from.
And then the Rangers versus the Stars in the Stanley Cup Finals. And it would be so tough to figure out who you're rooting for in that.
Can't root against the
would
Rangers.
Not.
They're the Rangers.
In hockey, I will root against them.
You can't
I
lose.
was smart enough not to say that last word because I know that would end up being...
We can very easily bleep out the in hockey part or just cut it out altogether.
I would definitely
Where
be
I say
rooting
you
for the
can't root against the
Stars
Rangers and you say you
in the
would
Stanley
root
Cup
against
Final.
And how
No.
tough is it? Sometimes you accidentally wear another team of your city to a game. And if you're wearing a Rangers jersey at the Stanley Cup Finals, and
Yes, I hear you when you do that every time, Mike. Don't think that's lost on me.
Thank you. You know what you didn't notice is I took the S off when I talked about the NBA final. But yeah, that would be, you can't wear Rangers gear to the Stanley Cup Finals.
Now, in terms of the practical applications for the Mavericks tonight, it could be a big night for them. The Mavericks can clinch a real playoff spot with a win and a loss by either Phoenix or New Orleans. Now, if you wanted to know, this doesn't really come into play anymore, but Dallas can also clinch the division title with a win and New Orleans loss if you've got a bet on that or something.
Okay.
But yeah, if Phoenix or New Orleans lose tonight, the Mavericks are a huge favorite over the Hornets. I think it's like 13-ish points. Then you will clinch a spot in the real playoffs. And the big deal about that is automatically you buy yourself an extra 6 days of rest.
Very important. Extremely important.
If you were to win out, the Clippers have to lose 3 of 4 to get the home court advantage. They play Phoenix. Now, that would get a little bit scary if Phoenix won both of them, just because you could, if you don't take care of business in your schedule, you could fall to the 6th seed, and you're still in the real playoffs, and you're on the road for probably the whole playoffs. But then they play Utah, who's lost 10 in a row, so you're going to say that's probably a win. And then Houston, I don't know the motivation. If, let's just say the Clippers are playing for the home court as the 4 seed, but man, it would get a little bit crazy if somehow, some way, Dallas beats Charlotte. I know they have Detroit on their schedule here pretty soon, too. Yes. If you were to have Phoenix win both of these games, and then you're tied record-wise with 2 to go.
Yeah.
And you're like, if the Clippers can lose one of these 2 games, which they'll be favored in both of those, and you were to win out, and this team winning 52 games, to me, that's the scary part. This team wasn't close. Weren't they 34-29 or something?
Yeah.
Like they were struggling. You were like, I think they're going to be the 9 or 10 seed at that point.
Have they won 14 of 16, I want to say, or 16 of 18? They have been
something crazy. I know they're
rampage.
9-1 in their last 10, and nobody's better in their last 10 games than the Dallas Mavericks.
They've been on a rampage. You know what's really great that you said that? In their last 10, nobody is better than the Dallas Mavericks. In their last 10, Nobody is better than the Dallas Stars. These two teams, if you just go by, and last 10 is something popular that pops up in the standings. These two teams are combined 18-2. And you have the defending world champion Texas Rangers.
So what I just learned is in the last 10, nobody's better than DFW, who also made a move up from 5 to 4 in the market. So
and God gave us the Eclipse.
Yeah, we were the prime Eclipse spot.
Yeah, and we won't have it again until 23-17.
Oh my gosh.
We won't be here.
No, I'll be very dead.
Are you sure?
100%. Unless we come back.
What do you mean by come back?
You have to live again?
When Jesus comes back, if we come back with him.
I love the indignation in Kevin's voice. He's like, I got to do this again? Are you for real?
I thought I would get to.
I got this one run.
He would do the things down there, and I get to chill out in heaven and be like, man, you're doing a great job.
I don't know.
Okay.
That's a good question.
For God.
I don't know. I don't know why I'm looking around the room like, Corey, you're going to go, well, I have spoken to.
I just got my email back.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, handling sports and
God,
I guess all at the same time. And now it's time for Mike Likes It.
I did forget to say this, but now I remember. The one loss the Mavs have was a scheduled loss, too.
And that was it, because of the makeup game.
Yeah,
right?
and so it wasn't, look, it is what it is, but it wasn't fair to the Mavericks that they had this crazy schedule where they had to randomly go back to San Francisco for that. And so when you look at in their last 10, the only game they lost was one that was where they were dead tired because of travel and a game that wasn't supposed to be on the schedule at that time. Now we're going to get into Mike Likes It, guys. And I don't know if you guys heard this all, but Justin Verlander was on his rehab start in, I believe, Corpus Christi.
I just want you to know, Mike, I'm laughing because somebody said explain ghosts. We've moved on.
What, the movie?
They want Kevin specifically to explain ghosts.
I will not.
They make clay pots at times, I think. So I want to go to cut 11. And this is Justin Verlander on his rehab start. And we cut it up into 3 different parts. So it's one complete answer, but we'll talk about it after every part. And Verlander talking about just the crazy amount of injuries over the last few years to pitchers in baseball.
I don't know, man. It's tough. I think the game has changed a lot. I think it'd be easiest to sit here and blame the pitch clock. I think in reality, you put everything together and everything has a little bit of influence. I think the biggest thing is the style of pitching has changed so much. Everybody's throwing as hard as they possibly can and spinning the ball as hard as they possibly can. And, it's hard to deny those results. Obviously, it's a double-edged sword. How can you tell somebody to go out there and not do that when they're capable of throwing 100? And so this young guy comes up and throws a pitch 95 and gives up a big homer, and everybody's like, what the hell, man? So something needs to change. I don't have all the answers. I know. I don't want to beat a dead horse here. It is what it is. I think the data's out there at this point. But when the balls started to change back in 2016 and they started flying out a bit more frequently, I know myself personally that started changing how I had to approach pitching. You have to start approaching the batter as I want swing and miss. I can't have him put the ball in play where the old adage, pitch down, pitch away from the guy, hit your spot, get weak contact early in the count, and then you can kind of go up. And that kind of went out the window when everybody started being able to leave the yard, especially opposite field. And look, I've said my piece on that before in the past, and it is what it is. As long as we're all out here competing on an even playing field, that's what I care about, and we all have the same baseball in our hands, so that's that. But I do think that you throw that in the mix, and you throw analytics in the mix, and you throw the pitch clock in the mix, and it all kind of adds up.
So I talked about this yesterday, and then hearing Verlander talk about it, I said, you're getting the most out of the pitcher knowing you're intentionally going to hurt the pitcher. And he's expressing the same thing.
Yeah.
We know what is most successful in the major leagues. We also know that it will hurt you. And you can't separate those right now. They have no idea how to separate them. The way that he said, all right, I'm going to separate them. I need you to pitch at 90% of what you can do. Mm-hmm. But then when you give up that home run by throwing a few miles an hour slower, we're gonna go, what are you doing? And you're like, well, I'm trying to conserve myself for later in the game. I'm also possibly trying to not get hurt. And then the team's made the decision. All 30 organizations have made the decision. We want you to get hurt because we want you to pitch at your highest level that you can pitch at.
Kevin, I think, we were still Knights whenever we did this study, but it stayed consistent. Was the teams that were in the playoffs had pitchers that struck people out.
Yeah.
And that was a very consistent thing that we looked at. But the Rangers last year, it felt like Evaldi got strikeouts, but he also got a lot of weak contact. What Verlander was discussing there was Greg Maddux, right? The pitch and Mike Maddox's philosophy is pitch to contact, pick and create weak contact with where you put the ball, because you're creating those different areas where you can put the ball. But as we just discussed with John Gray, the feeling is I have to be a strikeout pitcher because that's what wins games. And that's what guys are feeling pressured to do that.
Well,
but it also feels good to gas one. I mean, it feels really good.
These are longer cuts, and so here comes Verlander talking to his former teammate, now Texas Ranger Max Scherzer, last year about should you incentivize pitching longer in games?
It's unfortunate. I don't know how we rewind the clock. Maybe there's some sort of way to incentivize starting pitching, going deeper in games. I remember I talked to Scherzer at length last year with the Mets, and we talked about having, the starting pitcher be tied to DH and having, you have to achieve certain milestones before. If the pitcher comes out and he hasn't achieved any of those milestones, you lose your DH. So at least the team is incentivized to teach their pitchers to go through the lineup 3 times. Whereas right now, nobody's incentivized to do that. No teams are incentivized to tell their pitcher, okay, let's go through the lineup 3 times. Let's navigate a lineup. Those aren't conversations that are had anymore. Nobody's fault. It's just the nature of the game where it's at right now. But if that mind shift switches and teams start incentivizing, okay, how do we get guys out 3 times? Because right now, 3rd time through the lineup, they're looking for an excuse to take you out because analytically it says that batters have more success 3rd time through. So I can't sit here and blame anybody. But the second that you start incentivizing pitchers staying in the game longer, throwing 110 pitches, throwing 100 pitches, navigating the lineup, then the trickle down permeates all the way to Little League Baseball. Everybody's trying to get to this level. So you want to go play D1, now you got to throw hard and you got to spin the ball well. You want to go to the minor leagues, you got to throw hard, spin the ball well. And, it all starts from here down. The second that you start incentivizing pitching and guys are getting drafted because they can pitch and get guys out, then that goes down a level and then down a level and down a level.
So
interesting. He's definitely right about that goes down a level down.
Right. I mean, every kid now is like, hey, run as fast as you can and then crow hop while then, throwing your body almost into the net to see how hard you can throw the ball. It's trying your best to make your arm go as fast as you can to try to get it doing that and being used to it throwing as hard as it can. Who cares where it goes? Throw 50 balls in a row. If you threw 92 miles an hour, you're going to get a college scholarship. He can't get anybody out. They're like, well, maybe we'll figure that out, but I need him. The dude who's throwing 87, a right-hander throwing 87 in high school, unfortunately, is not getting a good Division I scholarship, even if he has a .5 ERA in high school. I don't care. I need him to throw 92. So that's the tough part of what he's saying is I have to tell kids this. I really do. I have to tell high school kids this. If we can't, from a right-handed standpoint, touch 90 miles an hour, I'm not saying you should quit baseball, but you're going to be very limited in what you can do after high school.
It's also tough on, I'm going to go all the way up here. Pitchers are being told this by their pitching coaches, and the pitching coaches and managers are being fed analytic information from analytic GMs. And Justin Verlander just said it in the audio. It's hard to argue with the analytics. I mean, when the numbers are right there.
Right.
Now, when you have a guy like Bochy who has the experience, and he's like, yeah, but if I do that, that's going to hurt this, then maybe it can help out. But that being said, the Rangers pitching staff is.
But
what
even
it is
Bochy said, we got to teach a sweeper. A sweeper is a Tommy John surgery pitch.
And Mike, what have we always said that the analytics don't take into account? Human.
Yeah.
They just don't. Now, they look at it and go, you are this. And whenever a GM that is analytic based is passing that down through everything and doesn't have the baseball acumen to go with it, it's a struggle because pitchers can't win the argument.
I don't think fans are going to like this. But what we could do is go back to the strike zone that was in the 90s. If you remember, now you don't want to get it Eric Gregg style. If you don't remember that, it's where Levon Hernandez could throw it in the other batter's box and they'd call it a strike. Like no human can even touch that ball. But as we've gotten the technology to shrink the strike zone, somewhat based off the television, and guys get judged off of their strike zone. They get a report on how many calls they got right and wrong based off of the strike zone, which has become very small. Well, as the strike zone becomes smaller, it means you have to throw pitches that are very hittable. Well, I can't throw pitches that are very hittable maybe at 89 miles an hour. I have to then just overpower the guy if we're going to go in the zone that much. If they open up the zone, and I will tell you the way to open up the zone, and I've talked to people who know the technology of going to no umpires, which is coming, by the way, which I don't know if it's 2 years away or 5 years away. If they allow the same strike zone to be the strike zone, all it has to do is the ball at any point, whether it's behind the plate or just when the plate starts, if it touches any part, it's an automatic strike. That strike zone is a lot bigger. Well, that incentivizes pitching, right? Because if I can just get 1/5 or 1/8 of the baseball to nick the front part of the corner, and by the time the catcher catches it, it's a foot off of the plate. Literally a foot. I'm not making this up. That ball, by the time it gets to the catcher, will look like the catcher has caught it way outside his body. The computer will ring it up as a strike because the front corner of the zone caught the ball. That will incentivize pitching. I don't think they're going to tie it to a designated hitter. I don't think that is happening. But I do think if they keep the strike zone the way it is when they go to the automated strike zone, you're going to see a much bigger strike zone, more like the 90 strike zone where you would see Javier Lopez for Atlanta set up, 2/3 of his body was off the plate, and Tom Glavine would hit that spot, and they're like, yeah, it's 6 inches off the plate, but we're giving it to him because he hit the spot where Javi Lopez wanted him to hit it. That all of a sudden incentivizes, I got to have more of a contact swing if they're going to call a pitch 6 inches outside a strike, and it incentivizes pitchers to maybe, I don't have to overpower the guy, I just have to have command a few inches off the plate.
You said you don't think DH is likely to get involved. Is that just because that could potentially disincentivize offense, and that seems to be not what Major League Baseball wants to do?
Yeah, and I think Verlander, to me, would need to go into a further discussion on
what that would look like.
You saying you don't have a DH to start the game, but then you get a designated hitter after 5 innings if the guy's throwing only 70 pitches? I don't... You get the DH, but then you lose the DH later in the game because in the 6th inning, he didn't get through the 6th, so you lose the DH the rest of the game?
Yeah, my impression was that you tie the DH to the pitcher, and the DH can play, as if the pitcher was hitting. So when the pitcher comes out of the game, that's when the DH comes out of the game and you have to replace them. Okay. That's how I interpreted it.
Yeah, I don't think they would want that just because late in the game you'd have to use your bench and just go to National League style, old school National League style. And then let's go to the last cut here that Verlander knows that we are a ways away from possibly even trying to correct this issue.
I just hope that we don't wait too long, because it's obviously a pandemic and it's going to take years to work itself out, because everybody right now, Little League on, go look no further than Instagram. I can't look at my Instagram feed without seeing some kids trying to learn how to throw as hard as they can at 10 years old. I sure as hell didn't do that. I didn't figure it out until college. I matured into my body. I was, I say it all the time. If I came up in today's world, I don't know what would happen. My mechanics were a little different. I was tall, lanky, lean, skinny, lean, weird, kind of hadn't hit my maturity. Went to college, didn't get drafted, went to college and kind of grew into myself, and all of a sudden started throwing hard. But it wasn't because I did some, program to make me throw harder. So it's hard.
Lanky. The word he was looking for there was lanky.
I think langly is good. But it's good.
But how tough is that, Mike, when you just said if you're firing up 87, you aren't getting a D1 scholarship? I agree.
I hate
with
telling
what
my son
Verlander's saying, but that's tough.
My son's 5'8" and he can pitch. If he does not grow 3 or 4 more inches by the time he's a junior in high school, I'm going to be like, I don't know if we should keep pitching. It's a waste of time. If you want to play college baseball and you're 5'9", it might be a waste of time. Or you got to figure out how to throw 95, and I don't know if God blessed him to throw 95. And if you're not 6 feet tall, the shorter you are, the harder you have to throw.
I don't know how tall Pedro was.
5'10".
5'10". How hard did he throw?
Close to 100.
Okay, all right. And I remember watching a specific thing on him, and maybe it was Lincecum at the time, and they were talking about the mechanics of them and how they created so much torque with their arm slot and all that stuff, and I do wonder that a lot of times. But the other thing that you guys almost got there with the D1 scholarship and all that stuff. Evan Carter in his interview the other night said they'll find you. And I'm kind of fascinated by this conversation. What do you think is more important? Will they really find you if you're good? Or do you have to be in front of these eyes at these showcases?
They'll find you.
And I mean, if you're really that good, if you're one of those guys that you're good, but you still need some work, I don't feel like you're going to get found. Like if you still,
we came from very different. I get you because you've complained about nobody came to watch Bryan Adams baseball.
Nobody's
and it's not
coming
fair.
there, and we didn't have the same.
And I had different.
Equipment or teachers or anything. Yeah,
I mean, when I played at Duncanville, we were one of the best schools in the nation at baseball at the time. And when I played against Kerry Wood, all 30 teams were there to watch me and Kerry Wood. They're really there to watch Kerry Wood, and they knew about me. I was a year younger, but then all 30 teams. All watch me pitch. All the head scouts got to watch me pitch in that situation. But I do think they'll find you. I don't think you're going to have some dude who's great at baseball because he's not playing in the major, let's say, perfect game all-star tournaments around the country. You'll be found if you're as good as Evan Carter.
Yeah.
Will you be found if you're just pretty good? That can be tough. But I do think that there's a level here. I don't think I'm right and you're wrong, and I don't think you're right and I'm wrong. There's a balance. If you're as good as Evan Carter, you'll be found. But let's just say you're
like they found Josh Hamilton, right? I mean, like his talent was going to be found,
Yeah. But what'll happen is let's just say this. You're really good, but you're not really playing for a quality select organization. Well, in this high school game, you go 4 for 4 with 2 homers, 3 stolen bases, and have a rocket arm in center field. Somebody on that other team plays for some team, and they're like, you're playing for free.
Yeah.
Come on. You're playing in this tournament with us when it's summertime. Guess what? You don't have to pay a dime. So all of a sudden, you got found by not a scout, by another coach who saw you, and now all of a sudden you're in this thing that somebody's watching you.
Or Mike's dad's at the Highland Park game, and he's like, hey, this shortstop.
He saw Matthew Stafford. He's like, he saw Clayton Kershaw. I called up my agent when Clayton Kershaw was a freshman at Highland Park and said, you need to get on this kid.
Good call. Good call.
In fact, the guy who pitched last night, Blair Henley, I didn't know this until like 10 minutes before the game. He's like, oh, yeah, gave him 1,000 lessons.
He had a rabbit named Yvonne Pudge Rodriguez, and I wanted the name to be Yvonne Pudge Rabbit Rodriguez.
Used to be lead singer of the Eagles, too. Where the KNC masterpiece.
Pudge Rodriguez was?
That was Don.
Don Henley.
Oh.
Coming up next.
He's the drummer.
It's time for the C Block starring Corey Majors.
We discuss Glenn Fry and Don Henley's roles with the Eagles.
And where they really fit with the Eagles.
You're about to be masterpieced, KNC style, right here on 105.3 The Fan.
K&C Masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan, and it's time for the C Block starring Corey Majors.
Can't do this segment, Kevin, because
Why not?
I'm not supposed to talk, according to that one listener from the 10 o'clock
That was
segment.
like 3 hours ago. Don't let that stay with you.
All right, guys.
Or dude, he's not your dad.
Oh, man. Oh,
Reggie.
Thank you, Reggie,
This
for
is
that.
his segment. How is that encouraging for you to be like, don't dismiss the criticism of that person that makes you not want to talk?
Who said I was here to be encouraging?
Mm-hmm. That being said, I will now turn things over to Reggie to do the rest of this segment.
Oh, is it time?
I think you should really just power through, man. Don't worry about negative criticism. I think you can do it. I believe in you.
Oh, man, I'm so proud of Reggie
Oh, I
right
thought we
now.
were about to do the Attitula adjustment.
I've always wanted the Attitula adjustment, and he refuses. All right. Last night, UConn won. And this quote stuck out for me a lot. It was Dan Hurley saying, my biggest motivation for the last 2 to 3 weeks is that I don't want to deal with the portal S. I can hide behind the fact that my season is still going. And so he's like, I don't want to do the extra tedious work that comes along with the portal. And whenever you're a winner, I mean, Duke was this, right?
Yeah.
This is what Duke did. We're the best.
Everybody just came to you.
Do you want to go
the good Hurley, Bob, the player Hurley?
Dan Hurley, by the way, I did want to play cut 6 on this. This is Dan Hurley talking about the tournament.
Well, you get NBA level talent that just happen to be just great team guys, just guys that don't care who gets the credit. They make the commitment to the defensive end. They make the commitment to making all the hustle plays and the effort plays on the backboard. And then they're meticulous with the preparation for each opponent, and on a day and a half prep, to prepare for that team, they followed Luke's game plan to a T, and it was masterful.
Kevin, you don't like Dan Hurley.
I don't dislike Dan Hurley. I dislike UConn.
Because of the girl that you dated?
There's a lot that goes into it.
Oh.
Because of the girl that I dated, because of the 1999 final in which
And
Duke
Bobby
had
Hurley.
one of the greatest basketball teams of all time, because of the 2004 Final Four. There are several reasons.
And because Byron Jones didn't get interceptions.
That one is not
Did he ever have one?
super high.
He had to have one.
For us?
I don't know. Nobody
Kevin,
will ever
so
know.
You do like Dan Hurley then?
I like Dan Hurley.
You just don't like UConn. Okay.
I don't like him enough to ride like a Hurley Davidson, but
I like that. I'm proud of you.
I mean, the point guards at Duke can get into some wrecks.
That is true. Jay Williams.
God.
Well, did he dislocate both hips? Is that what it was?
Byron Jones had 2 interceptions with the Cowboys.
Look at that.
He now has 4 career interceptions. Well, I guess he's not.
I mean, he's done. Yeah.
But he had 4.
When I watch Hurley on the sideline, I see people getting really upset about some of his antics.
Sean was like that this morning.
He did storm out onto the court at one point and got into another player's face, and I was like, hey, don't do that.
Yeah.
But he doesn't look much different than many coaches I've seen on those sidelines, waving their arms and yelling at everybody. And there were some moments last night where, Ed Edey did have a goaltending moment where the ball was sitting on the rim and he tapped it in, and Hurley lost his mind.
Ball came off the rim. He's fine.
These are my favorite things, though, is Hurley loses his mind. The ball goes back down. They score. Ball comes back up. They get a defensive play, get the ball back. He calls a timeout, and he's still heated about it. And he's still letting the referee know that one moment, that was BS. You need to fix it.
It wasn't a shining moment.
That wasn't the one shining moment. Is that your favorite part of the tournament, Mike? You stick around for that?
Sure. I do like watching it on YouTube. I forgot to watch it this morning.
So, but you will? Every year, do you watch it on YouTube?
Yeah, well, now I do.
You try to see it?
Yeah.
It's a good highlight, man. The one shining moment.
The ball is tipped. And there
The
you
ball
are.
is tipped. The ball is tipped.
All of you
not-
lost the games.
The ball is tipped.
It's not like that.
Who sings that? Lou Gossett Jr.?
Louis Gossett Jr.
Rest in peace.
from Iron Eagle
Just
is who you think sings One Shining Moment?
Something like that. What's his name? Lou? Is it Lewis?
Lou Reed.
Lou Reed? Is that who it is? I don't know.
It's David Barnett.
What the hell,
That's the person who got drafted from Duke, who's the lefty.
Derek.
But it was close. Yeah.
I don't know. Hey, back
Isn't
to your
David
point.
Barnett a former
I don't
Rangers
remember,
broadcaster?
Mike. Maybe.
I was thinking of R.J. Barrett. You didn't get it.
Actually, he's the composer. I don't even know who sings it.
All right.
David Barnett. I was supposed to get R.J. Barrett out of it?
Luther Vandross.
There you go.
There it is. I knew it was
Teddy
Lou.
Pendergrass,
Sweet
Neo.
Lou.
What
and
are you
Jennifer
doing now?
Hudson. Those are the 4 names associated with it: Teddy Pendergrass, Luther Vandross, Neo, and Jennifer Hudson.
He's not talking about Neo. He was talking about Luke Vandross.
Oh, my bad.
Back to you, Corey.
Neo from that movie.
Yeah.
That movie. Okay.
The Matrix. Keanu Reeves is who's saying one shining moment. Oh.
But that being said, how many coaches do you think want to deal with the transfer portal? Deion's it. Deion's like, I want all the transfers.
Yeah.
And most of them are like, don't want to deal with this at all because you're basically fighting free agency, right? Like, that's what it is. And a lot of these guys don't, they're like the Joneses. They don't want to deal with free agency at all. They're like, we would rather do other things than this. Although the recruiting trail is part of it. But again, like you said, when you're the winner, when you're the champion, when you do it back to back, when nobody is able to do what you're doing, and your program is looking like it is a force,
they are,
then everybody comes to you.
I would assume.
And that's what Hurley's saying is, hey, I just want to sit back and let the great players say, hey, I want to be on your team.
I haven't looked at their recruiting class for next year. I have to assume it's pretty good, and I would now guess that jumping ahead another year, they'd get some early junior commits who are like, I mean, this team looks like a juggernaut.
I saw this, Kevin, and it brings the conversation to a completely different place now.
Okay.
I saw a headline, and I had to click on it because it's draft season, right? A 2024 WWE draft is coming on the same weekend as the NFL's draft in 2024 as well.
That's right.
According to Triple H's Twitter, yep.
Nailed it.
The WWE draft returns to SmackDown on April 26th and Raw on April 29th. Now, Kevin,
it's a big event.
I guess Triple H said once the WrestleMania XL dust settles, which I don't know what XL means, we'll be
really
ready to shake things up.
That's right.
What is the what's the draft? How do you draft wrestlers? Do they have a minor league system they draft from? And
It's that NXT.
That actually they do
draft
do
from
that
next?
sometimes, but also you can just switch shows. Like you can get drafted from Raw to SmackDown. They used to do it. I don't know if they're still going to do this. They used to do it with like their announcers and stuff too. And then Vince McMahon thought it would be a hilarious bit for several years to not tell anybody where they were going to go.
Like, hold on, like, what do you mean by that?
Like, you know where people are going to go because that's what you wrote out.
Oh, so like we have 4 left, and we'll announce it on Raw tomorrow night.
But they wouldn't tell anybody ahead of time. They would just be like, hey, where am I going to go so I can figure out travel and my life and stuff. And they're like, well, you'll have to watch the show, which, I mean, that's definitely not among the worst things he's ever done because he's...
Name one thing.
I would prefer not to for the purposes of the FCC.
I think he cheated on his wife.
They would move
definitely
around
did.
announcers like a Samantha Irvin.
No, like the TV announcers, not necessarily the ring announcer, I believe.
Gotcha.
They need to keep her around.
She's
awesome.
fantastic.
Yes.
She's good at what she does. All right, so
Agreed.
here's...
Which one are you more interested in? Day 2 of the NFL draft or when the WWE draft starts on SmackDown?
Day 2 of the NFL draft. And as the 214 says, wrestling. And which I think Reggie concurs with.
Yes,
but so
that's
hold on,
right.
so they just take the wrestlers and just say, we're going to start drafting you to Raw and you to SmackDown.
So they've done it a variety of ways over the years. They used to have matches and they were like, whoever wins this match gets a draft pick, which I think that would be awesome if you did that. And they're like, hey, I know this game doesn't seem like it means anything, but now Cardinals, Jags, whoever wins this gets an extra second round pick or something like that.
And is like, who are the drafters? Who are the GMs? Is it the best wrestler?
They do have, believe it or not, they do have a GM for each specific show.
Interesting.
That will announce those draft picks. They're both former wrestlers in Nick Aldis and Adam Pearce. But then they used to do things where they pretended like it was random. And the first night they ever did this, it's random. And they're like, oh, we got John Cena. And I was like, sure.
Yeah.
You pick the top
As
guy
your
in your
number one
company.
overall pick, yeah.
It's a random selection. And then they did other times where they really like went up to the podium one at a time. And they're like, For Monday Night Raw's next pick, we select Seth Rollins.
How wild would it be if like they had guest selector Roger Goodell show up and it's like, aren't you supposed to be at your NFL draft?
And he's
Why
like,
are they doing this the same time as the NFL draft?
What
are they trying to get out of this?
Because they usually do it a month after WrestleMania because they're like, hey, we're going to blow off a lot of our feuds and then we can just shuffle it up so we can have new people feuding against one another.
Okay.
So they usually do that about a month after.
All right. Well, I guess that, and also like it is kind of cool that while the NFL draft is going on, this is also happening. That being said, I do want to point something out. We're cooking up something special for Draft 101 this year.
Ooh.
I don't have the complete details on this, but I think this might be. Whenever it's time, we'll let you know exactly what the website is and everything, but whenever it's time to register, you're going to need to register fast. Because I think Draft 101 this year will be the best Draft 101. And I'm putting a lot of pressure on Broadus right now. And Wolchuk, I'm assuming. But this is going to be a lot of fun. So be prepared for it. All right.
Okay. Can I win?
You can't win. You can go. You can be there. I can be there. But I don't think you can win. So you'll just have to. The Tolos can win. They always win. All right. They're the winners here.
Okay.
That being said, the next part of this WWE draft situation, would you support the NFL doing a every 5 years doing a league-wide redraft?
Yes, because my team can't win otherwise. So at this, now if you said this for the NHL, I'd be like, no, because the Stars seem to be very good at team building and drafting and everything like that and understanding how the salary cap works. So I don't want that. But when I know my team's not going to win, which I do, then yes, I'm here for bits.
The Cowboys are really good at drafting.
You hear Kevin over there, what a negative guy. The Cowboys can't win. They have been to 8 Super Bowls and won 5 of them. How many teams have won 5, and how many have an owner, a president, and a general manager who have led a team to 3 championships all by himself?
Awesome. When was the last one of those that happened?
Nobody can even remember. It happened so many times.
1995.
It just
We're
gets
taking it for
tiresome.
granted at this
the
point.
championship status of the Dallas Cowboys.
Well, I'm untired now. It's been 29 years. I am untired of all the winning. So let's get back to it.
Do you know how many things Jerry Jones has to do?
Tell me some of them.
Would it be
I
like,
can't tell you on the air.
would they draft 32 straight quarterbacks? Or do you think that everybody would be like, no?
I think after you got past 15 quarterbacks, you would start seeing other players get drafted.
Wouldn't you really start to understand how GMs look at players if you did something like that? If you're like, hold on, Lamar Jackson went 34th? How did this happen? How did he go? And they're like, well, we already... Like, that would change everything, man.
But in the real draft, you get to this weirdo point where it would be like, we'll take Micah Parsons. All right, we'll take Daniel Jones. And you're like, wait, what?
Why did you do that?
That's the next pick?
Well, I mean, he's a quarterback, and you need to have a quarterback on the team. Anyway, WWE.
Are you going to be in on this? Sounds like no.
Somebody said WWE draft over NFL draft this year. The Cowboys have made me hate football. So,
with their 5 championships, they've made you hate football. Have you not read the articles of what's about to happen with this all-in organization?
The 214, does the Cowboys regular season even matter anymore?
No.
And that's unfortunate.
Who's going to watch more football games in the NFL? Cowboy fans.
That's true. That is absolutely true.
Doesn't make it matter.
Or Cowboy haters.
That's
A
also
lot of Cowboy haters out there. But we got the Rangers.
We're the KNC masterpiece. Right here.
Home of the Dallas Cowboys.
I agree.
Your 5-time world champion.
That's not really something you can agree with. It's just a fact.
8-time NFC
You can agree
champion.
with facts.
Almost beat the Packers.
No, they didn't.
In the Ice Bowl.
No, they didn't.
In the Ice Bowl.
Okay, that's fair.
What about last year's playoff?
Nope.
That doesn't even count. Nobody even cares about what happened last year.
Because of what we've done in the past.
Because of the history.
Yeah, the history, baby.
We got Don Meredith.
Coming up next.
And Quincy Carter wore the same number.
Did you just Don Meredith brag?
Ridiculous baseball stat projections for the entire season.
Jason Garrett wore that number too, I think.
Based on the first week and a half. We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
You can hear Kevin.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is also brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org. It's brought to you by State of the Art Weight Loss, that's soda. And it's brought to you by Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first. That's 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost, and they only get paid when you win. That's Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Here comes the pitch. Wall swings and lines one to left field, and that falls for a base hit. One run is home. 2 runs are home as Evan Carter comes in. Alvarez just can barely move out there. And by the time he got over there, Carter easily was waved around and in to score. And the Rangers' first 5 batters have all scored. Rangers lead 5-2.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. We decided to engage in a project, ridiculous baseball stat projections for the entire season based on the first week and a half or so. Are you ready?
I'm in.
Let's start with the person who has the biggest gripe in all of this. Ryan McMahon is on pace to hit .415 and finish second in the NL batting race. It's a tough break for him.
.415?
.415.
And he would finish second?
Second.
To whomst?
Ooh.
Sorry, Reggie.
I had that.
Tyler O'Neill? I don't know. I forget. I saw this earlier. I was looking at league leaders.
It is. I'm going to have to get back to you.
All right. I appreciate the effort, though.
Oh, Orlando Arcia.
Okay. So he would hit .415 and finish second because
in the National League.
In the National
Third
League.
overall.
Huh?
Volpe is also hitting .417 with the Yankees.
I don't think that's going to happen.
Yes, I agree, Corey.
But I would like to say all the players batting .415 or higher will not bat .333 or better in this season.
Ooh,
We're never going to see 400 again, are we?
No, not even close.
Not...
350 is a number where I'll say, yeah, I think once every 5 years, maybe a dude will hit 350. Like that's unbelievable. And maybe I should say once every 10 years, like once a decade, somebody would bat 350.
Because where did Arise finish out last year?
370 something. I still he fell off.
354.
354. It's still like, even if like it looked like he was committing to, I'm going to be the batting average leader.
Yeah.
And he's still, and even Corey Seager's number was 327. Am I right about that?
Yep.
And that was
the 5th best in all of baseball.
He wasn't trying to be a great hitter. He was just hitting the crap out of the ball. So he was a great hitter. He just happened to also hit with power too.
Oh, this one's tough. From the 817. Based on the first week and a half, I project Brock Burke to not be in the majors.
I'm gonna say this.
Struggling.
He needs to start pitching better now. Or I'm with Michael Lorenzen coming off the injured list, with maybe Jack Leiter if he has a couple of nice appearances here, nice starts after his first 2 were pretty good overall. I do think that the Rangers, you never know who's going to get hurt and everything. And then with Max Scherzer coming back, maybe even as close as mid-May now, you're hearing that maybe it could be more mid-May than late May. I do think Brock Burke really needs to have a couple of nice appearances back-to-back here pretty soon.
I think you should take a look at perhaps investing in Spencer Steer. He plays for the Cincinnati Reds. He is currently on pace to finish the season with 49 home runs and 227 RBIs. Is
that good?
That would break Hack Wilson's record, I want to say.
Oh, Hack Wilson.
Do you only know that because of Juan Gonzalez?
Yes, that is definitely why I know
Because Juan had 101 RBIs at the All-Star break.
Like, could he take down the 190 or whatever from Hack Wilson? Yes, I do believe that is why I know that. You brought this guy up earlier, Mike. Mike Trout is on pace for 81 home runs.
You said 190? I'm sorry.
Is the record
for
I
Hack
believe.
Wilson? And he only had 1,063 in his career.
What? So the hell happened all those other years?
He had a quarter of his, almost a fifth of it in 1 year.
This one I really hope happens. 81 home runs?
Yep.
And he'd have 89 RBIs at the end of the year? He has six RBIs. I don't know whatever math you're doing here. He has 5 home runs and he has 6 RBIs. So if
so depressing.
So for every 5 home runs, he gets 1 extra RBI.
It's only solo shot.
I guess he'd get to 100.
So I think he'd have like 97 RBIs if that was the case.
That would be unbelievable. That would be the greatest stat in the history of baseball.
81 home runs, 97 RBIs. He would win both MVPs because in the National League they'd be like, "Oh my God, his team is so terrible. We have to give him our MVP."
Do you like this more, Mike? That maybe even in this instance he doesn't have another hit outside of home runs. It's just home runs and like
Joey Gallo.
Yeah, every once in a while there's a runner on for him.
I do think he's batting close to 400. I don't think he's batting 400.
He's only hitting 297.
Oh, he stinks.
What?
At 297, dude, that's expert level right now in baseball.
OPS 1.138,
and that's only like 100 points better than his career average.
It is
like last year was the first year I think it fell below a 1 for his career. I'm hoping that he's healthy. I know that it might not be best for the Rangers. But man, if Mike Trout can stay healthy, I think he is a guy who can hit 50 plus home runs. But he usually does. When he's healthy, he has an OPS over 1 when he's healthy.
Now, this is going to be tough to hit. But Corey, Stephen Kwan of the Cleveland Guardians is on pace for a robust 291 hits this season.
That sounds good.
He's only played in 10 games. He has 18 hits.
What? That's better than a hit a game.
Dude.
That's almost 2 hits a game.
His WAR is already half a point.
That's awesome.
As we're doing crazy numbers, I didn't know there was a game already in the 9th inning.
The Tigers, right?
Yeah. Guess who threw 8 shutout innings with 7 Ks today?
Casey
dang,
Mize.
he gave up 1 run. Sorry.
Casey Mize.
Somebody who used to be on the Rangers.
Martin Perez.
What?
He's back.
8 innings, 100 pitches, 70 strikes. 1 run.
What the hell, dude?
7 Ks.
Should have let Heaney go instead of
He has a
him.
1.89 ERA.
Oh.
Well, you can't. He was a free agent.
I know, Mike.
Yeah, you jerk. Just because Andrew Heaney, this is true, is on pace to go 0-32 with a 7.56 ERA.
Dang! Martin Perez, his first game, 4 1/3, 1 run. Next game, 6 2/3, 2 runs. And now this game, 8 innings, 1 run.
What the crap?
He's back to an all-star.
And what's going on with Heaney again?
0-32 with a 7.56 ERA.
Can we trade him straight up?
Straight up Texas.
Would you do that?
Right now?
Right now.
Yeah.
Would you?
Dude, Heaney can't get through a second rotation in the lineup.
Neither can John Gray.
Trade both of them for him?
Package deal.
Yeah, let's trade both of them for him.
Exactly what I was angling
Y'all have to
at.
take on all of their luxury tax.
Last year, Martin Perez had a
salary cap.
You know, isn't it weird that I thought it was going to be worse than this? He only had a 4.45 ERA last year. Like I thought it was 5 something. To be honest,
he was good for a bit, and then it just fell off.
Yeah,
we were like, oh no, it's carrying over, and then it got worse and worse and
his
worse.
strikeout numbers were way down last year.
Hold on, somebody said look at Kwan's hit by pitches, so I need to go check out that number because I don't know exactly.
He's been hit by no pitches this year.
Oh,
so
well,
that's the same guy. That's the same person. He just got you.
I don't know what to look for there. Sad to say he's been hit by no pitches this year. So, all right. Nobody is looking as good as Cody Bradford early on. Cody Bradford, I would say these numbers put him in the Cy Young conversation. He's on pace to go 32-0 with a 2.13 ERA.
Take that, Cole Reagans.
That's right.
Yeah,
That's a good point.
we don't need
Let me
two
figure out
lefties
Cole
like that.
Reagan's
Yeah.
stats to go.
I think Cole Reagans is pitching tonight. I think.
Can Cody Bradford replace Jordan Montgomery this year?
I mean, I'm going to say.
I hope so.
I'm going to say no, but I
like
hope
Mike's
so
answer
too.
better. Yours is terrible.
You
said you're going to say no. Mike, at least he didn't say no.
But then I also said I hope so.
But you said no at first.
I guess that's probably true. Adolis Garcia.
He's a strong man.
He is a strong man. Adolis Garcia is on pace for 65 home runs and 178 RBIs this season. as well as 243 strikeouts. But you take that if you get the other numbers
Strike out
all
every
day.
time.
Yeah.
I do not care. If you put up the other numbers, every out can be a K the rest of the way.
And then we go into arbitration with him again, get him on a cheap deal.
We signed a 2-year deal.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
No,
Sucker.
I don't know if 65
He
home
fell
runs and
for it.
178 RBIs is going to get you the cheap deal that you're looking for.
Breaking news that I didn't know. Tiger Woods is going to play in the Masters this year.
That's right, this week.
And he said he can win if everything comes together.
Tomorrow's C block, Mike. I will give you the best way
They
to
just showed
pick
Thursday
somebody.
that it's going to be 40 to 45 mile an hour winds there.
Well, good luck going under par.
For Tiger, he hates wind.
Yeah.
Everything's
Driving
coming up,
rules.
Millhouse.
Yeah.
I wonder how much real Tigers like or hate wind.
Fidelity.
Probably don't like dust storms.
That's fair. Corey, can we play number 7? Because you did not get the opportunity to play this, and I feel like you care a lot.
Oh,
about
my
this
gosh,
audio.
that was the piece of
All
audio
right.
I wanted.
Cut number 7.
Sorry.
Was this y'all's reaction when you saw the eclipse?
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Totality, we're in it and we're behind a cloud. But I still want you to appreciate the darkness that we are experiencing. And by the way, our temperature has dropped. We're down to 72 degrees. I can even see a blue spot right there. Come on. We've got 4 minutes. The crowd is willing it. Yes! Just for a minute, just for a second, but I'll take it. I will take it. Look at it. Oh my God, we got it. We got it. Oh my God, Lord,
Thank you for reminding me of that audio.
She was pumped,
She
dude.
said the crowd is willing the eclipse to happen.
Was that the eclipse or the cloud to move?
The
'Cause she
eclipse
said that there
did
was-
happen, yeah.
The crowd was willing the clouds to get out of the way.
Yeah, because apparently cloud cover messed up some of their visibility.
And the crowd
was earlier.
able to
I'm guessing. I have no
will
idea.
the cloud out.
I don't know if you don't know this,
Yeah.
Corey. I was not in Kerrville yesterday.
Okay, all right.
Kerrville was earlier in the day, so the clouds that we were seeing was about when they were eclipsing.
It
there.
said Fredericksburg on the thing,
Oh.
so but at Kerrville, I didn't hear it. But the crowd, come on, we can't. You might be able to help out with crowd noise at a game, but you can't make the planets
Really?
move.
Do you like the movie Elf?
I do love that movie.
Can you imagine if we had an eclipse every day?
Wait. What happens at the end of the movie Elf? How do they get the
They
sleigh?
sing.
Because the crowd willed it to happen, Corey.
Yeah, that's a movie.
Yeah, you're a mean elf.
Sorry.
He said angry.
Sorry, Mo.
Angry elf. That's right, angry.
Do you want to add what you were going to say now, or did you forget?
No, the eclipse. If we had it every day,
that wouldn't have been special.
I
at
know.
all.
We'd be like, oh, if we would get the eclipse. I'll tell you what, I hate this dark thing for
Yeah,
4 minutes.
these
It's really
4
messing
minutes
up my
always-
golf game.
This is the
Can't
best
even
time
see
to
the
nap.
ball right now. Then
Would
you have
you-
to move games. I can't have this daytime game in the day.
What if that was the only time in your schedule you could play golf and you couldn't pause? You had to play through for those 4 minutes.
the crowd is willing it.
It'd be fun. You'd hit the ball and lose it, and then hope that you hit it well enough that it's going to be in the fairway when the sun comes back out.
Went nuts. Do you think that lady is going to face any blowback in her regular life? Because it's like, oh, I made these for you. Oh, that's nice. And you're like, really? That's nice? But when you see the eclipse, you're like, yes!
She's never going to see it again.
Oh, that's probably true.
She could go to Alaska.
I've been there.
Because I don't know, like she's from the Weather Channel.
I
so they
can't
sent her on-
imagine.
they
Can
sent
you
her on
imagine
location.
going somewhere for 3 minutes of the sun not being there?
When we went to Alaska,
like I went to Cleveland, it's never there.
the sun was out 21 hours a day.
Sun hasn't been out
when we
all
were in
day today.
Alaska.
Look at
Yeah. Can you imagine if this was the eclipse weather? It would have been the worst.
Corey would be so happy.
I'm going to say this. I didn't know this. I am really glad I saw the eclipse.
You loved it.
I didn't think it was going to be that big of a deal, but then when you saw it, It was a big deal. It was a big deal to see. I'm glad I saw it. If you didn't see it, you missed out, and good luck the rest of your life seeing it.
It's that line. You suck.
Oddly aggressive.
It's that line of also of like, I'll take it just for 1 minute. Thank God that I finally got this. That was the one too that really got.
And
me.
the kind of red light that I kind of saw, that was kind of just like a little bit of the sun, like a little bit of a solar flare.
I saw that on different places of the eclipse.
We're gonna end that segment with a bang.
Just for a second, I'll take it.
Oh, the Rangers have never won on Eclipse Day in Dallas Fort Worth.
Oh my God! It'll never happen again.
That changes today.
We'll never.
It's
No,
not an eclipse.
it can't be an eclipse.
It's just a rainy day. Just think of this.
That's what you think.
They'd have to play a doubleheader tomorrow if we didn't have the new building. In fact, you know what? To get a free off day, just open up the roof.
Why would they have to play a double header? Oh, because of the rain. Not
We
'cause
gotta
of
go.
totality.
Coming up next,
open
our
up the roof?
chit-chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Coming up Wednesday morning on Sean and RJ, how about this guest list? Dane Brugler at 7:20 to get you set for the draft. Craig Ludwig talks Stars.
KNC.com/TexGala.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece on 105 through the Fan is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet and Grapevine. They're the #1 Chevy dealer in the world, and they've got more Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Relax and enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan right now, courtesy of D&M Leasing. It is time for our chit-chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation. Gentlemen, how is you today?
Terrific, Hagee. How are you?
I'm doing well, but I feel a little sad that there's not another Eclipse. At this time yesterday, we were still basking in the Eclipse glory.
Yeah, that would be really cool if we could experience that a little bit more often. You know, just be able to visualize the power and majesty of the universe just a little bit more clearly.
If it happened, let's say like once a year, just like that, do you still think you would get hyped every single year?
Yeah. Yeah.
Christmas happens once a year.
That's a good point.
Everybody gets really excited about that for 4 months.
Thanksgiving.
Do they all get excited about that?
Well, it depends.
Okay. Just curious. Just asking, not to anybody in particular. It's just a question.
Or were you looking at Zach when you asked it, though?
I was looking at Eric.
Okay. Or were you looking at the Jewish guy, Hagee?
Are you Jewish?
No, but I love Christmas. Everybody knows that. I think Jewish people actually like Christmas more.
In your face.
Because we can't celebrate it.
Huh.
I'm always looking
Christmas
for a house
envy.
to go to. Yeah, Christmas envy is a real thing.
Hey, we're
see
getting all
that.
those presents.
A Christmas tree's way cooler than a Hanukkah bush.
Getting presents every night, though.
Yeah, everyone does that a little bit differently. We kind of just do one big night in our
Oh, really?
family. Yeah.
What are we doing? Are we chincing along there? What do we got going?
No, we do the 8th night, and then boom, here we go. This go off the rails. This is not what you were focusing on.
No. I was actually going to ask you, is the Hanukkah bush as prevalent in 2024 as maybe, say, like back in the 70s or the 80s, do you think?
I think Jim Brown really took it to a whole new level.
Nobody could beat the crap out of a lady like him.
Are you familiar with
It's true. The NFL celebrates it. It's a thing.
Are you familiar with
They celebrate it by saying, here's Jim
people
Brown
beating up
beating
people?
the crap.
Hey, they do. They celebrate him.
Do they have a patch on their jerseys they wear for this
He
day?
beat women all the time. It's really weird what we choose is okay and it's not okay.
Rest in peace.
It's a different time. Is he die?
He's dead.
He's gone. Yeah.
He's not with us anymore.
That sucks.
Do you guys
We
let
had a
your
patch.
pets
We wore patches.
sleep in the bed with you?
Absolutely not.
I would, but fiance wife has disallowed it. What's that
Okay.
rubbing sound? Okay, That's say interesting. fiance wife.
Yeah, it is. It's not allowed. But I would. I did. You know, as a kid, I was always trying to sneak our little half dachshund, half cockapoo Spud up to my room. My parents wouldn't have it either. I
But
don't think I've ever heard of a cockapoo.
it's a cute little dog, you know. And mixed with the dachshund, he was a bit of a hound. But yeah, it was that was my childhood dog named Spud.
Mackenzie?
And, no, it was actually after Spud Webb.
Okay.
We got him around 85, 86, right when Webb was, you know, in his
contest.
ascent to, you know, maximum fame. So we that's how we got his namesake. And so there was a small window of time where I had a couple of pugs, Harvey and Burger, and fiance wife hadn't moved in yet, and they did sleep in my bed. I didn't mind it at all, you know, as long as they're not shedding. In shedding season, it got really bad.
What about y'all?
Yes, our golden retriever does sleep in the bed, and she's a big cuddler. She's awesome. So she's always welcome. In fact, I'm like not allowed to kick her off the bed. I mean, she's more welcome than I am.
Oh no!
It's her bed. We just sleep in it with her.
But Walter gets to
Blue
blame
Chew
the
involved
dog
there?
for all the gas at night. You know, he just gets to point the finger. So that's the real pro tip.
That is helpful.
Isn't it when the dog doesn't want to sleep with you, they want to die?
I don't know.
Oh
my gosh,
I've
is
never
that
heard
for
that.
real?
That could be.
No, I think it is. I think like if they kind of sleep with you,
Oh,
and then they are like kind of going off into a corner or whatever. They know it's time. Yeah.
That's sad.
So, you know, when your golden retriever doesn't want to sleep with you anymore, it wants to die.
Oh my gosh,
Poor
dude!
Lila. She's such a
It'll
sweetheart.
happen. You'll cry a lot. Stinks.
Oh.
Dogs die.
I found mine in the pool.
What?
After I got it for my first birthday, died one day after my 16th. Hadn't had a pet since.
It hurt.
Just
Didn't it?
broke your heart.
Yeah, I
too
walked
much.
out the backyard. I'm like, oh geez, here we go. And I walked in the house. I go, Dad, Fanny fell in the pool. He goes, oh damn. And so we had to go fish her out. You know, get her buried and all that.
Didn't somebody jump in the pool and like take her out?
Nah,
'Cause
she was
never going to bite the bait.
She was already done.
Hey, you've never seen broadest fish, though.
Oh my
Get anything to bite.
gosh!
Throw the old whopper plopper out there.
That's right. You can, yeah.
I've had that happen to me as well, and it is very unsettling. When you see, your dog goes blind and deaf, and if you have a pool, I think a lot of people have, have sort of met this fate, and it does suck.
My grandparents' golden retriever died that way.
Yeah.
Oh, that's terrifying. My dog is gigantic, and he does not get anywhere near the water, but he is kind of losing his sight right now.
You can ask Broadus, they're a lot heavier when they've been in the pool for a while. I had to get in there and pushing around. It was a lot of work. They take on a lot of water.
I'm honestly surprised you went in there and did that, bro. Just knowing that you weren't mowing lawns or doing any type
I had to do something.
Yeah.
You had
to show.
I had to show like I was a team player.
You barehand that thing?
Oh, you got it. Like you have to scoop like a wood hauler's ass. You had to do the scoop to like get, and then Dad and I kind of got it taken care of there.
Just use the net. It's gonna bend the pole.
It'll break.
Yeah.
I was having to pull it off while trying to not let my daughter see because they were having breakfast at the time.
Oh.
That
would have not been good.
No,
ruin an appetite.
You don't want them to.
You can get away with doing fish. Fish, you can hide the fish if you want to get rid of fish. You can do that. That's an easy thing to do.
Yes, pure gold as always, Hagee. Thanks for asking.
I was going to ask you about excitement for the trifecta of Metroplex games tonight, but instead we're like, sucks about your pet dying.
Thank you,
All right. It sounds
if
like
they go
it's
to the pool or the corner, you're done. Just know that. That's
the pool or the corner.
That's what we got.
They're not sleeping in the bed anymore.
Just for a second, but I'll take it.
Is that lady from the Weather
Eclipse?
Channel?
Yeah. Yes.
Oh my God.
Crosstalk brought to you by Purina.
This has a sponsor, but
does?
other things don't, man. Roll home with the G-Bag Nation. Sounds like it's going to be an amazing one.
Does your dog eat food?
What?
I was doing a commercial.
We have been the KNC Masterpiece.
Burgers.
Make your way back with us tomorrow, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Say goodnight, Kevin.
Good night.
Pee diapers aren't bad.
Always a welcome sign for this clubhouse. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation.
Let's do this.
Right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. Hour 1, G-Bag Nation, 105.3 The Fan. Hope you're having a fantastic day as we're off and running. General at your service. Hope you're dodging this storm. Got another one coming in. There's Brian Broaddus. Lucius Alexander's in the Pimp Cup over there at Master Control here at 75. And Fitzhugh doing his best to keep the Gators down. Of course, you do have Wolchuk and Chiafalo, and Carter Freeman is coordinating your video along with you. We are the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. I do want to say I'm feeling extra appreciative just to be here today. Last night about 8:15, I felt like, the guys who found Jesus while chasing those tornadoes from the G-Bag of the day a couple of months back.
Yeah.
So, soccer practice, we got the horn called on us because lightning was in the area. That was shortly before 8 o'clock. Heading home down the bush, coming through Rowlett right before you get to the bridge over the lake. And we could hear the sirens for whatever as you're coming through Rowlett. I don't know if that's a hail siren or a lightning or whatever. But Abby calls and, she's crying. And I'm like, we hear those sirens all the time. We're good, And she's like, no, I promise we're not good. I'm like, So I look off in the distance. I could tell the storm was getting crazy, like down towards Mesquite. So I jump over to 1080, and right as they're jumping into their weather and traffic, and they're saying, yeah, if you're between like Rockwall and Mesquite, maybe get off the road because it's insane right now. And right then, like, the rain picks up on my windshield. Right now, Abby, Cassandra, Remy, and mother-in-law are all ahead of me. I don't know, half mile, something like that. I'm like, crap, they might be right there on the bridge right now. So bang, I call them back, and I'm like, don't proceed, do not go through, pull off to the side. Right as I'm saying that, like, literally all of the traffic on the freeway is coming to a halt because the combination of the wind and the rain was so fast, like you couldn't drive.
Yeah.
And it got so dark so quickly that people were like, can't see anything, just stopping.
Yeah.
And luckily, everybody had that realization around the same time, so nobody was running into each other. So I'm on the phone with them. They're like, I don't know, a quarter mile, a half mile ahead. I looked to the right, and I couldn't tell where I was. So I'm thinking I might be on the bridge myself right now, as this wind is coming through. And I'm thinking about the last time there was that tornado in that area from like 2017 when that lady got blown off of the damn overpass.
Oh, geez.
She lost her life that day. That overpass that goes from 30 to the bush that goes over the bridge.
Yeah.
It turned out I was just in a place maybe a half mile before that was like elevated off the ground. So I'm like trying to find the ground. I couldn't see the ground. I'm thinking maybe I'm on the bridge, and I'm actually getting my windshield breaker out and like my seatbelt cutter out, thinking if I go over this, because the car is like starting to skid a little bit, right? And like I look in my rear view mirror, and the people behind me had put it in reverse. They're gone. They're like backing off of the elevated part of the freeway and like taking this little, I guess what was an on-ramp as an off-ramp.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, they're getting back onto the service road.
Gotcha.
So, sure enough, like 2 or 3 minutes passed by, and there was like hail the size of a quarter. I mean, it was like I've lived now in Texas for 15 years, and that was by far the most intense storm I'd ever been in. So I was like, holy crap, what was that? Was that a tornado? No, it wasn't. It was just a straight line storm from hell that was coming off that lake at like, I don't know, 75, 80 miles an hour, something like that. I Googled it. It takes about 90 mile an hour winds to move a car. And we were like, if we had been in lighter vehicles or maybe something with a lot more service area, like a big hollow van or something, that thing could have easily gotten pushed over. So I just say that to open up the show with extra appreciation and as a cautionary tale. When the storm gets crazy, tune to 1080. And they'll let you know where the hell that storm is. I swear if I hadn't clicked over to the radio, I would have drove right into that thing.
Thank goodness.
On the bridge. Yeah.
Oh, my gosh, Gadget's getting ready just in case.
Yes,
you got
the prepared
ready
man.
To go. I'm prepped. Man.
Yeah.
But
I was ready.
Eclipse.
I was grabbing the ball of soccer balls as well as a flotation device.
Smart.
If you got a
resourceful.
Yeah, boom. I'm jumping in there. I got my windshield breaker, my seatbelt cutter. Might be able to save some other people. I figured at that point, my biggest concern would be jumping out onto a car or having another car fall on top of me in that
That's
kind of
what I would worry
situation.
about, the car falling on top of me. That would be
Mother Nature and then killer geese over here. Well, you guys had quite a day.
Dude, it was crazy. It was an absolute crazy day. I mean, and then I jump onto the AM radio and I bump it around, and there's people talking about, yep, the eclipse happened, and now we're heading for the apocalypse. Get ready for insane weather.
My wife was probably listening to that station.
So then Abby walks in and says all the rage on TikTok is talking about like this radiation storm that was supposedly happening overnight from like 12:30 to 3:30. Did you guys catch any wind of that, or was she just making that up?
I didn't hear any of this.
My internet was kind of messed up.
I think my wife's algorithm looks just like your daughter's. Okay. She's seeing all this same stuff.
Yeah.
She's like, just wait. It's about what happens after. It's about what happens after.
Oh,
okay.
All right.
Okay.
Yeah, she was saying I was supposed to like turn off all connected devices and make sure they're far away from you throughout the middle of the night because the eclipse sends out some like extra radiation or some kind of solar nonsense, whatever. But yeah, that's where we are, and heading for round 2 of the storms, as you can clearly see outside. It is already well underway.
It's ugly out there. Be safe. But you're right. I had some Wi-Fi issues as well. Got completely bumped out at the NICU, which really bummed me, being able to access the Ranger game. I guess to me, I was thinking they're up 5-2 until I got home.
You didn't miss much.
And then I realized what had happened.
Gosh. Yeah. Unable to get the job done. The pitching, I think, was for the second time this year, a significant problem. And hopefully that just doesn't happen very much. But Heaney, Burke, Anderson, over the course of 5 innings, give up a combined 10 runs, ruined a 5-run bottom of the first, where they went up 5-2 and they could not score again. So they take a series split of the silver boot. Are you guys more satisfied, disappointed? How would you describe your Ranger vibes right now after that?
Gosh, I think on the front end of the series, if you said they split, I'd be like, okay, I mean, not that big of a deal. But with the way that they crushed those first 2 games, it felt like a no-brainer. You're going to get the series victory. Are you going for the sweep? And then you kind of come back down to earth a little bit. So a little bit disappointing. I think my expectations got super high after Saturday, and the way the offense was clicking, and oh my gosh, Bradford's going through 7 innings. Like, this is crazy, and then not so fast.
Yeah, it's funny. The Astros record wasn't very good, but all the hitting metrics and all that stuff was pretty good. So you kind of felt good when the Rangers won those first 2. I know you asked us what we thought we would take. I was thinking 3-1 was going to be the prediction on that, but man, it just the last 2 times out though, just not very good for the Rangers. And hey, I think you just got to take advantage. The Astros weren't particularly playing very well again record wise. That'd been a good opportunity to put a little distance, and now we'll see what happens. You got 3 with the A's. You just feel like you got to sweep the A's here. Don't let them take any games from you there, and then go to Houston and try and do this again.
No doubt. I mean,
pick it up and go.
I think you take the sweep, but I definitely was hoping for 3 out of 4, especially after the way the bottom of that first went. I mean, it's like Henley can't find the strike zone. You put up 5 runs, you probably could have done even more damage in that inning. You'd like to think, okay, we're not going to finish with 5 runs here. This is going to end up being an absolute Ranger blowout of the Astros. Unfortunately, didn't play out that way. The bats really quieted down after that, and your pitching on the other side was struggling.
Well, where were you guys at with this? I mean, can I be honest and tell you that despite all the hatred I have, knowing that the Fort Worth Ranger-loving Blair Henley was making his debut and it was going that sideways for him that early, there was a small part of me that actually felt a little bit bad for him. I don't know.
Oh no,
I was like, that's a terrible lineup to have your first.
I know. I was like, rough. Dude, you get the call up, you're so excited. It's against the hometown team, your favorite team growing up. You just wish that team was like the Oakland A's or definitely maybe the Marlins or something.
Here's a run. Walk. I mean, there's literally just in the batter's box. Hey, throw me a strike, dude. I'm not swinging until you throw me a strike, and the poor kid couldn't do it.
Well, that's what it's funny. Like, I was out doing my walk, and I text Jared during the game, and we were kind of talking about it because I was listening. And next thing I know, Jared's like, I feel so bad for this guy. And you really kind of did. The fact that the kid was from here and all that, but there was a side of me that was glad that he was having struggles because the Rangers got all those runs. I was hoping for a lot more out of that, being really selfish. But yeah, you did.
Slam, man.
Yeah, Jared and I both were kind of like, you feel bad for him, but no, you want the Rangers to win.
Well, what would you guys guess to be Blair Henley's ERA?
I said 1 batter, right? Got 1 out.
Yeah, he got 1 out.
That would
and his
make it
whip,
45.
His whip. I mean, I'm looking at 2024 season stats on ESPN right now. Blair Henley, 135 ERA, as in 135.
3 times 45.
Well, in his first minor league start of the season, I was looking yesterday, was not good either.
The whip is 21.
Man, I feel like Heaney's isn't much better.
You know what?
They're tied for dead balls last.
6 right now. Heaney's definitely struggling.
Heaney coming in at 7.56, 0-2 on the year. He runs hot and cold, I feel like, and when he's running bad like this, you got to try to make the most of it. And
Rangers got 4 losses, and he has 2 of them.
Yeah. That's
Jose Urania.
Yeah,
that guy was good.
Urania was outstanding.
4 innings, 4 Ks. Let's go. Shutout ball.
I think one of the reasons why you listen to Jared on the post game, but Mike being on TV, I caught a little bit of his post game last night. Mike was making some really good points about his ability to hang in there and not tax the bullpen at all.
It's huge.
That was able to that. Now they don't have to bring somebody up, or they can kind of keep things in order. But that was a yeoman's work last night for him to get that job done.
Rangers are 6-4. They host the A's tonight, 6:30 pregame, 7:00 first pitch here on the Fan. Mavs are at Hornets tonight at 6:00.
It sounds like that Luka and Kyrie both are going to play in this game.
So they want to get wins and be able to rest late. I think is their priority right now.
I think there's certain things that are involved with you as far as trying to win these next couple of games, and then it's think about getting rest. Being there at the arena the other afternoon after that game. I mean, those guys walking off the court. I mean, Luke had like blood on his knee. I mean, it was like they had been through a battle. But that's what you're going to have to. That's your guys. The role players and those 2 guys are going to carry you as far as you can go. But boy, those 2 guys looked exhausted after that one. So hopefully, if you can find a way to get into the normal playoff situation, then you not having to deal with that play-in stuff. It gives you 6 days off.
Yeah, it's hugely important.
You got to find a way to get into the normal playoff scenario.
Would be totally refreshing. And they've, of course, earned this opportunity by winning 14 of 16. That is their hottest 16-game stretch since the championship of 2011 as Arsenal tallies and go up 1-0 on Bayern. Brilliant strike, far post.
Rough run for Bayern.
With a left foot, yes. And Arsenal's playing some of the best soccer for a long time. But yes, they're 2 games clear of the play-in of both Phoenix and New Orleans. So just a win. They're 2 back of the Clippers though. So unless the Mavs win the next 2 and the Clippers lose their next 2, they're gonna know the best we can do is 5. Let's slip it into neutral here and get a little bit of extra rest. Maybe not have to play the final 2 games of the season.
If you get a tonight, you get a win. And I think they're 13-point favorites. You get a win tonight and a Suns loss or a Pelicans loss, then you're into the real playoffs. So I
think both have a chance to clinch your division, Stars and Mavs. With some help.
You're playing.
We have a double clincher night in DFW.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. And then I think as well, if you're scoreboard watching at this point, we're really hoping Denver finishes second. That would set you up to avoid them at least until the West Finals. Yeah. Have a better chance at having a special year. I think anytime you reach the conference finals, that's pretty dang special, unless you're like the reigning champions trying to repeat.
So on the teams ahead of you, the Clippers and the Nuggets, Minnesota, those teams, is the Denver the scariest to you, or the one that
definitely
stresses you the most?
Definitely.
Yeah, they're the number 1. I feel like the Mavericks can beat everybody else, and I still think they have a chance to beat Denver. But there's nobody else that scares me like Denver does.
This is so weird. The fact that I'm sure when it happens, we'll get into all the Clippers stuff. But man, that could be a first round exit though too.
Sure. Yeah.
You could either be in the Western Conference Finals, or you could be talking about off-season plans after.
That's the gauntlet of the West.
It's crazy how that
they'd
works.
be the number 2 seed in the East. That's just the difference between both conferences.
Going to be amazing. Stars host the Sabres tonight. 4 games to go. Lead the West by 3 points. They are 3 points behind New York for best record in the league. Winners of 9 of 10.
Yeah.
Still hottest team in hockey. It's a fantastic time to be a Stars fan. Congrats to UConn for winning the NCAA Championship, whooping Purdue.
Was that a spanking?
Believe so.
Yeah, we got the spanking on, didn't we?
You got the spankage.
I always count on Dan Hurley, man. Death, taxes, and UConn covering. That's what this tournament was all about.
How many did you? What do you say? It's a push. What's the thing that the term you use when you're betting? That you guys say? What's it called? Go forward. How do you
push?
No. What's the deal?
You fade.
What's the name of your
more Prize Picks?
Prize Picks.
More or less.
More or less.
Yeah.
That's what I was trying to get
I went
to.
more.
Yeah.
Okay.
I went
That was
Not over under.
No, I hit
less.
the more on Zach Edey points too, which
so
ended up working
that's
out.
what the whole idea is. More, right?
Yeah. All you do
it was a
more or
more
less.
night. Okay.
It was a more night. Yeah.
All right.
It was more night.
We have more G-Bag of the Day coming up at 2:30. How the Cowboys' culture problems can be spun into a positive. That's next right here. G-Bag Nation, home of the Cowboys, home of the World Series champion Texas Rangers. Pregame coming up at 6:30, and we're back here in the Nation.
Take your turn.
feedback of the day is coming up in 8.5 minutes here at the bottom of the hour. Segment is brought to you by the Frankels. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Franklin, the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one's been in an accident, contact the Frankels for a free consultation, 214 or 817-333-3333. Go online to frankelfirm.com. It's also brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today, carsforkids.org. Here's Wolchuk with some Cowboy content.
Yeah, so we've had an offseason that has not been great for the Cowboys. A lot of fan frustration, understandable. You guys know Cowboys were my first love, and I always will love them. Thank God we got the Rangers-Stars and the Mavs that are kicking butt right now, so we're not having to focus as much on that. But we've heard a lot this offseason about culture. And when you have such a length of time now that's gone by without winning a championship, you're kind of looking at everything. What is it? Because you've had different coaches, you've had different quarterbacks, different players. What's kind of the constant here? And what made me think about this was when we had Jory Epstein, some of those cuts. She talked about Bill Belichick. Why would Bill Belichick not want to come and coach the Cowboys? Here's what Jory said regarding Bill and that possibility.
I was talking to someone and I was like, okay, so if Mike doesn't work out this year, do you think Belichick is in serious contention next year? And he goes, Bill Belichick would walk into our facilities, see all of the infrastructure around it, basically essentially see the country club mentality, the Dr. Pepper Keurig headquarters that overlooks the practice field, all of that, and be like, I can't coach here. And to me, that is the root of the problem with all of this. To me, it's not about, is Dak Prescott physically what he's able to do? I don't think you're going to find a better quarterback for the Cowboys than Dak Prescott in at least the next 5 years. And so if you're getting rid of him, what is your plan? I think that the issue is this sort of whole Cowboys infrastructure. And so then to me, you get into the point of get CD done, decide if you want to do Dak now or in a year, because I think that you're not going to find someone better. And I think that Dak has shown he's willing to bet on himself contractually before. And so I don't think he's going to hold out if he doesn't get the contract. I have questions about whether you should keep Micah long-term. That might be for another show, but I think it's really interesting.
I respectfully disagree with her.
On what?
On the fact that Bill Belichick, I think, would absolutely coach here.
Yeah.
I disagree with her on that. And you talk about the infrastructure and stuff like that, and it is what it is. But the fact that Bill Parcells was able to do it here, and I think Bill Parcells Bill Parcells needed the money because of a divorce. He lost a ton of money, so he had to coach again. He came here. He understood how. If Bill Parcells was younger, I think he would have stayed here and coached more. I really do. I think it wore him out that much though with his age. But I respectfully disagree with her on that.
I think there's a couple of things going on here. Number one, she's right that the priority isn't football. Well, she might be wrong about what Bill Belichick's reaction would be to that.
Yeah, the part of it is, yes, working for the Dallas Cowboys that you're going to deal with your practice field having structure all around it.
Exactly.
Bill Belichick there's things about Bill that he's very buttoned down on and all that. Coaching the Dallas Cowboys, I think he would see that as a great opportunity.
And here's how I think Bill could spin this. And any other coach really could do this if you wanted to. What did Bill Belichick do? The Patriot way.
Right.
This is the Cowboy way. Okay? This is what you're dealing with the Dallas Cowboys. This is the culture. It's not like anywhere else in the NFL, right? Embrace that difference. That's what you do when you come to the Cowboys. Yeah. Embrace it as something that nobody else in the NFL has to deal with. We are one of one. It's a privilege to play in the NFL, but it's more of a privilege to play for the Dallas Cowboys. If you don't like it, you can go play for one of the other 31 teams. But when you're here, your focus is on football. We don't give into the other distractions. We're focused on do your job. We're focused on do what you need to do to get better every day, help your teammates around you, do what you need to be held accountable, and to be the best representation of the star as you can be. You go ahead and you take all of that negative, you make it into a positive. It's us versus the world. This is the Cowboy way. Nobody else has to deal with this crap. Nobody else has to deal with, we got tours going on the practice facility. That's fine. Sure. We can handle this adversity because we're built different. You've got to be. It takes a special player, takes a special coach, takes a special individual. You want to walk and work in this office, in this building, and be a champion, you got to do it our way. It's the Cowboy way. That's how it is. right? So that's, to me, you can go ahead and you can take any of these negatives, you can make it a positive, because yes, there probably is issues, and not everybody's built for this, because there is some entitlement. When you become a Dallas Cowboy, all of these doors are now open to you. You don't have to necessarily have ultimate success on the field to parlay that into other business opportunities. We've seen that with countless players. Hell, Bryce Butler's getting TV opportunities, right? What was Bryce Butler an amazing football player? No. Jalen Smith.
Nice guy, though.
Jalen Smith's still getting interviews. He was a Dallas Cowboy. You look at on TV, Troy Aikman, Tony Romo, they're the ones. Moose Johnson's had a hell of a career. Irvin, Darren Woodson got time on ESPN. Some of these guys are
Jason
great
Witten even got a
broadcasters.
chance.
Jason Witten. Right, there's doors and privileges that will open for you for being a Dallas Cowboy. But when you're playing, I do think there's a way you can spin this into a positive.
I think there's more likelihood that they don't want Bill Belichick than Bill Belichick wants to be here. I think, because I said that, I think that whole thing was they don't want change. And you're right. They want to do it their way.
And I don't think that's ever going to change, right?
No,
so we can't
probably
fight
not.
against that.
No,
so we've got to find a way to make it better.
So you were just Bill Belichick coming in on day one addressing the team.
This is the team.
These are the obstacles that are going to be here when you're a Dallas Cowboy.
And they're not going anywhere.
You can cry about it, or you can try and find a way to embrace it and make it seem like, hey, this is us as a team overcoming some additional obstacles that maybe most teams don't have to deal with.
Right.
But the glory of achieving the ultimate success with a championship with the Cowboys would be like any other glory you could ever experience at any level in any sport ever.
Yeah, and if you can't hack it, all right, sorry. Go play for someone else.
We don't got time to be burnt out, DeMarcus Lawrence.
Nope.
Sorry about that.
Man, you really do love this team, Wolchuk.
I'm trying.
It's a very romantic tale.
I am very, very trying. I'm trying here, man.
A fun fact about this is Wolchuk, I believe over the weekend, perhaps, let's see, in the wee hours into the night, texted me 2:08 in the morning. This is, I guess, Friday night going into Saturday. This is Saturday morning at 2:08. I woke up Saturday morning to a text that basically was a text version of what he just said. He was up all night. He couldn't sleep. Because he's trying to figure out how to get into the shoes of Bill Belichick, walk into that team meeting room on day one, rally the troops, get them to run through the brick wall, and by God, I think he did it.
I mean, when you're sitting there and you're just trying to get these bottle feeding down, it's just you. There's nothing but just random hospital noises going off. I'm trying to entertain myself. And, that's what popped in. I'm like, Eric, what do you think about this? Just spitballing. And kudos to him. I didn't think he'd be awake. He gets me a text back right away.
I was like, you're an insane person.
I think if Belichick was given the autonomy to control the culture, I think he would set it a lot better.
Yeah.
You know? I think he's one of these, Chris Young guys that just sees, hey, we got to do whatever it takes to win.
I wouldn't let him draft.
There you go.
Yeah, they don't really have a problem drafting.
That's the thing. I'll give him the ability to do anything he wants in the locker room.
Yeah.
And how he wants to manage the team and the discipline and all that.
No days off, day by day.
But you know what, sir? I'm gonna try and help you with these players, because to me that his downfall was very reminiscent of Tom Landry's downfall in the late '80s.
Yeah,
those teams were not good, and a lot of it was because of poor drafting.
You might have the perfect combination there with Belichick and this front office. Then, if they would both let each other work.
Well, Mike McCarthy lets them draft.
Yeah,
that's why I think they're very comfortable with Mike McCarthy. Mike McCarthy's going to go on vacation when they're at the combine.
Mm-hmm.
That's a fact.
Yeah.
That's not me making up stuff. That's a fact.
And honestly, 2-4, sometimes I do feel like a victim of abuse. This team has put me through a lot. That's exactly what it is.
For the G-bag of the day in the Pimp Cup, here's Lucius.
Yeah. It's the culture. The culture. Remember Darrell Music was saying that yesterday? The problem with the Cowboys is the culture. I was like, where's that L? It's silent like that G in lasagna. Yes. Culture. Where's that from? What is that? What is that, Mississippi or something? What is that?
French, maybe?
Culture. I don't know.
He doesn't accept L's in his life. Dubs only.
There we go.
Nice.
All right, our winner right here of G-Bag of the day so far is a man. I don't know if he's from Irving, but he's at the Irving City Council meeting pleading the case for some legalization of gambling. He wants this for me and you.
My name is Tiny, and I'm a professional sports gambler. But unfortunately, my career is at a standstill because I got 6 baby mamas all in the DFW Metroplex. So I can't live in a state that's got legal gambling in the sense it will be March Madness. I'm coming up here to beg y'all to make sports gambling legal in the city so I can stack my paper and pay for the illegitimate children.
He said beg.
I know some people think sports betting is risky, but I got an
Beg
unbeaten
for
system
vocabulary.
that can put money in all y'all pockets. Seriously. My system is easy. I bet on the blackest and darkest teams in college sports because blacker the berry, sweeter the juice, and better the jump shot. I also got a sports betting angle that is foolproof. Since y'all want to let all these transgenders up in the league, I became almost a millionaire betting on Leah Thomas's big ass winning all them swimming meets. And just like these transgender swimmers, my swimmers were strong.
They were strong.
That's why I got so many baby mamas. But you know what that means? I got a lot of bills to pay. So I'm sick of risking my life and my freedom on gambling illegally on transgender athletes. So I beg you, Irving City Council, to please legalize sports gambling because I can't afford to be up in the penitentiary doing 5 to 10 years on some weak-ass gambling charge.
That's just genius all the way through.
He's spitting facts.
That's great. Transgendered swimmers is hilarious to me. I don't know why that's funny to me. I made $1 million betting on transgender swimmers.
I like when he said he's sick of risking his life illegally betting on transgender athletes.
It's crazy, bro.
Brilliant. Speaking of brilliant, Harry Kane has done it.
Harry Kane.
Bayern leads 2-1 now.
From the spot. There you go. Yeah.
Goalie didn't stand a chance there.
Let's go to Jamie Foxx. Terrell, Texas' very own Jamie Foxx right here is ordering himself some Wingstop.
Ooh.
Had some Wingstop Saturday and then the leftovers on Monday. I don't eat the leftovers though. Nobody else in the house does. Here's Jamie Foxx. He's sitting at his piano, ordering a whole bunch of wings, and he's trying to get the lady on the phone to sing with him.
200 lemon pepper barbecue wings, too, yes I need.
Don't make me stop going on this phone.
Baby, we'll go ahead and blow on there. Go on there. Lemon peppers.
There we go.
What?
Okay, what else you want?
You doing it like that? What's your
What else
name?
you want?
Camera.
But you're going to be surprised when I come up here to get them wings. I'm coming to get these wings myself.
Say what?
Just sing lemon pepper one time. It's a surprise. Just sing lemon pepper one time. Lemon pepper. Oh, we coming. All right. So we got.
So you get 200 lemon pepper, 200 barbecue, what else?
Give me another 200 lemon peppers. Black people got talent everywhere.
All right, so you got 1, 2, 3, 400 lemon pepper and 200 barbecue and 100 mango.
That's it. That'll be good.
All right.
That'll be enough.
Total comes to $667.83.
Mm-hmm.
There you go.
I think you got that perfect, too.
What a dang good order.
That's a good order.
How many ranch do you think comes with that?
I don't think he got enough. I don't think he got enough.
I think
he
you
also
get those
ordered
gallons.
Yeah,
I gallons.
every time I go to
Yeah.
Wingstop and get the big whatever that big thing
The
is.
pint, and then you gotta have gallons.
I don't think he got enough. He didn't like express that I need a lot of ranch with all of these.
Yeah.
You know,
Well,
and he
I said
got 3 large fries with that order.
Yeah, what's the fry order?
Only 3 large fries. That's what I'm saying. I don't think the ranch consistency is going to be there.
No, the ratios are all
is
messed up
off.
here.
Who's feeding there?
That's
Himself.
Probably some game watching.
Game watching?
Probably some game watching.
There you go.
He probably knows he walks in there as Jamie Foxx. They're just gonna put as much ranch as you want, Jamie.
Oh my God, Jamie!
It's on the house.
Here's all the buckets.
Let's see.
Bet you put a pretty good tip on that for those people too,
yeah.
probably.
Yeah.
Put that card in there.
That's probably about $2,000 worth of Wingstop he did.
Yeah.
Badass.
Everybody here caught a fish before?
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
Everybody's caught a fish. All right. Well, this man right here caught his very first fish.
All right.
Out on pick it up, reel in slack, lift up, lift up, lift up. There you go, fight it. Oh, Brandon, I've caught a fish. Oh my God, get the camera. Oh, it's a bass. It is. You got him, hold up. Oh my God, get the camera. Oh my God. Isn't it a bass? Oh my God, it is.
Now you have to kiss it.
Brandon, I caught a fish. I'm gonna leave it on the line where I can
I want you to hold it. You put your finger in its mouth.
Oh my God, I caught a bass.
That's good.
Look a hair. It's a flippity floppity. Look at him. Put him back in there. He need to breathe.
What a character.
Yeah.
Fish.
I caught a fish.
Harold, it's a fish. Oh man.
2 5-gallon buckets of French. Yep. That's
There you
what it
go.
takes.
Yeah, why
that's
not?
what it takes.
Yeah,
That's what it takes.
absolutely.
It's probably gonna take more than that. We're talking about thousands of wings. Let's see. We got time for another? Nah, we out of here. I'm
All
good.
right. All right.
These could all be winners.
Is it?
It's a tough vote.
Yeah, man.
Is it our
Appreciate
champion at the illegal gambler at the Irving City Council? Is it Jamie Foxx ordering wings, or is it man catches first fish?
Hey! All right.
How about Fox? Chief?
I'm gonna go with the champ.
Lucius?
Yes. Champ.
2-1 Wolf champ.
Oh gosh, I've got to give a vote for the fish guy then.
Get up!
2-1
Fox.
We're tied at 2. Jump on to @GBagNation. Follow us all when you get there. You'll see all of our Twitter handles there in the bio. And then we're coming back with an edition of Krusty's Corner. Where are you taking us, buddy?
Yeah, there are a couple players in this draft that the Cowboys don't need to take. We'll do that next.
Coming up Wednesday morning.
more Silverados than anyone else, y'all. Go see them today or visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
Well, thank you, Lucius. It is the G-Bag Nation here on The Fan. Congrats to our champion, the illegal gambler at the Irving City Council. He won 75 to 25% landslide. Big, very popular with the Tolos today. Follow us.
He's a man of the people, you know.
That's right. It's time now for Krusty's Corner. Here's the King. Broadus.
Thank you very much. Sponsored by...
Yes, sir. Reliant Air Conditioning, gimmick-free AC repair and replacement.
Thank you very much for doing that for me. Appreciate that. Thanks to the folks for doing that as well. All right. Can I tell a quick story? I think I told you guys this. I know I told you guys this. This Eclipse thing, I think it affected the animals.
Yeah.
I think it affected the animals. I was out walking yesterday. I got attacked twice by geese.
The same geese?
Same geese.
Or goose?
Geese. I think goose.
If it's one, it's a goose. If it's multiple, it's a geese.
It was one.
Okay, so one rabid goose was after you.
Yeah, I was doing my walk over there at the Cooper Clinic and around the track there, and they have all kinds of kind of wildlife, ducks and squirrels and all kinds of things.
Any tortoises?
They do. They sit on the by the water's edge, in sun.
Those would be turtles.
Oh, those are just straight up turtles.
Yeah.
They're not the tortoises.
No, I knew what you meant. I just meant that. But anyway, so I'm doing my walk, and this one, and I've never had this problem before over there because there's a lot of these geese.
The geese are generally friendly.
Hey, no, geese will chase you down, fam.
Very friendly.
What?
Okay.
Geese will show you what's good.
Yeah,
They got wheels?
This one
That
did.
wingspan.
This one did, and he. Matter of fact, he was in the middle of the track, the walking path, and they usually move. They, when you're walking, they usually just kind of mosey on by you. They're so used to people being out there with them.
Yeah.
This one turned and started to hiss.
Yeah.
I mean, hissing.
I thought they
hissing at me.
They were squawking.
They hiss? I guess I thought they quacked like a duck,
No,
but
this
they're
one
not.
was hissing at me, and he wouldn't let me by. And so I stopped. And then I finally bro, you've got to move over. And he sat there and he bowed up on me.
Mm-hmm.
And then so I walked around and then he started chasing me.
Sure would.
Now,
On foot?
On foot. Now, the next thing I was worried about was I was walking at a pretty brisk pace, but I looked back and he's kind of about a foot behind me.
Mhm.
Like he's sped up too.
Making sure.
What I'm worried about is when they start to fly, they could go pretty fast.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
So I was worried about him not walking anymore, but just flying into my back.
Yeah, because I'm seeing they fly at 40 to 50 miles per hour.
Yeah, they're quick.
Yeah. So
And
literally,
they have really nasty mouths, like a bunch
Yeah,
of little needle teeth.
it was crazy.
So they'll actually
they can
bite
draw
you.
blood.
He opened up and he was hissing at me. So I got around him and I'm thinking, what the hell? I mean,
You're near their area.
Yeah.
There must be like some
I think they had
Chirins or something nearby.
I think he had a female partner that he was protecting over there.
So I just Googled it, and we're right in the middle of they just laid their eggs.
Okay,
so they got eggs in a nest somewhere, and they're
And
about to hatch like at the end of April or early May.
That makes
Okay.
sense, man.
Well, I was worried, but I came back around. Same thing happened. Okay, but this time there was a gentleman and his wife in front of me walking. I saw him when I came around the corner. He bowed up and went into the air on the man, and the man gave him a forearm shiver into the
There you
body.
go.
Respect.
Like he opened up. He went into the air vertically, opened up.
He went spread goose on him?
Spread goose, and old man gave him forearm shiver into the body.
You have to be willing to go there.
Yeah.
And then was that it?
It kind of just startled him a little bit.
Yeah.
And you could see the wife was a little terrified by the situation. She was like, "Oh my gosh, Jim, what do you have? Your forearm in the geese?"
You just saved your life, honey.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're welcome.
But then they kept walking. Well, now I'm behind, so now he's kind of pissed off a little
Well, and
bit.
he knows you're the beta. Jim's the alpha.
yeah.
He knows he can take advantage of you.
I almost cut across where I didn't have to deal with him. I almost said, he's not happy that he got forearmed in the ribs, if they have ribs.
So you didn't just punt him? Send out the punt team?
No. All right, let me ask you this real quick question. They've got a lot of cameras and stuff. If they kind of nip at you, and I would have kicked him.
Self-defense.
Do you think I would have
You
gotten
would
in
have ended
trouble?
up on. You would have been on Dallas, Texas TV for sure.
You think so?
Yeah, old man kicking the geese.
See,
no legal trouble,
I
but
was, I was thinking like, man, you can't kick that thing.
No, I think the Cooper Clinic needs to go in there and move that nest.
There's a bunch of them though.
Yeah,
man.
you can't have the nest right next to the path.
But it was a little
Yeah.
it was a little scary there.
No, they
because
get aggressive this time of year.
I haven't had to deal with
All
these.
times of year.
I haven't had
Really?
to deal with them at all.
There used to be some at a golf course that we'd play, and we knew when we were coming up 8 that was at that hole,
Yeah.
we would just bring out a golf club and sort of wave it at them, and it would make them go back. So I was thinking maybe a walking stick or a tennis racket. Maybe, maybe
How about a size 14?
Sure.
Yeah.
I just don't think you need to kick too hard.
I just
a little will go a long way with the
after
goose.
after I saw him open up on the gentleman ahead of me,
Yeah.
I'm thinking the worst.
yeah, I
Like-
might have to kick this thing.
Like,
This is gonna
okay,
end
I
badly.
mean, he hit him with a good forearm shiver. to
Were
get
you
him-
thinking more of like a punt kind of kick or like a roundhouse?
I was thinking kind of like a lift him out of the way, like maybe get under the
More of
body
a
and
shoeing.
lift. Yeah,
Yeah.
But instead, you walked another
I
distance.
went around. Yeah, I did not kick the geese.
Yeah,
I
that's
didn't.
what he told you too. Hey, you go that way, fam. I'm gonna need you to go that way. No,
Once-
turn around and go
yeah,
that way.
Yeah, once I saw what he did to the gentleman ahead of me, I went around. I'm not going to let it happened like twice.
So are you off the path going around, or how
Yes,
much are you?
Oh
Wow.
no, I went way
God.
around the path.
Yeah.
I mean, I cut off a little of the run. I had to make it up on the back side.
Cut off a little. I just left. I just went home after that.
He told you this is my block.
Yeah, dude. There's a
honestly-
violent
That
alpha
way, bro.
goose out
How'd you
here, and
sleep
I'm not
last
going to be
night?
able to get my exercise in.
Hold my pocket.
It's affecting me right now.
I would
got to go
imagine,
back
yeah.
today. He might still be there.
Oh, you're nervous?
I'm honestly nervous about coming around.
Well, yeah, because dominance has already been established. You're toast, bro. You might as well go find a different clinic to start, doing your walks.
You're gonna have to move.
What
over.
bothers you more, the threat to your safety or the
Me.
fact that you got punked off by a goose?
I think the safety part of it is I could live with getting punked off by wild animal. Wild
Yeah,
animal.
but it's not like it was a lion.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? This was
But see-
this
Made
was
you
a-
tuck your tail.
It was a webbed foot
you
creature.
You guys told me I couldn't self-defense.
I said you could.
No, you should.
I think you can kick the hell out of that.
You have to at
I'm
least
not gonna
show
kick the
aggression
goose.
and make a little contact. I don't think you need to actually hurt the goose.
I think you should peck him with your nose.
Scream like it's a black bear.
Yeah.
Mm.
I think you need to bow up and
Jim's walking around with
gesture
nothing but
towards him.
confidence today.
Yeah.
Jim's crotch first
You see how
everywhere
that
he's
goose
at.
reacted to Jim's forearm? That's all it took.
But
If Jim had a radio
Jim-
show today, he'd be teasing, wait till you see what I did to
Jim-
this
Yeah, Jim
beta
affected,
bird.
Jim affected the goose in a way that it could have been a disaster for me.
Yeah.
Jim is like that guy that punched that kangaroo that one time.
Yeah.
Kangaroo was shocked as hell, like, whoa.
If only that kangaroo had a broadus floating around that he could go get his confidence back
when
up.
that thing opened up, Jim didn't hesitate.
No.
No, that's just instinct.
He just went instinct, and me, I
He's
don't
probably
know.
been walking that Cooper Clinic trail for 10, 15 years. He
Yeah.
knows what to do.
Yeah, well,
He
saw
got brought his tucking his chain in when he goes up there now.
geese. I don't know about that. All right.
Geese have a reputation for attacking or chasing anyone that crosses their path, according to Varmint Guard Wildlife
That's
Services.
true. That's
Geese are extremely territorial,
Yep.
and they like to be in their own space, and they don't want to share it with anyone else, especially bald people.
All mark A for true on your Scantron.
But they look amazing, though.
They are
They
amazing.
look so amazing.
Beautiful creatures.
Until they open up and hiss at you. Ugh. All right. Wow. Sorry about that. All right. Let me tell you the Cowboys shouldn't take here.
Okay.
This comes to us from Clutch Points is a website that I'll go to every once in a while. And they do a good job of kind of breaking down things for you. Willie, help me on this one, though.
Okay.
They're saying that the two players the Cowboys should not draft, Brian Thomas, the wide receiver from LSU. I'll move on from him because I don't think they would take
I don't
Brian
either.
Thomas. The one that's interesting to me, though, is they think that Jalen Wright, the running back from Tennessee, is one that you should not take.
They shouldn't. They are so wrong about that. Jalen Wright's my guy.
Yeah.
What are they taking shots at my guy for?
Yeah, and they're saying that that although Mel Kiper is got him on his the big board there after his combine where he posted a 4.38 40, 11.2 broad jump, he is indeed has flaws. At under 6 foot, 210 pounds, he's a smaller back that doesn't have the skill to be an early down back that the Cowboys are most definitely in need of.
Wow, it sounds like they haven't watched his tape.
Shots fired at Rico Dowdle.
Sounds like these guys don't know what the hell they're talking
this
about.
Is what they're saying, though.
They're coming at my guy all wrong.
Exactly.
It's embarrassing.
They're saying he's not a powerful runner. He's definitely got some dangerous speed if he finds the opening, but it won't knock many. He won't knock many defenders off to gain extra yards. I found
that's BS.
Completely, and I know they visited him on a 30 visit thing.
Yeah, I like
he
Jalen
came into
Wright
town.
a lot. Come on.
There's the type of. I think he catches the ball well.
He does. He's a 3-down back. You're telling me he can't play on the first 2 downs? What the hell is this guy saying? Bunch points.
The Brian Thomas one I understand a little bit. This one I do not understand. If you draft Jalen Wright for the Dallas Cowboys,
be excited.
You should be very, very, very happy about the way this guy plays.
Broadus, we got a pro tip here in the 817. Broadus, you need to rub deer urine on your shoes, and that will keep the geese away. Little 817 pro tipski.
All right, Lucius, there was something we did with. Isn't that someone do something with deer urine as a
that'd be deer
steroid?
antler. That's deer antler.
Yeah, deer antler spray.
Antler spray. Okay,
the
I'm
Ray
sorry.
Lewis
You
deal.
can harvest some IGF-1 off that.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
You can get
My vascularity was crazy during that time.
Crazy pumps, huh?
Yeah.
I need to do
Might have been a
something.
placebo because I was doing a lot of cardio.
You weren't walking around dealing with geese, I'm sure. But yeah,
Just get you some deer urine. I think you can get it at the feed store or something like that.
I've seen deer corn. I've seen where you fill up with corn and stuff like that.
Next aisle over is usually the deer urine
They
aisle.
sell that?
Yeah, for issues like this. This is it acts as like sort of a repellent. So just a little spray.
Butt cracking going on right now.
No, I think you need to head in there to the farm
How about me
supply
watching?
store.
To the farm and tractor store.
Yeah.
Hey, you got some of that deer urine?
Well, it says to drink it, Brian, not to spray it.
Come on, dude. Everybody knows this.
And I walk in there, and the guy
I
goes,
got this geese issue.
Yeah.
Just need some deer urine.
Guy
Why
goes,
didn't you say so?
Yeah. Put deer urine on my running shoes. Yeah, that's what I'll do.
Everyone else is looking at you.
Yeah.
Why does this guy smell so bad?
I walk into that store and ask for deer urine, and they look at me like,
Please do. Please record it.
I can't believe you do stuff like
Krusty's
that.
Corner brought to you by Reliant Air Conditioning.
I'm saying don't work
Free
with Eric Chiafalo.
AC repair
Draft this running back
replacement.
from Tennessee. Get rid of Eric Chiafalo as a teammate. He's
NFL
terrible.
news
Terrible human
today
being.
is coming up next. We'll choke. What kind of football stuff do we got?
Where can you find geese urine in your local DFW Metroplex? And, which cowboy
Deer
wants to
urine.
return kicks? That's next.
We want to chat Frankles with you before we get out.
the G-Bag Nation. Right here on 105.3 The Fan.
It's hour 2 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Hope you're having a fantastic day. It's time now for the NFL news of the day, Brian.
Got to be aggressive, huh?
Yeah, you got to be aggressive with the goose.
Yeah, you can't be a sissy like
Be
that.
more like Jim.
Yeah.
Be a Jim.
I think Jim did it out of just self-defense.
Yeah, he got backed into a corner and showed his true colors, and we're about to find out over the next 2 or 3 weeks if the same will happen for you.
I might have another story tomorrow. You never
Clearly
know.
wasn't Jim's first rodeo.
No.
You just encountered yours.
Yes.
And now how do you come back? With a game plan? Or with tail tucked between your legs? You're probably going to go to a high school track until goose breeding season is over.
Watch. Okay, when I bring this thing back and flip it right into your lap.
You can be aggressive without killing the damn thing.
Yeah, come
Just
on.
send it a message.
Send it a message.
Yeah.
Just bring like a little tree branch with you.
And thank you to the Tolos. Deer Pea should be available at Academy in the hunting section. You can also get it on Amazon, and apparently Walmart sells it, Brian. So you've got options.
Next time that I go into one of those places, I'm going to look. Just
Please.
to see. I will go look.
All righty, it's time now for us to take a look at your NFL news of the day. Rangers player show coming up in 20. Bradford's going to join us. Here's Wolchuk.
All right, we had Bones Fossil. He jumped on the Ross Tucker podcast, and Ross was asking about the new special teams rules, right, with the new kickoffs. Bones apparently very excited about this, but there's one Cowboy who, with the new rules, has said, I would love a chance to get back there and return some kicks. I'm sure we can all guess who it probably is, but here's Bones Fossil telling us who it is.
So he has lobbied me in the past to just be the primary kickoff returner. I'm like, Micah, that's a question. You gotta go a little further up than me on that one. But would I love to see him back there? Absolutely, because he would be fantastic. He would catch it, and he'd run wild, and he'd probably get incredible yards.
I would love to see
that. Ain't gonna happen. I'm aware of that.
I would love to see this. Micah Parsons, who was a running back in high school and was a damn good one. Get him back there. I mean, he does. We see him jump from station to station in training camp. Where I don't know if
Sam Williams is a gunner. Why not?
Yeah, I mean, and Bones is right. They're probably going to say like, no, we're not going to let you do this. But if this is supposed to make it safer, go ahead, put the ball in his hands. Let's see what he can do. Especially if you're going to pay him like he's $50 million a year. All 3 phases, baby. Let's go.
All 3 phases. Amen. Walchuk, let's get him in there on that goal line situation as well. I mean, you avoid the need to pay the league minimum to Zeke when you got Micah Parsons sitting back there. He needs a yard. Go get the yard,
Go
Micah.
get it. A Micah Parsons kick return.
And he could actually get to the edge too. I think if Micah needs a yard, it doesn't just have to be an up the gut situation. I think he could beat you to the pylon.
We saw the race with Tyreek Hill. What was it, 2 years ago? He got the best of Tyreek.
Yeah, and Micah Parsons was backpedaling in that one. Okay, so people just forget. And they're not squeezing all the juice out of them.
No.
And it's disappointing. They're leaving some meat on that bone.
They are. I think this would be a good idea for Bones. Execute, put Micah back there. What do you think, Brian? You're not buying this one.
Man, I'll tell you what. I think the old way of kickoffs, but they kick him out of the end zone. Maybe 1978 kickoff return.
Yeah.
With guys like Bill Bates and those guys flying down the field, headhunters, those guys were. I don't think I would do it, but in today's game, you're probably going to have some returns. The only thing you would worry about is him getting tackled and turned in the knee or something like that.
Sure.
That's the only thing, or him getting a concussion. And
Broadus would be nervous he'd get hip drop tackled.
In fairness, could happen at any defensive play.
I will say this, though. If you want to do that as a personnel guy, I can't replace him if he gets hurt. I'm just letting you know that. I just can't. I mean, if you want to be the smartest guy in the room and you want to put him back there and doing that kind of stuff, then I can't replace him if he does get hurt.
Yeah, I think this would only be like Super Bowl up 3 touchdowns, 5 minutes to go. Sure, Micah, go ahead. Return this one. Because I also think there's a ball security issue. You know, watching his technique when he has had some takeaways.
Okay.
I'm not the biggest fan of how loose that ball is out there.
Or maybe some fumbles here.
Yeah.
All right.
Well, when he's bouncing around from drill to drill during training camp, just get in some of those ball security drills.
Yeah, we can do that. Now, we did have an idea from Evan McPherson of the Cincinnati Bengals in regards to some of this stuff. You talked about kicking the ball out of the end zone.
This is the kicker who bailed on Super Bowl locker room halftime adjustments so he could consume whatever the halftime show was.
Yeah, I can't remember who it was.
Oh, it was it was like Dr. Dre and Snoop Dogg and stuff because it was in L.A.
That's right.
I don't blame him.
Me either. So McPherson says, I've got an idea for a fun rule. If you kick it through the uprights,
you get a point.
Make that 4 points.
Oh, 4?
And if you miss, then they get the ball at the 30.
If the NFL gets a 4-pointer before the NBA does,
well, it's
just not going to make sense to
I
me.
guess he's saying it's more difficult than your typical field goal, which is worth 3 points. So it should be worth more than 3 points. It should be 4 points.
Yeah, but how much more difficult is it? I mean, it's on a tee, right? And you have no pass rush to worry about. It's just the distance factor.
I mean, how many of these guys are you seeing do it?
Well, I don't know how many of them are actually trying.
I want to say maybe
there's no incentive.
3 times a year. Yeah, when we're sitting down there, we're
we do see it on occasion, but it's not enough to make it like, ooh, I don't know.
It's not it's not in every kickoff circumstance.
It's a pretty good length.
I would say during a 10-game homestand for the season, probably see it 3 times.
And if you want to keep it 3 as a normal field goal, even that. But I think that adds even more
2?
incentive for the kickers here. Like, this could be fun.
Make it 2 points.
2-pointer?
Yeah, make it 2 points.
Like a safety.
Yeah. We never see safeties anymore.
This is if you send the kickoff through the uprights.
Yes, as the field goal kicker.
Yeah.
Maybe 1 extra point. I mean, that's pretty cool. But I was thinking like a 4-pointer if you make it from like 58 or longer. 65 or longer. Let's give it 5.
Fantasy football type stuff.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that's where the additional points for kicking can get interesting.
I like what you're saying there. Any field goal that's above, say, 62 yards.
Yeah.
You get 4 points.
That's a 4-pointer.
Yeah.
I mean, and if you're down 5 and you're sitting on your own 30-yard line and you want to try to rip a 78-yarder for the game, I'll give you 5 for that.
Okay.
I don't see why not. Let's bring a little bit of excitement into these fourth quarter situations. Yes, we're more than a field goal down, but we saw David Beeler up at gym the other day, and we thought, man, let's bring this guy in, and so we did. And dude, he can make 80 yarders, 1 out of 10. We got a shot. That's it. That's excitement for the fan base.
No lead is safe.
Yeah.
No, you take your quarterback takes the snap and pedals back to the distance, then just falls right at the spot.
Yeah.
And that's when
Or your long snapper has to send it 30 yards back. If you only got 2 seconds to go, you don't have time for the quarterback antics.
Yeah.
Tony said make it half a point.
You're back in the game with your precise 30-yard snaps that you were telling us about.
Yeah, I like that.
Just thinking outside the box. I like the idea overall from Evan McPherson. How about Chase Claypool? Former Bears, Steelers, Dolphins wide receiver. He's going to the CFL. NFL just said, we're done with you.
Wait, are you being serious right now?
Yeah, he's.
I did not see this. Claypool has played himself out of the league?
He has. He's negotiating with the Saskatchewan Roughriders.
That was quick.
CFL.
Oh, the fall from grace. I mean, wasn't he a rookie sensation in Pittsburgh?
Was really good, and ever since then, it's been brutal for him. 6'4" out of Notre Dame.
He got TikTok.
Yeah,
he could probably take them to court.
He's logged.
They ruined his life.
18 catches in 10 games over 1.5 seasons before he's been benched after being traded.
Man, his rookie year was 2020.
Second round pick, 49 overall. Just 25 years old.
There was a time there with the Steelers. Every receiver they picked seemed to work out for them.
And he was there. He was one.
He was one.
And they all seemed to be kind of like having a screw loose.
A little crazy.
Martavis Bryant.
Yeah. Antonio Brown.
Yeah.
This guy. George Pickens. George Pickens is a little bit wild.
They're going after Dak.
Yeah, he is a little bit wild. Man,
They're going after Dak.
They're going after
crazy,
Dak in
dude.
this NFL show.
Oh.
They got him. They got all kinds of stats and stuff they're throwing up there on him.
I guess it's like one of those deals where it's like, hey, you're now on. You've done 3 teams. Your last team was in Miami, where if you're a receiver, like Mike McDaniel should be able to figure it out for you. If you're worth anything, that offense should be able to accentuate what you got going on. And I don't know that he had a single catch while wearing the uniform. So maybe it was just like, hey, dude, if you can't get it done with, boy genius Mike McDaniel in that offense, where everybody's worried about a ton of other guys, they're not concerned about Claypool, and you still can't catch a ball, let alone get on the field. I mean, my goodness.
Anthony Richardson, got an update on him as he gets back from his injury. Said, I've never waited to come back from football this long. I'm just on a mission this year. Once that mission's complete, then I'll be good. So he's on a pitch count right now. He's trying to get up to 40 throws a day, but he should be good to go hopefully by training camp. So I'm excited to see the Anthony Richardson year 2. Hopefully he can just stay healthy because he is a fun player to watch. Very dynamic.
Dawson will tell you if he doesn't run anymore, he's not going to be any good.
Maybe he won't. Maybe he won't be.
Am I right about that, Dawson?
That's probably fair. That's probably fair. Yeah, I think that's fair.
It applies to a lot of quarterbacks.
I know.
Days.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah.
Yeah. When they tell you, man, it's been a fun first 4 years here in the NFL. I'm glad I'm not in my rookie contract anymore. I'm done running.
Yeah.
That's when you say, all right, sir, it was nice to have you on our team.
Yeah.
Good luck out there in free agency.
Good luck.
Yeah.
I'm trying to think though. Do you think this Chase
Dallas will give you a fourth for you.
Claypool to the CFL, is he just going to dominate that place? Is he gonna get himself back to the NFL by just running up numbers?
That'd be the way to do it.
When guys hit rock bottom in this way, it's going to take some sort of life-changing event. You know, it's a combination of a lot of things, and I think it's only his name that's putting him up there to play.
Sometimes, I mean, you find yourself in Saskatchewan.
Yeah,
and you're like, you know what?
You know who
I'm gonna
try.
Turn it on here a little bit.
Yeah, this is, I don't know. Guys that are hitting rock bottom like that at such a young age, they usually blame everybody else. The guys that succeed are like the try-hard dudes that just aren't talented enough for the NFL, but they're the hard worker, they're the leader. Those dudes can go up there and ball.
Cardinals are seeking 3 first-round picks to move down from number 4. If they can't get that, then the rumor is right now that they'll just stay at 4 and draft Marvin Harrison Jr. But 3 first-round picks, I mean, that's what the going rate is right now for these quarterbacks. You want to come up and get one.
I mean, isn't that what you do, Broadus, if you're the Cardinals right now? You let them know this is going to take all the wood. And then maybe at the last second we'll come down on it, but we're going to try and drive this thing as high as possible. They should have started at 10 first-round picks.
No question.
Gosh.
I mean, if I heard that, which we just did, I'm calling my buddy Elliot Wolf at New England at 3 and see if he's a little less on that. I'd be interested to see if anybody up there, Arizona, I can't believe they would hold you up for that, but we'll see. I don't see anybody giving 3 1s to go up there, but like 2 1s, sure, I could see that. But that third one, I think that would discourage a lot of people from making that deal.
Cornerback Logan Ryan retired from the NFL after 11 seasons. I remember he was
the one tackled Dak.
Yes, he did. 2 Super Bowls, did play with the Giants for a little bit, of course, won those Super Bowls with the Patriots, got a pretty big contract at one time from the Titans, and it was a hip tackle. Yeah, he ends his career with 19 interceptions, 98 passes defense, 15 forced fumbles, 13 sacks. But pretty good career there. 11 seasons in the NFL for Logan Ryan. I mean, at one point, he was a pretty damn good secondary player there. Kind of play inside, outside.
Kind of felt like the Dallas maybe should take a look at him.
We talked about him for a little while. Yep. We absolutely did. Now, we have discussed Jim Harbaugh and him going to the Chargers. He did bring in Blake Corum to have a visit there, his former Michigan running back. It seems like that's just a foregone conclusion, like Harbaugh and Corum.
Well, I mean, Bobby did hit, I saw Bobby, I believe, on Twitter, and maybe he's brought this to air or to the Love of the Star podcast, which is an Odyssey podcast with Brian Broaddus and Bobby
tonight,
Bell.
by the way, if you want to get your questions in, yeah.
But
if I survived the goose attack.
I do think that he said, his most, if he had to just guess right now, first 3 picks for the Cowboys, it involved Blake Corum, I believe, in the 3rd round.
Okay.
So
for the Cowboys?
Yeah.
It's interesting. I don't know that he'll make it there.
I talked to a guy yesterday that's pretty wired in the league, and he was saying that he felt like, I said, if you had to guess right now who the Cowboys would take, he said they're going to take one of those 2 centers, whether it's Barton or
Powers
Johnson.
I'd love it. I don't know if Barton's going to make it now.
He said, he goes, if I had to put my money on it right now, I would say that they're going to take one of these centers.
But do you connect the Corum Cowboys thing? Do you think there's anything to that? When Bobby says that?
I don't know how you have another 5'8" running back on your roster. You have a 5'6" running back on your roster right now.
I do think a lot of teams like Corum a lot, but the size thing.
That's the size thing.
It's just the mileage, too.
It's the mileage that's way hard on them. Yeah.
It is. Gus Edwards, though, thinks he's ready to be the bell cow of that offense there in L.A.
Hey, dude, he'll
stay healthy.
Yeah,
I mean,
he'll have a game or two.
That's the issue. 6'1", 238 pounds. He's good. The guy just has missed all of 2021, and then he got hurt again in 2022. I mean, the dude has just not been available. It's ACL injury after ACL injury. It's sad for Gus Edwards. And then right now we've got the odds from Vegas. Who's going to be the top pick? Surprise Caleb Williams at number 1. Jaden Daniels is the favorite to go number 2 to Washington.
What's the Caleb Williams odds? Does it list it there? Is it I'm guessing it's minus 500.
10,000.
10,000?
Yeah. It's bad. I mean, that's not even worth betting. Minus 200 is Jaden Daniels, then minus 120 would be Drake May to go 3rd overall. Marvin Harrison Jr. is the favorite to go 4 to Arizona.
Real quick, did you see what Merrill Hodge said about Drake May?
Get you fired?
I know. Merrill Hodge is not a big fan of his. Yeah. I know RG3 is countered that and said he couldn't disagree more.
There you go.
It's interesting. There's feuding here with Drake May and how people feel about him. We'll find out.
Thank you, Wolchuk. We're about to talk with a Rangers pitcher who is having an outstanding start to his season. 2-0 on the year with an ERA under 3 and a whip under 0.5. He is freaking dominating. Cody Bradford joins us. The Rangers Players Show is next here on 105.3 The Fan.
Thanks to our Tolos. Those are our listeners who turn it on, leave it on. We're here for you all day on 105.3 The Fan and on our Odyssey app.
Hey, Tolos, RJ Choppy here for the best Ford dealership on the east side of the Metroplex. In Terrell, it's Platinum Ford. Owner Stephen Gilchrist, GM Adam Vinci. They're both Tolos, taking care of the Tolos each and every day when it comes to the purchase of your brand new Ford truck or SUV. Adam's got everything from Super Duties on the ground to full-size Broncos, Raptor F-150s, the all-new Ford Lightning. All you need to do is get over to Terrell to see him right between I-20 and Highway 80. You can start the process online at PlatinumFord.com and drive a little further to save a lot more at Platinum Ford.
When you think mortgage, think TexasLending.com.
When is a good time to buy a home? Have you waited too long? Well, there's two ideas. Either the rates are going to go up, so you're buying at the right time now, or the rates are going to go down and you're going to refinance later. If you're looking to buy a home, find that home of your dreams.
camera inspection for peace of mind. Just another reason why.
Everyone loves bacon.
Welcome back, G-Bag Nation. Hope you're having a great day. We're about to be joined by Cody Bradford, hometown star here for your Texas Rangers, out of Aledo. The valedictorian of his class, went to Baylor, drafted by the Rangers in 2019. You talk about got it going on. Our next guest does. Segment here of the Fan is brought to you by Soda. That's state of the art. It's brought to you by the Frankels. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. If you're hurt in an accident, it's not your fault. Call the Frankels 214 or 817-333-3333 or jump online to frankelfirm.com. 2-0. Giving up just 3 runs and 5 hits in 12 2/3 so far. ERA sitting at 2.13 and the whip at .47. That's walks and hits per innings pitched. Cody Bradford is dialed in. And he joins us now here on the Fan. And good afternoon, sir. How the heck are you? Cody.
Brad's.
Buddy. Can you hear me? Can you hear me, Mad Dog? Cody Bradford set to join us here on your home of the Rangers.
Give me a second here. I'm going to flip this around.
Now you got it,
flip
buddy.
this little board around here.
You got it. Okay. Yeah. Cool story. I mean, to be the guy in high school that was, just out here mowing guys down, a .64 ERA with 87 strikeouts over 66 innings during his senior season of 2016. Then you go right down the road to Waco. You're dominating at Baylor. Then you come to the Rangers and you win a World Series. Amazing. Talk about a storybook life so far. And Cody, good afternoon. How the heck are you?
Hey guys. Hey, thanks for having me on.
You betcha, buddy. Did I get that about right? I mean, you're living the best life, aren't you, for a baseball player?
I mean, it's been a dream come true so far, and all the glory to God for giving me these opportunities.
So, speaking of the glory, what's been working for you so far to start this season? Looking pretty good out there.
Yeah, I appreciate it. Honestly, execution has been, I think, the key to success so far this year, and I know it's a pretty small sample size, but even going back to last year and out of the bullpen and in the playoffs, when I started having more success at the big league level was when I stopped trying to pitch like somebody who I wasn't, and just tried to execute my pitches and hit my spots. And a lot of times good things happen when you throw what the catcher calls.
What sort of allowed you to get into that mental space? Is there a key that opened that up for you?
I mean, I think just getting comfortable, not only with the coaching staff here, but with Jonah as the backstop and the game caller, and me and him have meshed really well this season, and especially at the end of last season, and just kind of slowing the game down, being able to slow the game down, and trying to read swings a little bit better. I think last year when I got called up, and it's probably the same for most guys, that you just try and maybe step outside your box a little bit, try and make, your breaking balls even nastier, or throw your fastball even harder because you're at the big leagues now. And really it just comes down to trusting your stuff and what got you to that point. And Jonah and Mike Maddox, the pitching coach, have done a great job of giving me the confidence I need to just go out and execute.
Cody, I know you got to play with Davis Wenzel at Baylor, and he's making his big league debut tonight, playing third, hitting seventh. What can you share with us about Wenzel, man? That's exciting.
Oh, man, yeah. We were roommates at Baylor, and we've actually been roommates with him and his wife and me and my wife every spring training, and now they have a baby boy, Knight Wenzel, and Davis called me yesterday morning and let me know he was coming up, and man, I was so excited. I shed a couple tears. I'm so extremely excited for him and his family, and the amount of work that he's put in preparation for this level. And I know he's going to crush it. He's born. It seems like he was born and bred in Texas, but he's from Orange County, California. So kind of crazy with that mullet, but man, just excited for him and his opportunities moving forward.
Speaking of debuts, do you start to feel for a guy like Blair Henley last night for the Astros? It's his debut, and he's going up against the gauntlet of a lineup that you guys have, and it's just out there. I mean, I can't imagine what that feels like.
Yeah, I played against Blair a lot in high school. Of course, he's from Arlington Heights, and I went to Aledo, so we were in the same district in high school. And dude's a great guy, pitched well at UT in college, and you never know how nerves or you're going to handle at the big league level, but hopefully there's more opportunities coming his way, and he can prove them.
Cody, when you we watch you pitch, those times you go out there and all that, and you just seem to have such a command of your pitches. Is it something that you are always tinkering with, your changeup, your curve? Is it always a learning process, or do you feel like that, man, I've got this thing going pretty good, I'm just going to keep it going the way I have it going now?
Yeah, sometimes the worst thing you can do when you're going well is try and tinker. Like when your mechanics feel good and, command is there, you don't need to reinvent the game. You just need to be consistent. And so I think consistency with routines between starts, what you're doing in the weight room, how you're going about your bullpens, and just trying to maintain, that command and that feeling is just as big as trying to get a new feel for a new pitch. And so the curveball was new this year, but the feel for it's growing, and we're trying to use it, more often, and it's definitely helped take pressure off the changeup and the fastball this year.
It's Cody Bradford here on the D&M Leasing Hotline. Have you seen your Wikipedia page?
No, I have not.
Right now, it says on April 5th, 2024, Bradford became a minority owner of the Astros, making him the second active player to own the team, along with Adolis Garcia.
Oh, my God. That's Wikipedia for you. Some fans out there typing that stuff up.
You went into business with El Bombi, man. That's a good choice.
Man. Yeah, I couldn't have picked a better business partner.
Absolutely.
Does it feel different playing the Astros with everything that's happened for you?
I'd say it does a little bit. Last year, when I first played, I think Altuve was my first hitter I faced against the Astros, and of course my in-laws are from Houston, and so we got some family lines there that they're born and bred down there, and Astros fans. Of course, they're Rangers fans now because I play for them, but it's really special to get to play the in-state rivalry, and of course after last postseason, what went down with the benches clearing and Montgomery shoving it and Evaldi shoving it, and man, it's really fun to have that rivalry. It makes everybody play a little bit harder, and it's great for the sport of baseball.
Do you as a pitcher know when it's time to make contact with a guy? Like nobody is gonna have to tell you on the team, like, hey, we're gonna go ahead and we're returning fire here. You just know it's time.
Yeah, I mean, maybe, to be honest, I've never been the guy that's been like, hey, Cody, we need you to hit somebody, because my 90-mile-an-hour fastball probably doesn't hurt as much as, another guy. But I've never been asked that, so I'm not too sure.
Has that been challenging, being able to find a way to have success with your fastball when you don't throw in the high 90s like some of these other pitchers do?
Yeah, I think early on, though, I say it can be a challenge, but if you know kind of what makes you successful and what works, then you just roll with it. And I learned really early on in pro ball that my four seam plays at the top of the zone really well because I have extension, and that's something I didn't really know in college, and it took me until pro ball and one of the pitching coaches to tell me that. But it's kind of worked for me in pro ball up to this point. And last year early on is I tried to get away from that because I started believing the lie that, hey, I need to be somebody different now that I'm in the big leagues. And it wasn't really until I got moved to the bullpen and was told to go out there with my two best pitches, which was a fastball and changeup, to try and get outs. I learned that, hey, I can get outs with just those two pitches. But if I want to be a starter, I need to have other pitches as well. So leaning on that fastball is definitely a key to my success.
So you, of course, went to Aledo, which is a football powerhouse. We've gotten to do a lot of covering Texas high school football. Was there ever a bidding war for your services between football and baseball, or was it always just baseball?
Yeah, there wasn't. I played football. I played Pee Wee from a young age, played middle school, but I never actually played football in high school. So maybe more so when the basketball coach wanted me to come out and try out for the team because I could dunk as a sophomore, but I just liked playing with my friends and dunking on my buddies, and I ran a little bit of track and did high jump, but no, I wasn't much of a football player. Definitely couldn't keep up with guys on the football team.
Any pickup hoops with your current Ranger teammates from time to time?
Not in season, no, but I hear DeGrom's pretty nasty when it comes to dunking a basketball.
Should we have? Can you? And you can still dunk?
I can, yeah.
Any fun ones?
Nothing crazy. Not like windmills or between the legs or anything like that. Just your solid two-hand, put it in the bucket.
I mean, but as a high jumper, you must have a pretty good vert, right, Coach?
Yeah, I can jump a little bit.
Is that the most impressive thing? Like if you had a crowd of people watching you in the weight room and you had to impress them with one physical achievement, would it just be vertical jumping, or do you have another trick of the trade?
It would not be squatting, that's for sure. It would definitely be a vertical jump. It wouldn't be bench press and it wouldn't be squat, but I can jump up there and try and touch the roof from time to time.
When you say my four-seamer works in the top of the zone because I have extension, pardon my naivete, but could you explain that a little bit more?
Yeah, so extension is just how far from the rubber you release a baseball. And I learned, my pitching coach, Jordan Teagues, in high A, kind of broke it down when I started looking at TrackMan and the stats from every game, like, hey, what is this? Why do I watch when other guys throw? You know, their extension doesn't say 7 foot, and mine does. Like, what does that mean? What can we do with that? And really early on, he was like, well, that means you have a really good fastball. You need to throw it more. And I was like, well, coach, I throw 90. Like, where am I going to throw it? It's like, well, at the top of the zone, you have good ride. You have good vertical break, which means your fastball stays on plane really well. So some guys have high spin rates on their four seams. Some guys have good ride. Some guys have good extension. I don't have a high spin rate, but I have some ride to it, and I have good extension. And so at the top of the zone, guys tend to, when they see it out of the hand, if they're swinging at it, they tend to swing beneath it. And so naturally, I'm going to be a fly ball pitcher, which is a high risk, high reward. Generally speaking, fly ball pitchers give up more homers, and that's something I'm going to have to live with and learn to pitch around. But guys tend to be not on time or beneath the fastball, and then the extension helps it, the velo, the perceived velocity of the pitch. Say I'm throwing 90, well, now that 90 now looks like maybe 93 or 94. So.
Genius, Cody. Thank you so much for your time, and congrats again on your success. Give him hell.
Yeah, appreciate you guys. Thank y'all.
Salute. Thank you. There he goes, Cody Bradford here on your home of the Rangers, 105 through the Fan, having an awesome season and, giving us some detail, revealing things that are working for him. That was an excellent interview. Guy can have a little bit of fun as well.
Yeah.
It's always good to see.
Good sense of humor. You love to see a local kid going out there. I mean, that's going to be so neat. Your first year, you win a World Series with the team you grew up rooting for. What a dream world that Cody Bradford's living in.
And your in-laws are Astros fans that you get to
stick it to them.
You're dunking on your buddies in real life. You're dunking on your in-laws who are Astros fans. Although he said it sounds like you might have converted them over to Rangers fans there. When you get like a family member on a team, it's kind of hard to resist that for too long.
Yeah, and you start winning championships and whatnot, and now it's like, you know what?
Fine.
We'll go ahead and hop on that wagon.
Sounds like a deal to me. Okay, how about what are we doing here next? Little hoop?
Yeah, a little rim sesh action, man. We got Mavs having a clinch opportunity tonight, and we grade the trainer next here in the nation.
Okay, I want to chat Window Nation with you, though, because it's April. That means it's spring cleaning time. We have perfect spring weather to enjoy, but it's going to be too hot before too long. A critical time to check the status of your home's windows. I highly recommend Window Nation. If your windows are cracked, they're leaking, they won't open, they won't stay open, now is the time to call Window Nation. They'll let you buy 2, get 2 free. No limit on that. Plus 0 down, 0 interest, 0 payments for 24 months. Put those no windows in your home that can start saving you on your energy bills big time. New windows are our first line of defense against the elements here, and it can save you hundreds, if not thousands, every year to get new windows. Plus, here in DFW, first 2 weeks of the month, all the way through April 15th, you set an appointment, you'll get a chance to win 2 free VIP passes to the Cowboys Draft Day Party at the Star in Frisco. Visit windownation.com/Cowboys to get in on that. Proven quality and service. Best customer service in Windows. It's no wonder thousands of homeowners have trusted Window Nation for their homes. Like me, and you can too. Free, no obligation quote right now. Plus, if you book an appointment between now and the 15th, your chance to win 2 free VIP passes to the Cowboys Draft Day Party at the Star. Just give them a call. 866-90Nation or go to windownation.com/Cowboys. Salute.
Coming up Wednesday morning on Sean and RJ, how about this guest list? Dane Brugler at 7:20 to get you set for the draft. Craig Ludwig talks Stars at 8, and Brett Boone on the Rangers at 9:20. It's a Hump Day edition on the Fan.
At Comerica Bank, we believe every business should have equal access to opportunities and resources. That's why we created Comerica Co-work Spaces, free for any Comerica small business customer. Book an office, access tech, use a meeting room, network with other business owners, and more, all for free. To learn more about how Comerica supports all small businesses, visit comerica.com/spaces. Member FDIC, equal opportunity lender. Comerica Co-workspaces is available to Comerica customers only.
When the Rangers won it all, you felt the joy.
Chevrolet in Grapevine. They are the #1 Chevy dealer in the world with more Silverados than anyone else, y'all. Go see them today or visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
Thank you very much, Lucius. It is the G-Bag Nation here on The Fan, and it's time now for the Chief. Give us some hoop. Take it away, buddy.
Yes, sir. It's going to be a NBA and Natty Championship combo platter as we cut the lights out and put the kids to bed so the G-Bag Nation can go all 56 inches around that rim.
Let it ride! Rain dance!
Rain dance!
I gotta join in here, man. I've been saving for a special occasion.
It's always a special occasion when the Mavs have a chance to clinch a top 6 playoff spot tonight in Charlotte versus the Hornets. And my, oh my, we get Luka versus Grant Williams. And I would just suggest hitting all the mores on that prize picks, Walchuk, when it comes to Luka. A Luka clinch / Grant Williams embarrassment opportunity. Yeah. Luka is just going to be in his bag the same way he's been all season, but I think it'll be cranked up a notch a little bit. What say you? I mean, versus Grant Williams, it's going to be awesome.
I would agree. I also wonder about PJ Washington. You know, you get that homecoming type of deal. I think PJ could possibly go off. He's been playing fantastic basketball, so maybe hit some more on PJ.
Yes, I think Luka is going to be so focused in here. From what I understand, highly annoyed and probably looking to humiliate. Yes. You know, this isn't one of those things where you're like, okay, I got to go up against one of the all-time greats out there. He might get the best of me. I might get the best of him. This is you doing your everything to make him look as foolish as possible. So, you know, if we could get highlight reels, if we could get like, you know, the old and one stuff like off the heezy. Remember when they throw it off the head and like back to Luka?
Off his forehead. That's the best, dude. Yeah. Get a nutmeg situation going.
I bet on that over more. I'm hitting the more button, right?
You're hitting the more button.
Yeah, more.
You're just going more on that. It's going to be awesome. You actually have 5 teams with an opportunity to clinch a playoff spot tonight. That's Dallas, that's the Pacers, that's the Clippers, the Knicks, and the Magic. So it is, one game separating the top 3 teams in the West right now with Minnesota, Denver, and OKC. So it's the final week of the NBA regular season, and there's still plenty at stake. Hopefully the Mavericks can get that clincher tonight. I think they need a little bit of help. It's not just about winning the game. They need the Pelicans to lose, I believe.
Pelicans and Suns, either one get a loss and you get a win. You get your playoff in. Yeah.
Wonderful, and you'll clinch the division. As a matter of fact, if it is the Pelicans that end up losing, so definitely great opportunity for the Mavericks tonight. Looking forward to it. We got a couple of other things here around the association. Judge ruling that Ja Morant fairly raised self-defense in his, in the lawsuit that was filed by a teenager that he punched in July of 2022. So big dub today for Ja Morant.
Yeah. Yeah, I think at the time there was like this storm of news coming out about Ja Morant, and at the time it did not reflect well upon him. But it seems like he's some of these teenagers can be pretty dang big. Ja Morant, not the biggest NBA player. I wouldn't be surprised if the teenager was bigger than him, and he just had to be like, hey, you might be bigger than me, but I'm still going to teach you a lesson. Wah, tune him up a little bit. It makes sense. 16, 17-year-olds can be dangerous. I know a lot of them out there could kick my ass right now.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah.
Choppy's talking about it all the time. Like his kids getting into the high school realm and just being around, these high school, new age high school kids. And it's like, what are we feeding these dudes? Yeah. They're different. They're a different breed these days.
They're getting bigger.
But honestly, I feel like that's something Broadus could take a page out of the Ja Morant book there.
Oh, when it comes to the
just self-defense, dude. Yeah. Sometimes you got to step up, and a judge will understand self-defense mode.
Yeah. I have a feeling that there's probably laws that I can't do something to that goose. That on those grounds that he has more rights than me.
Geese aren't endangered. Tear his ass up, Brian. Yeah. And you look at PETA or a judge or whatever.
His buddies might get a little upset.
That was self-defense. They can get it too.
Yeah. Yeah. There's a lot of them though. That's what I'm saying.
Just go grab Jim.
You got to send a message to the leader.
You and Jim versus all the geese. And I'm sure it'll be Jim doing most of the heavy lifting there, but hey, know your teammates.
Jim had quite a forearm shiver, I'd say.
That's what you got to do. And did they go after Jim afterwards?
No, they really didn't.
Of course not. They got respect for Jim.
Jim taught him a lesson.
All right, I want to throw up a little video here. Carter Freeman, always doing a fantastic job. And he has a little clip here of Damian Lillard This went viral yesterday on NBA Twitter, and people are calling out Damian Lillard's trainer, I guess, trying to, outthinking the room here. How we grade the trainer here? Where you're watching a shirtless Damian Lillard with a good size ball that's got a bunch of water in it, and he's just kind of, I don't know, he's doing core work with it, shaking it around kind of deal.
Looks a little
but
strange.
a lot of people were alleging that this is like how you're trying to sauce your wings out of the air fryer kind of move.
Yeah. When I get a Chipotle bowl and I want to mix it up a little
Like,
bit.
is Damian Lillard being butt cracked by his own trainer here? I don't know. I would love to get y'all's thoughts on this. I think there's probably some good core stuff going on here. And you can see, I mean, whatever he's doing, he's extremely lean.
What am I trying to search here? I think it's going to work. Like grabbing a ball and shaking. Oh, you got it there?
Yeah, we got it on the
Man,
on
you
the
guys
fan
are good
cam.
here with this video.
See him shaking it and everything?
Yeah.
Pause.
What do you think about that one, Lucius? I mean, his trainer's getting called out. I feel like there's some core work up in. There's some stability going on there.
I feel like the trainer said, you know what, you're going through a divorce, so we're going to take what you're already doing and apply it to your workout.
Yeah,
we're gonna hit the ground running with this one.
Yeah.
No, I do think that's genius. It's not uncommon for guys to reinvent ways to train. Of course, the great Holger was fond of doing things that looked silly
True.
and nobody would deny the results.
So this is for building stamina, you believe?
Yes, stamina, strength.
Well, we'll see.
Core.
He might not need much stamina based on the way his team is trending
be
right now
one
in the
and done in the
postseason.
postseason,
He could
yeah.
be one and done for sure.
Not what his ex-wife thought, apparently.
Mavericks play the Hornets tonight, and I'm seeing that the Hornets are going to be bringing in a female for a head coach opportunity here for an interview. So Lindsey Harding, she was the G League Coach of the Year this year, and she's a former Duke point guard, and she was the first overall pick for Minnesota back in 2007, played in the WNBA for 9 seasons. So she's been an assistant in the NBA and more specifically with the G League for many years now. And now Charlotte's going to give her an opportunity interviewing for head coach. So there could be a groundbreaking head coach hiring at some point in this offseason if the Charlotte Hornets want to go all in on that. And then with some of the national championship fallout, we'll get to a little bit more in the hodgepodge coming up here in a few minutes. But I did want to throw this one up here. This also went viral last night as UConn remains dominant and remains victorious. They go back-to-back. UConn versus Purdue. There was a Purdue fan who was a young boy, and he brought a sign to the game that I think he meant to be very, very innocent, if you will. Okay. Classic play on words, trash talk. I don't think he knew the backstory. If he did or his parents did, then they're sickos. But the sign reads, and again, this is a Boilermaker, like 12-year-old kid fan. Donovan is going to be clinging. So Donovan Clingan, play on words there, the big man for UConn. Donovan is going to be clinging to his mom after the loss. Boiler up.
Okay.
Except Clingan's mom is no longer with us.
Oh, no.
Oh, yeah.
And so
foot in mouth.
That's
a toughie.
Might have wanted to Google that.
That is I think just a very honest mistake here.
Trying to be creative. Here's a name. I can do something fun with this, and then it turns out, no, that's not cool, man.
So he crossed out mama and put daddy.
Yeah, I don't
grandmama.
Maybe there was a mid game. Maybe somebody tapped him on the shoulder and was like, "Hey, dude, this is
UConn fan, maybe. Hey, might want to check your sign.
Chill out a little bit on
don't
this
like
one."
These Purdue fans. I don't know what it is. Apparently, Purdue fans they rub people the wrong way.
Well, I think like before the game last night, they were doing the thing where they were like saying IU sucks.
Yeah, they're at their own. Back at Purdue, they hate Indiana, obviously.
Yeah.
So they're Indiana's front of mind. You're about to play in a national championship game against UConn. Why are we chanting against Indiana? Come on, guys.
That is weird.
Yeah, so that's one of those deals. Like I don't think the Rangers fans in the World Series versus the Diamondbacks would still be calling doing Astros sucks chants before World Series games versus the Diamondbacks.
Indiana didn't even make the tournament. Here you are in the national championship game. You've got the bragging rights right now.
That's pretty much the territory of Eagle fan, I think, with the Cowboys suck while at the Super Bowl getting ready to play the Patriots.
Yeah, just very much so. Little brother, big brother's in your head.
Yeah.
And even though you are sitting here as a 1 seed in the championship game, you're more focused on what IU's got going on.
You're not
act like you've been there
yourself
before.
as well.
I'm a little disappointed in myself though because I didn't know the nickname, the battle of the nickname that we had last night with the two bigs between Edie and Klingon.
Yeah.
The Big Maple.
Okay.
Versus Kling Kong.
I like
Kling
it.
Kong.
7-4 versus 7-2. Edie being the Big Maple because he is Canadian, and that's preventing him to cash in on any NIL opportunities, by the way.
No.
Can you imagine how much money he would have been able to cash in on?
That's a shame.
There's some type of regulation loophole deal where Canadian guy who is one of the biggest names in all of college basketball right now cannot make a single dollar off NIL. I can't explain it to you, but I feel for him a little bit, especially since he's not going to have a long NBA career ahead of him either.
Blame Canada.
I had a question from one of my friends on Twitter, or actually on the text last night. He asked me how many games did Yao Ming play against Toronto?
0.
I'm just asking because
I have no idea.
Because this kid looks like he's might be.
Oh,
that maybe we have
some offspring here. Illegitimate situation.
He looks like he's Yao's kid.
I just wonder how many
I like it.
How many games did
The fun conspiracy.
How many games did Yao Ming play
look at
in
you over here? What
play
the hell,
in
man?
Canada during these years?
Speculation.
Do you think Yao Ming's got a little Wilt Chamberlain in him?
I'm saying this Edie kid though. I think he kind of looks a little bit like.
I
Yao
would
Ming.
like to see who his alleged father is.
He doesn't look like your typical Canadian, does he?
No, he doesn't. That's why I was just kind of wondering if Yao, when they were playing against the Raptors, was maybe he was out having some dinner sometime.
Last time he played in Toronto was January 2nd of 2009.
What was the first time he played?
First time he played in Toronto.
Rookie Yao.
2004?
March 5th of 2003.
See?
When was Edie born?
Check the birth certificate.
November 3rd, 2004. Another game in Toronto.
Zach Edie birthday.
I just had a friend ask me. He's like, "Hey, do you think?"
I mean, this is wrong. What you're doing?
No, May 14th, 2002.
Okay.
Born in Toronto.
Okay.
All right,
so
right,
maybe
right.
I mean, who knows? Maybe Yao made a summer trip up there.
Like that kid, I probably should have done some research on.
Thanks for
We're
butt
2
cracking
minutes
us.
late for that, but that was worth it, I think.
I tried,
that was interesting.
Yeah, I just didn't know. Maybe Yao Ming had been around Canada a little bit.
By the way, taking care of you here, speaking of Google and stuff, it is illegal to harm geese, their eggs, or their nests in the U.S. Without the permission of the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. So we need to get the U.S. FWS on the horn here, see if we can get you greenlit here and take them down.
I'm terrified. I'm not going to lie.
Okay, we'll work on that after we get clearance. A sports hodgepodge coming up next, Chief. What's the content?
UConn students continue to run wild. We got a baseball sound of the day for you and tales from totality next here in the nation.
All right, I want to chat D&M leasing with you before we do anything else, because if you want or need a new vehicle, D&M is the place to go. Rangers pregame. They're back after it tonight, hosting the A's. And it's time now for a sports hodgepodge with Eric Chia. Follow Top 10 with Woolchucks coming up in 20. Here's the Chief.
All right, did UConn and the powers that be decide to listen to Brian Broaddus and his suggestion to keep that campus from getting destroyed, vandalized, taken advantage of in the name of championship celebration? So it was certainly not a mean-spirited thing, but last year they were tore that place
They
up.
still tore it up.
Tore it up.
They still tore it up over nothing. Over nothing. Pay attention.
Just to win. I don't know. Let's get some conspiracies going here. But first, I just want to play some sound of Dan Hurley 4 years ago, UConn head basketball coach, calling his shot.
People better get us now. That's all. You better get us now, because it's coming.
Hey, he said the price about to come up.
It's coming for all.
This is your forewarning. Since then, they've gone 115-34 overall, 12-2 in the NCAA tournament. They're on a 12-game heater, as a matter of fact, and they've won 2 natties. So he's definitely on to something here. It doesn't look like Kentucky's going to be able to money whip him, and I don't know if that's because just him or because of his wife. He was kind of pointing the finger last night. I don't think wifey wants anything to do with Kentucky.
Okay.
She likes the pizza up there in Connecticut.
I mean, you're like a 40-minute drive from New York City. It's tough. It's tough to justify
to bail on that.
Leaving that part of the country for Kentucky, where they're going to be obsessed about basketball, and if you don't win, you're the worst person ever. That's a tough sell for wifey.
You got it pretty good there at UConn. You might as well just stay and go for a three-peat, Coach.
Lucius, we got 6 arrests, broken window, and that highlights the UConn National Championship celebration back on campus.
It's not too bad.
They
6
took it
arrests.
easy.
It's a scaled-down version of what it was from last year, but still, 6 people arrested on campus for celebrating the back-to-back championship victories. Vandalism on campus included light posts being torn down, street signs ripped up, and a broken window. Which, again, the box score last year, they stuffed it much more because the campus was caught off guard. I believe they had, last year, after they beat San Diego State, they reported campus damages north of $125,000, 30 arrests. Yeah. So they've scaled it down here, and we know that they were locking down the lampposts earlier last week in lead up to the Final Four.
They learned.
In preparation for this, and that certainly saved them some windows, some arrests, and some financial damages there, but still not enough to just keep this place 100% clean and void of anything arrest-worthy.
Oh, yeah. It was definitely a chaotic scene to get 6 arrests and some broken property, but nothing like the full-scale riot of last year.
I've never seen that before. College campus just tearing it up. Never really seen it. They didn't do what you suggested, Broaddus, which is just fool them with the old trickeration move of, there's free food here.
Yeah.
Focus on that.
Yeah.
I do still believe that would have led to the world's largest and maybe most violent food fight of all time.
Have you seen Preakness? Have you seen the Preakness when they get rowdy at the Preakness?
Yeah, the
they have
infield.
beer fights, bro.
Yeah.
They're throwing cans of beer at each other, and they're standing on top of the porta potties, and it looks like Lord of the Flies out there because there's just no shirts on, it's just shorts, and they're just throwing beers at each other.
Beer
bro.
grenades,
Yeah,
dude?
this is a horse racing event.
That's alcohol abuse, too.
What the hell? Yeah, don't waste the beer like that.
Don't waste the beer like that.
Wow, dude. Okay, this is not something I was familiar with.
It's greatness.
They call it the toilet run? These guys are running on top of porta-johns?
Yeah. And people are throwing beers at them.
And people are inside them using the facilities, getting knocked around.
Yeah.
Wow, dude. These look like NASCAR fans. These don't look like horse racing fans.
It's crazy at the Preakness, yeah.
They got to know not to be
But they
sitting
throw the beers at him, bro. Look at that.
Dude,
Look at that. That's a gauntlet you got to run.
Thousands of beers. He's just being pegged, and then he falls. By the end, he falls. At least one hit him in the dome. That is crazy, dude.
Now it's a bit.
Reminds me of 4th of July 2010. I commandeered a kid's bike, and I was riding down the cul-de-sac in front of the parents and inviting them to shoot bottle rockets and Roman candles at me.
Come on, guys.
You can't hit me.
That's your best shot. You better get him now because it's coming. It's coming.
That's right.
Gosh, dude. So this is all happening in the infield.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow. Lucius, you just this has been educational for me. This is
Baltimore.
crazy, dude.
Yeah, Baltimore.
Makes sense.
That's where it is.
That's where it is.
Baltimore.
All right. Well, geez, man, that's very entertaining. When's the next Preakness?
They all kind of come. They come. Yeah, the first.
It's a spring
first
sport.
First weekend in May is the Derby, and then they go after that. Preakness, the Derby, then the Preakness, and Belmont is last. So it's all within like probably a 2.5 month period.
Well, I got to be honest with you. I'm looking forward to it now more than ever. That's crazy.
Make a road trip.
We should do that. Should be a fun little video bet payoff.
Yeah, get some
Somebody's got to
crab
run through the beer gauntlet or the Porta-John run or whatever. That seems crazy, dude. Yeah. Okay. I have some baseball sound for you. Walchuk actually sent this to me over the weekend. We have
2:08 in the morning.
This wasn't one of his 2:08 in the morning extravaganzas, but I believe the sun was up at the time. But it was something, I don't know. It was, anytime there's like a fat shaming situation, he always wants to try and, send it my way and make me feel bad or whatever. But usually it just lights a fire under
Rightly
me,
so,
and here's Ozzie Guillen talking just going inside baseball here.
Good. He's a gift.
You cannot pull fat.
You seem like in the same way. You mean like running the bases. Running the bases. Everything is about legs. I don't know. Yeah. Like I always say, John Krug say, fat, never pull. You can't pull fat. Nope. All those eat right. Be careful what you eat. Don't eat cheeseburger. Here's the nah, man. I remember those guys go here drinking 2, 6, 7, 12 Budweiser. Give me 3 hamburger and go get it, boys.
Didn't go on the injured list.
And they play all year long.
Yeah. So I don't know. It's very confusing.
Damn right, Ozzy.
How many Budweisers with that?
I think he got to 12.
6,
12. Stole 24 pack.
18.
Put him down, Ozzy.
Was that 3 cheeseburgers?
6, 7.
2, 6, 7 is what. That's a lot of beers.
A lot of beers.
6, 7.
12. Such a treasure.
Sir, how many beers have you had tonight?
2, 6, 7.
Could you step out the car, please?
No. He's totally right. I mean, you can't pull fat. It is interesting. Like Giancarlo Stanton is the guy that I point to, who is just a physical specimen. He is exactly what you imagine these Greek gods to look like, just built physically perfect. And he's always on the IL. Just every time you turn around,
always
there's
hurt.
Yeah. Yeah, maybe there is too much muscle.
Long live the fat athlete.
Spend your time, I think, stretching instead of strengthening. But you know how some of these dudes get, they're addicted to the aesthetic of it, Chief. You know about this.
Oh, dude, 100%.
They love the way
for greatness every day.
Oh, I could tell.
Yeah. With all those chips you see me eating.
They're healthy chips.
What an oxymoron that is.
You're trying.
But when you're in your prime and you're out there, that can be addicting. Like the fitness level that you're putting out there, what you see in the mirror, how ladies are reacting to you.
Yeah.
You're playing in New York. You're in the hottest clubs at night, dude. And I don't think that's in the best interest of your playing career.
Yeah.
You should be spending an equal amount of time like strengthening for function and stretching. And if you're trying to look like a freaking model, then you're basically the biggest douchebag in baseball, I think.
Yeah, the vanity might not be good for you here.
Yeah.
I mean,
he's going to be hurt. I mean, that's what it is. You're pulling hammies left and right.
Mahomes. I mean, even Brady, who took care of himself. It's not like he was a muscle man. Like he was all about just like foam rolling and stretching and staying limber and whatnot.
Supple.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So I don't know.
Trout injury prone.
Thank you.
Think, Wyatt, we need to start eating some more cheeseburgers, buddy.
Do we need to fatten up Wyatt Langford?
Just a little bit.
Well, but then there's the LeBrons, whereas you're just muscled as you can be, and
LeBron's stretching.
It's entirely possible to be built in a way that doesn't break down. But once you figure that out, you got to take all measures to mitigate that.
How funny are these people?
Very.
The
funny.
Eclipse. The Eclipse was definitely, I think we would all agree, cooler than what we had anticipated.
Yeah.
But the people that were really hyping this thing up, I didn't know there was an opportunity, but apparently we all had the opportunity to pay anywhere from $750 to $1,200 for a one-way ticket where you can, via Delta Airline, be assured the best view of the Eclipse. And this started back in February when Delta announced it had scheduled a flight between Austin and Detroit that it said was timed to give those on board the best chance of safely viewing the solar eclipse at its peak. And so you had tons of people, multiple airplanes worth of people wanted to get involved in this. And apparently the view was non-existent.
Oh, no.
So you pay a ton of money. You are clearly hyped up about this more so than anybody because you're getting in an airplane to view it as close as possible.
What went wrong?
I
saw some people out of a plane had a good view.
Yeah. And I think you probably ultimately come down to it. Yes, like this isn't a special airplane where it's like, where it's just all glass where you can see through. I mean, think about being, you're in the window seat and sometimes you're trying to see something, but you can't. You only have like 6 inches worth of window and whatever's there is there. And so I guess these people didn't consider that. It wasn't like there was a specialized plane that was just gonna be like open air or whatever, so everybody gets the full 360 view of the situation. So there was probably a like handful of people on each plane that were lucky enough to have the view, but for the most part you had people realizing, like Hannah Simpson talking to the Washington Post, maybe a plane isn't the best viewing spot for an eclipse. Or another one saying a glimpse of totality proved elusive for many of the people who had reserved a spot on a flight that promised special maneuvers to get everyone a peek. So I guess that's the other thing is you're expecting the guys in the cockpit to figure out a way to angle it.
Yeah, like turn the plane upside down like Denzel Washington in that movie.
Plane? Yeah, come on.
Yeah, what are we doing?
Business Insider also spoke with someone who was on the flight that departed from Dallas who admitted, I really don't think anybody on the plane actually caught the eclipse in full totality.
No way. I would definitely want my money back. You're probably not getting it, but
no.
Honestly, these people don't deserve their money.
No, they don't. You're right.
100% they don't. I think it's honestly hilarious.
It is. You're right.
I mean, at least they weren't on a Boeing that ended up having to land or their wing fell off. Or
the door, the door came off. They might have had a better shot at.
Yeah, maybe they.
Wonder Woman's plane, maybe.
Oh, that's true. Wonder Woman. That's right.
Invisible.
Yep.
Yeah.
Apparently, it'll be
Turn my mic back off.
2033. That is.
Wonder Woman. That's a good one.
Alaska will get an opportunity at the eclipse in 2033, but Texas won't be in the path of totality for a total solar eclipse again until August 12th of 2045. But that path will include just a small part of the panhandle. So I don't think like we will be privy to in 2045 another opportunity to reach totality with our bros.
That was pretty dang cool, man. And I'm happy to know that I think we got the best spot possible just hanging out.
It was amazing.
Yeah, you don't have to do anything special. Just go outside and look.
It was perfect. We could see it right from the studio. Very lucky.
Anything else before we go, Chief?
I just wanted to appreciate the 817.
How dark it was, right?
Very dark.
The toilet run. He's calling it the Porta Jauntlet.
You run over the top of the
while people are heaving beer grenades at you. Boom, 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 boom.
Yeah.
It's insane, dude. And this isn't like 4 or 5 porta-johns that you run across. This is like 30 of them.
This is all of them.
This is all of them.
Yeah. People are just muddy and it's crazy.
Is that mud?
Lord of the Flies, bro.
Yeah, it's Lucius is right, man. Especially it rains like pre-rate people. It's like it's crazy out there.
It gets real primitive.
It does get very primitive. Yeah.
Yeah, that to me is more insane than what Bills fans are doing. Like that could end it for you.
Yeah.
You take
There's
one
a lot of injuries
off the dome, knocks you out. You fall off the porta potty. That's an 8-foot fall. That could be it. That could be curtains. At any time.
I guess I need to know who's in the crowd launching beers. You know, what type of accuracy levels are we dealing with here?
Yeah, I know.
The
I
Mafia.
dodge it. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, I wouldn't have a lot of velocity on it, so you'd probably survive it, but I'm not missing.
So it's Lamar Jackson. If he's in the crowd, you're not getting hit. You're okay.
If I see Nolan Ryan, I'm stepping down real quick.
There's a good opportunity for you to take out your guy Drake May one more time.
Yeah, Drake May. If Drake May's in the crowd as a guest, you're safe going across the border.
No, you're not. You'll get one that's pinpoint accurate, and then another one will completely miss.
So are you guys saying that you'd rather do the Bills Mafia payoff where you jump on a table of fire off of a Winnebago as opposed to doing the Porta John Gauntlet where you're getting pegged with beers?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. But the table has to be cracked, right? Then the table have to be pre-cracked a little bit.
I don't know if there's a pre-cracking.
It's got to be like a breakaway table. I don't want to just land on it.
If you land on a normal solid table, you're going to get really hurt.
Yeah, that's a broken rib.
You're really hurt.
We need a perfect table for crashing through, and then yes, I'm on that deal.
Yeah.
Yeah, but this isn't, we're not talking about like the fake wrestling stuff. We're talking about legit Bills Mafia people doing it for real.
Yeah, whatever they jump through, I'll jump through it.
Yeah, I don't think they're pre-cracking those things.
I think they're pre-cracked.
I think it's just one solid post-crack.
There's a Bills fan I know that listens to us. Bill, text in. Let me know.
Are those pre-crack tables, Bill?
Pre-crack
Bill,
tables.
your standard
This ain't,
foot.
this ain't Monday Night Raw, bro. This is the real stuff.
No, I think it's pre-cracked.
By the way, seeing some highlights to the WrestleMania with everything.
Did they suck you in?
Dude, I'm like, that's pretty killer.
It is, dude.
Yeah, they did a great job on this one.
It was.
Hell of a TV show.
Yeah.
Only 5%.
Come on, Dwayne.
Rock, get up!
Man, that hurt him to see Rock like that.
Bro, it was destroyed. Get up!
We got bases coming up at 4:40. A top 10 next. Well, Chuck, where are you taking us?
Man, we've had a lot of conversation. Who is the best college basketball player of all time, men's and women's? We got that top 10 next here in the nation. But my gosh, it's a fun night for Prize Picks. We got the Stars, we got the Mavs in action. You can hammer those more on the Luca.
existing frames for less than you might think. Visit glassdoctor.com today.
Shoot yeah, boy. Welcome back. It is the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Time now for the top 10 here at 420. Segment is brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org. It's brought to you by the Frankels. Life's unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one's been in an accident, contact the Frankels for a free consultation. 214 or 817-333-3333. Go online to frankelfirm.com. It is a Rangers game day. Pregame's coming up at 6:30. They'll host the A's. Here's Wolchuk with your top 10.
Thank you very much. We will get to our top 10 college basketball players of all time. This is men's and women's, the most recent list that I could find that combines both. 877-881-1053. Who do you think is the best college basketball player of all time? It's pretty crazy, though. We've got the WNBA. Teams are already, they're selling out for Caitlin Clark when she comes to their
Indiana?
arenas. So she's technically not drafted yet. We've got the WNBA draft that's coming up next week.
But that's Indiana.
Indiana Fever has the number one pick. They're
Okay.
expected to draft her.
She's probably more likely to go number one than Caleb Williams.
Yeah, I mean, it's guaranteed. Both are going to happen. But yeah, Caitlin Clark's odds are probably even worse than Caleb's are. I agree 100%. But it's funny because you had Diana Taurasi, who, of course, was on ESPN, was SVP, said, what would Caitlin Clark have to expect? She said there's going to be a learning curve here. Like, everybody has this when you jump from college to pros. When you're playing against 18-year-olds, you can expect, they're going to have something for you.
Well, don't tell that to John Heyman, who thinks that she could step in and be an NBA All-Star right now.
Well, the Phoenix Mercury put out there on the Twitterverse, this moment has become a movement. Whether you've been here for a decade or a day, your chance to witness greatness is here. Single game tickets against the Indiana Fever are officially on sale now. The GOAT, Diana Taurasi, versus the Rook, Caitlin Clark, June 30th in Phoenix. So she's already being used as a marketer here when it comes to the WNBA ticket market. I think it's great. I mean, you should. We just had, for the first time ever, the Women's National Championship game drew more viewers than the men's. 18.9 million for Iowa, South Carolina. The men's game last night, 14.8 million between Purdue and UConn.
I think she'll be great for ratings if she can be fantastic, which is going to be significantly more difficult at this level. But I think her shooting, passing, dribbling ability should allow her to be one of the top 10 scorers or so in the WNBA. If she can be the absolute top scorer and do it by a significant margin, then I could see her becoming a must-go-see player. But, I mean, the great thing about the WNBA, for the people that have been watching it, is there are so many former amazing college players out there on any given night. So it's not like she's going to raise the overall quality of play in a way that demands you watch.
Yeah.
It's just, can the Steph Curry of the WNBA put up 30 points a game or something and, demand the attention of SportsCenter and stuff? As long as she's just kind of fitting in with the rest of the stars, I don't think it's going to be a big enough story to change their trajectory. What we're seeing is unique to college women's basketball, the way that men's college basketball was more successful in the 60s and 70s.
Yeah, we'll see when she comes to Dallas, at UTA. I wonder, I assume that would be a sellout whenever she comes to play the wing. So we'll see the impact that she has on the WNBA. I hope that it is a successful transition for her, because it'd be great for the women's game. Shout out to Dez, by the way. He bet big on UConn, and he cashed in big. He placed a $50,000 bet on the Huskies covering that 6.5-point spread. And, of course, our guy cashed in on it. So shout out to you, Dez Bryant, who really, we might need to get Dez on some of these gambling shows. I mean, he had that 13-leg parlay that he hit in February. Dez knows, man. Dez does know.
It'd be fun to pick his brain about his approach, What are you looking for? How you putting together cards? What's the Des strategy? What's the Des system? Let's throw up the X together.
Desalytics. Or Exalytics.
Desbians for life. All right, let's get to our top 10. Top 10 best college basketball players of all time. There are a lot of great players that did translate their game from not only college to the pros, and that will be featured on the list. This is men's and women's. We've had the 469 Diana Taurasi, Maya Moore, Lisa Leslie, Cheryl Miller, Carmelo, Jay Williams, 817, can't forget about Brittany Griner, Pistol Pete from the 903, 817, Hakeem Olajuwon, Larry Johnson, Cheryl Swoops, a lot of good ones. Let's go around the horn. Start with you, Lucius.
Oh yeah. Well, I was having a conversation with my aunt.
Yeah.
We were watching the games. This is the one that does not like Kim Mulkey, even though she's coming around.
Oh, she is?
She's coming around. I see it. She doesn't want to admit it, but I see it. She mentioned Lynette Woodard. Lynette Woodard. She was telling me that these ladies got more points than anybody up there, and they were hooping with a men's ball.
Whoa.
There was no three-point line. Pearl Moore was another name she mentioned. Pearl Moore.
Okay.
So, Google them things up. Lynette Woodard and Pearl Moore. But I like Allen Iverson. Georgetown. I was watching that a lot. I was locked in.
Yeah.
They had my Saturdays locked.
Yeah. Lynette Woodard is she was the record holder for points before Caitlin Clark just broke the record. And yeah, she's like, hey, this is not apples to apples because, as Lucius mentioned, and I didn't realize this, but when she was playing, they were playing with the men's size ball and I guess the 3-point line or whatever. No 3-point line. Yeah. So it's different. Not being able to hit the 3 ball obviously makes it more difficult to rack up the points. So yeah, she must have been, gosh, I don't know. Was she a big? Like was she a front court player?
Just crushing it down
6 feet tall, I guess not, but
we got some love for JJ Redick from the 214. Cheryl Miller's getting a lot of love on the text.
Oh, Cheryl would have been amazing with the injuries, bro.
Yeah.
She is amazing. Don't get it twisted.
Anybody say Brianna Stewart from UConn?
Brianna Stewart has not been texted. Brianna Stewart actually was one of the ones when she was interviewed about can Caitlin Clark be considered the GOAT? She said no. She can be one of the best to play, but I don't think you can be considered the GOAT without having won a national championship.
She won 4.
Isn't that the worst?
You can't do that.
Yeah. But Brianna Stewart, she did.
Won. She was 4-time, from what I remember.
I mean,
she was
those UConn women's teams.
Yeah, you joined a gauntlet. You joined a dynasty and you won a championship.
She was the best
good
player,
for you.
though.
No, I mean, yeah, absolutely. Good for her, but
yeah, she didn't lose many games.
But she also did not have.
No, because the program didn't for forever.
Yeah, she was playing with a much better team than Caitlin was.
Yeah, well, she's a 4-time national champ.
Yes, and she was the best player on said team. So, and she's a USA Olympic player. Oh, Jameer Nelson got texted in from our buddy Will Chambers.
Great player,
definitely.
he
Kemba,
and Delonte West, by the way, were the backcourt.
Oh my gosh, that's awesome! Yeah, those St. Joe's teams were fun. Christian Leitner, Bill Walton.
Bill Walton might be number one.
Bill Walton was good.
Of course, Llewellyn Cinder.
Joakim Noah at Florida. I do remember those squads, man. They were fun.
Cinder was really good.
Rebecca Lobo, Sabrina Ionescu.
Elvin Hayes was really good. Houston Cougars.
Yeah, Jimmer
Elijah
Fredette.
Wan.
Yeah, Elijah Wan. Jimmer Fredette was a fun one. Adam Morrison with the mustache.
Oh, yeah, he was
Wally Zerbiak, if you're throwing those guys in there.
Miami of Ohio.
Yeah.
That was a good run.
Honorable mentions, we've got Kemba, Anthony Davis, Diana Taurasi, Patrick Ewing.
Oh, yeah, Ewing.
Shaq was a problem, bro.
Shaq.
Yeah, kept breaking the rims. It was all over Sports Illustrated.
We do have Brianna Stewart. She comes in at number 14.
There we go.
Michael Jordan.
Whoa, we forgot about him.
Team player there with Dean Smith.
Yes, that's why he's not in the top 10, but he's at 13. Jerry West is at 12.
West Virginia.
Elvin Hayes, Houston.
The Big E from Houston.
At number 11, just on the outside looking in.
Just crustaceans here. We're going back into the 70s for sure.
What are you talking about, crustaceans?
Well, they stayed in school the whole 4 years for the most part, up until Magic.
As they should.
Yeah.
Damn right. Oh, yeah, Steph was great.
Never transfer.
Derrick Rose.
Derrick Rose was awesome. That Memphis squad. That Mario Chalmers hitting that game winner. That was one we'll always remember. Number 10, Magic Johnson, Michigan State.
Yeah, 17-6. Didn't really stuff the stat sheet, but if I got to take any player from the history of college basketball to try to win a championship with, I'm taking 18-year-old Magic Johnson.
9, just ahead of him, is Larry Bird. Of course, the two of them changed the NBA, and maybe we can get that. Maybe we can get a Caitlin Clark, Angel Reese-like deal here in the WNBA. I mean, we've got these female stars that people know, their personalities. Maybe this can help. Number 8 is Jerry Lucas, Ohio State.
Ohio State, yeah.
24 points, 17 boards is what he averaged. NCAA champion, 3 times went to the tourney and was a 3-time all-tourney player. 7, David Thompson, NC State.
NC State.
Very underrated, dominant scorer.
Yep.
My goodness.
Denver Nuggets.
Yeah, before there was MJ, there was David Thompson, NC State
My man
legend.
could jump.
Who the GOAT modeled his game after.
Yeah.
Incredible. Number 6 is Oscar Robertson.
From Cincinnati?
Cincinnati.
Big O.
Hard to argue that. 33.8 points per game, 15 rebounds, was all-tourney twice, 3-time consensus All-American.
Broadus seems to have some hubris about being able to identify the university attached to these individual players. Look how excited he gets every time he gets it right.
You see what Charles Barkley did the other day? They on a clip, they asked him to all his teammates that he's on television with.
Yeah.
He had to say what college they were from.
Couldn't do it.
He named every one of them.
Oh, really?
Got
Let's
every
go,
one of them right. Even like Robbie Robbie Hubble.
Hubble sounds right.
Robbie Hubble, and they go
The new anchor guy?
Yeah, they go last. They go Robbie Hubble. He goes Purdue. Like he knew who all these.
Don't test me. I know my college knowledge.
Usually Chuck's not. You're thinking
who he played for.
Yeah,
I mean,
he's not guessing these guys.
That's badass.
Yeah.
Yes, Greg Oden was a fantastic college player.
Ohio
He was
State
hurt half
right?
the year.
Ohio State, right?
At Ohio State, he was a badass though. He was. But yeah, I know that's hard.
Yeah, I think he took him to the Final Four. Did they make it to the championship game
Stop
against
being
Florida?
bitter there, Portland, man.
I think they lost to Florida in the championship game.
Greg Oden broke his right wrist, so he figured out how to make free throws at 70% with his left hand. That's how talented dude was.
Him and Conley, weren't they
Yeah.
both on the squad together? It's a good squad.
Yeah.
Number 5 is Bill Walton.
UCLA.
Should be number 1, I think.
Good pull there.
Big Red.
All right, here we go. 4, Bill Russell.
Bill Russell went to school at San Francisco.
San Francisco.
Nice
Dude,
job,
20
Ryan.
and 20. Bill Russell out here averaging 20 and 20 in college.
That's the San Francisco Dons. I think that's what they're called.
Who you think you
stared
are?
at their black and white Sports Illustrated covers for a decade and a half, Brian.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
They're singed into your memories.
Well, I just think it's very impressive that you can name like the top 10 greatest basketball players in college basketball history. You can identify the school they went to.
It is
That
impressive.
is really amazing.
But I can't do anything else.
No. You
Like
can
I
do a lot
could
of
remember
things.
the
At least
Matrix.
you can hang your
name.
hat on
Yeah,
this.
yeah, okay.
All right, here we go. Top 3 greatest college basketball players of all time. Number 3, Caitlin Clark.
Iowa.
Wow. Feels a little knee jerk.
She's moved up to
The number 3?
AP Player of the Year, 2-time runner-up,
I'd say
28
Take that,
points,
Breonna
7
Stewart.
boards, 8 assists.
Jeez, I'd say that's a little bit recent.
Wade I mean, gosh, her accolades though.
What have you
pretty
done for me
impressive.
lately, Broadus?
Number 2, number 2, Pistol Pete Maravich.
Go Tigers.
All-time scorer, right?
Yeah, for all time.
Recently was just passed by Caitlin Clark, who's at number 3.
Yeah,
Well, if Shaq was
side.
if Shaq was doing this list, he'd have Angel Reese ahead of Pistol.
Yeah, he would. Number 1, though, Kareem Abdul-Jabbar.
Lou Alcindor.
Special.
Lou Alcindor.
Yeah.
That was his name when he was playing at UCLA.
UCLA.
Was it really?
Yeah.
Yep, he did.
Lou Alcindor.
Went by Lou Alcindor when he was in college. Was
Played for
so
John
sought
Wooden.
after that the NBA and ABA began a bidding war on him to get him to their league.
Gail Goodridge. Man, they had some players.
Of course, he was capped, but yeah, what an absolute badass from 66 to 69. That is your greatest college
Man,
basketball
that
player
might
of
be
all
the
time.
best list you've done ever.
That was fantastic.
For you?
Kenyon Martin.
Forever.
Kenyon Martin in Cincinnati was amazing. Broke his leg. Len Bias, of course.
Len Bias, Maryland.
I mean, there's a lot of
Yeah.
great ones. Okafor at UConn.
Go
yeah,
Terps.
Tyler Hansborough. You know, he was a little
North
overrated.
Carolina.
Yep. Did I miss Tim Duncan? Asked the 903.
Wake Forest.
Yeah, Tim Duncan did not make it.
Carmelo Anthony.
Syracuse.
He played just 1 year.
That
Yeah.
might be why, because
Yeah.
a lot of these players were 4-year starters. Carmelo was amazing.
You picked. Who did you pick for your guy to win it? If you had to pick a guy, who did you just pick? There was somebody,
Magic Johnson.
Magic Johnson.
Yeah.
Carmelo Anthony might be in that
Carmelo
list.
was
Force of
incredible.
nature.
Freshman at Syracuse.
I mean, the run that Kemba went on with UConn also stands out to me. It's just wow. But yeah, absolutely. There's a lot of great ones.
Thank you, Wooly Bully. Okay, let's stay with Zach because it's time now here on your home of the Rangers for a proper round tripper. We'll talk some baseball next.
Yes, we will. We've got some new information on the Rangers' injuries. And let's hear from their head doctor on some of the reasons he thinks we've had more pitching injuries. That's next on the Fan. But I do want to tell you about my friends over at State of the Art Weight Loss. Shout out to Soda. I know it's a little gloomy out there today, but before we know it, it's going to be summertime.
place to hear sports.
Swing and a miss. Struck it down.
With lots of this mixed in. Thanks for listening and sharing some laughs, Tolos, on The Fan.
Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. They are the #1 Chevy dealer in the world with more Silverados than anyone else, y'all. Go see them today or visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
Yeah, thank you, Lucius. It is the G-Bag Nation here on The Fan, going all the way till 6:30 tonight, when we'll hand it off to Rangers pregame. We got to get some hoop in here, though. Some more baseball in here, though. And here's Zach Wolchuk with that proper round tripper.
Thank you very much. Yeah, shout out to Davis Wenzel, who's going to be making his major league debut tonight. Of course, Waco's own. He's going to be playing third base, batting 7th for the Rangers. Now, Corey Seager is having a scheduled day off, according to Bruce Bochy. There's no issues. Regular early season maintenance. So it'll be Simeon, of course, leading off still at second. Josh Smith going to play shortstop, batting second. Langford at left field in the 3-hole. Dolis Garcia DHing and cleanup. Jonah Heim at catcher after he got the night off last night. Duran going to play first base, so no Jared Walsh. Wenzel, Carter, Tavares will be the lineup with Nathan Eovaldi on the bump against the lefty Alex Wood, who's pitching for the Oakland A's tonight. The other update is Max Scherzer threw a bullpen today. Said he will throw live batting practice next week as he moves forward in his rehab as he gets back from surgery. So that's good news. But some bad news for Irving's own Trevor Story. Trevor Story from the Boston Red Sox. He's going to be out for the season. That is a bummer for Trevor. He had a massive contract for them a couple of years ago, and he hits really, really well at Globe Life Field. I know there's some Ranger fans that were asking about at the time, like, hey, what do you think about bringing Trevor Story home? Well, he's going to have season-ending shoulder surgery. So he's already
take a dive into the ground?
It was, yes.
Go after a ball or something like that?
It's a fracture in the shoulder, and they're going to have to repair it. He's 31 years old. He's going to be sidelined now for 6 months as he's recovering from that. But he's only played 94 games after he went ahead and signed that 6-year, $140 million contract with the Red Sox. So this is certainly a bummer for Story, and I know we got a lot of his family in the Metroplex, and he's a fun player to watch. He's just not good for the game. But another pitcher injury today, as Nats pitcher Josiah Gray has been placed on the IL with elbow forearm issues. So we continue every day. There seems to be a new story with a pitcher injury, and Foul Territory actually had the Rangers doctor, who everybody seeks a second opinion from him. It's Dr. Keith Meister. He talked about his thoughts.
The Keith Meister.
Yeah, the Keith Meister. He talked about some of his thoughts on the recent just doubling of the pitching injuries.
I guess I have spoken a lot more about it than any time in the past. I feel like this is a health issue, and this is the population of patients that I take care of. And so if I can offer some valuable advice potentially at least keep the conversation going in the right direction, then maybe we can do some good here, because you're right. I mean, the numbers are absolutely astronomical. They're through the roof. We're probably double what we were at any time at this time of the year before. I did about 230 elbow ligaments last year. I've done 70 just in the first quarter alone this year. Wow. The month of April, I'll probably do 40 plus. And the preponderance of this is on the pro side, but we're seeing the same kind of spike on the college and the high school side. And I think that we've known for years that this increase in velocity, which has trended up, has resulted in this set of consequences. But I think there's a broader picture than this. I think what I like to call the designer pitches, I think has had a significant impact equally as well. And I think that those of us that are seeing a lot of this stuff with great frequency are seeing these patterns over and over and over again now, to the point at which I can tell you that I can look at an MRI scan almost and tell you that this pattern of injury is something that we're seeing with particular pitches. So we can almost look at an MRI and the type of tear and say, oh, this guy's throwing this kind of pitch. And so I think it's something that we need to take a broader look at. And
And again, I think a lot of this is multifactorial, no question, but there's no question velocity and spin for me are two very, very significant additive risk factors here.
It's crazy.
It is, and I think as as players, I've been thinking about this all day. In some ways, I'm like, man, I hope I'm getting all the information and the risk that I'm putting myself under with these pitches. But even if I knew, it's still worth the risk. It's not spinal, it's not concussions. I'm blowing my elbow out, but in order to get hitters out, I have to try to throw above 97, and I have to have movement and spin rate that is elite to give myself a best chance. Some teams aren't even going to look at me. Like, I got to be in the minors and dominating and trick bleeping guys to get them out for years if I'm going to get a shot without velocity and spin rate.
Yeah, well, and so a lot of the pitchers are talking about it now. Chris Bassett, who has been a former Oakland A, was an all-star there now at the Mets. He was talking yesterday about the recent slew of pitcher injuries and why he thinks some factors have contributed to that.
Do you think that too many front offices have a short-term view on pitching and not enough concern about player health?
MLB started a very, very, very big issue, decided that 97 was way, way, way more valuable than 91. You started a problem where I would see a guy throwing 90 miles an hour, say out of the bullpen, and he would have a 3.7 ERA. And then you'd have a guy throwing 98 out of the bullpen, and he would have a 4.7 ERA. The next year comes around, the guy throwing 90 was a non-roster invite, and the guy throwing 97 was invited back. So you set the precedent that stuff meant more than stats. Of course, injuries are going to happen at an alarming rate because you have a natural human body that's not made to say throw 95, 96, 97. They're made to throw 91, 92, and that's okay. I just think we have to get back, and I think we have to start setting the precedent in MLB where we care about pitching rather than throwing.
The velocity, the spin rate, it goes back to also, what Tyler Glasnow 2 years ago, that's circled back. But yeah, I mean, the 972, the new baseball clock is causing some of the injuries. That maybe that has a factor into it. It seems like it's more so, though, the specialty pitches, how hard they're asking these guys to throw, the amount they're asking them to throw.
Yeah,
but it's something that MLB is definitely going to have to look into.
Because they know, Wolchuk, that without the velocity and spin rate, your results are not sustainable. You're Martin Perez. You're having a great season.
Sure.
Here's 1 year. Here's a 1 year contract. Can you do it again? Didn't think so. I mean, the GMs are kind of right here. Baseball is kind of right. And as long as it makes sense for all parties involved, I think this is just the new reality of it. You got to hope your horse lasts 8 years before he blows out instead of 3. And you hope that after the Keith Meister does his surgery, he can maybe go the rest of his career.
Maybe. I mean, shout out to Martin. He was awesome today. 7 Ks, 1 run on 6 hits, 8 innings pitched, and some day baseball there in a victory for the Pirates. So Martin figuring it out here early on. But Cody Bradford's another guy.
Yeah.
Like we were just talking about him, doesn't throw in the high heat when it comes to his fastball. He's finding ways to have to maneuver around that. So it's interesting, and I know this is a conversation that's going to go on really throughout the year as we continue to have these pitching injuries. Final note, Ranger fans, your voices were heard. The Rangers are playing back Pat Green's I Like Texas after wins, not the new version that they recorded in the offseason.
Okay.
The old one.
I love it. Now, Wolchuk, I wanted to get your thoughts on a text in here before we go. I know we're late. 817, no spider tack, having to grip the ball harder. I think if that bears out scientifically, they need to bring the tack back.
Agreed. Yeah. Absolutely, because that was a big point that Glasnow was making. Like he's having to just have a harder grip, really choke down on the ball, and then the next day you've got muscles that you didn't even know you had with how sore you were, and that's something that he has to quit cold turkey. He didn't have that issue back when he was using just rosin and sunscreen.
That's what happened to me, believe it or not, when I gave myself carpal tunnel and repetitive stress injury from my fingers up to my shoulder from online poker. Blew out both arms, actually, from over grabbing the mouse in big hands over hours and hours and clicking that damn thing. There's no way I would have been able to play baseball that entire summer. Had to switch to softball, as a matter of fact.
what an epic injury.
Dude, it was incredible. I got have I told you about the foot mouse that I got? I used that for a couple of months. I started to get knee tendinitis.
No way.
Your poker addiction
I tried voice dictation software.
I did, dude. Hey, at least you were pulling out all the stops,
God was trying to tell you to stop so many damn times. You was not listening. God is like, come on, fam.
Dude, perseverance, man.
My roommates used to make fun of me because I'd be in the other room, like yelling into the computer, click all in. And yeah, that didn't last too long, especially when my voice would start to get slurred.
You were hammered in there and they couldn't understand you anymore.
Why doesn't it understand me? We got to run, nation. 5 o'clock hour coming up next. An edition of The Finest. Chief, where are we going?
Football's finest. A new NFL record has been set. The GOAT is still goating, and a brand new locker room strategy is making its way into our favorite sport. That's next here in the nation.
Do you want to tap into total men's wellness? Then you want to go to Men's Tea Clinic. One of their 5 DFW locations, been taking care of Tolos like me and you for over a decade. Men's Tea Clinic, if you've been putting off symptoms of what can be low testosterone, maybe you're unable to shed extra pounds, losing muscle mass, fighting brain fog, not feeling like yourself, like that dominant alpha version of yourself from earlier in your life, it's because the testosterone is not coursing through your veins.
You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation.
Let's do this.
Right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. Hour 4, G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Hope you're having a fantastic day. Yeah, we coming up at 5:20. It'll be time for the Expressway. And then, of course, Lucius is back from vacation. If you missed that yesterday, LA Live is coming up at 5:40. And then in 1 hour, Sandler's going to join us. We'll be talking Rangers. Our proper round tripper is brought to you by our friends at Uber Eats. And salute to Uber for doing a great job sending the eats around town. It is dinner time, after all. But right now, it's an edition of the finest. Here's the Chief.
Yes, sir. Congratulations to Chiefsaholic, the bank-robbing Chiefs fan who would dress himself in a werewolf costume and go to the games, and he had to rob banks in order to pay for his Chiefs fandom because he had to be in the building at all costs. And I believe it is now close to $11 million he's going to have to pay a bank teller that he robbed at gunpoint. So obviously gearing up for prison, but there's going to be, charged with 19 felonies and being accused of making off with over $800,000 by robbing 11 different banks in 7 states and taking regular trips to casinos in order to launder it.
The restitution's $10 million, but he only came home with $800K.
Yeah,
he should have thought that one through.
No question. No question.
Not worth it.
Done a little bit more research there on the potential fines involved, restitution.
Yeah.
So he's never going to come up with that, right? But when he gets out of jail, if he does get any sort of money, I guess they'll have rights to it because, and I'm with that. I think if you're doing some sort of fancy like embezzling with computers,
violent free.
Yeah. But the moment you pull out a pistol and put it in somebody's face and make them fear for your life, I'm thinking, boom, I want 20 or 30 years. Those are the kind of crimes we need to make an example of.
Mm-hmm.
You will never keep a single dollar you make for the rest of your life when you get out of prison in 30 years. What the crap were you thinking pointing a gun at somebody, dude?
Yeah, 50 years is what he's facing right now, up to at least. And the lady was Peyton Garcia. She was the bank teller at a credit union in Oklahoma, and she ends up, she quits her job in wake of the incident. She sues for damages in a case that ended with the judge ruling that she was liable, or the Chiefsaholic guy was liable for $3.6 million for inflicting physical harm. Ooh. So I guess he did make contact with her. It wasn't even just like a threat. He actually did put his hands on her to some extent, and then $7.2 million in punitive damages for the emotional distress. So
collect.
I don't know what the physical harm was done to her, but she might look back on this and say, "Hey, a well worth it situation here."
Yeah,
for $11 million.
Coming as somebody that last night on the bush was fearing for my life and how traumatic of an experience that can be. If it's Mother Nature, you tip your cap and you're happy to live another day. If it's another person, that's where I think we need to increase the punishment significantly. Like the gentleman is facing 50 years.
Yeah.
But that is for stealing from a regulated bank. That's not for the gunplay.
You just said he got $800,000 for doing this. Yeah. Like he's robbing banks. How's he going to pay her? She ain't going to see a dime.
No. It's the principle.
Yeah, he doesn't have the $11 million. That's for sure.
There's no way.
That's a fair counterpoint. Thank you.
He's robbing banks. Like it'd be one thing if you took down somebody that
it's got long money.
Okay, who's the guy? Harvey Weinstein.
Yeah, I'll take that guy down.
You take down a big time movie producer that's worth hundreds of millions of dollars.
Pull a heist on him.
Well, yeah. Now all of a sudden, the damages he owes you.
He's in jail too, isn't he?
Yeah, he is. But that's somebody that can give you $10 million.
Yeah, he's got that in his bank account.
This guy, this is a scoreboard situation here.
I'm just kind of surprised he knocked over 20 banks and only ended up with $800,000.
I know that was surprising to me too. I thought he would have had a fatter bag after putting in all that legwork.
After the first couple, I'd say, boys, we got to get to the main safe.
Yeah.
Yeah, you got to do a heist, man. You can't go ahead and rob banks like it's 1880.
That's what I'm saying.
Keep up with you now, bro. There's lights and cameras and everything. Yeah. But do a heist like those cats in L.A.
Yes.
They start $30 million, bro.
If this is Billy the Kid and you're getting $800,000, okay.
What are you doing?
Yeah, watched it Hell or High Water. I can do this.
Yeah, all of a sudden you're knocking off the general store in somewhere in Colorado.
Yeah, you go hide in North Dakota for a while till it cools off.
So is that how that works? The government ends up finding a way to make sure she gets that money?
I don't think so.
No.
I don't think so.
So she really just will never see
the
that.
It's kind of an OJ deal, right?
What's the Goldman family going through right now trying to get money from
fair.
OJ? He's playing golf every day.
God, that stinks, man.
I guess it's like a legal precedent that if you ever do have a major come up, you're going to, break a lot of that off for the person that
he's in jail for 50 years. He ain't.
Yeah.
He's
Maybe you write a book.
He's putting together license plates.
Maybe you do a movie. Maybe there's some way you can be profitable, and if you happen to get rich off of your exploits or off this story, then your victims will be getting the dough.
All right, I teased a new NFL record being set.
Okay.
How could that possibly have happened? I mean, we haven't had games being played. Someone in the 302 is suggesting most pre-draft lies ever, maybe. And I don't know if there is an actual record keeping of the amount of lies from, draft season to draft season. But it does feel like there's quite a bit of lies going on right now.
A lot of lies. It is lying season.
But this is a actual legit record that can be measured.
Your guy, Kareem, is entering the transfer portal.
Yeah, Kareem Abdul-Jabbar is.
Most portal
Indiana
entries?
State.
I'm going to say most players eligible for the draft.
Okay, I know one, and I don't know that this is it, but I know there is one where Michigan has an opportunity to get the most NFL players drafted by any single team in the history of the sport.
The correct answer is Stephon Diggs paying $100,000 to retrieve the number 1 from Jimmy Ward, the safety with the Texans that was previously honored with the number 1.
So because we talked about this on BetQL on Sunday, did we fact check that this was a record? Like this is the most amount of money ever exchanged?
Yeah, I've done some research on this, and apparently when you had, and I'm trying to see what year it was, but it was Darrelle Revis becoming a Buccaneer.
Oh my
and
gosh, I forgot that happened.
Mark Barron was wearing the number 24.
Okay.
And so you had Darrelle Revis buying off that number 24 for $50,000.
Okay.
And that was, at the time, the highest dollar amount anyone in the NFL has paid for a number.
This is dollars. This isn't,
yeah.
Okay, because like I say, Shohei, he gave a Porsche, right?
Yeah, but this is the NFL specifically.
Oh, this is NFL.
Yeah,
this is just
Diggs.
not. This is just not a number deal, right?
No, Diggs $100,000 to get the number 1 from Jimmy Ward.
Yeah, and the previous record was Darrelle Revis paying $50,000 in cash to Mark Barron for the number 24.
So what was the Plaxico Burress deal?
The Plaxico Burress story is funny because and apparently there's a couple of instances of this where Plaxico Burress, he's with the Steelers and then he goes to the Giants. He
17.
wants number 17. Jeff Fiegels, the punter, is wearing 17.
Legend.
That cost him some Disney trips.
Yes, so you had former NFL punter, it's Jeff Fiegels. He was wearing number 10 with the Giants. They draft Eli Manning and Eli's like, yo, I need that number 10.
Right.
And so Eli paid for a week-long trip to Florida for Fiegels and his family.
Right.
That was the exchange there. So you're probably thinking, I don't know, maybe $5,000, $10,000. I don't know how, $5,000, I'm guessing. But then now Fiegels switches his number to 17, and then the next offseason, Plaxico Burress arrives and wants the number 17, so he gets to cash in again.
Wow.
Except he's dealing with Plaxico Burress, so promises don't always get made, or kept, at least. So Fiegels gave Burress the number 17, and the deal was him and his wife were redoing their outdoor kitchen. Fiegels was. So he was like, Plaxico, if you cover the cost of the revamping of our outdoor kitchen, then you can have my number. So they agreed to it, but then Burress never paid for the kitchen.
Oh.
He says, I never got paid for it. This is Fiegels. He says, I asked Plaxico for it. Every time I went to Drew Rosenhaus, which was Burress's agent, he said, that's between you and Plax. Bottom line, I never got paid. He basically stole my number.
No wonder he shot himself. That is karma.
Plaxico.
You should have just paid Jeff Fiegels and you wouldn't have shot yourself.
Well, this happened as well with Clinton Portis and the Washington, at the time, Redskins. He goes from Denver to Washington. He wants his number 26. And there was a player, I don't know, Ifeni Ohalete, basically a no-name dude who was wearing the number 26. And so it was $40,000 was the deal. And you had Portis giving him $20,000 of it up front. So he's all right, you can have my number. I'm going to get 26. Here's $20,000, and then I'll give you the other half by Christmas. That was the agreement. But then the dude, who's the no-name guy who had the number originally, gets cut from the team.
Oh.
And so I guess Portis didn't believe he was under any obligation to pay him because, why pay someone when it's not even their number anymore, I guess. Not even on the team, whatever.
A Hennessy or something,
Yeah. And the two sides were about to go to court, as a matter of fact, because this dude, That dude probably needed the 20 grand big time. He's like, I'm cut. I'm not even in the league anymore. I need it. He ended up getting 18,000 from a settlement. And not the full 20, I guess, of the other half. So ultimately, Clinton Portis got taken to court over something like this. I think Deion Sanders gave somebody a BMW for the number 21. So there's been a handful of these that have gone down, but Stephon Diggs is now, I believe, the all-time leader in terms of paying. You see like $25,000 here, $25,000 there for different numbers throughout time. But congratulations, Stephon Diggs, and really Jimmy Ward.
Yeah, Jimmy Ward.
He made out fantastically here. $100 grand for a number. That's a no-brainer. Here is a quote from the Jets owner Woody Johnson, speaking yesterday on Fox News. Was asked about Aaron Rodgers and how the QB was considered by RFK Jr. as a potential VP candidate. Quote: Aaron is getting back to football 100%. He never left football. Sort of contradicting himself there. He says that was a momentary distraction, maybe like going in the dark room or whatever. But he's back 100%. Great leader. If we can keep him on his feet, which I think we can, it's going to be an exciting start to the season. So
it will be an exciting start to the season.
The start is guaranteed.
There's no doubt, Woody.
When he runs out of that tunnel, but potentially with that American flag once again,
it's going to be a hell of a start.
It's going to be all the eyeballs.
Now,
but
about an hour later,
every second after that start is where it becomes a giant question mark. I love the way he started that, though. He's getting back to football 100%. He never left football.
So what is he getting back to then? If he never left, Woody.
Woody trying to convince himself right now, bro.
Yeah, that's exactly what it is.
So fearless leader.
He's about to be holding a bag. Happens to be in stock sometimes. It'll come back. It'll come back.
Oh, damn it.
It's here. It's here.
Crap.
It'll come back because it's here.
Yeah.
Right now. Here's a clip from Matt Rule, Nebraska head coach. Apparently they had Bill Belichick in to do a little bit of a coach's clinic situation. And obviously if you're going to do a coach's clinic, that Bill's probably the guy you want to bring. He's got time on his hands.
Because he went to Washington, wore the Washington gig, to visit his son, and then he went to Nebraska with Matt Rule.
I wonder how much he gets paid for these gigs. It's probably good living, to do a coach's clinic.
What do you think?
Nebraska.
I think I could figure this out. I'll ask.
Yeah,
I'll ask.
Well, apparently Matt Rule was just completely taken aback. Listen to head coach of the Nebraska Cornhuskers for 60 seconds, just completely in awe, salivating over the football expertise and genius of Bill Belichick.
He is so smart, has seen so much, that he can make the complex so simple that it humbles you and embarrasses you. I was embarrassed yesterday listening to him. How smart he is. How simple it was. He went 4.5 hours with the coaches. Forget the clinic. Like, he came in and met with our coaching staff. Well, 3.5 hours in, I was like, Coach, would you like a water, a cup of coffee? Would you like to use the restroom? Because I desperately had to use the restroom, And he's like, I'm fine, Matt. I was like, yes, sir. And just sitting there and just talking, right? And just his recall from things 15 years ago. The only reason why we don't get through more information is because he's having to slow down to make sure you understand what he's saying. I mean, so you have this man who's a savant, right? Who's been a defensive coordinator. He's been a special teams coordinator. He's coached, he could be an offensive coordinator. He's been a head coach twice. He's been a GM person. I mean, he's talking about football in a way that just illuminates things and makes things so simple that you're like, oh my goodness.
Matt Rule, just so embarrassed to say, Coach, I got to go take a leak right now. Okay, do you mind? Just a second. And who the hell is that? Is somebody transcribing this in the background?
Yeah, there's a lot of typewriters.
Work at Southwestern Bell.
Yeah, yeah, dude. They were hammering away, making sure they get. There's nothing worse than transcribing somebody talking in real time. That's an aggravating situation to find yourself in. But that was pretty awesome. And I'll leave you guys with this. Here's an interesting move by new Chargers head coach Jim Harbaugh. Apparently he's made some locker room changes. Is this, Broadus, to your knowledge, the first of its kind? Not only are players now, their lockers are rearranged numerically, but each player nameplate now shows their recruit level coming out of high school.
Oh, wow.
So you have like non-ranked through 5-star recruit level.
Wow.
And I guess he's,
Never seen it. Never seen that.
Motivation tactic of sorts.
Yeah, just to
remember where you came from. I don't know.
This is another evolutionized.
This is another, I guess so.
Evolution.
He's evolutioning the sport.
I've never heard that. That's unique.
Yeah,
dude, that's Jim Harbaugh for you.
Oh man, Jim Harbaugh would be the guy that I would want at the coach's clinic. I think that dude is just going to give you football knowledge and entertainment, probably a couple of viral videos along the way, and some weirdness cooked in. We have a triple header of DFW sport on deck this evening. We'll preview everything as we hit the expressway. Plus, is Jerry saving money on Cowboys free agency to try to help another one of his sports loves? That's coming up next. The expressway. We'll go commercial free to the top LA Lives coming up at 5:40 here. It's the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. I want to chat Diamonds direct. With Lucius Alexander coming up in 15 minutes. We'll get you caught up on everything important here in the world of sport. Segment is brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org. And the Expressway is brought to you by the On Time Experts. You fired up for this evening on TV, Brian? What you going to watch?
Yeah, I've got actually 5 safeties left, and I'm done.
Oh, so you're watching prospects.
I'm watching prospects.